I now live in a modest apartment in Flushing, Queens, New York. My name is Ignace, a tall, lean white man, always seen in a white coat. With a bag of groceries in my left hand, I reached into my right pocket for the keys and unlocked the door to my home. Once inside, I closed the door behind me, activated the security system, and headed straight to the kitchen to start preparing dinner. Ever since I was reborn and discovered that Stark Industries existed in this world, I've been dreaming of returning to the homeland of my previous life. America is simply too dangerous, plagued by endless wars and chaos. My homeland is far safer. But I have neither money nor family back there. So for now, I juggle part-time jobs in university, hoping that a higher degree might help me return someday. Still, even if I went back, it would be hard to avoid the day Thanos snaps his fingers. Sure, the Avengers eventually save the world, but who would want to gamble their fate, waiting powerlessly for someone else to bring them back to life? Not to mention the string of chaotic events that follow. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. If I could take control of my destiny, who would ever choose to sit and wait? As I chopped vegetables, I listened to my professor's online lecture play on my phone. Suddenly, a voice echoed in my mind. Dream fulfillment lottery system activated. Host has 3 wishes, please. State your wish keywords. I froze, knife hovering midair, and glanced at my phone. The professor was still explaining formulas. The same voice sounded again in my mind. It was definitely not an illusion. My heart leapt with excitement. I'd finally gotten my golden finger. In my mind, I immediately wished 6 infinity stones. Nothing happened. I tried again, 3 infinity stones. Still no response. I began to suspect that the keywords had to be within a certain lottery range. So, I changed my wishes: longevity, strength, reliable companions. Keywords accepted. Dream fulfillment lottery begins. The system chimed in my mind. On my first draw, I received a block of pure gold from the world of One Piece. A massive lump, as heavy as a shot put, suddenly appeared on the cutting boards. Brilliance, so dazzling that I could barely keep my eyes open. Thankfully, I'd already drawn the curtains, or it would have definitely aroused suspicion. I quickly hid the gold in my bedroom, wrapping it in cloth, planning to deal with it later. On my second draw, I gained the ability template of Yuta Okatsu, granting me his reverse curse technique, the spell copy nearly. Limitless cursed energy, the power to curse others, and expert swordsmanship. With these abilities, I felt a surge of security. On my third draw, I summoned Generalist Death. No sooner had the system's chime faded than my bedroom door swung open. A woman with knee-length blue hair, wearing a military cap and uniform, stepped out. It was this Death herself, her presence radiating a chilling aura and lethal intent. I explained to her that she had been summoned to this world. At first, she didn't believe me. When she pulled back the curtains and saw the cars outside, her face filled with confusion as she asked where the carriages had gone. She insisted I go out with her to see for herself, to verify my words. Now that I had Yuta Okatsu's abilities, I wasn't worried about any conflict with her, so I agreed to her request. As we walked outside, the sounds of heated arguments echoed from the streets, each argument laced with an unmistakable rap rhythm. Walking into the bustling avenues of Queens, with skyscrapers rising all around, this Death appeared both curious and exhilarated by the new sights. Suddenly, a thug in a nearby alley whistled at his Death. In an instant, a chilling aura and a deadly intent radiated from her. Without hesitation, I kicked the thug in the stomach, pressed the barrel of my gun against him through his clothes, and quietly ordered him to leave. Terrified, the thug bolted away. I let out a sigh of relief. If his Death had actually frozen him into an ice sculpture, S.H.I.E.L.D. would definitely be after me. All right, let's go, I said to his Death. We wandered the streets of New York for a long time before his Death finally accepted that she had truly left her original world behind. Sitting at a small table outside a cafe with Ignace, his Death crossed her legs and took the phone he handed her. Under his guidance, she began to learn how to use the phone to explore information about this world. Japanese and English? I can choose either one. His Death looked at the language options at the bottom of the webpage and asked. Ignace nodded, his expression calm and unsurprised. After all, in many Japanese manga universes, it's common to see a blend of Western elements, characters with all kinds of hair colors, and people who speak English. May I ask, are there regions in your world where wars are more common? His Death's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Ignace. Born among the northern tribes in the Akame Kill world, his Death was raised on the belief that only the strong survive. The reason she joined the Empire was to participate in wars. In other words, this woman is either fighting or searching for her next battle. She doesn't care which side wins, only whether she can join the fray. Perhaps only love could make her pause in her relentless pursuit of conflict. May I offer you a suggestion? Ignace spoke up. His Death propped her elbow on the table, chin resting in her palm, and gave him a dangerously charming smile. Don't be in such a hurry to seek out war-torn places. After all, a lot of people in this world have struggled hard to enjoy a few decades of peace. Ignace was just about to continue explaining. Actually, there are plenty of troublesome things in America too, enough to keep you entertained. In his mind, he was even thinking that maybe the chaos in America alone would be more than enough for his Death to busy herself with in the future. He was still pondering how to persuade her. Don't cause trouble in other countries. If you must, just stay in America, when Isteth suddenly interrupted him. Your smile is so pure, Isteth said softly, gazing at Ignace. She felt that his smile carried a rare innocence. Perhaps it was his temperament, or maybe it was simply because he'd grown up in a time of peace. All in all, Isteth thought Ignace's smile was far more sincere and untainted than the smiles of most people in the Empire. Can I ask you something? Do you have a girlfriend? And how old are you? Isteth suddenly inquired. Ignace was momentarily baffled. To Isteth, traveling to another world didn't seem to be the main point. What she cared about, instead, were matters of romance. This made Ignace somewhat suspicious of her motives. No, I don't. I'm still in college, 19 years old, Ignace replied. He recalled his previous life. His family wasn't wealthy, and from a young age he was used to rising early, staying up late, and working hard at his studies. After graduating, he juggled work and side jobs to make ends meet, leaving him with almost no time or energy for romance. He'd always been busy, and gradually, he grew accustomed to the single life. Even though, in this life he was now in a more open American college environment, he still hadn't broken free for being single. The reason was simple. He was already used to living on his own. There were all sorts of girls who pursued him. Girls of different ethnicities, beautiful ones, charming ones, cute ones, even some from affluent families, but he politely turned them all down. That's wonderful, Isteth said with a gentle smile. Isteth had a very clear set of requirements for her ideal partner. 1. Most importantly, he must have ambition for the future, someone who aspires to reach the rank of general and is willing to train himself constantly for it. 2. He must have enough courage. Even if he's unarmed, he should dare to hunt dangerous creatures alongside her. 3. She hopes he, like her, grew up in the frontier regions, not raised within the imperial capital. 4. He must be younger than her, making it easier for her to take the lead. 5. And most of all, he should have a pure and genuine smile. This is especially important. These are the standards by which Isteth chose a partner. Of all of them, the 5th was the most crucial. She placed great importance on whether someone possessed a sincere, unspoiled smile. And Ignace's personality, whether in America or in the empire of Akhame Ga Kill, stood out as unique and refreshingly different. It struck a chord deep within Isteth's heart. As for the 3rd point, Isteth thought that since Ignace came from another world, his origins were already far beyond the boundaries of the imperial capital. When it came to age, Isteth was just a bit older than him, which fit her requirements perfectly. As for ability and courage, Isteth had no concerns. Ever since meeting Ignace, she could sense the powerful aura he carried, an instinct honed by a female general who had often fought dangerous beasts and enemy soldiers. Regarding bravery, simply being able to sit across from her at the same table and remain calm and composed was proof enough of his courage. With a loud bang, Isteth stood up in excitement, slamming her hands down hard on the table. The surface cracked instantly. A gentle breeze lifted her blue hair as a flush of excitement colored her cheeks. She fixed her gaze on Ignace. I've got it. You summoned me to this world just so you could fall in love with me, didn't you? This must be what they call a romantic summoning. At that moment, Ignace, who was sipping his coffee, couldn't help but choke and spray it out as soon as he heard this grandiose declaration. A waitress walking by with a tray of desserts shot Isteth a look, her expression saying, "Is there something wrong with you?" In truth, ever since she overheard Isteth calling herself the Empire's Lady General and saying this world is so interesting, as she passed by earlier, she already suspected this woman was perhaps a little too invested in cosplay. Maybe even a bit unhinged. She's probably read way too many comics. Isteth caught the waitress's muttered comment and immediately glared at her with a cold, unfriendly stare, her presence radiating a dangerous air. The waitress was so startled she nearly dropped her tray, hurriedly muttering, "Don't forget to pay before you leave," before dashing back into the shop without looking back. If Isteth had pulled out any kind of weapon, the waitress would probably have been ready to call the police. Office workers hurrying along the street and leisurely shoppers alike turned to look at this strangely dressed, dramatic woman, their eyes filled with curiosity and confusion. After all, on the streets of America, the sudden appearance of a mysterious woman dressed like an anime queen was bound to stand out. "Sit down first," Ignace said helplessly. A small crowd of onlookers had already gathered, some even starting to take pictures. He worried that by tomorrow, he and Isteth would be all over social media. Suddenly, someone let out a whistle. "Hey man, just say yes." "Huh." A bystander cheered, laughing. Ignace could only sigh inwardly. He hadn't expected that even in this era, people here could understand such an over-the-top, dramatic confession. A passing journalist also snapped a photo, already crafting the perfect headline in his mind. Japanese manga inspires American girl. A fantastical confession unfolds in Queens. Ignace was stunned for a few seconds. Then, pulling out his phone, he started taking pictures of Isteth as well. Since so many people were already watching and taking photos, he figured he might as well take some pictures and videos himself. Who knows, maybe uploading them to social media could earn him some attention. "Be my boyfriend, Ignace." Isteth looked at him with excitement sparkling in her eyes, even grabbing his hand a bit forcefully. She lifted her head to gaze up at Ignaz, who was just a little taller than her. Ignaz uploaded the video he'd recorded to YouTube, giving it the title, Chinibu Queen Confesses to Me. A guy single for 19 years. Should I say yes? After that, he definitely logged onto various social media and short video platforms around the world. He uploaded the video in bulk, using the same catchy title across the board. For an internet content creator, this was just another ordinary day. Releasing content on multiple platforms, anything to maximize viewership. Since people were already filming and planning to post about him and his death online, Ignaz decided to get ahead of the story. He would control the narrative himself and leave no room for others to hijack his spotlight. Ignaz, would you be willing to? Yes. Ignaz agreed without a moment's hesitation. Before she could even finish her sentence, he took Esteth's hand and dashed off with her. He had thought Esteth would be difficult to handle, but to his surprise, her eagerness to start a relationship had actually given him an unexpected shortcut. He may have grown used to being single, but when someone he liked confessed to him, how could he refuse? Is this for real? Esteth's face was radiant with happiness as she walked hand in hand with him. Ignaz handed some cash to a server who had just stepped out of the coffee shop, then led her away from the crowd. All the way home, Ignaz let Esteth rest in the living room while he headed into the kitchen to cook. Meanwhile, Esteth fiddled with his phone, scrolling through the posts he'd just made on social media. In truth, Ignaz's social media updates weren't anything extraordinary at all. At most, people would see it as a typical post about a cosplayer confessing to a boy. Besides, Ignaz was powerful enough now, and with Esteth at his side, safety wasn't much of a concern. Though he still led a low-key life, he no longer feared being noticed. Hello. Oh, Franco, good morning. I could use your help with something. From the kitchen, Ignaz asked Esteth for his phone, then started contacting a classmate while preparing the meal. What's up? Just tell me. Lend me some money. What? You still need money these days. I'll write your thesis for you this time. No problem. How much do you need? After a brief exchange with his classmate Franco, Ignaz managed to borrow some money from him. Without wasting any time, he reached out to other classmates as well. Hey, good morning, Tiana. There's something I'd like to discuss with you. Are you finally agreeing to be my boyfriend? Sorry, I already have a girlfriend. Then why are you calling me? I need to borrow some money. I've still got $10,000. I'll transfer it to you right away. But have you considered dumping her? Standing by the kitchen door, Esteth overheard the conversation and felt a surge of displeasure. Who dared suggest that Ignaz should leave her? She was tempted to give that person a lesson right now. Just go back and wait for dinner. It's only a joke between classmates, Ignaz reassured her with a backward glance. Only then did Esteth nod in satisfaction. Though Esteth had confessed her feelings quite directly, she was undeniably the dominant one in their relationship. If not handled carefully, things could easily spiral into conflict. By the way, what do you need the money for? Esteth asked, her curiosity piqued. I'm broke. I'm afraid I can't afford to take care of you, so I'm borrowing money to make more, Ignaz replied, juggling his phone call while standing in the kitchen. The news reported that Tony Stark had already departed for Afghanistan. Just recently, he made headlines for winning the Apogee Award, but the media seemed more fascinated by his indulgent lifestyle and scandalous run-ins with female reporters. Ignaz thought to himself that the birth of Iron Man was just around the corner. It wouldn't be long before Tony returned to New York. Though cash was tight, borrowing from friends and classmates wasn't particularly difficult. Once Stark returned and shut down the weapons division of Stark Industries, the company's stock would inevitably plummet. That would be the perfect time to buy in at large volume. This was a rare window of opportunity to profit from Stark Industries. You're short on cash. Esteth glanced around the shabby room. Want to just go out and grab some for you? Ignaz quickly waved off the idea. He had his principles and would never do something so reckless for money. Besides, robbing people would only bring endless trouble. With newfound strength, he no longer feared danger, but he had no desire to invite trouble on purpose. No need. I've got it covered, Ignaz said, glancing at the tens of thousands of dollars that had just arrived in his account. He wasn't wealthy by any means, but as a good-looking, top-performing student, he had more than a few well-off friends. The money was simply borrowed from a handful of those he was close with. Later that afternoon, at the intersection of Tropicana Avenue and Las Vegas Boulevard, outside the New York D Hotel, Ignaz arrived with Esteth, waving from a distance to greet his affluent classmate Franco as he approached. Are you out of your mind, man? You borrowed money just to come here? I'm taking my money back, even though I come here myself all the time. Franco looked at Ignaz with a hint of irritation. His father ran a rather successful business in New York, and because Ignaz always excelled academically, Franco's family had encouraged the two to spend time together and become friends. Whenever Ignaz ran into trouble in life, Franco's family would always lend a helping hand. Guess, high or low, odd, or even, Ignaz held 3 dice in his hand, shaking them with a sly grin. How am I supposed to know? It's all luck. I'm telling you, you'd better not go in there. Franco's voice was edged with anxiety. Just then, a strange creature appeared between them, a turquoise monster, larger than a grown man. Franco couldn't see it. His attention remained fixed on Ignaz. Ordinary people cannot see cursed spirits. The turquoise creature slipped its body through Ignaz's hand, peering carefully at the dice in his palm. Then, it raised 2 blue fingers and swung its fist. One finger meant odd, 2 meant even, and swinging its fist once signaled high, while twice indicated low. This monster was a cursed spirit, a third-grade one, created after Ignace used sorcery to punish a villain at a place notorious for gambling. Cursed spirits are ranked as follows. Special grade, with significant variations in strength. Grade 1, Grade 2, Grade 3, and Grade 4. In the world of sorcery, the strength of cursed spirits and sorcerers is often compared as such. Special grade. Even a carpet bombing with missiles might not eliminate it. Grade 1. You want tanks on hand to feel secure. Grade 2. A shotgun could barely handle it. Grade 3. A handgun is enough. Grade 4. A wooden stick would suffice. Except for special grade, sorcerers are generally stronger than cursed spirits of the same rank. Though the cursed spirit Ignace had created was weak, it possessed a unique ability. It could pass through walls. That special trait was exactly what gave Ignace confidence in his money-making plan. Even high, Ignace spoke, then opened his palm. Franco stared in disbelief at the 3 dice. A 6, a 4, and another 4. A total of 14, definitely high. Just lucky, huh? Try guessing again. Franco grabbed the dice, gave them a good shake, then held them cupped in his palm, inviting Ignace to guess the result. The turquoise cursed spirit passed through Franco's hand, glanced at the dice, then held up one finger and swung its fist twice. Odd low. Franco immediately opened his hand, staring in shock at the dice. 1, 3, and 1. Nailed it. He shook the cup several more times, and Ignace kept guessing correctly. Although he never stated the exact number on the dice, he managed to predict whether the total would be big or small, odd or even, for over a dozen rounds in a row. So, let's make some money. Let's go. Seeing this, Franco no longer tried to stop him. He didn't know how Ignace pulled it off, but since his friend had the talent, of course they should share in the winnings. The 3 of them headed into the casino together. Inside, Ignace decided to play the big or small dice game. Estes watched him with keen interest, trailing by his side. Franco helped him exchange all $50,000 for chips. With the chips in hand, Ignace approached a gaming table. The dealer nodded to him, signaling that he could place his bet. Big. Ignace placed a portion of his chips on big, waiting with confidence as the dealer prepared to reveal the dice. In this game, bets are placed before the dice are revealed, so he quietly called upon his cursed spirit's power. No one present could see the spirit at work. The blue-tinged spirit drifted through the table, its round eyes bulging as it spun them about, carefully observing the dice inside the cup. It tilted its head ever so slightly. In life, it had loved to gamble, and even after being cursed and transformed, it remained particularly sensitive to dice and cards. Small. It's small. The spirit whispered in a high, broken voice. Ignace gave it a look, and it immediately understood. The spirit reached out and turned all 3 dice to show 6s. Ignace, cheating may be common in gambling, but 3 6s? That was far too obvious. Sensing its master's dissatisfaction, the spirit quickly changed one of the dice to 5 before the dealer lifted the cup. 5 6 6 big. Franco's face lit up with delight as he looked at Ignace. Had this guy just gone all in? The total from the 3 dice is average to decide big or small. If you win, your chips double. If you lose, you forfeit your wager. 100 grand. Ignace grinned at Franco, who grinned back. 200 grand. He replied with a laugh of his own. Ignace bet $50,000. Franco bet $100,000. Still not enough. Ignace looked at the $100,000 in chips before him and shook his head. Stark Industries was worth over $100 billion, on par with Lockheed in the real world. Even when Stark Industries' stock price was at its historic low, you need at least a 5% stake to become a shareholder. The current price hovered around $400 a share. By that math, even buying in at rock bottom, he'd still need at least $6 million. If you want to seize this rare opportunity and become rich overnight, you have to save up as much money as possible. If you don't make a killing now, once Stark defeats Obadiah and the energy business takes off, the stock price will soar again, and chances like this won't come so easily. I'm all in. Do as you like. Ignace pushed all his chips forward. Franco looked at him in surprise, hesitating for a moment, but in the end, he decided to go all in with him. The dice cup rattled endlessly before coming down hard on the table. The staff lifted the cup. 1 2 2 dots. Ignace won again. Franco laughed heartily and slapped him on the shoulder. He'd never have to lend Ignace money again. At this moment, Ignace had already turned his chips into $200,000. Let's keep going. Luck is on my side. Big bet. Ignace grinned with confidence. People around them started to take notice, laughing and egging them on. The cursed spirit quickly slipped across the table to check the dice. 1 1 1. It hastily adjusted the numbers, and the attendant revealed the dice. 5 4 4. Big win. Ignace's chips doubled once more, now totaling $400,000. Franco couldn't help but exclaim. He now had $800,000. Even though he came from a wealthy family, he'd never held this much cash before. Listen, brother, I think we should call a night, Franco said, swallowing hard as he tried to persuade him. Together, they had cleared a net profit of $1,050,000. He had only planned to have some fun, never imagining they would win so much. Not enough. Ignace shook his head, leaving Franco speechless. They went all in again. The cursed spirit rushed to help with the dice, but Ignace's luck had begun to run dry. Fortunately, the spirit was there to lend a hand. 400,000 became 800,000, and Franco's chips had climbed to 1.6 million. Even in New York, for two young men to win such a fortune so easily was bound to attract attention. Ignace kept betting, but this time Franco hesitated and backed out. Ignace's 800,000 doubled again, reaching 1.6 million. Don't worry, as long as we win, they'll have to pay. Their reputation is on the line here, Ignace said, patting Franco on the shoulder. Franco managed a wry smile. Unfriendly eyes began to zero in on them. Many suspected they were cheating, but there was no proof. The hostility in those stares, though, was impossible to ignore. I'm worried someone will be waiting for us the moment we step outside, Franco whispered. New York might be one of the world's top 3 financial centers, but it was also a city where crime ran rampant. Even if he had some family connections, when faced with real gangsters, there was no guarantee of safety. Don't be afraid. Ignatius patted Franco on the shoulder. After all, Franco had helped him for so many years. He wanted to bring his brother along to make some money together. As for those with bad intentions, if anyone dared to block their way at the door, he planned to fight back with a spell. Cursing the wicked could be seen as doing society a favor. Keep going. Bet on small. Ignatius pushed all his chips, 1,600,000, onto the table. The dice cup shook fiercely, then landed on the table. The cup was lifted. 1,600,000 turned into 3,200,000. Ignatius didn't stop. 3,200,000 doubled again, becoming 6,400,000. Knowing when enough was enough, Ignatius immediately took his 6,400,000 in high-value chips to exchange for cash. Franco's legs were practically giving out. He realized that if he'd kept betting alongside Ignatius, there was no way they could have made it home safely tonight. Their winnings would have easily topped $10 million. Keep your pocket money safe. Don't embarrass me, brother. Ignatius threw an arm around Franco's shoulder, grinning. Your returns are terrifying this time. Franco managed a wry smile, clutching his $1 million chip tightly. You've helped me so much these past years. I had to give a little something back. Ignatius smiled as he watched the casino staff exchange his chips for cash. So this is what you meant by that Chinese saying, a drop of water, given in need, shall be repaid with a spring. Now, I finally get it. Franco hurried to say. All those years he'd helped Ignatius, and it looked like his efforts hadn't been in vain. Please deposit all the money into my bank account. Of course, just a moment, please. Inside the surveillance room, the manager was watching the video replay, a puzzled look on his face. He turned to his colleague and said in a low voice, strictly speaking, it's almost impossible to cheat at the dice table. After all, our own people shake the dice, and only we have access to the machines. No one else could tamper with them. He paused for a moment, then waved it off. Forget it. It's just a few million. Nothing worth making a fuss over. Better not to poke our noses in and risk our reputation. Understood. His colleague responded with a nod. After leaving Hotel D, Ignatius planned to head home and continue his studies. He always remembered what Iron Man had said. Knowledge is power. Where are we going? Franco asked, still feeling as though a few people were tailing them. Home, Ignatius replied. Huh. Franco was a little surprised, muttering to himself. Did you bring a gun for protection when you left the house today? Ignatius joked with a laugh. Read more, keep up with the news, eat less junk food, and exercise more. Franco stared at him in utter disbelief, thinking to himself, is studying really the priority right now? Someone's clearly about to rob us. The D field would never do anything to harm its reputation, but in the Big Apple, there are always people who refuse to play by the rules. Ignace shrugged and nodded toward the group trailing close behind them. I'm talking about those guys. They never bothered to study, so all they can do now is rob people. He led SDs into a narrow alley, turned around, and stood shoulder to shoulder with her, fixing a cold gaze on the strangers who had suddenly appeared. Hey, fellas, today's your lucky day. We're a little short on cash lately. Mind lending us some? Said one of the men, a black man twirling a knife in his hand, grinning. No. Money's not all we want. How about you let us borrow your girlfriend for a bit, too? Sneered another, gripping his blade, his eyes roaming shamelessly over SDs. That's right, we're taking both. Guess you two are just too young and naive, said a third man, stepping out from the back of the alley with his hand in his pocket, as if ready to draw a gun. Ignace and SDs exchanged a glance. Franco quickly threw up his hands, trying to talk to the men and buy some time. No killing, Ignace murmured in SD's ear. She nodded lightly. What are you two whispering about? One of the men barked, his face darkening. Are you out of your mind? Franco stared at Ignace in shock. Was he really planning to fight back? These guys were armed. In that split second, Ignace and SDs suddenly darted in opposite directions. SDs rushed straight at two of the men. Before they could react, she snatched their wrists and, with a sudden burst of strength, slammed them both to the ground at once. At the same time, Ignace charged the man at the back. With a swift kick, he knocked the freshly drawn gun from the man's hand, then chopped him hard in the abdomen. The man dropped to his knees, his face contorted in agony. The gun clattered to the ground. Ignace quickly kicked it up, caught it deftly, and pressed it straight to the man's forehead. Don't even know how to use a gun. And you think you can pull off a robbery? He said coldly. The man stared up at Ignace in terror, muttering curses under his breath. Ignace nudged the gun against the man's head, then drove his foot into him with a brutal kick. The man rolled on the ground, howling in pain. Only then did Ignace turn to check on SDs. The other two men were already unconscious, slumped against the wall, motionless. Let's get out of here, Ignace said. After bidding Franco farewell, Ignace took SDs home. He paid back the money he had borrowed from his classmates, one by one, and still had $6.35 million left in his hands. The evening breeze drifted gently in through the window. Ignace sat by the window, a book in his hand, quietly turning its pages. Isdeth sat beside him, playing with the roses Ignace had bought for her on their way home. Do you really like flowers? Ignace asked. Yes, but the reason I like flowers is because I can use them to make prisoners feel pain during interrogations, Isdeth replied, smiling as she toyed with the rose petals. Ignace was momentarily speechless. He found himself thinking back to his previous life. He hadn't watched much of the anime, Akame Ga Kill, so he didn't recall much about Isdeth's personality. And, just like that, the conversation slipped into an awkward silence. Sometimes, relationships between men and women progress quickly simply because both people are clumsy when it comes to love. Sorry, this is my first time being in a relationship, Ignace admitted. It's okay. It's my first time too, Isdeth replied. A queen of steel-hearted candor meets an innocent, straightforward young man. Who's more hopeless at romance? Night fell. While Isdeth was still hesitating about whether she should make the first move, Ignace's thoughts had already turned to stock investments. Suddenly, Ignace appeared in the news. A girl with a flair for the dramatic confessing to a handsome guy wasn't anything out of the ordinary. Hardly newsworthy, in fact. But in this day and age, a young man suddenly winning over $6 million was more than enough to attract media attention. After all, not everyone is a billionaire. When an ordinary young man suddenly becomes wealthy, it's worth reporting. Ignace saw the news online. Both he and Isdeth appeared on screen. Even Isdeth's confession to him was mentioned by the media. None of this surprised Ignace. He had been mentally prepared for it. Ever since he awakened the Yuta Okatsu template and made plans to get rich through Stark Industries, he knew he would end up in the news sooner or later. He understood that if he intended to buy a large number of shares in Stark Industries and become a shareholder, media coverage was only a matter of time. When the stock price of Stark Industries soared, there would definitely be even more attention, with headlines calling him an investment genius and the like. Shouldn't we get some rest? Isdeth's cheeks flushed as she suddenly pulled the seated Ignace up from the sofa. That night, the two of them exchanged a few words here and there, but in the end, they simply held each other quietly and spent the night in each other's arms. The next evening, they were both ready this time, and Isdeth was the one to take the initiative. All in all, Ignace was left with just one feeling: happiness. During the day, Ignace went to his university classes, and love-struck Isdeth always accompanied him, sitting in on the lectures by his side. At night, after returning home, Ignace studied, while keeping an eye on the latest news about Stark. Isdeth, meanwhile, often clung to him, reminding him not to neglect taking good care of her. Time passed bit by bit. 3 months later, Tony Stark finally managed to build a rudimentary suit of iron armor. Breaking free from the terrorist cave, he fought his way out, contacted the military, and safely made his way back to New York. No sooner had he returned to the city than Tony asked his assistant, Pepper, to arrange a press conference. At the venue, outside the press conference, Ignace stood off to the side with Isdeth, watching luxury cars pull up to the event. In his mind, he thought that the real drama was about to begin. Hey, if I'm not mistaken, you're the guy who won over $6 million in one day 3 months ago, right? A reporter walked over, glancing at Ignace in surprise. Ignace nodded, and the reporter snapped a photo of him before hurrying off toward Tony Stark. After all, Tony was the star of the day, and Ignace was merely a bystander with no real importance. Let's go home, Ignace said, taking Isdeth's hand and leading her away. There was no need for him to join the commotion. He only had to quietly wait at home for Stark Industries' stock price to sink to its lowest point. Though he couldn't recall every detail of the story, he remembered clearly that Stark Industries would lose more than half its market value. This was the part he remembered best. At the press conference, Tony Stark sat on the floor, leaning against the podium while eating a hamburger. What exactly happened? One reporter urgently asked. Reporters who had sat down with Tony watched him intently, cameras and recorders at the ready. With every lens fixed on him, Tony Stark sighed. I've finally woken up. He stood, walking toward the podium as he continued. I realize that what I can do for this world goes far beyond making weapons. And because of that, Tony suddenly looked up, meeting the eyes of everyone there, as well as the cameras. I've decided to shut down Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division, effective immediately. The room erupted at once. Obadiah stared at Tony in utter shock, while reporters clamored for answers. Their voices rising in a chaotic din. Disbelief was written on every face in the room. In the distance, Coulson and Pepper also looked on in astonishment. Queens, flushing. On the way home, watching the live stream on his phone, Ignace broke into a smile. At last, Stark's opportunity had arrived. Just days after Tony announced the shutdown of the weapons division, Stark Industries stock plummeted to a historic low, a staggering 40% drop. But in truth, that wasn't the lowest point. With a little more time, Stark Industries stock would continue to fall, eventually dropping by more than half. Manhattan, Upper East Side, New York. Weill Cornell Medical College. Death accompanied Ignace to class. Originally, she planned to borrow some money from Ignace, of course, with no intention of ever returning it. But Ignace stood firm on his principles, and Death chose to respect his decision. Since she started spending time with Ignace, his poker skills had improved rapidly, and Death found herself more willing to listen to his advice. In fact, back when Ignace had no special abilities whatsoever, he was already thinking of learning a useful skill, something that would come in handy if he returned home one day. That's why he chose to study medicine. Otherwise, medicine wasn't truly his passion. At first, the campus was unfamiliar territory for him. His classmate Franco was only at university to go through the motions before returning home to take over the family business. Franco's father, considering all this, suggested that Ignace study alongside his son so they could look out for each other. While Ignace helped take care of Franco, Franco's father paid Ignace's tuition. It was only because of his family's poverty that Ignace had this opportunity. It's dropped over 40%. Why not just buy in now? Death chatted with Ignace. It's not the right time yet. No rush. Ignace replied with a smile. Nowadays, he no longer listened to lectures as intently as before. Back then, he relied on classmates to help cover his living expenses, studying hard in hopes of a promising future. But now, he was ready at any moment to buy up a large chunk of Stark Industries stock, just waiting for the dividends to roll in. Stark Industries was valued at tens of billions, with impressive annual profits. When the dividends were distributed next year, he'd pocket at least several $100 million. In less than a year, he could leave poverty behind for good and become a billionaire. If he could make a living just by counting your money, who would ever want to work for someone else? He'd never work another job for the rest of his life. On the cliffs of California stood a luxurious villa, perched high above the ocean. In a spacious, elegant living room, Obadiah sat at the piano, playing a gentle, flowing melody. Tony Stark came down the stairs, settled onto the couch, grabbed a slice of pizza Obadiah had brought, and began to eat. If you'd been there in person, things might have gone better, Obadiah said, raising his wine glass as he approached Tony. Stark murmured, waving a hand. Weren't you the one who told me to keep a low profile? I was just following your advice. Now that I'm lying low, I'll leave these matters to you. Oh, come on. And yet you still went and held a public press conference? Obadiah replied, making his way over and sitting beside Tony. This is a board meeting, you know. A board meeting? Stark asked, puzzled, pizza in hand as he glanced at Obadiah. The board believes you're suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, and they're preparing to issue a restraining order. Obadiah's expression grew suddenly grave. What? Tony stared at him in disbelief. They don't want you running the company anymore, Obadiah replied. Why? Just because the stock price dropped 40%? We saw that coming. Tony protested quickly. 56.5%. Pepper corrected at once. That's not the point. Tony turned to Pepper with urgency. We're still the largest shareholders in the company. In the end, the conversation between Tony and Obadiah ended on a sour note. Tony insisted that the arc reactor in his chest belonged solely to him, while Obadiah stubbornly declared that the pizza was his, and at most, Tony could have 2 slices. Meanwhile, in Flushing, Queens, Ignace made up his mind to start buying Stark Industries stock right away. Stark Industries has already dropped by 56.5%. This is the time. Buy tens of thousands of shares now, he said, eyes fixed on the plunging numbers. He was ready to call his friend Franco and even planned to reach out to the classmates who had once lent him money and the relatives who'd looked after him in the past. He felt he'd already done right by them. Come on, think about it. A company that's always made its fortune from weapons suddenly announces it's getting out of the arms business. Who would still want to invest in that stock? Franco tried hard to talk him out of it. After all, a family business built on selling arms had just abruptly halted its core trade. Anyone would see that as a dead end. Listen to me, Franco. Tony Stark is a genius. There's no telling what he's got up his sleeve. He's no fool, trust me. If you invest now, I promise you, there's something big coming. Cutting off the call with Franco, Ignace phoned the relatives who'd once taken him in, and then fired off a group text to a few old classmates. Whether or not they'd actually take his advice wasn't something he cared about. Truth be told, Stark wouldn't just avoid bankruptcy. In fact, that fool Obadiah would end up handing Stark an unexpected gift. Obadiah would eventually become the villain, turn against Stark, and bring about his own downfall. And Stark, before the media even had time to react, would snatch up Obadiah's shares at bargain prices overnight. With the company's shares in free fall, other shareholders might panic and sell cheap as well, giving Stark yet another chance to reclaim more of his company. Before long, Ignace's phone buzzed with 2 text messages. He was left speechless for a moment. Franco really did look out for him. His good friend had already warned him that even Franco's own family didn't have much faith in Stark. They had no intention of investing at all. Yet Franco still transferred $1 million to Ignace and urged him not to spend it carelessly. If Stark Industries really did go under, at least he'd have something to fall back on. Staring at the sudden appearance of an extra $1 million in his account, Ignace was awash with mixed emotions, grateful for his friend's kindness and silence. To have crossed into the Marvel world and found a friend like this. If anything ever happened in New York, he knew he'd be there for Franco's family without hesitation. Even though Franco was neither a protagonist nor even much of a supporting character, he always lent a helping hand whenever Ignace was in trouble, and now he'd gone so far as to offer him an extra $1 million. A friend like that. Ignace vowed he would always look out for him, no matter what. Ignace set aside $350,000 for himself and Isdeth as a backup, then pooled the remaining $6 million with Franco's loan, preparing to buy more shares of Stark Industries. $108 per share, $7 million means 64,814 shares. Ignace checked Stark Industries' data and was instantly dumbfounded. He'd miscalculated. There were far more shares in Stark Industries than he'd imagined. He quickly recalculated, only to discover that with the money he had, even if he tried to catch a bargain, it was impossible for him to become a shareholder in Stark Industries. No wonder he'd always felt that the company's $100 billion valuation didn't match the number and price of shares. He'd never touched stocks in his previous life. Everyone makes mistakes. Sometimes preparation just isn't enough. Come on, let's try something else. Pulling Isdeth along, Ignace left without another word. Isdeth glanced at the fraction of a percent share in his ledger and nearly burst out laughing. She thought to herself, wouldn't it be simpler to just take it by force? Meanwhile, Tony Stark was still in his lab, testing the Mark II suit. He had no idea that his shares had almost been snapped up by a stock market novice riding a lucky streak. Ignace was still so young. He'd grown up poor in his previous life, never dared touch stocks, and didn't even smoke or drink. Rebirth didn't mean his age and experience simply added up. He'd been reborn in his 20s, and while his memories gave him a head start in the first 20 years, making him more experienced and clear on what should or shouldn't be done, that was exactly why old Franco valued him. He thought the boy was smart and mature beyond his years. But as for the experience that comes after 30, Ignace simply didn't have it. After all, hearing about something is never the same as living through it yourself. When it came to stocks, he was almost a complete novice. He had completely misunderstood the issue of the number of shares. Only after careful calculation did he realize that even if Stark Industries' stock price plummeted, he would still need to prepare several $100 million just to become the smallest shareholder. And the exact amount required was simply staggering. After all, as a military contractor with a market value in the hundreds of billions, even a dramatic drop in stock price would leave the company worth at least tens of billions. The Arena Hotel, the usual spot. Ignace was playing dice, with Isdeth at his side. By now, the $7 million he started with had, after several rounds of all-or-nothing bets, grown to $56 million. Are you going to keep going? The casino staff looked at him in astonishment, suggesting he might want to try his luck elsewhere. Keep going. Without hesitation, Ignace shoved a towering stack of high-denomination chips forward, placing his entire $56 million on the line. If he won another round, his chips would exceed $100 million. Inside the surveillance room, the casino manager stared grimly at the monitors, his expression growing darker as he watched Ignace win yet again. By now, the chips in Ignace's hands had reached an astonishing $112 million. Should his winning streak continue, the man might walk away with more than $200 million. Although this was one of New York's largest casinos, and the manager had no concrete proof, he couldn't shake the feeling that Ignace was using some undetectable method to cheat. If Ignace kept betting like this, the casino could be bankrupt before dawn. There's a mechanism under the dice cup, isn't there? He asked the staff beside him. Yes, there is. Then alert our people on the floor. Do something about it. Make him cough up every cent he's won. Understood. The surveillance operator nodded, pressed his earpiece, and relayed the order to the dealer at the dice table. Back in the casino. My God, this guy's become a billionaire just by playing dice. This is insane. I can hardly believe it. The crowd around Ignace watched him with excitement, many of them placing their own bets alongside his, hoping to share in his luck. $100 million lost might be something the bosses could swallow, but if everyone kept following Ignace's bets, the casino's losses would quickly spiral out of control. This left the bosses behind the scenes deeply anxious. The dice cup spun restlessly, then landed on the table with a sharp crack. Bets flew in as the tension in the air mounted. At that moment, a cursed spirit slipped through the tabletop, gazing at the dice inside the cup and preparing to signal its master, only to suddenly notice, to its surprise, that the dice had inexplicably rolled to a different face. It quickly pressed the 3 dice back into place with its hands. Fortunately, after transforming into a cursed spirit, it had several hands, some holding down the dice, while another gestured at its master. Open. Big. Instantly, the room erupted in an uproar. Ignace had guessed right once again, and his pile of chips doubled, becoming $224 million. The man in charge of rolling the dice twitched at the corner of his mouth, visibly unnerved. In the surveillance room, the supervisor glared furiously at the screen, convinced beyond doubt that someone was cheating. They were actually able to manipulate dice cups that had already been rigged. Utterly outrageous. Go get someone. As soon as this guy leaves, grab him and take him to Hell's Kitchen. You know what to do? The supervisor commanded a few bodyguards in black suits, standing behind him. Understood. The supervisor sneered, issuing orders to the boss while keeping a hawk's eye on the surveillance feed. He thought to himself, even if this punk wins big tonight, by tomorrow, he'll cough up every last cent. And don't pursue him too aggressively. Meet up with our inside man and let them handle it. Back in the casino, Ignace flashed a smile at the cameras from time to time, going all in with every hand. Meanwhile, the cursed spirit slipped around to the inside of the gaming table and discovered a small device designed to attract magnets. Clearly, the dice themselves were also rigged. Since the casino chose to cheat this way, he'd let the cursed spirit give them a taste of their own medicine. After all, only he could see the cursed spirit, so in his eyes, fighting evil with evil was justified. If the casino went bankrupt because of it, he figured it would be a public service. Would these people bear a grudge against him? He didn't care. There were plenty of other villains the cursed spirit had dealt with. As long as he didn't linger in one place, no one could trace anything back to him. Besides, with the cursed spirit's help, even the police would be powerless. Before long, his chips had ballooned to $1,792,000,000. Ahem, that's probably enough for tonight. Ignace quickly pushed two small carts piled high with chips to the cashier, ready to cash out and leave. He wasn't suddenly struck by conscience. He simply realized this wasn't one of the world's famous casinos. A 10-figure payout was likely the limit here. Anymore, and even he feared his own greed might get out of control, or that the casino simply couldn't cover the sum. After all, not everyone is Tony Stark. He turned a few million into over $1 billion in just a few rounds. If he kept going, the owner might not survive the night. At the cashier, the female attendant dragged her feet, debating for ages whether to pay in cash or wire the amount. At last, she relented and transferred the money directly into Ignace's account. He figured the bank would be calling him again tomorrow. In the surveillance room, the supervisor clenched his fists, his voice icy as he said, Even if you put the money into the account, you'll be forced to pay it back yourself sooner or later." After leaving the casino hotel, the two of them hurried away. Ignace didn't call for a cab, because he had another plan to make their escape. After all, even if they took a taxi, their pursuers could easily catch up. "I'm going to take out those guys following us, and while I'm at it, deal with the casino's top brass. How dare they mess with my man?" Esteth's face turned icy as she finished speaking. She spun around, ready to deal with those tailing them herself. "Don't worry, someone else will take care of them." Ignace quickly wrapped his arm around Esteth's waist and led her down a narrow alleyway. Not long after, a group of black men carrying firearms hurried into the alley, glancing around warily, suspicion etched onto their faces. But the alley was empty. They quickly kicked over trash bins and tore apart the makeshift cardboard shelters of the homeless, searching every nook and cranny. The startled homeless were dragged out one after another. Despite combing the entire alley, the group found no trace of Ignace or his death. Just then, a few third-grade cursed spirits with jet-black skin appeared from the shadows in the corner of the alley. Some even climbed up the rusty iron ladders overhead, clinging high to the railings, their cold, mocking grins fixed on the armed men below. Having inherited Yuta Okatsu's curse abilities, Ignace had kept himself busy these past days, always watching the homeless, D-type ghosts and other D-ghosts of a different kind. Whenever they died, Ignace would curse them, turning them into cursed spirits. Unfortunately, not everyone had Rika's extraordinary talent. Not everyone could become a special-grade cursed spirit. In the next moment, sudden screams echoed through the alley. The homeless, terrified, stared at the armed men before scattering in panic. Early the next morning, in a cityscape crowded with towering buildings, office workers waited anxiously at traffic signals. They glanced at their watches, briefcases tucked under their arms, hurriedly taking bites of breakfast burgers. Honk, honk, honk. A rush-hour jam had clogged the streets, drivers leaning on their horns in frustration. Whether waiting at the curb or stuck in their cars, people would occasionally cast uneasy glances toward that distant alley. This is New York Public Radio, bringing you breaking news. Last night, in multiple neighborhoods, including the Bronx, Brooklyn, Manhattan, Queens, and Staten Island, a series of mysterious and brutally violent murders took place. Half of the victims were black, most armed with guns. Among the dead were also top executives from New York's D-venue hotels, other D-venue bosses, and several leaders of organized crime syndicates. According to the New York police, all the victims died in an extremely gruesome manner. So far, despite surveillance footage, eyewitness accounts, and other clues, the authorities have made no progress in identifying the killer. An anonymous homeless man claimed that the victims were murdered last night by an invisible monster. Inside a Ford, the radio was broadcasting this very news. In the distance, the alley had been sealed off with police tape, and a large number of NYPD officers were combing the scene for evidence. Forensic experts worked diligently, their faces etched with gravity. A seasoned veteran of the force stared down at the horrifying remains, his expression a mix of helplessness and sorrow. George Stacy's face was dark with anger, but in the face of such a bizarre case, he felt powerless and deeply frustrated. He feared that the truth behind this case might never come to light. Due to certain freedom policies, the number of surveillance cameras in New York had been drastically reduced, making investigations even more difficult. Still, once in a while, the death of a victim would be captured by the few remaining security cameras. Whenever George was called to the station in the dead of night, he would find himself watching those grim video clips. The technicians explained that what the footage showed was a being invisible to the naked eye killing those people. It wasn't the result of any tampering. The testimonies of the homeless corroborated the idea of an invisible killer. Each claimed to have witnessed the events, yet none could describe what the murderer looked like. Fortunately, none of the victims were innocent bystanders. Some were high-ranking members of the underworld, others were gang members or casualties in the crossfire between rival groups. Even the homeless who had witnessed the attacks remained unscathed. A vigilante? Damn it. George's expression was grim. While seeing the gangs take a hit should have been good news, he couldn't accept such lawless, extrajudicial punishment. And these killers, who could not be seen, only deepened his distaste for the very idea of a vigilante. How's it looking? George hurriedly questioned the forensic team. After all, they'd been at the scene since the early hours, investigating for several hours now. It's a tough one. There's not a single trace at the scene. Whether we use old-school methods or the most advanced technology, we can't find a shred of evidence left by the killer. Not even a hair or a footprint. We've searched for ages and haven't found the slightest clue, said the medical examiner, echoed by a seasoned detective. George knit his brows, gazing into the distance. Meanwhile, Ignace was already up, preparing to have breakfast before heading off to school for another day of classes. Though he now possessed great power and wealth, he no longer had to worry about dodging the disasters that plagued New York, nor did he have to struggle to make ends meet. Still, he chose to finish his studies step by step, following the regular path. Thanks to the reverse curse technique he inherited from Yuta Okatsu, he was now able to transform negative energy into healing power, using it to treat injuries. But after all, he was not yet a top-tier sorcerer like Ryaman Sukuna, and the strength of his reverse technique was nowhere near that level. So, he continued to keep a low profile. At the same time, he was considering how to combine his medical knowledge with the reverse technique, wondering if this would further enhance his abilities. Leaving so early? No way, I'm hungry again. Isteth opened her drowsy eyes, looking at him with a hint of smile. Ignace was a bit surprised, feeling thankful that he'd been working out lately, and that he had only one girlfriend. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to handle it. He'd made sure she was satisfied last night, and she had even sworn she couldn't go on anymore. Yet here she was, claiming she was hungry again first thing in the morning. All right, I'll wait a bit before heading to class. Ignace agreed, helplessly, and turned back to the bed. Later that morning, Ignace ate breakfast while checking his phone. The night before, he had visited several underground casinos and walked away with billions of dollars in winnings. It wasn't until after his death had gone to bed that he began discreetly buying up shares of Stark Industries. He'd made some embarrassing mistakes in the stock market before, simply because he didn't understand how it worked. But now the timing was perfect, his capital was ready, and he was determined to make a significant investment this time. He wasn't much of a businessman, so he hoped this opportunity would help his assets soar. That way, not only could he enjoy a relaxed and stable life, but he could also savor precious time with Isteth, just the two of them. You're already so rich. Do you really need to keep going to school? Isteth finished her bread and milk, still eyeing him as though to say, I'm not done eating. Going to school is still important. It won't get in the way of us being together. Ignace wiped his mouth and stood up, ready to leave. Well, can we do what we did last night again? The part where we flew? Isteth asked eagerly, excitement lighting up her face as she recalled the surprise Ignace had given her the night before. Let's go. Ignace took her hand and led her outside. Let's fly again, right now. Isteth nodded vigorously, her cheeks flushing pink. After they left home, Ignace led Isteth into a quiet alley, away from prying eyes. At once, Isteth threw her arms around him in delight. In the next moment, Ignace summoned his cursed energy, his hands moving as if grasping the air itself. The air seemed to take on substance. With a gentle twist of his hand, the light around them shifted, and in an instant, their figures vanished from the alley. Within this invisible layer of air, Ignace whisked Isteth upward, soaring swiftly toward the sky. Isteth closed her eyes and clung tightly to him, utterly immersed in the exhilaration of flight. This ability not only allowed them to fly undetected, but also shielded them from the biting wind and chill of high altitudes. It was none other than the unique technique of Hanazuru Noritoshi, one of the four mighty sorcerers of the Sendai barrier in Jujutsu Kaisen. Hanazuru possessed the power to mold air into surfaces, enabling her to fly, turn invisible, defend, and launch attacks, all with the same skill. During the Culling Game arc, Yuta Okatsu copied Hanazuru's ability. Now, having inherited Yuta's power, Ignace wielded this replicated sorcery with equal mastery. Meanwhile, at Stark's mansion, Stark was strapping the limbs of his Iron Man suit into place, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. After running a quick systems check, his confidence soared. Yeah, I can fly. Robotic arms swiftly attached the remaining pieces of armor. Stark grabbed the faceplate from the table and snapped it onto the helmet. Jarvis, are you online? At your service, sir. Activate the headgear. Understood. Load all optimization protocols. No problem, sir. Through the helmet's heads-up display, Stark surveyed his surroundings and the streaming data, a self-assured smile forming on his lips. Once preparations were complete, Jarvis attempted to persuade Stark to run further calculations before the test flight, but Stark brushed aside the suggestion without hesitation. Jarvis, sometimes you have to learn to run before you can walk. Ready? Set 3, 2, 1. In the next instant, jets flared from the silver limbs of the armor, still unpainted, lifting the suit into the air. Stark whooped in delight, guiding the suit in a low, roaring flight down the driveway and out of the mansion grounds. Oh yeah, night fell. At Cornell University, in the medical school's anatomy lab, Ignace watched as his mentor removed his gloves, and together they tidied up the surgical instruments. With the day's lessons complete, he bid his teacher a cheerful farewell, then left with Isteth at his side. Are we flying home again this time? Isteth whispered eagerly. Not tonight. I've got these little ones to take care of. Ignace hefted the 2 cages in his hands. One held several rabbits, the other a few frogs. He intended to use these small animals for experiments, to test just how powerful his reverse curse technique had become. Sukuna can effortlessly regenerate lost limbs, and even managed to bring Yuji Itadori back to life after he lost his heart. In contrast, Yuta Okatsu has only appeared twice in the original series, once as the protagonist in movie Zero, the prequel, where he used his reverse curse technique to heal his companions during Suguru Geto's attack on Jujutsu High, and again in the main story's Culling Game arc, returning from overseas with greatly enhanced powers. However, in the main storyline, the manga had only progressed as far as the plot in which the United States became entangled in the situation because of Kenjaku before the revival of Ignis. When it comes to the specifics of Yuta Okatsu's abilities, apart from his reverse curse technique, curse replication, and his seemingly limitless cursed energy and ability to inflict curses, most of the details remain vague. While there are brief descriptions of his replication ability, immense cursed energy, and cursing power, the finer points are left unexplained. Rika, for instance, became even stronger after being cursed by Yuta, and the protagonist is also capable of producing special-grade cursed spirits, which will reappear later. Because of this uncertainty, Ignis decided to test the limits of his own abilities personally. Let's start by experimenting with the reverse curse technique first, he mused. Ignis gazed at the cages before him, considering the materials he had brought back from school for his experiments. Isteth examined the small animals with a hint of disdain, thinking that bringing them along during flight would definitely ruin the romantic mood between her and Ignis. After leaving the school, the two of them got into Franco's car. Ignis found himself thinking that perhaps it was time for him to buy a car of his own. All right, the cages are secured on the roof. We're ready to go, Franco announced, glancing back at the couple nestled in the rear seat. He couldn't help but purse his lips, a touch of envy flickering in his eyes. In his mind, he grumbled about the injustice. He was young and wealthy, yet still single, while his once struggling friend now had a beautiful girlfriend by his side. Meanwhile, on the west coast of the United States, in California, Stark, clad in his Iron Man suit, streaked through the sky above the city, soaring past a giant Ferris wheel. The display inside. His helmet zoomed in rapidly, locking onto a boy and a girl strolling down the street below, laughing as they shared ice cream. The moment Stark flew overhead, the little boy looked up in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. Startled, his hand jerked and his ice cream tumbled to the ground. He stood frozen, gazing up in awe at the figure racing across the sky. Without stopping, Stark accelerated, rocketing even higher into the atmosphere. He was determined to push the Iron Man suit to its limits and see just how high he could climb. A few hours later, back at Ignis's home, Isteth held him tightly in her arms with possessive affection. Faced with her bold advances, Ignis could only surrender helplessly, allowing her to tease him as he absent-mindedly scrolled through the news on his phone. In the video, a female reporter stands on a street in a Californian city, her voice brimming with excitement as she points skyward, recounting the astonishing event that just took place. The footage cuts to a replay of the scene. A suit of steel armor plunges from the sky at breakneck speed. Just as it is about to crash into the ground, jets of flame burst from the suit, sending it skimming perilously close to the earth in a sweeping arc before it soars upward once more. Ignace glanced at the video, then tossed his phone aside without much thought. All right, I'll spend more time with you in a bit, but let me finish my business first. As he spoke, he pressed a gentle kiss to Isteth's lips. Only then did she release him, satisfied. Ignace brought over a cage filled with frogs and took out one that was lively and full of energy. He was about to perform the limb regeneration stage of his sorcery experiment using the frog. If successful, he planned to move on to a more challenging phase, reviving a rabbit's heart. Heart revival was the most difficult step. In the world of sorcery, only Sukuna had ever used a similar method on Yuji Itadori. Ignace picked up a knife and, with swift precision, cut off one of the frog's legs. Then he reached out, aiming his palm at the frog's severed limb. A gentle glow radiated from the center of his hand. However, whether it was the aura of curses, cursed energy, or sorcery itself, no one in this world, including Isteth, could see any of it. It had been noted in the world of sorcerers that their brains were structurally different from ordinary people's. This meant that when Ignace acquired the Yuta template, Not only did his abilities transform, but his brain changed as well. In this world, he alone could wield the art of sorcery. Human regrets, hatred, sorrow, shame, all shades of negative emotion, would quietly turn into invisible curses, lurking in every corner of daily life. A sorcerer's power was inextricably linked to curses and cursed energy, which themselves were the embodiment of negative forces. But the reverse technique could transform those forces into positive energy, granting sorcerers the ability to heal at a high level. Cursed energy, negative, times cursed energy, negative, equals reverse technique, positive. Even in the world of sorcerers, those who could master the reverse technique were exceedingly rare. In the next moment, Ignace's hand radiated a gentle, positive energy, enveloping the frog's wound. The severed limb began to regenerate, slowly at first, until a brand new leg had formed. The reverse technique really can restore lost limbs, though it's a bit slower than Sukuna's speed, Ignace noted with satisfaction. He followed up by slicing off all 4 of the frog's legs. Once again, he called forth the reverse technique. Positive energy surged and flowed, causing the frog's limbs to sprout anew, as quickly and tenderly as fresh shoots in spring. An astonishing sight to behold. "This is incredible," Isteth exclaimed, unable to contain her awe. Today's experiences had truly broadened her horizons. Her boyfriend, without relying on any external tools or special weapons, could accomplish such incredible feats. Once more, Ignace watched as the frog's limbs, newly restored, were once again severed by his hand. A cold flash of light, and all 4 frog legs dropped into the container on the table. He released positive energy again, and as the frog's lost limbs regrew, it instinctively struggled with its new legs, trying to escape from Ignace's grasp. "Is this what you call positive energy from 2 negatives, making a positive?" To the frog, however, this felt nothing short of demonic. Yet Ignace's actions were not driven by cruelty. Rather, he was training his reverse technique, striving for mastery so he could prepare for the later experiment, reverse technique and death rebirth. An hour passed. Whenever Ignace's cursed energy was almost depleted, he would take a short break, quickly regain his strength, and then continue practicing the reverse technique on the frog. With his nearly limitless reserves of cursed energy, even when drained, he could replenish it in no time. Ignace returned the nearly broken little frog to its cage, gazing at the box overflowing with discarded frog legs on the table, lost in thought. "It's still not enough. My recovery speed is too slow. I need a special grade cursed spirit to serve as my energy reserve." For now, he put aside the matter of the frog legs and began contemplating how to create a special grade cursed spirit of his own. In the world of sorcerers, even after Rika ascended, Yuta Okatsu still possessed Rika's cursed remains. The remains of a special grade cursed spirit like this could restore Yuta's energy in battle, or serve as a formidable ally. Just as Ignace was about to discuss the philosophy of life with Isteth, the phone suddenly rang. Isteth answered and handed the receiver to him. "Hello, is this Mr. Mora, the new shareholder?" "Yes, speaking. I'm sorry to disturb you at this hour. Tonight is the 3rd annual Tony Stark Military Families Assistance Fund Gala. Due to the tight schedule, we could only reach you now. Mr. Obadiah asked me to invite you personally." "No problem. I'll be there right away." Ignace hung up the phone. That very night, after visiting several casinos, he kept only $350,000 for himself, investing all the rest into Stark Industries stock. He had become a shareholder on such short notice. Evidently, Obadiah wanted to use the gala as an opportunity to meet the new investor face-to-face. There was no way he could avoid this occasion. With a company as large as Stark Industries, even if Ignace didn't contact the board himself, a meeting would be arranged within a few days regardless. After all, a new shareholder had suddenly appeared, just as the board of directors was still deliberating whether to take coercive measures against Stark. Obadiah would never tolerate any dissent at a time like this. "Isteth, prepare a suit for me," Ignace said. As soon as he finished speaking, Isteth turned and went to fetch his clothes. Ignace glanced at the cage, reached in, and skillfully plucked out a rabbit. With practiced hands, he skinned it and removed its heart with a knife. Then he invoked the reversal technique once more, channeling positive energy in an attempt to heal the rabbit and bring it back to life. Moments after its death, under the influence of the energy, the rabbit's heart began to regenerate slowly. But in the very next second, the rabbit's legs gave a sudden kick, its heart ruptured with a sickening burst, and blood spattered all over Ignace's hand. "It seems I still have a long way to go at this stage," Ignace remarked, looking at the lifeless rabbit before placing it into the refrigerator. Just then, Isteth emerged, noticing his blood-soaked hands. "Looks like you could use a shower," she commented. "Let's take one together," he replied with a sly smile. That evening, Ignace changed into a fresh suit, tidied himself up, and made sure to clean off every trace of blood. He left home with Isteth, leaving 2 low-level cursed spirits inside to keep watch. They stepped out of the dilapidated old apartment and surveyed their surroundings. Seeing no one around, Ignace led Isteth into a deserted alleyway. She clung to him tightly as Ignace began to weave the spells of the Crow Pavilion. His hands moved deftly through the air, shaping the space into a surface that enclosed both of them. In an instant, the space warped, light shifted, and the two vanished from the alley, soaring upward into the sky. Ignace carried his death as they flew toward the gala venue, gazing down at the city below. Yuta Okatsu, as a descendant of Sugawara no Michizane, one of Japan's four great vengeful spirits, possesses the power to curse others. Now that Ignace had inherited this ability, after a series of experiments, he had reached a conclusion. To create a special grade curse spirit through a curse, certain unique conditions must be met. Ignace believed there were two possible scenarios for these conditions. First, if there was an extraordinary bond between the cursor and the cursed, and when the latter died, the cursor's heart was overwhelmed. With intense regret and unwillingness to accept their death, such emotions could give rise to a special grade cursed spirit. Second, the other possibility depended entirely on chance. Ignace was convinced that the first scenario was most likely. This was tied to the vow between Okatsu and Rika, and was closely connected to the very fabric of the jujitsu world. However, the real key lies in choosing the target of the curse. Ignace certainly didn't want any harm to come to his friends, so the cursed one had to be someone he didn't like. He needed to first establish a relationship with his target, get close to them, and then wait for the perfect opportunity to strike. This went without saying for the villains, but among the heroes, he disliked characters like M**********, or F*********, Vision, Star-Lord, and Shang-Chi. The list was still growing. Of those who had once been villains, but later redeemed themselves, he disliked Loki the most. The rest he hadn't given much thought to yet. Ignace figured he could try to get in touch with these people, pretend to befriend them, and then act when the time was right. Night had fallen, yet the city streets remained ablaze with dazzling lights. 3 hours later, West Coast, California, Los Angeles. A silver sports car sped down the street. Ignace gazed downward, watching Stark behind the wheel. This is a fine car, he couldn't help but marvel. With his death by his side, Ignace soared above Los Angeles. The sorcery from the Wooloo Pavilion was incredibly useful, allowing him to turn emptiness into a surface, granting him the power of flight, faster even than an airplane. This kind of magic was invaluable for traveling quickly and keeping a low profile. South Avenue, Disney Concert Hall. Stark arrived right on time, handed his car keys to the valet, and cast a casual glance at Obadiah, who was being interviewed. Amidst the commotion and the shrill excitement of young women, he strode toward Obadiah. "Hey, Tony, remember me?" A socialite greeted him warmly. "Of course I don't," Tony replied without missing a beat, barely sparing her a glance. Then he patted a passing old gentleman on the shoulder in greeting. Meanwhile, on another street, Ignace, with his arm around his death, appeared in a deserted alley. "All right, let's go," Ignace said. "Okay." Isteth nodded and wrapped her arms around him in return. Ignace looked at her helplessly, thinking her possessiveness was truly overwhelming. The two strolled out of the alley, making their way leisurely toward the street where the Disney Concert Hall stood. After walking a few blocks, they were just a few hundred meters away from the concert hall. Ignace glanced around, but saw no sign of Coulson. What a pity. He'd been hoping to do a little fishing. Before setting out, he had considered taking a plane. But even the earliest flight would have taken more than 5 hours to reach Los Angeles. That was one reason he'd ruled out flying commercially. Besides, he had an itch to try out a curse experiment on M********, or F********. For many transmigrators, S.H.I.E.L.D. was an organization to steer clear of at all costs. They were simply too dangerous to take on, and even if you could win, you'd only be inviting a world of trouble. The Hydra lurking within the organization was a major concern, not to mention the moral pressure brought by the so-called motherfucker man. Yet to Ignace, everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. was a valuable asset. He felt no qualms about cursing Hydra members. In fact, he considered it a public service, ridding society of vermin. Motherfucker Man's attempts at moral coercion were certainly a headache, but Ignace never liked either him or Merle to begin with. If he could use the loopholes in his own whereabouts to lure these people out, all the better. Hydra and Motherfucker Man were both ideal targets for his curses. He didn't expect any of them to become special grade curse spirits. As long as he could generate a few grade 1 spirits, or even a swarm of grade 2 spirits, he would be more than satisfied. "Let's go." Ignace took Isteth's hand. She gave a resigned, gentle laugh and obediently wrapped her arm around his, the two of them strolling forward side by side, just like an ordinary couple. Down the street, a vintage red convertible was parked by the curb. Coulson sat inside, his eyes fixed on Stark, who was talking with Obadiah in the distance. "Coulson, do you see a tall, handsome Asian man over there, with slight dark circles under his eyes?" A colleague's voice crackled in his earpiece. "I see him. Are you referring to Stark Industries' new shareholder, Ignace Mora?" Coulson replied, quietly, glancing toward Ignace in the distance. "We've noticed several suspicious things about him. The woman with him has no known identity. Her records are a complete blank. And he suddenly appeared on the West Coast after being on the East, with no trace of him in any transportation logs. We suspect the woman might be an unregistered mutant. Once you're done with Stark, try to get close to Ignace. Be careful around the woman." Understood. Just then, Ignace was also greeted by Obadiah, but he had already noticed Coulson's presence. The prey had taken a bait. Coulson stepped out of the car and started toward them. He didn't notice that a blue, spectral monster, visible only to Ignace, was quietly trailing him from behind. Hey, I thought we wouldn't see our new shareholder tonight. Look at you, so young and already so accomplished. Obadiah greeted Ignace with a hearty slap on the shoulder, his enthusiasm overflowing. No, Mr. Obadiah, I'm just someone who's had a lucky break, that's all. When it comes to company matters, I still have a lot to learn from you, sir. Ignace chuckled and shook his head, making Obadiah laugh along with him. This kid, he thought, at least knows how to read the room. All right, go and enjoy the party with your lovely girlfriend. Just don't forget to attend the board meeting later. You're a member now, after all. Obadiah gave Ignace's shoulder a solemn pat before turning with open arms to greet his senator, welcoming him warmly. Isdeth fixed Obadiah with a frosty stare, but Ignace quickly gave her hand a discreet squeeze. Only then did Isdeth choose to let it slide. Otherwise, she might have frozen Obadiah into a block of ice right then and there. Meanwhile, somewhere in the crowd, Coulson was watching the two of them closely, growing ever more convinced that the real issue was with that woman without any paperwork. At the party, Ignace sat at the bar with his arm around Isdeth. He sipped his drink, chatting and exchanging pleasantries with businessmen and senators who came up to introduce themselves. Obadiah had just helped him make the rounds, introducing him to many influential people. Ignace now held just over 5%, nearly 6% of the company's shares. It wasn't much, but these were Stark Industries shares. For these businessmen and senators, it was still worth getting to know him. And for Ignace, with money, power, and means to protect himself, even those tycoons and senators who once seemed so far above him were no longer so intimidating. He could converse with them calmly and on equal footing. Oh my goodness, huh? Look who it is. Isn't this New York's #1 sucker? Stark shut down its weapons division. Imagine, a family built on arms dealing, and now they don't make weapons? Can this company even be saved? Tell me, man, you got rich overnight with all that money, so why not invest in my Hammer Industries? A man with a cigarette dangling from his lips and glasses perched on his nose strolled over, squinting at Isdeth beside Ignace as he mocked them. Oh, sorry, who are you again? Ignace feigned ignorance deliberately. Isdeth shot Justin Hammer a cold, dismissive glance. All right, I admit it. You're just a country bumpkin who struck it rich, with zero foresight in the stock market. When Stark Industries goes bankrupt, all your money will go up in smoke. You'll be crying then. Hammer glared at Ignace in frustration before ordering a drink from the bartender. Oh, I see. It's Justin Hammer, the so-called third-rate arms dealer. Sorry. Honestly, in America, when it comes to weapons, I really can't think of any company that measures up to Stark Industries. The big boss has left the business, so now the whole field is left to a cripple to hold up? That's a joke. Ignace's words were merciless, twisting Hammer's expression into a scowl as he glared back, his hand tightening around his wine glass. Apologies, but I prefer to invest in companies run by real professionals. After all, my sudden fortune was just sheer dumb luck, and when it comes to investing, you really have to keep your eyes wide open. With that, Ignace dismissed Hammer entirely. What a fool, he thought. One jab at Hammer was enough. After all, there would be plenty of others to toy with him in the future. Hammer was just about to retort with a curse and a threat when Stark, leading Pepper toward the balcony, caught wind of the exchange. That young man over there is Ignace Mora, Stark Industries' newest shareholder. His current stake is... Pepper leaned in to whisper details into Stark's ear. Stark nodded, giving Ignace a brief look, then shot Hammer a glance full of impatience. Huh, kid, you got a good eye. If you got any spare cash, you should keep investing. As for Justin Hammer, where did this clown even crawl out from? Stark offered an encouraging word to Ignace and a cutting jab to Hammer. Next, his gaze flickered in surprise toward Isdeth, only to be met by her murderous glare. Unfazed, he took Pepper's hand and continued out to the balcony. Following his gaze, Pepper glanced at Ignace and Hammer, finally resting her eyes on Isdeth for a lingering moment. She shot Stark an annoyed look, clearly displeased. Out on the balcony, just beyond the event, Stark and Pepper's conversation was anything but pleasant. In fact, thanks to one of Stark's instinctive flirtatious glances, Pepper was even less inclined to talk with him. Back inside the ballroom, though the occasion was called a Soldiers' Family's fundraiser, under the bright lights, the spacious venue was packed with dancing socialites and politicians, crowding the floor. For most of them, this was nothing more than a lavish party, a chance to mingle, have fun, and be seen. Some took the opportunity to discuss business. Others flirted shamelessly, while some simply sought the spotlight. Ignace chatted amiably with Isdeth, occasionally teasing the flamboyant old hag nearby. The silver-haired gentleman, hair slicked back and dressed in a wine-red leisure suit, had a blonde beauty on each arm and a cigar clamped between his teeth, clearly enjoying himself. Still going strong, aren't you, Heg? Ignace joked with him, smiling. Haha, you're not doing so badly yourself. Heg replied with a hearty nod and a laugh. Heg, outside of the movies, is the passerby cameo played by Stan Lee in Iron Man 1. He's the father of Marvel. Within the cinematic universe, he appears in ever-changing disguises, a presence so subtle that no one really pays attention to him. Though Stan Lee has passed away in the real world, he will always live on in the Marvel Universe, continuing to appear in various cameos. A man with a dangerously receding hairline approached, flashing a professional smile at Ignace. "That's me," Ignace replied. Glancing to the side, Ignace realized it was SHLD's hardest-working agent, Coulson. "Could I have a word with you?" Coulson asked. "And you are?" Ignace feigned ignorance. "I'm Agent Phil Coulson from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Bureau." Whoa. Stop right there. That's way too long. Just cut to the point. What kind of organization are you? Ignace quickly waved his hand to stop Coulson from going any further. Sorry about that. We're actually trying to find a better solution for that ourselves," Coulson replied with an awkward grin, while Isteth shot him a sidelong glance. For some reason, Coulson suddenly felt the temperature drop around him. Was it just his imagination? To put it simply, we're an independent agency with a rather special mandate. We're not an international peacekeeping force led by America, Coulson explained, choosing his words carefully. After all, this was just an initial meeting. He couldn't exactly tell this ordinary person that they handled strange occurrences. Hold on. What did you just say your organization was called? Ignace interrupted. Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics. Stop. Who's Homeland? Ignace's question caught Coulson off guard. Forget it. I don't trust your mysterious organization. Goodbye. If you have any issues, talk to Stark. He's the boss. With that, Ignace took Isteth's hand, ready to share a light dance with the formidable general. Even if this was just fishing for information, he couldn't make himself too approachable or easy to deal with. That's what you call playing hard to get. So what's the situation? A voice crackled through Coulson's earpiece, an agent checking in. He nitpicked our organization's name, then used that as an excuse to brush me off, Coulson replied, the corner of his mouth twitching in exasperation. They often ran into people who joked about their tongue twister of a name, but this was the first time someone had actually taken issue with it. What's your assessment of Ignace and Isteth? Ignace was just an above-average college student. He's mature for his age, both in character and how he deals with people, but when he speaks, there's a bit of Stark's sharp tongue in him. I haven't seen any sign that he's had special training, nor anything unusual about him. As for Isteth, whether it's her behavior, speech, or even her gaze, she gives me an impression of only the kind of imposing presence honed through years of life-and-death struggle in the military could explain it. And then, there was the chilling aura of killing intent about her. I'd always assumed such things were just devices in novels. Check every legitimate and illegitimate military organization around the world. See if you can find any high-ranking officers matching these traits. Coulson quietly relayed their observations one by one. Back at the base, someone started hacking into the databases of military and paramilitary groups worldwide, both above and below board. Hold on a moment. We're beginning to suspect that Isteth isn't just a simple cosplayer. She's far too suspicious. Understood. After giving his hushed reply, Coulson took a sip of his drink, then raised his glass to greet someone passing by. Coulson, once you're back in New York, investigate Ignace and Stark as planned. At the same time, work with Hawkeye and Agent Natasha to look into those bizarre incidents around New York. The voice from the base crackled in his earpiece again. This time, it was the Motherf, himself, Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and master manipulator. You mean? That's right. The recent rumors about curses and spirits in New York. S.H.I.E.L.D. base, director's office. Fury watched the video on the so-called cursed spirit phenomena, his expression dark. At one side of a strange incident, the perpetrator had deliberately scrawled a few crooked words in Japanese. When the incident occurred, the NYPD had immediately brought in translators to decipher the message. Cursed spirit, invisible to the naked eye, undetectable by advanced technology. They'd even brought in an expert on Japanese ghost folklore to explain the meaning of curses, cursed spirits, and the four great vengeful spirits of Japan. But Fury wasn't buying any of it. After all, if Japan really had such supernatural entities, they wouldn't have ended up on the receiving end of two big fireworks all those years ago. Still, as the saying goes, better safe than sorry. If beings from Japanese ghost stories really were appearing in the darkest corners of America, he had to investigate. This case is temporarily classified Level 8. With those words, Coulson understood immediately. He was a Level 8 agent. Level 7 marked a critical threshold. Everything above that was top secret. Levels 8 and 9 were reserved for ultra-classified, black box operations. If this case was assigned Level 8, it meant it could be escalated to even higher secrecy at any moment. One wrong move, and he'd be cut out entirely. Most of the time, strange phenomena were at least visible to them, or could be picked up by instruments. Take vampires, for example. As long as they existed, S.H.I.E.L.D. had ways to counter them. But cursed spirits, these felt as if they belonged to another dimension. Invisible to the eye, undetectable by infrared or energy scanners. It was enough to make anyone anxious. Cursed spirits and cursed energy are negative energies, and rather metaphysical at that. Nearly impossible to detect. Understood. Coulson responded. By the way, that Ignace, what's his nationality originally? Fury asked. China. Got it. Fury nodded and ended the call. So, not Japanese. That eased much of his suspicion toward Ignace. After all, The expert on legends and spirits had said the curses and the three great families were tales originating from Japan. The gala came to an end. Atop the steps of the Disney concert hall, Obadiah put an arm around Stark's shoulders as the two faced the cameras. Tony, who do you think doesn't want you back at the company? Obadiah's expression remained as friendly as ever, but his words struck Stark with disbelief and a chill in his heart. I'm the one who gave the order. This was the only way I could protect you. Obadiah wore a professional smile for the cameras, while Stark's face flushed with anger, glaring at Obadiah as he strode away down the red carpet. Protect me? What a joke. Hey there, kid. Are you really planning to fly commercial back home? How about you join me on my private jet? We can chat about company matters on the way. Obadiah called out with a smile to Ignace, who was standing by the roadside. Thank you, Mr. Obadiah, but there's no need. My girlfriend and I are planning to catch a few Lakers games and watch Kobe play. Ignace replied with a polite smile. Mr. Stark, the shareholder Ignace has never shown any interest in basketball games or any basketball stars. Judging by standard human behavior, this seems like a polite refusal. Jarvis's analysis came through Stark's earpiece. Stark looked with curiosity at the lucky young man, a new shareholder with no apparent background, who actually had the nerve to decline an invitation from one of the most influential figures in Stark Industries. Don't be so stiff. He's just a basketball player, after all. Obadiah finished, then leaned close to Ignace and murmured, if you don't want to draw unwanted attention, you'd better play along with us and help keep Tony out of the company. Ignace stared speechlessly at Obadiah, who had finally shown his true colors. Just as he thought, Obadiah's real aim was to take Stark's place for himself. I'm sorry, Mr. Obadiah, but I support Mr. Stark's return to the company. Let professionals handle professional matters. Otherwise, you're just running Stark Industries into the ground. Goodbye. Our paths are too different to work together. Ignace deliberately raised his voice, leaving Obadiah no room for courtesy. As he walked away, he left 8 second-grade curses hovering around Obadiah. If Obadiah dared make a move against him, the one to meet his end would be Obadiah himself. Though a second-grade curse is often described in simple terms, something a shotgun could barely handle. That's just a figure of speech. In truth, even with a shotgun, you'd never be able to kill a second-grade curse. Cursed spirits can only be killed by sorcerers. That's the first rule. The second, if you're not a sorcerer or a cursed spirit yourself, you simply can't see them. Even if Obadiah hired a team of professional killers, they'd be helpless. Those 8 grade 2 cursed spirits would slaughter them all without breaking a sweat. This kid's got something. Stark couldn't help but sigh. Was it the boldness of youth, or did Ignace really have such a sharp eye? But when it came to courage, he had to admit, Ignace was impressive. Back when the company turned its back on him, everyone except Pepper, there was still this young man who stood beside him. Stark found himself genuinely fond of Ignace. The next day, Ignace didn't return to New York with Isteth right away. Instead, they caught a Lakers home game and even took a photo with Kobe Bryant. Both the NBA and Kobe himself had donated to the Wenchuan earthquake relief in 2008. Ignace disliked the mob, but his issue was only with those who used lowbrow moral blackmail. He made a clear distinction. He didn't hold it against the rare few humans within that crowd. Honestly, growing up decent in that environment was no small feat. Goodbye, Kobe. Remember what I said, always double-check your parachute before you fly. Ignace threw out the warning as a half-joke. Kobe watched this Stark Industries shareholder walk away. The word stung, but Kobe still smiled and nodded. From the stands, Carlson hurried after Ignace and Isteth, clutching a signed jersey. As they left the Staples Center, he glanced around in confusion. Where had everyone gone? Afghanistan. Warlords stormed from house to house, stealing food and supplies. The men they caught were dragged to a wall and shot, one by one. Women were tossed into trucks. Children, too, carted off to be future soldiers. One warlord soldier, rifle in hand, kept a train on a man, barking, "Turn your head, turn your head." His face twisted with rage, shouting over and over. Suddenly, from above, came the roar of a jet flame. With a heavy thud, a golden-red suit of iron crashed down from the sky. The soldier panicked, firing wildly at the armored figure. Bullets pinged harmlessly off the suit. Stark's face was thunderous. With a single punch, he sent the gunman flying, straight through the air, slamming into the crumbling remains of a second-story wall. Stark spun, raised his palm at another soldier. A beam of light shot out, blasting the man backward, crashing him through the wall behind. Elsewhere in distant Afghanistan, similar horrors were unfolding. Take the women for breeding, keep the boys as backup soldiers, and shoot the rest. A bald man roared, waving his arms and barking orders at his men. Above, the air shimmered and twisted. A moment later, 2 figures drifted gently down to the ground. Neither the bald man, nor the other soldiers, nor even the surrounding civilians caught up in the chaos, noticed the arrival of these 2 figures. How is it? Isteth, her form shrouded by a field of warped space that concealed both herself and Ignace, turned to ask him in a low voice. Ignace scanned the area, then lifted his right hand and formed a seal with his fingers. From darkness born, into the deepest shadow, all filth and corruption, be purged and swept away. In the next instant, as he finished chanting the incantation, a black curtain, visible only to Ignace, descended silently from the sky. Once unfurled, the barrier hid any conflict between sorcerers and curses within, making the scene appear entirely normal to outsiders. At the same time, Ignis imposed a restriction. Ordinary people could neither enter nor leave. Only sorcerers and curses were free to cross the threshold. Unfortunately, in this world, he was the only sorcerer. There's no trace of a curse. Ignis looked around with a helpless shake of his head. Even in the world of jujitsu, the majority of sorcerers, curses, and cursed energy were found in Japan. Perhaps there was something to be said for the influence of myth and legend? Did Japan's belief in such tales give rise to these phenomena? Ignis had come to Afghanistan, a land scarred by endless war. Surely, resentment here should rival that of Japan. Yet the area was clean, utterly devoid of even the slightest sinister, purple aura. Isdeth understood that he had been searching for anything related to curses lately. She found it baffling as well. How could a place that looked like hell itself not be tainted by cursed energy? Unfortunately, as a non-sorcerer, she too was blind to such things. Shall we go then? Isdeth suggested. Ignis glanced at the bodies strewn across the ground, then shook his head. In the next moment, the space around him twisted, cloaking him from sight as he strode quickly to the bald man's side. He reached out and snatched the dagger from the man's belt. The bald man, panic-stricken, tried desperately to reclaim it. With a swift motion, Ignis slit the man's throat, then seized the megaphone the warlord had used to command his troops. The people nearby stared in horror. To them, it seemed as if an invisible hand had stolen the dagger and killed the warlord right before their eyes. Now, the megaphone floated as if gripped by a ghost, adding to the terror. Ignis, disguising his voice by lowering it and pinching his nose to add a nasal tone, made sure no one would recognize him. He brought the megaphone to his lips, black curse marks swirling at the corners of his mouth, and shouted in a thunderous voice. D. In an instant, countless warlord soldiers burst apart like overfilled water balloons, blood spraying in all directions. A harsh, crackling sound echoed as the megaphone, unable to withstand the force of Ignis's cursed energy, broke apart. This was the curse speech technique, copied from Yuta Okatsu's replication of Toge Inamaki's ability. Curse speech is a technique that imposes a binding force on prophecies. Its power depends on the user's actual ability, but if the user is weaker than the opponent, it can easily backfire on themselves. Many spoken words can become dangerous forms of attack, which is why Toge Inumaki seldom speaks normally, choosing instead to use rice ball ingredients as substitutes. The effect of the copied curse speech only takes place when Ignis uses his mimicry ability. At the scene, the downtrodden people looked up in delight at the floating loudspeaker, then glanced over at the dead warlord troops. Ignis casually tossed the loudspeaker aside and turned to leave. Did the air just twist? A sharp-eyed person quickly pointed into the distance. Spatial distortion is hard to detect. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. It's a god. A god has come to save us. People fell to their knees, bowing their heads repeatedly in gratitude. Ignis's lips twitched. Well, since he planned to use the bodies of the dead refugees for his experiments, saving their surviving families was only right. After all, experimenting on people without their consent still made him uneasy deep down. Ignis reached down and wrote a few words in English on the ground. Except when dealing with those utterly uncivilized, immoral apes, he still wanted to keep some shred of humanity in his heart when facing most people. What does it mean? A puzzled refugee stared at the English words on the ground, unable to understand. A learned teacher quickly stepped forward from the crowd, studying the writing. The god is asking if we wish the dead to be taken away. Ignis's mouth twitched again. Was that really what he meant? Damn it. Yes, yes. The refugees nodded eagerly, dropping to their knees in unison once more, showering the god with endless thanks. Ignis glanced at the bald man, resentment rising within him as he began to curse the fellow. That bald man, who had seemed entirely lifeless, suddenly began to radiate an ominous, sinister purple aura, strange and foreboding. A large, bald-headed cursed spirit materialized before him. Not bad, a grade 2 cursed spirit. Next, Ignis turned his curses on the rest of the warlord soldiers. 5 grade 3 cursed spirits and 20 grade 4 cursed spirits appeared. Take them. At his command, the cursed spirits dutifully lifted the dead. They followed him to the other side of the area, where no one was around. The cursed spirits began digging pits, while Ignis approached one of the corpses. He reached down, dagger in hand, and plunged it into the person's heart to retrieve the bullet. Then, holding his palm above the wounded heart, shot through by a bullet. Reversal technique. A gentle, life-filled glow of positive energy enveloped the heart, slowly restoring it to life. There are 2 problems with bringing the dead back to life. First, if a vital organ is damaged, reviving it and channeling energy to heal requires an extremely high degree of precision. Take the heart, for example. The slightest mistake, and the heart could explode, drenching Ignis's face in blood. Even a senior medic at the Jiu-Jitsu High, Yeri, can't pull off something like that. Second, the body may come back to life, but what about the soul? Ignis sensed that either Sukuna had some secret technique for this, or it had something to do with the unique properties of cursed energy. Perhaps cursed energy itself is fundamentally tied to the human soul. And on this point, the special grade cursed mojito is the undisputed expert. A heavy thud resounded, just as the heart was on the verge of healing. Cursed energy striving to wrap around the damaged area, holding back the surge of high-pressure blood. The heart burst apart with a violent pop, and a pillar of blood shot into the air. Ignace was soaked from head to toe in red, his mood growing stifled. Next, experiment, try again, and keep testing. Eventually he would master the advanced reverse curse technique of Sukuna. Is the soul equal to the body? Or does the soul precede the body? Ignace placed both hands over the deceased's heart and continued to channel the reverse technique, attempting to heal the other. Once again, the burst heart regenerated. At the same time, his mind wandered to Mojito's theories and words. No, this world is different. Its rules must change accordingly. In the future, the Ancient One faked death to escape, with the body dead but the soul enduring. So, in the next instant, the heart erupted again, drenching him in fresh blood. Was the soul already gone? He had accounted for things like blood pressure, always using cursed energy to protect the heart, and weaving barriers of energy around the damaged area, waiting for the heart to fully recover. As a medical student, he was already quite adept at physically safeguarding the heart. Sukuna. Ignace began to ponder the legendary tales of Raiman Sukuna. He surmised that the reason Sukuna's remains became the 20 special grade cursed fingers after death, and why he retained his memories from life, was perhaps because Sukuna found a way to exist in another form. After all, he had once been human, and could not escape death. Yet, as a soul, a cursed spirit, he managed to linger in the world. Surely, Sukuna possessed far deeper theories and knowledge about the relationship between soul and body. Sadly, Sukuna and he did not inhabit the same world. At best, he could travel to Japan and seek out whatever legends about Sukuna this world possessed. But those were mostly worthless rumors anyway. Space itself seemed to close in from all directions, as if countless mirrors surrounded him, up, down, left, right, everywhere. The very orientation of space began to twist and warp. A bald woman appeared behind Ignace. She wore a flowing yellow robe and looked at the boy with calm composure. The time of death is still recent. The soul has yet to depart. The Ancient One intoned. Ignace was startled, and together with Isdeth, quickly turned to look at each other. The Ancient One merely gave him a mysterious smile. In the next instant, everything between heaven and earth returned to normal, and her figure vanished without a trace. Ignace hurriedly looked up at the sky. There was a small hole in the barrier he had set up. Well, that's that. Compared to a true master, he was still far too weak. He had painstakingly established a binding barrier, yet she had slipped right through a hole as if it were nothing. Fortunately, for some reason, the Ancient One had come not to cause trouble, but to give him a warning, to keep him from getting stuck in his own obsessiveness. So that's how it is. It's just that my skills aren't up to par yet. Ignace then went to each of the dead, applying the reversal technique one by one. If he failed, he simply accepted it. He tried on everyone. Only one person, someone who had lost too much blood and was on the verge of death, was pulled back from the brink. The rest of the dead had already been buried by the cursed spirits. Ignace glanced at the person he'd managed to save, then took Isdeth's hand and soared into the sky. In truth, that person hadn't actually died. He was just near death and had been mistaken for a corpse. Ignace hadn't yet mastered the stage of the reversal technique that could bring the dead back to life. But he no longer felt the pressure. He would do his best and leave the rest to fate. Everything would unfold naturally. He had only two things to do in Afghanistan. First, to confirm whether there was an ominous cursed aura in the areas with the highest death toll. He checked and found none. Second, to take the opportunity to experiment with a dead body. With that done, it was time to return to fishing. He clicked his tongue in amusement, wondering what level of cursed spirit Mother of Astra's Kerman could become. As he passed over a military base, Ignace cast a cold, steely glare downward. The next moment, his long hair began to change, curling into thick, cannon-like tubes. Granite a shockwave. A thunderous roar followed. High-pressure, cursed energy suddenly erupted from Ignace's curled hair, blasting out like a cannon, and a terrifying shockwave thundered downward toward the military base below. But to ordinary people, cursed energy was invisible. High above, the shockwave of cursed energy hurtled toward the base's missiles. On the ground, the American soldiers were still leisurely enjoying their overseas deployment, utterly unaware. A deafening explosion shook the air. In the blink of an eye, the shockwave struck the missiles, triggering a massive blast. Fireballs erupted, swelling and spreading in all directions, and an even more terrifying shockwave swept outward, consuming everything in its path. In an instant, the base was engulfed in a sea of fire. Only then did Ignace, satisfied, take his death in his arms and fly off toward America. Did you see that? Don't ever think about starting a war again. As for the U.S., that'll be enough for your amusement. Ignace said with a smile. That's wonderful. Isdeth hugged him tightly, overjoyed. Since Ignace planned to stay by her side, she would simply make trouble for America alone. Every time the U.S. suffers, that's the greatest contribution to world peace. By the way, Isdeth, Once we receive the dividend from Stark Industries, I'm planning to donate some of it, Ignace said, intending to give some to his true homeland. Consider it a token of affection from someone far from home. I don't mind. It's not my money, after all, Isteth responded quickly. Besides, I didn't object when you donated $100,000 to Sichuan in China just a few days ago. If she were still an imperial general and had American dollars at hand, she would have joined Ignace in making the donation. Isteth was never one to care much about money. She was always generous with her own people. And when it came to supporting her beloved's wishes, she was all the more eager. All right, let's find a time to get married. A flush rose on Isteth's cheeks. The fierce queen, shy and flustered for once. Sometime later, Edwards Air Force Base, California, United States. The command room was abuzz with activity. Dozens of staff members stared at their computer screens, scanning intelligence, watching satellite images, exchanging reports, and updating the status from posts around the globe. What the hell is that thing? Can we enter that area? No, sir. They're using human shields. Command has ordered us to stay out. Contact the Department of Defense. Let them handle this. A liaison officer grabbed the phone, dialing in haste. Unidentified flying object detected. Meanwhile, at SHIELD headquarters, chaos reigned there as well. Just as the military spotted an unidentified humanoid flying object, SHIELD picked up something even stranger. Sir, we've detected an unidentified flying object, and not far from its flight path, there's a bizarre phenomenon. Light bending, almost as if space distortion. Technicians scrambled from desk to desk as Nick Fury and Coulson stood before a screen, staring at the photos. Within the warped light, something seemed to be concealed, like a poorly edited photo, but with no trace of manipulation to be found. The most disturbing part, this wasn't digital trickery, but genuine spatial distortion, likely involving advanced technology. Mother, what the hell is this? Damn it, aliens or what? How the hell did they get their hands on space warp tech? Damn. True to his nickname, Fury let out a string of curses without missing a beat. Find out. Where's this thing heading? Sir, it's already vanished. We only spotted this strange phenomenon by pure chance. While observing a humanoid flying device, this anomaly briefly appeared. What? Fury glared at them furiously, then slammed his palm down on the table with a bang. Investigate. I don't care what it takes. Use every method you've got. God damn it. The next day, America, New York. A live broadcast of a military press conference was underway. The venue bustled with reporters firing off questions. Colonel James Rhodes stood on stage, facing the cameras and a sea of microphones as he began to speak. During yesterday's aerial exercise, an F-22 fighter jet unfortunately crashed. Fortunately, the pilot emerged unscathed. As for the unexpected riots that broke out in several locations in Afghanistan, we still don't know who or what groups may have been involved. But I can assure you, the U.S. government had nothing to do with it. Rhodes scanned the room nervously. In truth, he could have just brushed things off with excuses like this. After all, they become quite used to giving such explanations, and the American public knew all too well what to expect from them. However, Colonel James, what about the massive explosion at our military base in Afghanistan yesterday? Colonel, was any foreign nation involved in the incident? Colonel, why did the base's missiles detonate without warning? How many casualties were there? Will you actually take responsibility for the families this time? James! A barrage of questions from reporters relentlessly targeted another incident, leaving Colonel Rhodes at a loss. One at a time, please. One at a time. Rhodes hastily waved his hands to calm the room. Regarding that event, we have already launched an investigation. It was an act of terrorism. There's no need for panic. We will respond with appropriate measures, and New York, Obadiah's mansion. Obadiah sat on his sofa, swirling a glass of fine liquor, his face clouded with anger as he stared at the television. He didn't believe a word of these official statements. As a board member of a major arms manufacturer, he'd spun more lies than he'd eaten hot meals. And as the mastermind behind Stark's abduction, he knew all too well who was really responsible for these events. Stark. Obadiah slammed his glass down hard on the table and stood up, preparing to head to Afghanistan to meet with certain individuals. At this moment, Obadiah was convinced Stark was to blame, unaware that the bald leader of the terrorist group was already dead as he traveled to Afghanistan. Meanwhile, Stark had begun to suspect Obadiah as well. After a candid discussion with Pepper, Stark ultimately decided to have her help him hack into Obadiah's computer, hoping to put a stop to the company's shady dealings. Sitting in his lab, Stark stared at the profiles of the company's key members on the screen, lost deep in thought. Among everyone in the company, Pepper was the only one he could trust completely. And after all of this, within the company, and even on the board, the only other person he felt he could truly rely on was that promising young man, Ignace. This matter is settled. I suppose I can meet that kid now. Jarvis, remind me about this in a week. With that, Stark lifted his glass and took a sip of the vegetable juice, grimacing at the unpleasant taste. Of course, sir. Jarvis replied smoothly. A few days later, Stark Industries headquarters. Inside the elevator, Pepper, carrying her handbag, stepped out as the doors slid open and immediately ran into two familiar faces. They were Ignace Mora, the new shareholder she'd met at the Disney Concert Hall Gala, and his girlfriend, Isteth. Hello, Mr. Mora. Are you here at Mr. Obadiah's invitation? Pepper greeted Ignace with a polite smile. Oh, Ms. Potts, hello. Ignace returned the greeting with a warm smile. Obadiah had indeed invited him to attend today's shareholders meeting. Obadiah had suffered a setback with him just recently. Then, not long after, their bald-headed enforcer turned up dead. Obadiah had immediately sent people to recover the original Iron Man suit that the bald man had previously unearthed. Obadiah was starting to worry that Stark might have noticed something was amiss. So on his way back, he asked his people to contact Ignace. He planned to make an example of Ignace first, and then take care of Tony. After all, Ignace was just another nouveau riche. If he'd become a shareholder and still hadn't hired any security detail, he had only himself to blame if he got kicked out. As for Tony, well, Obadiah had practically watched him grow up. He was confident he could take Tony down, too. Obadiah said he was calling a shareholders meeting, so of course I came. I certainly don't want Stark missing from the company. Ignace spoke with a light-hearted grin. He knew exactly what kind of tricks Obadiah was up to. But with Stark in control, his dividends would only increase. Let the professionals handle professional matters. Pepper joked. Exactly. You go on with your work. Ignace waved her off with a smile, glancing discreetly at Obadiah's office. He could cover for her later, if needed. All right, I won't keep you any longer. With that, Pepper hurried to call a staff member to serve Ignace some tea. As Stark's assistant, she knew the company records well enough to remember that Ignace preferred tea over coffee. Ignace took the tea, and together with his death, settled into the waiting lounge, patiently awaiting Obadiah's arrival. Ah, you're here. Not long after, the elevator doors slid open once more. Obadiah stepped out, smiling as he caught sight of Ignace. Come on, let's get this meeting started and wrap it up quickly. To be honest, I don't care about any of Stark Industries' internal squabbles. I'm just here to collect my dividends in peace. Ignace grinned at Obadiah, leading him toward a conference room down the hall. Let's go. Obadiah shot the young man a cold, mocking glance. If he dared defy him, it would only be a matter of days before someone was sent to take care of him for good. Conference room. Several shareholders arrived in succession. Obadiah sat at the head of the table, his smile fixed on Ignace, preparing for one final test. Gentlemen, I intend to pressure Stark into reopening the weapons manufacturing division. Who's in favor? Who opposes? Obadiah spoke with the deceptive smile of a tiger ready to pounce, his tone laced with icy contempt. Aye. The shareholders were about to chime in their agreement, eager to curry favor, since Obadiah was now running the show. But someone cut them off. I don't agree, Ignace declared. Stark had taken the fall for Afghanistan. Naturally, Ignace felt he owed Stark his support. Besides, with Stark Industries being so massive, his own dividends were tied to Stark's success. Ignace, you're still young. Listen to me, kid. Do you remember the attack in Afghanistan a few days ago? This world is far too dangerous. America needs our weapons. You'll profit, too. Don't be stubborn like Tony. Obadiah's face grew colder as he spoke. This was his final warning. Obey, or it would be the end of him. I'll say it right now, I disagree. Ignace waved his hand dismissively, eyeing the group of old-timers with a grin. TSK. Sure, Stark was sharp-tongued and could be abrasive. But when it came to getting things done, no one could deny his impact. He'd go on to save half the world with a single snap of his fingers. Ignace had no intention of sucking up to Stark, but he certainly wasn't going to stab him in the back, either. Ignace's defiance infuriated Obadiah and the other elders in the room. Meanwhile, Pepper was hacking into Obadiah's computer, uncovering a trove of shocking files. With her bag and flash drive in tow, she hurried out. A jade-colored creature watched as Pepper boarded the elevator, then phased through the conference room's wall and came to Ignace, nodding at him in its clumsy way. Well then, old man, let's see who gets the last laugh. Ignace rose with a smirk, throwing a challenge at both the shareholders and Obadiah before taking his girlfriend's hand and leaving. Obadiah's expression was dark as thunder. The shareholders, boiling with rage, tried to scold Ignace, but his sharp tongue left them speechless. After all, this kid's barbs were a match for Stark's own. Outside the conference room, Ignace walked off with his death, caring little what those old relics, led by Obadiah, thought of him. In the end, Obadiah's own ambition would be his undoing. And the directors who had sided with Obadiah in blocking Stark's return? They'd likely be driven out by Stark's business maneuvers soon enough. In this way, Stark could both reclaim more shares and weed out the troublemakers. Ignace was able to coast along with Big Turd, get paid for doing nothing, and, for good measure, throw jabs at a bunch of powerful figures he never would have dared confront in his previous life. How satisfying. Obadiah was furious. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the shareholders' meeting, stood up, and strode out of the room toward his own office. Back in his office, he sat down at his desk and nudged his mouse. The screen flickered to life. A download icon appeared, displaying the words, "Download complete." Damn it. Obadiah had just picked up the newspaper, but in a fit of rage, he flung it aside. He had been robbed right under his nose. He leapt to his feet and rushed out, his mind racing back to the mention of Pepper's arrival and the shareholder Ignace. Suddenly, it all became clear. That ungrateful scoundrel Ignace. He's been in league with Stark all along. They've set me up deliberately. Ignace had stirred the pot at the board meeting, antagonizing shareholders and drawing everyone's attention. Meanwhile, Pepper had stolen his files. Those computers contained mountains of evidence. Obadiah's secret, illegal sales of Stark Industries weapons, his embezzlement, and even videos of him hiring terrorists to kidnap Stark. There was no turning back for him now. Obadiah had only two options: either don the Ironmonger suit or end up behind bars. Obadiah stormed out of his office, but Pepper was already gone, and Ignace had also vanished without a trace. He let out a cold snort and marched straight toward the large arc reactor development site. There, Obadiah unleashed his fury on the scientists, who were helpless in the face of the challenge of miniaturizing the arc reactor technology. Driven by rage, he decided he would have to steal Tony's miniature arc reactor himself. Meanwhile, Pepper crossed paths with Agent Coulson. Together, they set out to investigate Obadiah, hoping to uncover the hidden prototype Iron Man suit. At the same time, she reached out to Colonel James Rhodes. "I need to contact Ignace, the shareholder. Obadiah is extremely dangerous. He just finished the board meeting. He has to get out of here, right away, or risk getting caught in the crossfire." Pepper hung up with James and prepared to call Ignace. Coulson didn't try to stop her. Obadiah was trouble enough. He didn't want that mysterious and dangerous woman at Ignace's side getting involved too. A mysterious woman, legends of sorcerous spirits, the Iron Man suit. So many headaches all at once. They were truly swamped. At that very moment, Hawkeye and Black Widow were still digging into the legends of those spirits. Hawkeye had planned to find Ignace for a talk, but instead, he happened to run into Pepper, who now needed protection. On the bustling streets of New York, Ignace and Isdeth strolled about, sampling street food and catching up on the latest news. "This is just ridiculous," Ignace said, shaking his head in exasperation as he watched the shameless declarations on American news. "This troublemaker stirs up chaos wherever he goes, always trying to pin the blame on others. He and Isdeth have decided not to leave anymore. One will drain America of its vitality, the other will wreak havoc within its borders. Isn't that wonderful? As for America's supposed sanctions against a certain country, all he can say is, just send more cursed spirits into those senators' homes. Keep them restless. Make their days filled with anxiety and panic." In a way, Ignace is actually contributing to world peace. If the World Peace Prize isn't awarded to Ignace, then clearly those judges are blind to true merit. "How about we head home? There's really nothing fun left here." Isdeth shook her head, clearly exasperated. She actually liked Afghanistan, a place where war was everywhere. Ignace had promised her some excitement in America, but so far, she hadn't seen any at all. "It won't be long," Ignace replied with a smile. He understood Isdeth well, knowing she was someone who thrived on war and took joy in conflict. That was exactly why he never planned to return home. Instead, he deliberately kept Isdeth here in America, just to let her sow chaos in this land. Her passion for war wasn't something he could talk her out of with a few words. So, from the very beginning, he never thought he could keep himself hidden for long. Might as well relax, fish for opportunities, and be ready to protect himself. In the Marvel world, living in the shadows has its own way of survival, just as displaying one's strength does. Maybe I should start a business. No, a private clinic would be better. Ignace looked at the list of senators on his phone and chuckled. His reversal technique could regenerate limbs. With that, he could become a private doctor for the world's powerful and influential, winning their favor by healing them. For business, Stark Industries could offer protection, and in the world of power, he could gain the support of the world elite. Even if his identity was exposed, not even S.H.I.E.L.D. could do much to him. Besides, his death was basically a ghost in the system. There's no way S.H.I.E.L.D. could fabricate a flawless personal file for her. "Hello? Go ahead, I'm listening." Ignace had just received a call from Pepper Potts. On her end, Pepper was clearly busy and anxious, as if she were searching for something in the industrial park. "Listen to me, Director Mola. Obadiah has taken control of a very dangerous weapon of war. I'm leading agents in a search right now to prevent him from threatening Stark. You need to take your girlfriend Isdeth and get out of that area immediately. If anything goes wrong, Obadiah, who already holds a grudge against you, will likely come after you first." While Pepper hurriedly warned Ignace, she was also leading Coulson and others around, interrogating company scientists and weapons designers, asking about the whereabouts of the Iron Man suit. Unfortunately, those people had taken quite a sum from Obadiah and were stubbornly tight-lipped. It was unlikely they'd give anything up before nightfall. All right, but if I leave, won't you be the first one in danger?" Ignace replied with a laugh. "That doesn't matter. We're in this together." Coulson quickly took the phone and hung up after his brief exchange. Out on the street, Ignace shook his head helplessly. What good was Coulson anyway? The Ironmonger was on the move, knocking out one agent with every punch, sending them flying with each blow. Night fell. New York. Obadiah had just returned from Stark's mansion, having stolen the arc reactor from Stark. He made his way back to the industrial complex, entered the secret room where the Ironmonger suit was stored, and installed the stolen core. At the same time, the agents finally managed to extract the location of the armor. Stark Industries ranked among the world's top corporate giants. To guard against industrial espionage, the complex was filled with hidden rooms containing advanced tech, their existence known only to upper management. When Coulson and Pepper found a small suit of armor, they realized there was a maintenance platform for an even larger suit behind them. Loose cables dangled ominously, foreshadowing the danger to come. Pepper walked toward a shadowy corner, peering past the heavy iron chains. Suddenly, the suit whirred to life, the screen on the armor flaring bright in front of her. The chains rattled loudly as the towering, massive armor straightened up, locking its sights onto Pepper. Pepper cried out in alarm and ran for the exit, warning the agents. "Open fire. Shoot now." The agents raised their guns and began firing, but in the blink of an eye, the ironmonger burst out, sending them flying one by one. Even the steel walkway was torn apart, sparks flying everywhere. A thunderous roar erupted as the flame thrusters ignited, propelling the massive ironmonger suit as it tore after Pepper with terrifying speed. The reinforced concrete door trembled under the assault, bulging outward on the verge of shattering. The ironmonger's huge steel hand lunged toward Pepper. At the entrance to the industrial complex, Pepper hurried outside, her steps quick with anxiety. By sheer luck, she had managed to evade Obadiah's attack. "Tony, are you all right?" "I'm fine. Obadiah has lost his mind." "I know, listen to me. Get out of there now." "He's built the ironmonger suit. Leave now, hurry." Pepper spoke to Stark via her earpiece, while Stark urged her to escape at once. A deep rumble shook the ground. Pepper turned back, puzzled, just in time to see the ground bulge and the concrete crack open, a cloud of dust rising. A massive steel arm burst through the floor, gripping the earth. The gigantic ironmonger suit had clawed its way out from the underground testing area. Towering above the terrified, retreating Pepper, the armored giant raised its mechanical arm, aiming directly at her. "You're no longer useful." Obadiah's voice thundered through the suit as he aimed the 6-barreled Gatling gun at Pepper. The barrels began to spin. The bullets were about to fly. "Get out of the way." In the next instant, from the top of the high-rise, a striking figure leapt down. With a powerful swing, a long leg lashed out and landed a fierce kick on the ironmonger. Boom! The ironmonger was instantly sent flying backward, crashing into a tank's barrel in the industrial park, toppling a wall, in the blink of an eye, hurtling into the street beyond. Its death landed in a half-crouch before Pepper, the long wind gently sweeping her long blue hair, which fluttered behind her like a billowing azure cloak. Dressed in a crisp white suit, she was both stunning and brimming with heroic poise. Retrieving her sword from within the cursed spirit's body, she grasped her European blade with pride. The tip of her sword aimed straight at the ironmonger outside. "This is simply too much fun." Isdeth smiled as she watched the ironmonger outside, the iron giant scrambling to its feet, roaring in frustration. Come on, I'm not even warmed up yet." Isdeth let out a hearty laugh, and in the next instant, burst forward, slashing her sword fiercely toward the ironmonger. Atop the skyscraper, Ignaz sat on the edge, watching his girlfriend with an amused smile. He had always said that America, for a war-loving soul like Isdeth, was nothing short of paradise. "Mr. Ignaz, may we have a word about your girlfriend?" Just then, Carlson's voice sounded from behind Ignaz. The click of polished shoes approached, and Ignaz, unsurprised, watched the man step up beside him. He had scattered plenty of low-level, thug-like cursed spirits around this building and the neighboring streets. He could see clearly everything S.H.I.E.L.D. was up to. Of course, he'd also managed to throw a wrench into SHLD's earlier plan. When Pepper was fleeing in panic and the ironmonger was raging, they tried to steal the Iron Man suit data, but he'd intervened. Using the power of the Woolading Pavilion to bend space and turn invisible, Ignaz had smashed every server on Obadiah's side that stored Iron Man suit data into a heap of scrap. Carlson had no idea who pulled it off, but he was definitely frustrated. So for now, he had no choice but to abandon that immoral, and frankly illegal, mission, and, while his death was busy battling the ironmonger, try to put some pressure on Ignaz instead. "Shareholder Ignaz, you must know your girlfriend isn't an ordinary person. We're an international organization devoted to preserving world peace and handling unusual incidents. So, there's some things I hope you'll be honest about." Carlson spoke while standing beside Ignaz. Ignaz looked at his girlfriend, who hadn't even bothered using her powers yet, simply dueling and kicking the ironmonger, and almost pitted the iron giant. The ironmonger was tough, but Isdeth was tougher. Isdeth herself possessed speed and explosive power beyond that of any wild beast. She excelled at every style of combat, and her greatest passion was war, relishing every moment of battle. Even without using her powers, there were times when she could take on the deadly creatures of the Achaean world with nothing but her fists and feet. With the formidable ice imperial arms added to her arsenal, her combat prowess became downright terrifying. In the Achaean GA Kill storyline, during the final battle in the imperial capital, after the Supreme Taiga was defeated, Isdeth fought single-handedly against more than a dozen imperial arms users and countless soldiers, displaying unmatched strength and supremacy. Her death was partly dictated by the plot, and partly because her infatuation held her back. As for Ironmonger, it was difficult enough just to force his death to use her powers. Confess to what, exactly? Ignaz looked at Carlson with a smile and shook his head. "My girlfriend is only a little bit stronger than you guys, really. If I have to confess, she's undocumented. She came from another country." "All right." Carlson's mouth twitched. "A little bit stronger?" More like a billion times stronger. She could beat up the Ironmonger's armor with her bare hands. Could you please act a little more like a regular person? Ignace continued smiling at Coulson, clearly not intending to answer seriously. He had no plans to become friends with Coulson or bare his soul. Coulson was a top agent at S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, agents were never easy to deal with. In the original story, Coulson acted like a good-natured old hand, but that was only because of the people he interacted with. Either tech geniuses, superpowered mutants, or alien princes. Given that, of course Coulson had to play the good guy. But Ignace knew that, in the comics, they could even copy Captain Marvel's cells and create a new generation of Captain Marvels. So, while he liked to fish for information, he never let down his guard. Just a few days ago, he'd seen a news interview with George Stacy, the father of Spider-Woman Gwen. Ignace was speechless for a long while. Yet again, the movie world plot was shifting, this time mixing in clues about Spider-Woman. Now, he was starting to wonder if this was any kind of proper cinematic universe at all. High above the city, a figure shot through the sky with a roar. Iron Man. Stark had found that first-generation arc reactor that Pepper had wrapped as a gift, donned his latest Iron Man suit, and arrived just in time. Sir, Mr. Ignace is present, and his girlfriend, Isdeth, is currently engaged in fierce combat with Obadiah, who's wearing the Ironmonger suit. Jarvis's voice sounded in Stark's ear. Stark glanced up at Ignace, who was perched on a rooftop. Hey, careful sitting on the edge of the building. Don't want to see you fall off. Stark quipped, then shot off at full speed toward the industrial park, landing right in front of Pepper. At the same time, his eyes widened in surprise at the woman outside, who was physically overpowering the Ironmonger. Unbelievable. Ignace shot Stark a middle finger, ignoring whatever Coulson was saying beside him. Fishing for information required caution, and sometimes it paid to play hard to get. He also decided to show off his power a bit. That way, S.H.I.E.L.D. would take the bait properly and stop looking down on him as just another pitiful, backgroundless, newly rich superhero. Of course, he didn't really consider himself a superhero, nor did he feel any obligation to take up that mantle. Everything was for the sake of fishing, and turning those annoying pests into high-grade, cursed spirits. Ignace, even if we don't come looking for you, the military and the Z-World will. I really think you'd be better off. Coulson was trying to play the good guy, but before he could finish, Ignace jumped out the window. Coulson was stunned. This was going way too far. He wasn't some annoying, nagging monk after all. His death move. I'm going all out. Ignace's body plummeted swiftly toward the ground. In the next instant, his hair curled up, mimicking the curse technique of the stone dragon. In a terrifying flash, high-pressure cursed energy gathered in his hair, forming a cannon-like barrel. Isdeth slammed her palm onto the ground, and a pillar of ice shot up beneath Ironmonger's feet, sending him rocketing into the sky. At the same time, Ignace unleashed his Granita shockwave, a massive blast hurtling straight for Ironmonger. A thunderous boom echoed through the city streets. Up above the bustling avenue, Ignace's white suit billowed in the wind as the Granita shockwave struck Ironmonger with a devastating impact. Ironmonger was instantly blown apart. The deafening explosion reverberated across several blocks, and a brilliant blossom of fireworks lit up the sky above the busy street. The shockwave continued to pulse from Ignace's curled hair, scattering the fiery remains of Ironmonger's explosion and shattering the ice pillar bit by bit. Using the recoil from the Granita shockwave, Ignace slowed his descent, gently touching down as he retracted his cursed energy and let the shockwave fade. He was ready to make a stylish landing. But then, whoosh, she swooped in, arms wide, and wrapped him up in a fierce embrace. With a couple of crisp steps, they landed together. Without missing a beat, she pressed him down and planted a deep, passionate kiss on his lips. He'd let his guard down. He'd forgotten that his wife was the domineering queen type. So, after flexing a little for the crowd and snatching away Isdeth's toy, Ignace was getting his payback in front of everyone. Isdeth was making it clear who owned him, right in front of the whole world. Ignace reveled in her sweetness, quickly regaining the upper hand and deepening the kiss. Phew! A few minutes later, they finally pulled apart. All the drivers stuck in traffic on the street were left dumbfounded. Stark and Pepper, who'd just arrived, were frozen in shock. Even Coulson, shivering in the wind upstairs, could only stare in disbelief. It was one thing to physically beat down a suit of Iron Man armor, but conjuring a massive ice pillar with a single slap. What on earth was that? Ignace had gotten lucky and struck it rich, fine. Becoming a shareholder of Stark Industries, fine. But blasting Ironmonger to bits with a pressure wave launched from his hair? That was just absurd. As a result, the young couple easily tossed the Ironmonger aside, as if they were just playing around, like children toying with ants. And then, right in front of countless onlookers and passing journalists, no less, they started kissing. Oh, sorry, we seem to be blocking traffic, Ignace said with a smile, nodding politely. With one arm wrapped around Isdeth's slender waist, he turned to leave. Please wait a moment. A female reporter, visibly excited, hurried out from the crowd. Sir, I'm with the New York Times. Could we have a quick interview with you both? Hey, Stark had finally snapped out of his shock over the mysterious new shareholder and quickly waved at Ignace. He pointed to a sports car parked by the curb, one of the few vehicles still in decent shape. That was the car he'd bought for Pepper to use for work. Well, he'd merely suggested it. Pepper had handled all the actual purchasing herself. Pepper, catching on, hurried over to hand Ignace the keys. Thanks. Ignace nodded his appreciation. Taking the keys, he pulled his desk close and made to leave. At the doors of a nearby building, Carlson rushed out, just off the elevator. He couldn't let Ignace and Isteth simply walk away. Not when the CIA, FBI, the military, and who knew how many other agencies would soon be racing to make contact. Mr. Ignace, wait. Things have gotten quite serious. We really need to. The throaty roar of the sports car's engine cut him off. Inside, Ignace gripped the wheel, slammed the gas, and in a flash, they were gone, leaving Carlson standing in a cloud of dust. This is bad, Carlson muttered helplessly. After all, neither Ignace nor Isteth had bothered to hide their faces when confronting the ironmonger. They had taken him down openly, barefaced, for all the world to see. In fact, Ignace's way of making his debut was rather reminiscent of Iron Man's own. As long as he had enough wealth and influence in America, with connections to plenty of senators, he could afford to be high profile. No one would dare touch him. His method of building those political connections would, in time, involve using his reversal techniques on certain powerful individuals. As for covering things up, making witnesses sign NDAs, sealing off streets and online information, and wrapping it all up as a mere accident, Ignace had no interest in that. With his status as a Stark Industries shareholder and extensive high-level connections, that was his passport. For people like him and Iron Man, trying to hide only made it easier for enemies to quietly eliminate them, to target them from the shadows. That very night, the entire United States was thrown into an uproar. Footage of Ignace and Isteth effortlessly crushing the Iron Man suit spread instantly across America, and soon, the sensational news was racing around the globe. Out on the open road, under the moonlit sky, the deafening roar of a sports car engine exploded in the air as a dazzling pink streak shot past, sending dried yellow leaves swirling into the sky along the roadside. Stark, my girlfriend is deaf, and I took care of Obadiah for you. We saved your girlfriend Pepper and spared you greater financial loss. So, what do you think? Shouldn't you give me Obadiah's shares as a thank you gift? Inside Stark Enterprises, in the office, Stark listened helplessly to the voice on the phone, thankful that Pepper wasn't there to hear this. Don't say that sort of thing. How is it not true? Stark was speechless. This guy's appetite was bigger than he thought. I'll give you at most 1/3 of his shares. Stark was indeed grateful for the help, but when it came to consolidating company shares, he had to take things seriously. Gratitude was one thing. Company business was another. The line had to be drawn. Then I'll take this car as compensation, at least as part of it. Ignace chuckled. Stark's mouth twitched. This was the gift he'd had Pepper buy for herself, using his own money. No way. That's a gift for Pepper. Stark refused at once. Half the shares, that's my limit. If you want more, you'll have to buy them. Deal, I'll take it. Ignace accepted half the shares with a grin. Why had he invested in Stark Industries to begin with? Wasn't it to secure a life of leisure, earning money while lying back and relaxing? Ever since he pulled off that big score in New York's gaming circles, most gambling dens in America wanted nothing to do with him. Ignace couldn't be bothered to make money in the gray areas anymore. Luxurious relaxation. It was. By the way, how did you pull off that trick earlier? Stark asked. You mean the hair shockwave? That's easy enough to explain, but you'll have to do me a favor first. Ignace replied with a smile. Stark nodded. That's fine. See you at the press conference tomorrow. A press conference, huh? What a pain. Tell me about it. On the open road, Ignace was reveling in the thrill of driving, one hand on the steering wheel, the other gently playing with Isteth's delicate fingers. The Granada shockwave. Aren't you worried the U.S. military will catch on? Isteth looked at him with keen interest. Are you? Ignace shot back with a grin. Not at all. Isteth's eyes burned with an even fiercer hunger for battle, and Ignace laughed in response. Relax. They didn't figure anything out after the military base incident. Ignace shook his head, still smiling. That time, it was the invisible enemy at work. What did that have to do with Ignace, who loved to show off but couldn't turn invisible? Every identifying feature of the Granada shockwave went unseen during the explosion at the military base. People are still speculating about what kind of advanced weapon caused it. The next day, New York, at the press conference, Ignace and Stark sat together in the lounge. Stark glanced at the newspaper, enjoying Pepper's attentive care. Ignace, now the second largest shareholder of Stark Industries, sat on the other side with his legs crossed, absent-mindedly rubbing the head of a little rabbit in his hands. He couldn't help but wish he could hurry home and finish the creature off with a single stroke. What are you doing with that rabbit? Stark put down his newspaper and looked at him in puzzlement. Are you planning to imitate Chang'e and fly to the moon? Too bad you're not a lady. He teased with a laugh. Ignace shot him a glance, then reached out with a sharp twist and, with a crisp snap, broke the rabbit's leg. Stark raised an eyebrow, while Pepper gasped in shock. Then they watched as Ignace placed his hand over the rabbit, working some kind of mysterious act. So, are you trying to say you're some kind of violent maniac? A pervert who tortures small animals? Stark asked, confused. Ignace continued his reversal incantation, channeling positive energy to heal the rabbit's leg, then set it down on the table. The rabbit, panicked, scrambled to escape, but his death caught it by the scruff of its neck, leaving it kicking furiously in the air. Suddenly, realization struck Stark. He stared at the rabbit's leg with excitement. Wasn't it broken just now? How could this be possible? Just moments ago, the sound of that snapping bone had been unmistakable. He jumped up from his seat. Ignace handed him the rabbit. The rabbit's strong kicks nearly caught Stark in the face as he examined its leg in astonishment. What kind of magic trick is this? Want to give it a try yourself, Mr. Big Shot? Ignace grinned at him. Stark gave the young man a peculiar look. This is exactly what I wanted to discuss. After today's events, I'd like your help gathering high-ranking officials and elites from around the world. Specifically, those with missing limbs or disabilities. I believe they'll be eager for my help. Ignace explained, and Stark regarded him thoughtfully. That didn't seem like any magic trick he'd ever seen. He was intrigued. Here are your speeches. Agent Coulson walked in, handing each of them a different speech script. Stark's was relatively easy to handle. He hadn't participated in the battle, nor had he shown himself publicly. Although the Iron Man suit was certainly eye-catching, Ignace and his death, with their own overwhelming strength, had completely outshone Ironmonger. In this incident, the two of them had truly stolen Iron Man's thunder. Okay, the two of them replied in unison, nodding as they took their scripts. But Coulson the workaholic was destined for disappointment. Now, Mr. Stark and Mr. Ignace have prepared a statement. They will not be answering any questions. Thank you for your cooperation. Colonel James stood at the podium, addressing the assembled reporters. He then made way for Stark and Ignace as they approached. It's been a while since I've given a speech like this. Why don't you go first? Actually, never mind, I'll do it. Stark glanced teasingly at Ignace, then angled the microphone toward himself. The audience burst into laughter. Ignace managed a helpless smile. This was just like Stark, but it was actually rather entertaining. The atmosphere in the room relaxed considerably. Stark reached into his pocket and pulled out the slip of paper Coulson had given him, then glanced at Ignace. Where's yours? We agreed to read them as written, remember? Ignace grinned at him and fished around in his pockets. Oops, I must have tossed it in the trash by accident. Stark chuckled, while Coulson, waiting at the far entrance, couldn't help the twitch at the corner of his mouth. These two really are something else. Finally, Stark started to give a proper explanation. Otherwise, people might have thought they'd wandered into a stand-up comedy show. Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Stark, but do you really expect us to believe in the armored bodyguard that fell from the sky, and that the so-called disguised Ignace is just a fake? And Ignace and that woman, didn't they defeat that giant suit of armor in front of everyone? A female reporter in the front row, who'd once shared a night with Stark, crossed her legs and raised her doubts. I know this all sounds unbelievable. Questioning the official story is one thing, but implying that we're superheroes and condemning us is something else entirely. Stark said a few words, then glanced at Ignace. The two of them shared a look. This script was spinning a tale that was just too far-fetched. Of course, neither had any intention of hiding the truth. I never said you were a superhero, not all. The reporter smiled, pointing at Ignace. I was talking about him. Stark was momentarily speechless. Well, so much for his chance to show off. He'd been left out of the spotlight. He looked at the slip of paper in his hand, scrunched it up, and casually tossed it in the trash. I'm clearly not cut out to be a superhero. Too many flaws, and I've made plenty of mistakes right out in the open. Stark said. Ignace took the microphone just in time. Sorry, I'm not really a superhero either. I just thought that suit of armor was pretty interesting, that's all. He didn't see himself as a hero, nor did he buy into that laughable, with great power comes great responsibility, line, or feel any need to shoulder some inexplicable duty that wasn't his. As long as he openly admitted he wasn't a hero, no one could guilt-trip him with moral expectations. James felt a jolt of dread. These two were going off script. Ignace hadn't bothered with a prepared statement, didn't give any explanations, and even steered the topic somewhere troublesome. Stark had tossed the script midway and was getting stranger by the minute. Stick to the script. James hurried over and whispered urgently to both of them, handing over backup copies. All right. Stark nodded repeatedly, taking the backup and glancing at it. Don't worry. Ignace nodded in understanding. Only then did James relax and step aside. In fact, Stark slung an arm around Ignace's shoulder, grinning as he surveyed the crowd, and with a casual flick, tossed the backup into the trash. That's right, we're superheroes. Without consulting Ignace, and right after asking him for his code name, Stark made the declaration directly. I'll admit I'm strong, but I'm no hero. Ignace replied with a teasing smile. Still, this was as good as openly admitting he was the very one whose hair unleashed those terrifying shockwaves. In an instant, the room erupted into chaos. Reporters jumped to their feet, camera flashes popped in rapid succession, and questions rained down as they surged forward. The female reporter who had once shared Stark's bed leaned back in her chair, watching him intently. Mr. Ignace, how did you pull off that feat? How does your skull withstand the force when your hair bursts out those shockwaves? Could you tell us about your girlfriend? Who is she? What about the woman who can create icicles? Is she an alien? Facing the barrage of questions from the press, Ignace and Stark, having had their moment of swagger, spun on their heels and slipped away. Colonel James, left behind, could only roll his eyes. All the trouble was dumped on him. California. inside Stark's luxurious mansion. The sound of the door opening echoed. Stark entered with Ignace and his death, along with several invited senators, making their way into the house. The interior was pitch black, and oddly, Jarvis hadn't turned on the lights as usual. "Jarvis," Stark called out. "Welcome home, Mr. Stark." The response came in a deep, mechanical tone, carrying a strange air. "We are the superheroes." A lone figure stood by the floor-to-ceiling window. "But I'm not a hero." He muttered the line again, this time with a different twist. Nick Fury, truth be told, was getting a bit annoyed. These two, each one harder to deal with than the last. "You think you're the only extraordinary beings in the world?" The man by the window, mother of turned to face them. "The universe is infinite, and our knowledge is so very limited." Fury slowly turned, and in the next moment was nearly blinded. Ignace had pulled a flashlight from his jacket, cranked it to full power, and aimed the beam straight at mother of one eye. "Young man, huh? That's enough. Put away your flashlight. You're gonna blind me." Mother of shouted, waving a hand in exasperation, his attempt at making an entrance ruined, with a bit of mischief thrown in. Ignace shook his head. Honestly, without a flashlight, it was impossible to see mother of hiding in the shadows. That racial gift of his worked better than any invisibility fruit. "Jarvis, lights on." Fury couldn't take it anymore and quickly called out. Wherever he turned his head, Ignace would shift the beam of light in the same direction, dazzling him until tears welled up in his eyes. Suddenly, the room's lights blazed on, and Motherfucker Man saw several council members staring at him with unfriendly faces. K. "Fury, who told you could barge in here?" One council member, missing an arm, glared furiously at him. For these council members, nothing was more infuriating than situations like this. Privacy and the security of their secret residences were what mattered most to them. It was just like that scene in X-Men First Class, where Mystique transformed into a senator to prove the existence of mutants, infuriating the council members. The reason was simple. It made them feel threatened. "Who are you?" Stark's face was cold as he stared at this man who had somehow tampered with his Jarvis. Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury, dark and imposing, strode forward, eyeing Stark, Ignace, and mysterious his death. He'd originally thought that if there was a problem with this couple, it would only be his death. Who could have guessed? Both of them had secrets. On top of that, Ignace had become the second largest shareholder in Stark Industries. Now, Fury felt a bit awkward about using his usual tricks to manipulate people. "I'm here to talk to you about the Avengers." Fury spoke up. "Not interested. Please leave." The one-armed council member said sharply, pointing at the door. "I think we could have a chat, don't you, Mr. Fury?" Ignace teased. Fury shot him a look, but held his tongue. Stark just shook his head and laughed. A short while later, in the living room, Fury, the council members, and several newly arrived ambassadors from various countries were gathered together. They sat quietly, watching Stark, Ignace, and his death. "Let me start," Stark said, breaking the silence. "Please, everyone, take a look." Having witnessed Ignace's abilities on the way here, Stark took the lead. Pepper brought over a rabbit, setting it gently on the table, along with a knife. The council members, the ambassadors, and Fury all exchanged puzzled glances. What on earth were Stark and Ignace planning? Ignace picked up the rabbit, raised the knife, and with a swift motion, sliced off one of its legs. The council members furrowed their brows, while the ambassadors looked on in growing discomfort. Blood dripped steadily into a prepared container. Placing his hand over the rabbit's leg, Ignace activated a reversal spell, healing the wound. Before long, the rabbit's leg had regrown, as good as new. The council members and ambassadors stared in shock, clutching their clothes and leaning forward in disbelief, eyes wide with astonishment. Fury was dumbfounded, gaping at Ignace. How had he done that? Fury was about to ask Jarvis, but then remembered he'd already crossed a line by breaking in tonight, and Stark was clearly displeased. He decided it was best to stay silent and not overstep. "Jarvis," Stark called out, already thinking he'd upgrade Jarvis later. "Understood, sir. Running analysis now." Jarvis's voice sounded through the room. "Sir, after a scan, I've detected a highly active energy source. Its nature is unknown." Jarvis reported back. "How did you do that?" The senator with the missing arm hurriedly asked, his eyes fixed on Ignace in anxious anticipation. "This is incredible. Is it magic?" The ambassadors, equally amazed, stared at him in wonder. "It's not magic." Ignace shook his head. "The truth is, the power of sorcerer is tied both to one's bloodline and to the mind. His descendants might inherit his sorcerer's gifts, or they might not. Ultimately, it all comes down to subtle differences in brain structure that separate those born to be sorcerers from everyone else. In short, Ignace himself was the key, the one who could plant the seeds of the sorcerer's legacy throughout the Marvel world. In this world, he could be called the founding father of all sorcerers. As long as his cells weren't harvested, his family could monopolize the entire sorcerer bloodline. Ladies and gentlemen, starting today, I will establish my own private medical clinic. I'll accept treatment requests from leaders all around the world. From minor wounds to missing limbs or blindness, everything can be healed. Ignace looked at them with a warm, confident smile. The senators and ambassadors gazed back, delight and hope lighting up their faces. Among the world's elite, there was never a shortage of people with ailments, like that military veteran senator with his missing arm. Mr. Ignace, about your abilities, I think we'll need to investigate further, Fury said, his brow furrowed as he studied Ignace. You're welcome to investigate, Ignace replied with a smile, glancing knowingly at the man they called the mother, **********. If Fury didn't dig deeper, Ignace wouldn't have a chance to reel him in. But you'll have to book an appointment first, Ignace added with a laugh. Fury was caught off guard. Come on, I'm now the second largest shareholder in Stark Industries, and I'm a doctor who can regrow lost limbs. Do you really expect me to give up my time and money just to hand over information for free? Ignace's tone was teasing. Fury sighed. This kid was harder to handle than he'd thought. $100,000. Fury offered tight-fisted. Are you trying to scam a homeless man? Ignace shot him a look, amused by just how stingy Fury was being. $150,000. Fury countered. Forget it. If you ever end up missing an arm or a leg, don't come to me. If you don't respect my skills, I won't help you. Ignace said with a grin. Fury's eyebrow twitched. 600,000. Fury burst out. That's the most I can authorize. The senators, ambassadors, Ignace, and Stark all shot him looks of disdain. One act. He just keeps pretending. Who knows how much this guy has pocketed? 6 figures is nothing for him. Mr. Ignace, I think I can schedule my treatment for next Monday. The senator with the missing arm spoke, handing over his phone. On the screen was a figure. $8 million. Ignace glanced at his severed limb and shook his head. Far too little. He knew all too well that these bigwigs from the States had pocketed far more than this paltry sum. Looking around at the others, Ignace saw them exchange uncertain glances. Then, one after another, they started adding zeros to the offer. Ignace flashed an OK sign, signaling his agreement. A few $100 million. For men of their stature, healing a lost limb was a bargain. Soon, the gathered senators and foreign ambassadors began to negotiate with Ignace, haggling over prices and making appointments for their own treatments. Come on, this is my absolute limit. 10 million, not a cent more. One ambassador from South Korea grumbled impatiently. He didn't want to spend too much, but also felt entitled to the treatment. I'm sorry, but you'll find the exit to your left. Ignace replied with a smile. He was well aware of Dr. Zhao Hailuan's reputation. Since these folks were so difficult, he decided he'd simply poach Dr. Zhao for himself. He wouldn't leave them a single talent. Ignace didn't dislike people from other countries. He simply had nothing but disdain for those who were hypocritical and two-faced. The gathering came to an end. With the exception of a few who had pushed their luck too far, the senators and ambassadors left the room visibly satisfied. They were already looking forward to visiting Ignace for treatment in the coming days. And, starting tonight, news of this miraculous healer, someone who could restore lost limbs, would quietly begin to circulate among the world's elite. Still, compared to the Americans, there were even more shameless negotiators present. Mr. Ignace, may I ask, how exactly does your ability work? Fury hadn't left. He was still seated on the sofa, his gaze fixed seriously on Ignace. Ignace sipped his drink, holding his Steth's hand, the two of them playfully bickering. Stark sat on the other side, glancing at Fury over his newspaper, murmuring something to Pepper. Neither couple paid any attention to the notorious director. Fury itched to let loose a mother, but he knew if he lost his cool, Ignace would only become more uncooperative. 5 million. Fury finally named his price. Ignace looked over at him. Now this was the director he knew, always ready with moral blackmail, but never above pocketing a little extra cash. Just a simple information fee, Fury added. But you pay up front. Ignace grinned. Fury's eyelid twitched. What a money grubber. It's done, Fury said at last. Ignace picked up his phone and checked the new message. $5 million received. This is a kind of ritual, rather like what you'd call magic. Ignace began to speak. Fury looked at him, exasperated, spreading his hands as if to say, is that it? $5 million, and not even a ripple? What else? Fury called out hastily. That's all. 5 million only gets you this much. This is a method for manipulating energy. Don't be too greedy. Ignace replied with a grin. Fury understood. Don't be greedy, unless you're willing to pay more. If money can change things, then it's worth talking. Fury glanced down at his phone and transferred another $10 million. For S.H.I.E.L.D., the budget starts in the billions. This small sum was nothing, and he had the clearance. Later, he'd just file it under intelligence expenses and maybe even pad the numbers a bit. Ignace glanced at his phone to see the 10 million had arrived and immediately transferred 5 million of it to his old classmate Franco, a repayment for Franco's years of help, and to settle that matter of the $1 million once and for all. Even between brothers, accounts should be clear. This is called the reversal ritual. It's specifically used for healing injuries, from minor wounds to restoring lost limbs, and at a higher level. Ignace lifted his head, smiling at Fury, who leaned in with wide eyes and attentive ears. Even Big Poop, who'd been reading the newspaper, put it down and listened intrigued. Sorry, your balance is insufficient. Ignace chuckled, entirely unapologetic. Fury almost cursed it out loud. $10 million had barely made a splash, but hadn't quite sunk either. The message was clear. For the truly valuable uses, the intelligence fee wasn't enough. How much do you want? Fury asked, try to get a straight answer. No more stingy little tidbits. For the final stage of its effects, the intelligence costs $1 billion. Ignace replied, prompting Fury to mutter, "Motherf," under his breath, while Stark only laughed. Tell me, not him, Stark said, and transferred a cool billion to Ignace without a second thought. The luxury of wealth and whim. There's still 15 million outstanding. Ignace turned to Stark. Stark cursed with a grin. Calculations so precise, and transferred another 15 million, squaring the account. Ignace wouldn't make an enemy of Stark. He'd be friends with him. But he'd never fawn over Stark either. Then, Ignace and Stark both cast a playful look at Fury, as if to say, so, Mother Fury, are you leaving yet? Fine, I'll wire you the money in a few days. But I'd advise you both, think seriously about joining the Avengers Initiative. Fury said, rising to leave. Ignace was wealthy, and now he'd won over the hearts of so many of the world's leaders, on top of his own strength. By now, he stood on the same level as Stark. There was no way the old tactics would work on him anymore. At the same time, in front of a crowd of reporters, Ignace declared that he was no hero. That made things even more complicated. Now, even if Fury tried to use moral coercion, Ignace wouldn't care. No matter what the public said, he'd remain indifferent. The only force that might have a chance against Ignace was probably Congress. But based on the intelligence reports, Fury knew that Ignace leaned more toward the ideology of the nation across the ocean. In fact, Ignace seemed to love that country even more. So Fury figured that even Congress wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand with Ignace. You want Congress to sanction him? Demand he hand over the technology related to the reversal technique? Ignace would simply pack up and emigrate. Mother! Storming out of Stark's house, Fury cursed under his breath, climbed into his car, and headed back towards S.H.I.E.L.D. Motherf! Man, he'd been outmaneuvered by two stubborn mavericks in a single day. A few days later, New York, Queens, next to the Queens branch of Presbyterian Hospital. Today, a small private clinic opened its doors. Doctors on the first floor treated patients as usual, but the second and third floors were strictly off-limits to outsiders, unless you had an appointment. However, since morning, not a single person had managed to make an appointment. On the second floor, the director of the Queens branch of Presbyterian Hospital was having a cordial conversation with a young medical student who owned the clinic. At the entrance, Ignace watched as the director turned and walked back to the hospital next door. Then he headed back into the clinic himself. On the first floor, the clinic looked entirely ordinary. But the second floor was a different world, reserved for the elite from around the globe, who came by appointment for private consultations and treatments. Ignace did possess the power of the reversal technique and could save lives, but aside from him, almost no one could master it. Even his future descendants, whether they could learn it would depend on their own abilities. So he had no intention of making this power public. He did have his own moral boundaries, but the world was vast and the suffering endless. He would not play the saint and try to save everyone. After all, a person lives for themselves. He was no superhero. He'd barely returned to the second floor when he received a visit from an American senator. Sign the agreement, Ignace said, handing over 2 copies of the contract. The senator glanced at the papers, then at the young man before him, surprise flickering across his face, but seeing nothing amiss. Blinded in one eye, the senator had heard of this miraculous doctor and hoped to be cured. But everything came at a price. If his sight was restored, he would have to pay accordingly. It was a win-win situation. After signing the agreement, the senator underwent treatment. Ignace used the reversal technique, unleashing positive energy to heal the senator's damaged eye, and the eye began to regenerate. Moments later, the senator was astonished to discover that his eye could truly see again. What began as a mere attempt ended up being an astonishing surprise. Thank you. My son-in-law was severely wounded in an assassination attempt. He lost an arm, you know. The senator gripped Ignace's hand in gratitude, his thanks pouring out, then naturally shifted the conversation to another patient. No problem, but from now on, you'll have to follow my instructions, Ignace replied. Otherwise, if anyone in your family ends up missing an arm or a leg, don't blame me for turning a blind eye. The senator quickly agreed, and the two of them, chatting and laughing, walked outside together. Befriending the second-largest shareholder of Stark Industries meant that, starting next year, he would have financial backing and a powerful guarantee of security. With such a valuable friend, there was no reason not to maintain this relationship. After seeing the senator off, Ignace turned and headed back to his clinic. By becoming mutual supporters with the senators, he could also effectively filter out trouble brought by ambitious opportunists. The world is vast, so vast that some people never leave their homeland in a lifetime. Yet the world is also small, so small that if those at the top wanted to find someone, it wouldn't take them long at all. Ignace understood this truth all too well. That's why he chose not to hide. On the contrary, he began to make plans to protect both himself and his death. Inside the clinic, on the 3rd floor. For now, this served as the home for Ignace and his death. The old apartment had already been dealt with by Ignace. By the window, a gentle breeze drifted in, sunlight spilling warmly into the room. Ignace held his Steph in his arms as she teased him, trying to seize the upper hand and assert herself as the mistress of the house. This was their daily struggle for the throne of the household. Steph, I plan to pick a quieter time for us to get married, Ignace said. Steph froze for a moment, then gazed at him in delighted surprise. A joyous shout escaped her lips as she wrapped her arms around him in happiness. Ignace chuckled and shook his head. Thank goodness Steph wasn't taller than him, or he might have been squeezed breathless. Ignace had never considered finding a girlfriend from the United States. In the beginning, without any storyline to reference, he couldn't tell if this was the movie universe or the comic universe. In the world of comics, not only did the plot lines frequently go off the rails, but relationships were also so tangled that it was enough to make anyone anxious. So, from the very start, he'd never set his sights on any of Marvel's beauties. After all, he had no desire to be caught up in endless love triangles. The world is vast, yet also very small. Bruce Banner would surely agree with this sentiment. Brazil, Rocinha Favela. Rows upon rows of makeshift homes crowded the hillside, chaos reigning everywhere. The streets were alive with noisy crowds, and crime was rampant. Hidden away here, Banner sat inside his house, eating while watching television. At the same time, he flipped through a pocket Portuguese dictionary. After finishing his meal, Banner used his newly learned Portuguese to tease a local dog, then got up to head outside. He spent his days evading General Ross, cherishing the hard-earned peace in his life. Heading out to seek a master's guidance on how to control his anger, he heard the relentless beeping from his heart rate monitor and quickly stopped the master from slapping him in the face. If this kept up, he'd soon be helping the master make funeral arrangements. Arriving at the factory's changing room, he was in the middle of putting on his work uniform when a bald man deliberately bumped into him. Banner remained calm on the surface, but his heart rate began to climb. He fought to keep his emotions in check, holding the Hulk back. The troublemaking bald man narrowly escaped disaster. A chuckle echoed from the hallway above as the boss called his name, asking for help. Banner let go of his cart and went upstairs to assist with some repairs. Before long, Banner had fixed the issue and pressed the button. The conveyor belt kicked into motion, and bottle after bottle of soda was carried down the line for processing. Meanwhile, the boss tried to persuade him to stay, offering Banner a steady job and a regular paycheck. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Banner's hand. A gash opened up, and a drop of blood fell quickly below. A wave of dread swept over Banner. He shouted for the line to be shut down and rushed downstairs. Spotting the drop of blood on the production line, he quickly wiped it clean, signaling to the boss that it was safe to continue. Production resumed. Processing, bottling, sealing, a crate of sodas was complete. Workers stacked crate after crate, sealing them in large boxes and affixing shipping labels. Yet, among these, one bottle contaminated with Banner's blood was overlooked and shipped off to the States. Milwaukee, United States. In a modest home, an elderly man opened his fridge, took out a bottle of guarana soda, and took a sip. He stared at the soda in astonishment. Wow, that was strong stuff. With a crash, the soda bottle slipped from his hand and shattered on the floor as the old man collapsed backward. The soda, tainted by Banner's blood, poisoned one of Stan Lee's Marvel cameos, shattering Banner's fragile peace. The hospital immediately reported a case of gamma poisoning, and the military was alerted in an instant. Arlington, Virginia. General Ross was brooding over how to deal with Ignace, desperate for the military to acquire Ignace's reversal technique, but he was repeatedly rebuffed by furious congressmen. Then, good news arrived. A report of gamma poisoning. Where was it bottled? Ross quickly set aside his cigar and turned to his aide. Brazil, Port Verde, the aide replied. Ross instantly thought of Banner, ordering agents to investigate with caution while he personally prepared to head to Fort Johnson to arrange for Banner's capture. In the military vehicle, General Ross glanced over Banner's file and let out a cold snort. He couldn't deal with the well-connected Stark, nor could he handle the newly risen Ignace, and he couldn't even manage someone as good-natured as Banner. New York, Queens. Director George sought out Ignace early in the morning, hoping to question him. He hadn't given up on investigating that major case from before. The rumored cursed spirit had killed most of its victims among the top brass of various organizations. So, he felt he needed to ask Ignace, who had made such a spectacular impression during the incident, a few things. Hello, this is George. Yes, I'm terribly sorry. Understand, sorry to trouble you. In the second-floor waiting lounge, George hung up his phone, having just been warned by higher-ups. If he pressed Ignace any further, he'd be out of a job the next day. My apologies, I've finished everything I needed. Goodbye. George quickly apologized to Ignace and got up to leave. He couldn't investigate people who were off-limits. From senators to the military, and from the military to the business world, Ignace had friends everywhere. George might be a good cop, but he didn't want his whole family struggling to survive in America. Besides, at the time of the incident, Ignace wasn't even at the scene. His suspicion was minimal, almost non-existent. Let me walk you out, Director George. Ignace smiled as he escorted his guest to the door. Hello, we've spoken before. Just then, an elderly man dressed in a Zhongshan suit, leaning on a cane and supported by his children, slowly approached from the end of the hallway. My apologies, I'll have to excuse myself from seeing you out. Ignace apologized to George, then turned to greet the Chinese veteran. This was someone he'd been in contact with before, someone from across the ocean. A hero from his homeland. Let me help you. He walked over to assist the elderly man. Half an hour later, Ignace helped the elderly man, whose lost limb had been restored, into a car. Young man, you're quite remarkable. When will you come home for a visit? The old man smiled at him warmly. I'll return when I have the chance, but my girlfriend is quite the handful. It's probably best for us to live here for now. Ignace replied with a grin. The old man chuckled and chatted with him a while longer before finally heading to the airport. If I'm going to stir up trouble, I might as well do it here in America. Ignace laughed, turned, and headed back to the clinic, ready to take his death home. Night fell. In the depths of Queens, between the looming buildings and shadowy alleyways, a tall, thin man gripped a human in one hand, dragging them toward a black car parked at the alley's end. How's everything going on your end? He called out to a woman standing by the car. Almost ready. Tonight's feast is about to begin. The woman bared her fangs in a bloodthirsty grin as she spoke. What was that sound? The tall, thin man looked up in confusion. From the staircase above, faint, scattered footsteps echoed downward. Yet when the two of them craned their necks to look, there was nothing there. In the darkness within the narrow alley, a swarm of bluish monsters stood on the stairs, gathered in the alley below, and even perched atop the rooftops. A dense crowd of cursed spirits, each one gazing down at the two beings their master had called vampires. A chilling, slithering sound filled the air as their long tongues slid out to lick, saliva slowly dripping to the ground. The feast was about to begin. Suddenly, sharp gunshots shattered the night's peace, echoing again and again beneath the dark sky. In the blackness, a man and a woman sped away in a car, fleeing for their lives. The woman in the passenger seat leaned out the window, firing shot after shot into the empty air behind them. F***K. What the hell are you doing? The driver, already bleeding from several wounds, roared at the woman beside him. I can't even see them. What else am I supposed to do, damn it? With a furious curse, the woman in the passenger seat reached beneath her clothes, yanking out a submachine gun. She unleashed a barrage of bullets at the road behind them, water splashing up where the shots landed. Rounds tore across the pavement, but the invisible pursuers showed no sign of tiring as they relentlessly closed in. Overhead, heavy footsteps pounded across the canopies of the street-side shops, unseen beings chasing them at breakneck speed. From the alleys ahead, eerie, rapid footsteps echoed, as though something was closing in from both sides, intent on trapping them. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the speeding car slammed into what felt like a stone wall. The hood crumpled instantly, the rear end flipping upward. The woman in the passenger seat screamed in pain as the brutal impact twisted her body against the window. The driver's forehead smashed hard into the steering wheel with a sickening thud. Inside, chaos erupted as the car flipped forward, then crashed heavily back to the ground. Bathed in moonlight, the dim street was cast in a silver glow. There, looming before the wrecked car, was a colossal monster invisible to ordinary eyes. 10 meters tall, grotesquely bloated, its face was crowded with countless compound eyes. So many, it was terrifying to behold. All at once, the monster's myriad eyes swiveled, focusing on the little car below. It raised a massive fist, ready to strike. From the far end of the street, a fleet of police cars sped in, sirens wailing and lights flashing. After receiving reports of gunfire, the NYPD had dispatched dozens of officers to apprehend the shooters. Damn it, is it over already? Inside one of the police cruisers, a young officer in the passenger seat slammed his fist against the seat in frustration. At the scene, only the wrecked car remained. The other party had vanished without a trace. And in the next instant, something utterly shocking unfolded before their eyes. It was as if some colossal, invisible force had suddenly slammed into the wrecked vehicle, crushing it in an instant. In that very moment, the bodies of the people inside the car twisted unnaturally. Two warped figures let out bizarre, rattling noises as they tumbled and scrambled away, fleeing down the distant street. Shit! A wave of shock swept through the police officers at the scene. Their scalps tingled as they let out a stream of American curses, unable to contain their astonishment. The invisible attack alone was terrifying enough. Yet now, two things that clearly weren't human had appeared. Strange events happen every year, but this year is something else entirely. Cursed spirits. In a flash, the NYPD officers recalled the rumors, the infamous case from yesterday, whisked away by some mysterious agency. But what were those twisted figures, those things that could still run after such devastation? As mid- and low-ranking members of the NYPD, they had no right to know. Before long, SHIELD operatives arrived on the scene. All the NYPD could do was help cordon off the street. The rhythmic click of high heels echoed down the pavement. A striking woman, her silhouette graceful in a sleek black tactical uniform, strode confidently forward. The night breeze swept through her deep crimson curls. Natasha Romanoff stood by a police car, pressing a finger to the earpiece at her ear. I'm here. Understood. I'm in position, observing everything. Nothing will escape me. Natasha glanced up at the rooftop, where, bow in hand, Hawkeye stood against the shroud of night. He nodded to her, almost imperceptibly. Natasha nodded back, then turned her gaze to the mangled car. On the wrecked vehicle surface, the mark of a massive fist was stamped deep into the metal. A car sped down the street with a low roar, several blocks away from the disaster site. Hey, what was that? My heat-seeking missile. Inside the car, a woman with wine-red hair shot a sidelong glance at her companion. He replied quickly, a hint of pride in his voice. He asked hurriedly, so where are we going? It's a surprise. She gave him a sly, playful look. Not long after, down a corridor in a meat processing plant, the red-haired woman led her companion through the passageway toward a steel door guarded by a man in a suit. Behind racks stacked high with raw meat, workers paused in their tasks, their faces twisted with an eerie, unreadable expression as they watched the man follow the woman deeper into the plant. Their eyes were cold, almost sinister. The woman pressed her companion close, giving him a brief kiss. In the distance, the man in the suit nodded and opened the door for them. Her companion grinned, thinking this must be some secret club where only couples are admitted. It was all so intriguing. He happily followed his date inside, swept up by the thunderous music and the wild, passionate dancing all around them. The air was thick with the intoxicating scent of alcohol. He was utterly enthralled, swept away by the excitement and joy. Strangely enough, after he entered, his female companion completely ignored him, treating him with cold indifference. Suddenly, a drop of fresh blood fell from above, landing on his palm. Puzzled, he touched it with his finger and brought it to his mouth to taste. It was a bit salty with a metallic tang. Blood. He immediately looked up in alarm. Numerous sprinkler heads clustered above on the ceiling. In the next instant, a torrent of red liquid gushed down, and the revelry began in a frenzy. Terrified and uneasy, he ran and shouted for help, but was blocked and shoved around by the indifferent faces surrounding him. A sharp smack echoed. He tumbled to the ground, falling into the red liquid. His entire body was drenched, leaving him both wretched and lost. He looked up in horror at those around him, bearing sharp fangs. He lunged at the panicked humans nearby, attacking them. Vampire! The word, the legend, flashed through his mind in an instant. The vampires, their faces now twisted with malice, advanced on him. To them, he looked as tempting as a piece of bread slathered in tomato sauce, lying there amidst the crimson pool. With a chilling hiss, the vampires bared their bloody maws, giving him menacing glares and unleashing ear-piercing screeches. The flickering lights, which had once seemed exciting and playful, now filled him with terror, and he screamed in fright. With a deafening crash, suddenly, the main doors burst open, and 3 twisted figures hurtled through, barreling into the crowd of vampires. 3 thunderous impacts shook the walls, and in an instant, a gaping hole was smashed into the wall. A horde of blue-skinned monsters surged into the venue. The vampires, seeing water splashing mysteriously across the floor, hastily retreated and drew their weapons. In the midst of life and death, the lone, surviving human barely managed to glimpse the beings at the entrance. A mass of blue, black, and white monsters of all shapes and sizes, each one looking fierce and bizarre. In the blink of an eye, the monsters charged at the vampires. The hunt of the cursed spirits had begun. The room filled with a brutal chorus as the cursed spirits stormed the vampires' revel, unsheathing razor-sharp claws or swinging massive fists, unleashing a relentless assault. One by one, the vampires were torn apart or had their bones shattered by powerful blows. Faced with an invisible, deadly threat, the vampires panicked before death was even upon them, each scrambling desperately for the back exit. With a tremendous crash, a gigantic fist smashed the ground, and the fleeing vampires were crushed to pulp in an instant. Screams of terror rang out. The surviving human let out a shriek and scrambled to escape. But for some reason, the cursed spirits paid him no mind at all. They targeted only the vampires. Silver weapons. In the corner, the light shimmered and warped ever so slightly. In the next instant, nothing seemed out of place. Ignace stood there with his death at his side. Utilizing the ability he had copied from the Wulu Pavilion, Ignace twisted space itself, concealing both himself and his death from sight. He held a bag of silver weapons in his hand and hurled it toward the cursed spirits. With a heavy thud, the bag of silver weapons crashed to the ground, sending blood splattering in every direction. All cursed spirits, arm yourselves with silver weapons. Ignace gave the order. The very next moment, the cursed spirits, driven by his command, surged forward in a frenzy, scrambling to snatch the silver weapons from the bag. By now, the vampires had already been mauled by invisible cursed spirits, their bodies mangled and torn. One by one, they writhed in the pool of blood, desperate to escape. Caught between life and death, they could just barely catch glimpses of the cursed spirits' forms. But it was too late. The hunters had become the hunted, and there was no hope left. Cursed spirits clutched their silver weapons and advanced on the vampires. Blades flashed, and the slaughter began. A vampire's body ignited, burning away to ash like paper in a fire. I don't want to see vampires where I live, Ignace said coldly, watching the massacre unfold before him. He had no intention of caring whether these vampires had existed for 1,000 years, or if they had dealings with the upper echelons of human society. The cursed spirits lurked in the shadows, while he acted in the open. If humanity's leaders wouldn't dirty their own hands, the cursed spirits he commanded would do what needed to be done. Ignace kept himself apart from the cursed spirits, cultivating the illusion that he had nothing to do with them. With that, he turned his gaze away from the scene. His mind wandered to the puzzle of negative, cursed energy and the positive energy of reversal techniques. Back at Stark's home, the detection devices controlled by Jarvis had clearly picked up the positive energy of reversal techniques. Yet no matter how he manipulated the cursed spirits to stir up trouble behind Stark's back and frighten him, Jarvis had never once detected the negative energy that comprised the cursed spirits. It wasn't long before every last vampire at the scene was dead. The slaughter left the place much cleaner, save for the pool of blood. Ignace collected the silver weapons, handed the bag to a cursed spirit behind him, who swallowed it, and then left the scene. The two vampires who'd escaped by car earlier, he had used them as bait to draw out the rest of the vampires. Not long after, a tall figure strode into the scene. He wore sunglasses and a black trench coat over layers of body armor, his face a picture of utter bewilderment as he surveyed the surroundings. Where had the vampires gone? He hadn't even started fighting, and now, nothing? Motherf! Was the intel wrong? Blade couldn't help but curse in American slang. Footsteps echoed rapidly through the meat processing plant's corridor. A large contingent of police officers burst in, glaring at Blade, who still gripped his sword. They shouted angrily, "Drop your weapon, NYPD." Blade had just raised his arm. Taking advantage of the NYPD officer's momentary relaxation, he performed a swift roll and slipped behind cover. He knew that the human authorities might be colluding with the vampire elite. If he truly surrendered his weapon, he'd be finished in an instant. Gunshots rang out sharply. The NYPD quickly scrambled for cover themselves, firing rapidly toward Blade's hiding spot. Blade returned fire, raising his gun and squeezing off several shots. The officers immediately ducked and scattered. For the meager salary they earned each month, there was no way the NYPD would risk their lives going head-to-head with Blade. Seizing the right moment, Blade darted toward the drainage pipe and squeezed himself inside. More gunfire erupted. A bullet struck his foot, and a jolt of pain made him bare his teeth in a grimace. Still, he pressed on, forcing himself to keep running. The night was silent, with fallen leaves and bits of trash drifting along in the wind. Near a square trash bin, Blade crawled out of a sewer exit, limping as he made his escape into the distance. Damn it, I walked right into a trap. Cursing under his breath, Blade jumped into his car and sped off. Little did he know, it wasn't really a trap. He'd just gotten caught in someone else's crossfire. Queens, beside the New York Presbyterian Hospital Queens campus. Moore's private clinic. Second floor. Inside a private laboratory, Ignace gripped a rabbit tightly, dug out its heart, and then used a reversal spell to try to heal the animal. It wasn't long before the rabbit's heart ruptured, blood splattering everywhere. Fortunately, Ignace had prepared in advance. The rabbit was contained in a glass vessel, and he wore gloves for the experiment. Across the room, a vampire was tied to the wall, terrified at the grisly sight. "Don't worry, your turn is coming soon," Ignace said, glancing up at the vampire with a chilling smile. That smile sent a shiver down the vampire's spine. The vampire struggled with all his might, but no matter how hard he fought, he couldn't break free. In fact, his body was starting to feel weak. "Don't waste your energy. The ropes are made from a metal laced with just a trace of silver. It won't kill you, but it'll keep tormenting you, slowly draining your strength." With that, Ignace resumed his experiment. He'd snatched this vampire on the way back, and before bringing him here, used special methods to mask the scent. Once back at the clinic, he drenched the captive in chemical agents, scrubbing away any lingering scent. "Behave yourself." Isdeth snapped, her voice cold as ice. A chilling crackle sounded as a blade of ice formed at her hand. She drove the icy blade deep into the vampire's shoulder. Without hesitation, she sliced off his right arm. She plucked the severed limb away and tossed it to the floor. Isdeth had another passion, torturing her prisoners. Next, she unleashed the true power of her imperial ice, freezing the severed arm solid. A brittle crack resounded through the room as the frozen limb shattered. The vampire's arm shattered along with the ice, scattering fragments everywhere, making the captive tremble in terror. Ignace continued with the final phase of his experiment to reverse the ritual. It wasn't until the pile of rabbit hearts nearly filled half a container that Ignace finally gave up. He then looked up at the vampire, a devilish grin spreading across his face. "I wonder, if a vampire's heart is destroyed, can you still survive?" He wanted to use the vampire as a test subject, hoping it would spark inspiration and accelerate his breakthrough in the last stage of the reverse ritual. The vampire's eyes widened in horror as he stared at the human before him. What a pure smile. Isdeth's cheeks flushed pink. She cradled her face, gazing bashfully at Ignace. Perhaps this is what it means when they say love is blind. Pure. More like diabolical. The vampire cried out in terror, but in the next moment, his mouth was sealed shut by a block of ice. "Enough. To me, his smile is still as pure as ever." Isteth shot the vampire a frosty glare before turning back to Ignis, her eyes brimming with adoration. The vampire could only stare in stunned silence. The next day, early morning, Midfaka arrived at dawn, carrying a hefty sum of money, eager to buy more information all at once. The final stage of the reverse ritual is resurrection. Ignis explained with a smile, having just pocketed $1 billion. Even if the heart is destroyed, a person can still be revived using the reverse ritual. Of course, it doesn't work against natural aging, illness, or the like. Fury stared at him in shock. Resurrection from death. Don't get your hopes up. I can't do it myself. Ignis added, taking a deep breath. Fury's fists clenched in frustration. Damn it. $1 billion from S.H.I.E.L.D. down the drain. This ritual of yours. Fury glanced at Ignis. Is it related to the cursed spirits or the big 3 clans of Neon? Ignoring him, Ignis sipped his tea, holding his death close as the two whispered quietly to each other, deliberately leaving Fury out. Fury got the message. He needed to pay more. Another $1 billion. He said, transferring the sum. Not related. Ignis replied playfully, his gaze locking with Midfaka's. In truth, there was a connection, but as the world's only sorcerer, he had to deny it. Otherwise, things would get far too complicated and suspicions would fall squarely on him. There must be a clear line between cursed spirits and Ignis, one in the shadows, the other in the light. Midfaka was on the verge of losing it. $1 billion just for a single word. Unrelated. Fury wanted to ask if Ignis knew of anyone else in the world who could perform the reverse ritual. But once bitten, twice shy. He couldn't bear the thought of spending another $1 billion only to hear, nope, that would truly push him over the edge. He hesitated, then decided to use his intelligence budget to buy a different piece of information. Your girlfriend, what's her ability? Saying this, Fury transferred another $100,000. Tears welled in his eyes, and his heart bled. This guy's just ruthless. She manipulates and creates ice in battle. Ignis began to speak. Nick Fury nearly choked in frustration. This bastard never gets to the point. Even with his death, aside from her ice manipulation, Ignis hadn't explained the source of her incredible combat prowess. Ignis, are you sure you don't want to take part in the Avengers initiative? Fury was about to leave, but he couldn't help but try one last time. Not interested. Ignis shook his head. How about becoming a consultant for S.H.I.E.L.D.? Every time you provide us with a lead, you'll be handsomely compensated. Fury tried to bargain. Pleasure doing business. Ignis got up and gave Fury a warm handshake. Fury's mouth twitched in annoyance, but he said his goodbyes, ready to leave. This guy really is a tough nut to crack. So greedy. Don't think I'm just being greedy. Stark, if you try to hire him with money, you couldn't afford him anyway. Ignis walked Fury to the door. Fury nodded repeatedly. It was like buying a house. Here, at least you could get a place in a second-tier city and pay in installments. Over there, it will be a top-tier city, full payment up front, completely out of reach. Fury was actually planning to use a keepsake left by Stark's father, waiting for the right opportunity to give it to Tony Stark and earn himself a favor. Little did he know, the new S.H.I.E.L.D. consultant he'd just sent off with such enthusiasm, the one he hoped to build a close, mutually beneficial relationship with, had actually been working out ways to throw him off balance all along. Ignis was diligently practicing the final stage of the reversal spell. Once he mastered it, removing the shrapnel near Stark's heart would be a breeze, and Fury's scheme to get something for nothing would go up in smoke. He watched Fury's car disappear into the distance, then turned and headed back inside. With no more appointment for the afternoon, he decided to bring Isteth along and sit in on some classes at the university. As evening approached, Ignis and Isteth made their way home. He was scrolling through his phone, browsing for SUVs. Compared to sports cars, he much preferred SUVs. Suddenly, Isteth stopped in her tracks. She reached out and grabbed Ignis, her eyes scanning the surroundings warily. Keep walking. Ignis gave her a subtle nod. Isteth inclined her head slightly, and the two continued toward the clinic. Once inside and up on the second floor, they found a bald man in a black suit and glasses sitting by the window, smiling at Ignis and Isteth. He stood up and extended his hand to Ignis. Forgive my unannounced visit. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Agent Sitwell from S.H.I.E.L.D. Ignis shook his hand politely, just a brief touch, and the three of them took their seats. Ignis looked at Sitwell. He knew this man. A Hydra agent, masquerading as S.H.I.E.L.D. Mr. Ignis, I'll get straight to the point. I'm here today in the hope that you will consider joining S.H.I.E.L.D. Sitwell smiled as he spoke. I've already turned down your director's offer. Ignis waved his hand dismissively, while Sitwell could only shake his head in resignation. After all, he wasn't here as a representative of S.H.I.E.L.D. In truth, it was Pierce who had given the order. The plan was to lure Ignis into S.H.I.E.L.D., then slowly feel him out, get a sample of his genes, or even recruit him into Hydra. Mr. Ignis, there's no need to decide so quickly. If you join S.H.I.E.L.D., the advantages and support you'll receive will be considerable. Sitwell continued, lifting his coffee cup and smiling at Ignis. We can give you access to things and beings you've never encountered before. At the same time, we can shield you from a great deal of trouble. He pressed on. Ignis had used his miraculous reverse spell to win the favor of many of the world's elites. Power and money were unlikely to tempt him. Ignace was formidable on his own, but Hydra's reach was everywhere. Making trouble for him wouldn't be difficult. That last remark was a veiled threat. Not interested. Ignace waved his hand, signaling that the meeting was over. Sitwell, displeased, rose to take his leave. Ignace watched him go with a cold sneer. Yet another freeloader trying to get something for nothing. A few days later, bang! A gunshot shattered the silence. A sniper's bullet streaked through the clinic window. Ignace spun around in an instant, just as a hole was blown through the tabletop where he'd been sitting. Splinters flew everywhere. More sniper rounds zipped through the window, forcing Ignace to duck out of sight. In Queens, inside an apartment building, in a vacant room, the sniper quickly pulled the curtains, expertly disassembled his rifle, and packed it into its case, ready to make a hasty exit. Warning delivered. He pressed the earpiece at his ear, speaking into his comm. What about the target? Injured? Dead? A raspy, mechanically distorted voice crackled through his earpiece. The target reacted fast, dodged every shot. The sniper replied, all the while opening the door and slipping into the hallway, putting on the calm facade of an ordinary office worker as he hurried toward the elevator. Good. Withdraw. Understood. Stepping into the elevator, the sniper glanced at his watch, continuing his act as a commuter heading to work. Ding! Moments later, the elevator doors slid open. A long leg shot out and crashed into the sniper's chest with brutal force. Thud! The elevator shuddered violently as the sniper was slammed against the back wall, blood spurting from his mouth, ribs cracking audibly. Standing outside the doors was Esteth, her leg just lowering, her eyes fixed on her prey with a look that brooked no kindness. After the assassination attempt on Ignace, she'd immediately dispatched her cursed spirits, tracking down the sniper at lightning speed. Her boyfriend had just been attacked. Esteth, seething with fury, wasted not a moment. She'd come straight to block the elevator. Speak. Who sent you? Esteth demanded coldly, grabbing the other's collar in her hand. The sniper let out a contemptuous grunt, clenching his teeth as he prepared to crush the poison capsule hidden inside his mouth, ready to die to keep his secrets. In the next instant, he bit down hard, his teeth clicking together audibly. A sudden, icy chill swept through his mouth, freezing him to the core and making him shudder uncontrollably. His attempt at suicide failed. Esteth had already acted, freezing his teeth in place before he could break the capsule. Talk! Esteth snapped again, her palm striking his face with such force that his features twisted from the blow. Several hours later, Sitwell arrived at Ignace's private clinic, his face tense, looking both nervous and guilty. Hail Hydra! Ignace sneered at him, repeating the classic phrase with a mocking tone. Sitwell's heart skipped a beat. That's what the guy said as he tried to kill himself. A pity he failed. Ignace said with a half-smile, watching Sitwell closely, his word a mix of truth and fabrication. That Hail Hydra was a lie. In this day and age, only Hydra agents meeting in secret or verifying each other's identity would bother to say Hail Hydra. But after all these years, even Hydra had grown more cunning. It was rare for anyone to shout Hail Hydra before dying. After all, it would only give their enemies a clear target to suspect. Damn it, that idiot. Why would he blurt that out while trying to kill himself? Sitwell cursed the sniper in his heart, though outwardly he feigned ignorance. He sat across from Ignace, smoothing out his suit and composing himself. I don't know what you're talking about. Wasn't Hydra wiped out back in World War II? Ignace chuckled, then stood, looming over Sitwell. Tell me, if a person's limbs were constantly cut off and regrown, over and over, and he was asked the same question every time, how do you think that kind of torment compares to brainwashing? Ignace asked with a smile. Sitwell's face changed dramatically. He could no longer keep up the act. That sniper, thanks to Ignace's devilish methods, had likely broken down and spilled everything he knew. What do you want? Sitwell squinted at him, wary. The assassination had already failed. If things went further, it would be impossible to clean up the mess. $1 billion, as compensation for your attempt to threaten me. Ignace sneered at Sitwell, who immediately shook his head in protest. That's far too much. In that case, you're finished. I'll take all of this straight to Fury. Let me check with my superiors. Sitwell said quickly. Ignace nodded. Sitwell stood, moved to a corner, and reached out to contact his higher-ups, unaware that a bluish, monstrous creature was standing just behind him, listening in on every secret word. Deal. It's done. Sitwell returned and announced. Pleasure doing business. Ignace shook hands with Sitwell, clearly satisfied. But we'd better keep out of each other's way from now on. Don't even think about crossing me again, or I won't just tell Fury about your secrets. I'll come after you every single day. Ignace sneered coldly. Beside him, Esteth's eyes were icy with murderous intent as she glared at Sitwell. Sitwell's heart pounded. Ignace and Esteth together, and now they knew Hydra's secrets. Not only that, Ignace could even regenerate lost limbs. Unless they used weapons of mass destruction, it would be almost impossible to threaten these two. And on top of that, they were being blackmailed. Fortunately, this guy was motivated by money. I understand, Sitwell replied, his face grim as he turned to leave. Ignace watched him go, sending after him 10 grade 3 cursed spirits, 5 grade 2s, and 3 grade 1s. He wanted them to tail Sitwell closely. He didn't believe for a second that Hydra would let things go so easily. With his cursed spirits tracking them, he could keep Sitwell under constant surveillance, both as a threat and as a safety measure. It was also a good way to observe the growth of his little fish. Even the mother faker was followed by a swarm of cursed spirits. After all, these were all the fish he'd worked so hard to catch. Oh, and the 2 grade 1 cursed spirits with Sitwell, those belonged to Pierce. The next day, Fury came knocking, hoping to hire Ignace to investigate the legend of the cursed spirits with a handsome payment. Although Ignace kept insisting he had nothing to do with the cursed spirits or the 3 sorcerer clans, Fury had run out of options. No matter how sharp Hawkeye's eyes were, he hadn't been able to find a single clue. Hawkeye and Black Widow had been investigating for ages, but they were still completely in the dark. Fury, I've got a truly explosive piece of news here. Want to hear it? Ignace smiled at Fury. Go ahead, Fury gestured. $40 billion US. Ignace named an outrageous price. Fury waved him off, unwilling to listen. He couldn't afford it. All right, half off. 20 billion. That's my final offer, Ignace bargained. Because this concerns the old feud between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra, and the future of your organization itself. Ignace smiled. Fury was visibly startled. Half off, he could accept. But when it came to Hydra's information, he was deeply skeptical. Hydra was wiped out during World War II. Fury retorted quickly. Ignace just shook his head with a laugh. If you don't believe me, then forget it. He stood to see Fury out, while Fury's face darkened as he prepared to leave. Ignace didn't press further, nor did he reveal any names. Yet his words stuck like a thorn in Fury's suspicious heart, impossible to dislodge. Sitwell tried to recruit me a few days ago. I turned him down, and not long after, someone tried to assassinate me. Fury, you know exactly what I mean? Ignace said, his words laying bare the displeasure Fury felt toward certain individuals' actions. Of course, he's only a suspect. I never said he was definitely the culprit. Ignace continued, and then, full of unspoken worries, he saw Fury out the door. Fury drove away from the place. Inside, Ignace allowed himself a quiet smile. What he had done was nothing more than planting a seed of suspicion in Fury's heart. From this moment on, the ever-skeptical Fury would no longer trust anyone within S.H.I.E.L.D. He would secretly investigate Sitwell, and anyone connected to Sitwell, like Pierce, would come under constant scrutiny. A grand show is about to begin. S.H.I.E.L.D. versus Hydra. Ignace chuckled, turning back into his clinic. Meanwhile, in the car, Fury's mind was awash with doubt and suspicion. Ignace really was attacked. There's no benefit for him in making up such a story. Fury mused, finding himself more inclined to believe Ignace's words. At the same time, he was already planning to identify any undercover agents and keep a close watch on his colleagues as soon as he returned. Of course, there was still a sliver of doubt in his mind as to whether Ignace was telling the whole truth. But then, if Fury had one defining trait, it was his tendency to question everything. The next day, on 121st Street, heading north on Broadway, Ignace was behind the wheel of his newly purchased SUV, taking his girlfriend, Istef, out for a nighttime drive. He'd bought the car in the past few days. Fury, fearing it might affect their ongoing collaboration, had eventually sent him some extra money to make up for it. Ever since he'd gotten acquainted with powerful figures from various countries and helped treat them, and after meeting the notorious moneybags, Motherf, Kurgai, and raking in a fortune, Ignace no longer needed to check price tags when buying a car. Small change. Suddenly, a barrage of gunshots rang out. Fire! Fire! Gunfire echoed from the far end of the street, the muffled shocks trembling just beneath the city's surface. A thunderous crash. 2 vehicles lost control and collided at the far end of the street. Out of the chaos burst an ugly, gray-green creature, its back bristling with spines, rampaging straight toward them. Behind the beast, American soldiers fired relentlessly, but their bullets might as well have been grains of rice tossed at a giant, utterly ineffective. With a furious roar, Abomination snatched up a car and hurled it back at his pursuers with tremendous force. An explosion erupted, flames shooting skyward as the car went up in a blazing inferno. The soldiers scattered in all directions, scrambling for cover. In an instant, Broadway was plunged into chaos. People screamed and bolted in panic, desperate to escape. Abomination was on the rampage. Another car was sent flying by the monstrous figure, crashing into a storefront and exploding in a burst of fire and light. Ignace watched as a car shot past, barely missing them. It had all happened so suddenly. With people fleeing in every direction, the street was now hopelessly clogged. By now, even trying to reverse out was nearly impossible. Trying to get through? Ignace watched his death by his side with a gentle smile. In her beautiful blue eyes, a vibrant fighting spirit blazed. Over the past few days, she had taken down an agent who tried to assassinate her boyfriend, and together with Ignace, had raided vampire hideouts across the city. In truth, there were very few battles that could truly make her happy. Istef loved war. Yes, she replied with excitement, nodding at him. Ignace opened the car door. Go ahead, fight to your heart's content. Thank you. Istef let out a soft laugh, caught him in her arms, and planted a series of quick kisses on him. A few seconds later, she released her boyfriend, stepped out of the car, and strode purposefully ahead. As she walked down the street, icy air began to swirl all around. In Isteth's hand, a sharp blade of ice materialized. In the next instant, a car came hurtling through the air. She raised her arm high and, with a single slash, sent the car flying. The gust of wind kicked up by the car made her long hair dance behind her. Isteth stood to the side, proud and unyielding, her face set with haughty confidence as she stared down the rampaging monster. Ice blade leveled straight at her foe. With a swift motion, she slashed the blade, sending a chill rippling through the air. "I'll be your opponent." Abomination snapped his gaze toward Isteth, his two thick arms pounding the ground with a thunderous crash, cracking the cement beneath him. With a furious roar, he bellowed at Isteth, seized a motorcycle in one hand, and hurled it at her. "Pathetic beast." Isteth scoffed, letting out a cold snort. With a swift kick, she sent the incoming motorcycle crashing away. D. Abomination let out a guttural roar, sending a car flying with a punch, stopping a motorcycle to pieces and picking up speed as he barreled toward Isteth. He leaped over a row of vehicles, then landed with a crushing stomp on a Ford, following up with a powerful punch aimed straight at the charging Isteth. With a resounding crash, Isteth raised her leg high, blocking Abomination's fist with a powerful kick. In one smooth motion, she sprang upward and with agile precision delivered a spinning aerial kick straight to his forehead. With a heavy thud, Abomination was struck senseless, his massive form sent flying sideways, crashing through a shop front. He staggered back to his feet, shaking his head in confusion as he stared at this woman. Abomination felt he was far stronger than the Ironmonger. He was convinced that even Ironmonger or Iron Man would be torn apart by him. So why could this mere mortal woman land such a devastating blow? He truly couldn't comprehend it. With a furious roar, Abomination bellowed at Isteth again. He was enraged. After all the pain and struggle he'd endured to gain power on par with Banners, how could he be so easily sent flying by a woman of flesh and blood? Was all his suffering for nothing? Seething, Abomination hurled tables and chairs aside, charging forward in a blind rampage and swinging a massive fist straight at Isteth. "Not bad. Even though there are no more danger beasts, you're tough enough to let me have some fun with a fight." Isteth's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at the resilient monster before her. In the next instant, she unleashed her power. She clasped her hands together, and suddenly, massive ice spears formed all around her, hovering in the air. Streetlights glinted off the ice, making the spears shimmer with a deadly chill. "White ice barrage." Isteth arched her impressive figure backward, her long, flowing hair streaming behind her like a banner. With a cold, murderous grin, she whipped her arms forward, her gaze locked on Abomination with deadly intent. A hailstorm of enormous ice spears shot out in an instant, slicing through the air with a sharp hiss. Even the air around them seemed to grow colder. With a series of heavy thuds, the ice spears rained down on Abomination. He hastily raised his arms to shield his head as the barrage continued. Spears struck his body one after another. Abomination roared in fury, pushing forward through the storm of ice, undeterred. "Oh." Isteth was surprised to see Abomination advancing through her assault. "You're tougher than I expected. This is getting interesting." In a flash, she crouched and pressed her palm to the ground. The ice spear attack ceased. With spears still jutting from his body, Abomination charged forward, bellowing with rage. "Gray Ice Horn." Isteth shouted loudly. A colossal ice pillar erupted from the ground, growing rapidly as it hurtled toward Abomination. Abomination twisted his body and leapt aside, narrowly dodging as the giant ice pillar smashed through the building behind him, piercing straight into the next street. He stared in shock at the destruction. Is this woman really human? High above, a military helicopter circled. Inside, General Ross watched the scene below, his face grim. He had considered reaching out to Ignis and Isteth for help against the Hulk. But because he'd once harbored bad intentions toward them, they had never agreed to work with him. Watching Isteth relentlessly hunt Abomination, Ross's resentment toward Ignis only deepened. "Damn it, that wretched man. Why won't he cooperate with us? If we could get our hands on their genes, we might be able to create an army of superhumans like them. Then we wouldn't have to deal with disasters like Abomination." General Ross clenched his fists, cursing inwardly. The American High Command never thought they were at fault. Their regrets were only that Ignis hadn't obediently worked for them. Their regrets were only about why they'd chosen Blonsky for the Hulk plan, never considering that their own greed was the real source of disaster. Banner stood beside his girlfriend, his face clouded with worry as he watched the broadcast of the chaos unfolding on the streets. Even with Isteth on the scene, there was no guarantee things would improve. Because at her core, Isteth was a woman who thrived on war. She was indeed focused on fighting Abomination, but she never cared about the property damage or casualties in the surrounding streets. The attacks from the Ice Imperial arms sent countless icy spikes flying, while mighty ice pillars crashed down with tremendous force, breaking through buildings. Abomination was being beaten into a corner, yet both of them left a trail of devastation in their wake. The crowd grew even more panicked. Ross collapsed into his seat with a thud, suddenly recalling something Ignace had once said. I'm not a hero. Ignace could afford to pay for the damages to the streets. He was wealthy. All responsibility for the incident could be pinned entirely on Abomination. The team of lawyers Ignace had hired would relentlessly argue that Isdeth was only trying to subdue Abomination and stop a criminal, but couldn't protect everyone, making Isdeth blameless. In America, with money, power, and lawyers, you could do as you pleased. In the end, the only one to suffer was General Ross. Every bit of this disaster was pinned on him. Whether he liked it or not, he had to shoulder the blame, unless someone stepped in to deal with Abomination soon. Ross anxiously turned to his son-in-law, Banner, pleading, Banner, if you don't stop them now, this catastrophe will spiral out of control. Banner comforted his girlfriend, then looked at his troublesome father-in-law. We created him, all of us. He glanced at General Ross and his girlfriend. So I'll stop him. His girlfriend clung to him, reluctant to let go. Don't worry. Banner hugged her tightly, then gently pushed her away. Stay high. He took one last look at her, murmured an apology, and with his back to the city, leapt from the helicopter. The wind roared past his ears, until with a heavy thud, Banner crashed into the ground, smashing through the pavement and sending chunks of concrete flying in all directions. A massive green hand burst from the hole, slamming down onto the street. Ignace stood on the street, watching as his death mercilessly pummeled Abomination. Suddenly, a chunk of debris ricocheted through the air, shattering the window of his car. Ignace turned, seeing Hulk land hard nearby, and then heave himself up from the hole in the cement. He mentally tallied another debt for Hulk's account. Hulk stood tall, glanced at him, spread his arms wide, and, like a king among beasts, roared down at him. Ignace kept one hand in his pocket, looking up at Hulk. What now? Was this a challenge? Hulk raised his hand, ready to swat this annoying man away, but Ignace's hair curled upward, forming cannon-like locks as cursed energy rapidly condensed. Yuda's technique of curse replication knew no limits. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying grenada shockwave erupted, slamming Hulk right in the head and sending him hurtling backward at tremendous speed, crashing through the wall of a storefront. F***K. Inside the helicopter, General Ross roared in fury. Wasn't the Hulk supposed to end the fight quickly to minimize casualties? So why had he, the moment he landed, started lashing out in a blind rage? In his mind, Ross cursed Banner up and down. But in truth, the Hulk was always like this. It wasn't Banner's fault. Hatred burned so brightly in the Hulk's eyes that even a bystander could easily draw its fire. Meanwhile, in the distance, Isdeth was having the time of her life. Abomination stood in the middle of the street, catching a rocket fired by a soldier and crushing it in his fist like a toy. He let out a furious roar at Isdeth, charging at her again. Then allow me to grant you the death you deserve. With that, Isdeth lashed out with a powerful kick, while Abomination swung a heavy punch. His fist collided with her foot, and she used the momentum to launch herself high into the air. In the very next instant, still airborne, Isdeth snapped her fingers with a crisp, ringing sound. A terrifying burst of cold erupted all around her. Behind her in the sky, a massive blue sphere of ice, like a meteorite, began to form. Hailstorm strike. Isdeth slammed her palm into the frozen meteor, sending it crashing down with a thunderous impact. The deserted shops on either side of the street were instantly flattened. Beneath the falling ice, Abomination was crushed flat by the immense weight. Abomination dead. Standing atop the frozen meteor, Isdeth glanced at the helicopter soaring past in the distance, gave a cold snort, and cast her gaze over the brightly lit city below. With a nimble leap, she landed and strode swiftly toward Ignace. Approaching from behind, she wrapped her arms around her boyfriend in a bold embrace, her cheeks flushed with bashful delight. All right, once you've had your fun, let's continue our date. Halfway through her sentence, Isdeth caught sight of the shattered car window. Her mood, which had just begun to lift, plummeted again. She looked toward the Hulk, who had burst out of shop and was now roaring at her boyfriend. This, truly, was not Banner's fault. At this stage, the Hulk was simply uncontrollable. Once he transformed, there was always the risk he'd lose control. Early on, when the Hulk appeared, he was just as likely to attack friend as foe. Shall we? Isdeth released Ignace, clenching her fists as she asked him gently. I'll be fine, Ignace replied, shaking his head. Isdeth chose to respect her man, nodding slightly and stepping aside to give him space on the battlefield. With a furious roar, the Hulk bellowed in rage. He felt utterly disrespected. Hulk was enraged. These two humans were dividing up his opponent, as if he wasn't even there. Clearly, they looked down on the Hulk. In a heartbeat, Hulk slammed his fist into a car, tearing it clean in half. Grabbing a half in each hand, the Hulk prepared to smash the two humans flat with the twisted wreckage. He barreled toward them in a wild charge. Isdeth conjured an icy blade in her hand and tossed it to Ignace. Ignace leapt aside, narrowly dodging the Hulk's thunderous blow. A deafening crash echoed through the street. Two halves of cars were wielded as weapons, smashing together with brutal force. If anyone were to be caught in between, they'd be flattened into a bloody pulp. Bang, bang, bang. The Hulk kept swinging half a car at Ignis, pounding him relentlessly. Ignis leaped out of the way once more, evading the attack just as a surge of cursed energy wrapped around his ice blade. A single flash of the blade. A fresh wound appeared instantly on the Hulk's arm. Green blood gushed out, dripping to the ground. The Hulk was even more enraged. He had actually been hurt. With a thunderous roar, he hurled the battered car half aside. Fury blazed in the Hulk's chest, his strength growing even more terrifying as he swung a massive fist forward. Crash! The concrete beneath him exploded, leaving a gaping crater. Ignis tumbled backward in a nimble flip, dodging the blow. Meanwhile, his ice blade shimmered with cursed energy, and as the Hulk's second punch crashed down, Ignis struck in a blur. Slash! Green liquid splattered once again. This time, the Hulk's other arm was cut. At the same time, Ignis mimicked the spell of the stone flow dragon. Granite shockwave blasted out in an instant. Boom! The Hulk was struck head-on by the terrifying shockwave, slammed into a fleet of cars, tumbling and rolling far across the ground. Whoosh! He staggered to his feet, shaking his head in confusion, stunned by the impact. As he looked up, a blade wreathed in cursed energy flashed toward him. The Hulk raised his hand and caught the ice blade, but the curse-infused weapon was too powerful. It sliced his palm open, and the gleaming edge pressed on toward his chest. With a furious roar, the Hulk drew back his other fist, aiming to smash Ignis's frail human body. But another blast of granite shockwave hit him square in the face. The Hulk was sent flying backward yet again, tumbling through the air. High above, a figure clad in steel streaked across the sky, landing with a metallic thud amidst the devastation below. Gold and crimson gleamed on the iron suit as it touched down on the ruined street. Hey, did I just land in Afghanistan? Stark quipped. He glanced at his death. Are you a magician? These icy creations of yours are spectacular. Ever thought of opening a frozen drinks factory? Isdeth shot Stark a frosty glare, and suddenly the air turned glacial, cold radiating in all directions. A crackling chill filled the air, and appliances in the surrounding shops started to flicker and die. Sorry, guess I'll go help him out, Stark said, knowing when to quit. But Isdeth was far too fierce for his liking. Best to leave that kind of war-crazed woman to Ignis. He seemed like the only one who could handle her. Don't interfere. This is his fight. Isdeth snapped, her tone icy. Stark stared at her in bewilderment. Suddenly, the Hulk barreled past Stark with a thunderous charge, the shockwave slamming him straight into the massive frozen meteor. With a primal roar, the Hulk crashed into the giant block of ice. Rage surged within Hulk, his strength growing even more formidable as he clawed his way out of the icy crater, unleashing a series of furious roars. In the very next moment, Ignis unleashed another mighty granite shockwave, striking Hulk with tremendous force. Hulk's furious roaring was abruptly silenced as the shockwave battered him relentlessly. He struggled against the onslaught, but found himself helpless before Ignis. So, am I just here to put in an appearance again? Stark, ever the showman, threw up his hands in exasperation. Every time, he'd suit up in his Iron Man armor, blasting energizing rock music in his ears, eagerly anticipating his own heroic, spotlight-stealing entrance. But every time, Ignis and his death would beat him to the punch, snatching away the enemies and stealing the glory. Hulk looked up, only to be met by another granite shockwave from Ignis. As the shockwave faded, Hulk was just about to roar when Ignis siphoned off the cursed energy stored within the lingering shadows of the surrounding buildings and the nearby curses. Then, another granite shockwave aimed right at Hulk. Hulk's rage erupted. Anger made him stronger. As the shockwave dissipated, his massive green hand smashed out from the icy wreckage. Hulk's head burst forth from the frozen debris, bellowing furiously at Ignis. He stomped forward, every step shaking the ground with a thunderous rumble, ready to charge. Granite shockwave. Hulk was stunned. Another one. Ignis gave a light chuckle, steadily closing the gap between himself and the few meters separating him from Hulk, then unleashed a point-blank shockwave. The blast struck Hulk square in the chest, sending him flying backward once more, roaring in frustration. Cursed energy was nearly limitless, but not truly infinite. Whenever it was depleted, it would swiftly replenish itself. Of course, in the heat of battle, sometimes even this rapid recovery wasn't quick enough. That's why Ignis and Yuta Okatsu always kept a backup power source at hand. Yuta had the cursed remnants left behind after Rika ascended. Ignis had a legion of curses under his command. By draining their cursed energy, he could instantly restore his own reserves in a pinch. Thus, he created a cycle. He'd siphon cursed energy from the curses to fuel emergency attacks, all while his own reserves rapidly regenerated. In this way, he could return to full power at top speed. Over these past days, he'd accumulated quite a collection of curses. So long as he maintained this cycle, he essentially had a window of unlimited firepower. Meanwhile, a news helicopter arrived at the scene, capturing footage of Hulk's rather humiliated state. No sooner had Hulk lifted his head than another shockwave struck, leaving him boiling with impotent fury. Thankfully, this was the movie Hulk. If it were the comic book Hulk, the madder he got, the stronger he'd become, his power spiking with every surge of rage. At last, the military could no longer sit by. Seeing someone capable of suppressing the Hulk, the American military began planning to deploy forces to capture him. In the next instant, as a large number of troops closed in, ready to make an arrest, Ignis withdrew the granite shockwave. Hulk shot him an angry glare, then swept his fierce gaze over the American soldiers surrounding them. With a mighty leap, Hulk sprang onto the rooftop, pausing only to throw Ignis one last look. Ignis's hair, which had just returned to normal, threatened to erupt into its wild, cannon-like style again. Hulk no longer dared to glare at anyone. Without missing a beat, he turned and bolted away. Ignis couldn't help but chuckle. In his previous life, he'd watched the Avengers and knew that Hulk had a bit of a temper. This guy definitely knew who he should be wary of. Abomination's death was of no consequence, but Banner was a good man. All Ignis needed to do was tease Hulk a little. He'd never really harm Banner. Why did you stop suppressing him? At that moment, General Ross arrived on the scene, glaring furiously at the young man before him. I ran out of strength, Ignis replied offhandedly, making up an excuse. In reality, his unlimited firepower hadn't run out yet. Yuta Okatsu's connection to Rika's curse lasted 5 minutes. And while his own curses varied in strength, he had plenty of them, which gave him even more time to recover his energy. As long as he kept dodging and didn't go head-to-head, he wouldn't even need to drain power from his curses. All he had to do was keep evading Hulk, recovering and attacking as he went. Then why was your? Ross pointed at Ignis's hair, which was an obvious sign that the kid had just used his powers. I was putting on a show to scare him, Ignis said, searching for another excuse, then eyed Ross with playful interest. How does that have anything to do with you? This entire street has been devastated, and the real culprit got away. Can you take responsibility for that? Ross thundered, his voice thick with anger. Am I your subordinate? Ignis shot him a cold look. Ross was left speechless. Stark, Ignis called out to the distant figure in iron armor, rock music blaring from his suit. What's up, superhero? Stark quipped. Not quite. I'm no hero. Ignis shook his head. All the shops along this street. Help me buy them up. Remember the deal we talked about earlier? I'll make good on it in the future. Stark recalled their secret conversation behind Fury's back, discussing the technique reversal and its final stage, as well as Ignis's promise. He nodded in agreement. The entire street now belonged to Ignis. We'll take care of the damaged street. General Ross, whatever mess you've made, you clean it up yourself. Ignis gave a cold chuckle, patted Ross on the shoulder, and turned away. Ross was silent. He watched the backs of Ignis and Death as they walked off, then hurriedly turned to order his men and get to work excavating Abomination. Ignis glanced at the military, sighed helplessly, and walked away. Abomination is dead, but there will always be a replacement. The real issue isn't Abomination. It's the insatiable greed of the United States that keeps pushing boundaries with reckless abandon. Brushing the shards of glass off the car seat, Ignis invited Death to take the passenger's seat, then circled around to the driver's side. He swept the glass from a driver's seat as well and settled in behind the wheel. He and Death were ready to hit the road again in their breezy SUV, continuing their drive. As for the glass Banner owed him, well, Hulk had already paid for it during their scuffle. You really don't believe in keeping a low profile, do you? Stark shot Ignis a disapproving look, wanting to remind him that it was fine to fight, but innocent bystanders shouldn't get hurt. Death, and I'm going to have to chip in for medical expenses tonight. Ignis brushed away more shards from the window, marveling at Hulk's strength. A single fragment had pierced straight through both panes of glass. Mr. Stark, according to surveillance, aside from the casualties caused by that gray-green brute, there were no other injuries reported. Of course, due to incomplete monitoring, damaged cameras, and insufficient data, the final numbers will need to be confirmed later, Jarvis reported. All right, forget I said anything, Stark replied, spreading his hands in resignation. With a cheerful wave, Ignis pulled away from the crash site, maneuvering along a side street and driving off slowly. He had anticipated his death would fight with abandon, so he'd sent his cursed spirits ahead of time to scare people off the street. With Abomination rampaging in plain sight and the cursed spirits working from the shadows, it was no wonder the street was deserted, even as their battle raged. At the very least, as a medical student, he'd set some limits for himself. He didn't want to be a hero, but he refused to be a villain either. Uptown, in a shadowy corner of the street, Samuel Stearns hid, glancing anxiously around. This was the man Banner had called Mr. Blue. Only now, after a head injury had been exposed to Banner's blood, his body had undergone a rather peculiar change. Samuel's head had grown several times its original size, swelling larger the higher it went. He looked for all the world like a giant green-headed child. Ha ha ha. My mind feels clearer than ever. My intelligence has increased by leaps and bounds. But his laughter died almost as soon as it began. Samuel noticed puddles around him, marked by the imprint of footsteps. Yet, no matter how hard he looked, he saw no one. A chill gripped him. He had just gained a power completely opposite to Hulk's, a mind growing sharper by the second. And now, something far more terrifying had found him. Hello, Samuel. A familiar voice whispered at his ear. Samuel Stearns slowly regained consciousness, opening his eyes to take in his surroundings and the person waiting before him. His memory still lingered on the moment he was knocked unconscious by an invisible monster. Where am I? He looked around in panic. The light around him warped and twisted, as if space itself had been crumpled into a ball, like a piece of paper carelessly wadded up. Samuel's mind raced, analyzing his predicament and searching for a way out. In front of him sat a telephone, from which came a voice that felt oddly familiar. It was Ignace Mora, the second largest shareholder of Stark Industries. "Welcome to your new home," Ignace teased, then hung up before Samuel could respond. Outside the twisted space. Earlier, Ignace had cast the spell of the Black Heron Pavilion, capturing emptiness as a surface, and crafted a spatial cage to imprison Samuel Stern. That same spell was what he'd once used to trap the vampire, locking him away just as effortlessly. Now, Ignace reached out, channeling his cursed energy to once again seize emptiness and turn it into a surface. This time, though, the effect was reversed. He layered an additional warped space inside the original cell. This new layer allowed those outside to see in, but blocked anyone inside from seeing out. It was like two shells. The outer layer was invisible, and the inner layer was blind to the outside. Now, Samuel was trapped in a solitary prison, utterly isolated, unable to see, unable to act, cut off from everything. Samuel Stern, known as the Leader, had a slightly different origin in the comics compared to the movies. In the comics, after his mutation, his intelligence increased 1,000-fold. He also gained telepathy and an indomitable willpower. But in the cinematic universe, all we saw was that unsettling grin after he came into contact with Banner's blood. No mention was made of his abilities or his role in the plot afterward. How many times did his intelligence increase in the films? Did he get telepathy or superhuman will? No one could say for sure. That's why Ignace had to test Samuel. If this guy really did have a superhuman intellect, something had to be done. Fast. After all, Ignace was, at best, a bright college student. There was no way he could outwit the comic book version of a Leader. He knew his own limits. This kind of monster was beyond his control. Better to eliminate him, and perhaps lay a curse in the process. Who knows, maybe he could conjure a cursed spirit with genius-level intellect. Either way, Ignace had nothing to lose. Inside the warped prison, Samuel's expression was calm as he examined the twisted space, his thoughts racing through possible strategies. He was certain Ignace had been targeting him for some time, and those invisible monsters must be under his command. A fight was out of the question. He stood no chance. Submit for now, and bide my time until I find his weakness. Samuel mused. Suddenly, he realized he possessed some rather unusual abilities. The corners of Samuel's mouth curled up ever so slightly, a wicked grin playing across his face as he gazed at the warped space surrounding him. Well, then there's no need for that. His eyes were icy cold. Samuel had already decided that when he met his opponent face to face, he would use his newfound powers against this young man. Ignace returned to the bedroom, cradling his death in his arms, and kicked the door shut behind them. Sometime later, "When did you first start keeping an eye on that guy?" Isteth asked, curiosity lighting up her eyes. "I noticed him back when the Hulk and Abomination incident happened," Ignace replied as he tidied up. "This guy's trouble. If you ask me, we should just take him out." Isteth snorted, but Ignace shook his head. If the big boss wasn't as much of a genius as he was in the comics, and didn't have psychic powers, Ignace would try to win him over and use him for a while. But if the other's intelligence surpassed his control, he'd kill him on the spot. And maybe, just maybe, use the big boss to try and curse up a high IQ cursed spirit. He had no choice. All the cursed spirits around him were airheads. What his team really lacked was a sharp mind. And the big boss seemed like the perfect candidate to be the first talent they brought in. That night, inside the warped space where Samuel was trapped, a bluish creature lumbered in, carrying a tape recorder. Following its master's earlier instructions, it clumsily pressed the button. Samuel's brow creased, his gaze radiating a chilling cold as he stared at the invisible being clutching the recorder. But in the next moment, the contents of the tape recorder left him speechless. It was nothing but Ignace's voice from start to finish, heaping praise upon Samuel's intelligence and wit, lauding him in every way imaginable, without repeating himself once. What on earth is he trying to do? Samuel wondered, suspicion gnawing at him. The bluish creature cast a puzzled glance at this green-headed doll of a man, then turned and left the twisted space. Did it fail because it has no mind of its own? Or is it just a tool with no independent will? Samuel pondered. He had just tried using his psychic powers on the invisible monster, but it hadn't worked. He was still deep in thought when the tape recorder, pressed right up to his ear, began to grate on his nerves. Ignace's voice droned on, sowing seeds of mental torment and restlessness. Hours passed. Samuel, now far more composed and intelligent than before, found himself unable to sleep under such psychological torture. Third floor of the clinic. Bedroom. Day after day, Ignace sat by the window, letting the breeze wash over him. There was a faint scent of heather in the room, drifting gently through the air. "What are you thinking about?" Isteth walked over, draping a coat over her shoulders, curiosity in her voice. "I'm wondering what will happen after subjecting Samuel Stern to 6 months of mental contamination," Ignace replied. "He already hates me to the core. I can't help but wonder if that resentment will affect my curse on him when the time comes." The cursed and the one being cursed don't necessarily have to be close, do they? If Samuel hated him to the core, he wanted to see if killing Samuel under such circumstances and then cursing him would work. Would such profound, terrifying hatred from the other side give birth to a powerful cursed spirit? Of course, this was simply using Samuel as an experiment. If it worked, then he'd have found a whole new way to raise his little lambs for the slaughter. The next day, in the afternoon, just after lunch, Ignace received an invitation from Stark to visit his mansion on the West Coast. At the same time, in a bar, General Ross, looking utterly dejected, sat alone at the counter, nursing his drink. After all the chaos that had happened, Ross's military career had taken a severe hit. Click, click, click. A tall figure approached, taking a seat beside Ross. The stench of smoke, mixed with the scent of failure. General, do you know the real reason the super soldier program was shelved? The stranger gave a soft chuckle, lifted his glass, and looked Ross in the eye. And who are you? Ross exhaled a cloud of smoke, glaring at him with clear hostility. I've heard words like that before. Tony Stark? Oh, please. The stranger gave a cold, dismissive laugh. He only wants to play his own Iron Man. Did he ever say he'd hand over his technology to the military? Ross snorted, tossing back his drink in one gulp. That was exactly why his meeting with Stark that morning had ended so badly. General Ross, you've all been far too careless. The stranger slid a photograph across to him. It showed the storage rack in Samuel Stern's house where blood bags filled with banner samples had once been kept. In the photo, every single bag had vanished without a trace. What are you trying to say? Ross glared furiously at him. How was he supposed to explain the disappearance of those blood bags? Could have been these people? The stranger leaned in, whispering in Ross's ear. Ross slumped back onto his bar stool, shocked and powerless, staring at the man in horror. California, Western Los Angeles, Malibu. Inside Stark's mansion, Ignace, holding Isteth's hand, entered the house. Welcome, Mr. Ignace. Welcome, Ms. Isteth. Jarvis's voice echoed through the room. Hello, Jarvis. Where's Stark? Ignace asked. Mr. Stark is downstairs, running some experiments. He asked me to let you know you can go straight down to find him. Jarvis replied smoothly. Ignace nodded, leading Isteth to the lower floor, into Stark's private laboratory. Through the transparent glass door, they could see Stark seated among a cluster of computers, deeply absorbed in his work. Come in, the door's open, Stark called out. Ignace pushed the door open and stepped inside. How about lending a hand? Stark stood up and took a sip of his vegetable juice. What do you need help with? Ignace walked to the side, eyeing the clumsy mechanical arm Stark had built. I want to develop a new suit of armor. Stark spoke without reservation, and Ignace frowned at him. No way. Ignace instantly understood. Stark had no intention of simply developing a new suit. Clearly, he wanted to create armor specifically to defend against Ignace himself. Just let me try your grenade shockwave a few more times. I want to study your technique. How about $1 billion? Stark waved his hand dismissively. With his intelligence, there wasn't a field he couldn't master. It's not about money. These are two completely different disciplines. Without the necessary conditions, you'll never be able to understand it. Ignace shook his head. $5 billion, plus a 1% stake in the company. Stark offered with reckless generosity. Ignace didn't hesitate. He immediately threw an arm around Stark's shoulder. Deal. Isteth lounged nearby, thoroughly bored, paying the two men no mind at all. Ignace was right. Without the innate qualities of sorcerer, Stark simply couldn't use jujitsu, no matter how hard he tried. The two of them headed outside the mansion. Stark had picked a great spot by the sea and had prepared a wealth of monitoring equipment. We can start now, Stark said, instructing Jarvis to keep a close eye on the data at all times. All right, Ignace nodded. His hair coiled, and cursed energy gathered within the twisted locks. In the next instant, a terrifying shockwave erupted. It crashed into the sea, sending towering waves skyward. Yet, neither Stark's naked eye nor the video feed could capture the shockwave's form. Mr. Stark, the instruments have not detected any corresponding energy signatures, but they have picked up anomalies in the airflow caused by the shockwave. Jarvis reported quietly in Stark's ear. Ignace sat to the side, cooperating with Stark's experiments. In truth, the grenade shockwave was not his real trump card. His true sorcery was the unconditional imitation of any curse technique. As long as he had a cursed spirit to assist, he didn't need to mimic Ryu Ishigawa. He could combine his power with a curse and unleash a shockwave on his own. He was simply being cautious. Someday, when the Civil War storyline began and Stark threw his full support behind the American government's regulation of superheroes, Ignace would catch him completely off guard. Inumaki Toad's cursed speech. A single command, stop, and Stark's entire team would be out of commission. He had no choice but to stay on guard. He wasn't a psychologist. There was no way he could give Stark a heart-to-heart. With someone like Stark, persuasion was nearly impossible. After an entire afternoon of testing, Stark was overjoyed. Although he still couldn't grasp how sorcery was mastered, he now had a way to anticipate the grenade shockwave. Is there really no chance I could use the technique you mentioned? Night had fallen, and the two stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows of the mansion. Stark and Ignace sat eating pizza, and Stark posed the question. No way. Ignace shook his head. Just as I could never become Iron Man, You can never become someone like me. He tapped his head. Stark was a genius, but the mind of Sorcerer was simply built differently. Stark glanced at him and nodded slightly. How's the final stage of the reverse technique coming along? He asked. It'll still take some time, Ignace replied, and Stark nodded again. A little later, Pepper came to find Stark, while Ignace happened to be leaving Stark's house with Esteth. On the way, Esteth looked at him with curiosity. She had witnessed Stark's brilliance firsthand. He had found a way to anticipate the Granita shockwave in such a short time. Why are you cooperating with him? She smiled teasingly at her man, her eyes full of playful interest. He would have figured out the problem sooner or later and found a way to defend against it. Besides, why refuse $50 billion and 1% of the shares? He grinned at her. And don't forget what you told me that night about your standards for a romantic partner. Ignace looked at her with a smile. The second rule. The courage to go hunting dangerous creatures with me, even unarmed. Esteth nodded in response. Exactly. That's why I don't mind telling him. As your partner, I'm never lacking in courage. Ignace said, holding her hand. And of course, he always had a backup plan. A faint blush rose on Esteth's cheeks. Overcome with emotion, she grabbed his shoulder and pulled him into a possessive embrace. That night, Virginia, Arlington, General Ross had just returned to his office. He pulled open a drawer to reach for a cigar, only to find a transparent blood bag lying inside. He took a deep breath, quickly closed the door, and walked back to his seat, staring at the blood bag labeled Bruce Banner. Meanwhile, in New York, Queens, beside the Presbyterian Hospital branch, a black car was parked next to the Mora Clinic. A middle-aged man in a suit stood by the car, waiting quietly. What a shame. A resigned sigh floated from behind the car's dark, opaque window. Well, since he's not here, we'll wait. The man by the car immediately bowed respectfully and opened the door. A bald man stepped out, adjusted his suit, and, with an air of pride, glanced up at the clinic sign. The night wind stirred his forked white beard, and under the faint glow of the lamp, one could just make out a multitude of mysterious symbols tattooed across his bald head. I believe that no matter how powerful a person may be, no one can resist the lure of an endless life. He let out a cold, indifferent chuckle. The Ghost Clan member at his side hurried forward respectfully to help him pry open the door. How inelegant. Let this be the last time. The bald man clicked his tongue and shook his head in feigned disapproval. Yes, sir. The middle-aged man responded at once, bowing his head in deference. Under the cover of night, both inside the Mora Clinic and along the street outside, cursed spirits crouched nearby, their expressions cold and watchful, tracking the movements of these two intruders with unwavering eyes. At the break of dawn, on a certain beach along the East Coast, upon a large outcropping of reef, Frost's companion, a hybrid vampire, applied sunscreen to his skin and had the others prepare a motorcycle helmet for him. Standing tall on the rock, he watched as his companions escorted a pure-blood vampire toward him. As the sun neared the horizon, the once proud pure blood began to smolder, thin trails of smoke rising from his skin. Phew, it's getting pretty hot out here, Frost said with a sigh, slinging an arm around the pure blood shoulders. The pure blood vampire trembled, unable to contain his agitation. Tell me, how long has it been since you watched the sunrise? Frost grinned wickedly at him. Then his expression soured. Oh, that's right, you were born a vampire. The pure blood's face flushed a deep crimson, his features twisted in pain as his body shuddered. Let's share this moment together. It moves me truly. As he spoke, Frost began stripping off the pure blood's coat, the smoke pouring from the vampire's body thickening with each passing second. What do you want, Frost? The pure blood spat, glaring at him with fury. You just don't get it, do you? Frost gave a snore of contempt and tore off the pure blood's shirt in one swift motion. Taking a pair of pliers from a subordinate, Frost began yanking out the pure blood's fangs. Two razor-sharp vampire teeth were wrenched free, and his female companion forced the pure blood to his knees with a vicious blow. Pocketing his trophies, Frost accepted the motorcycle helmet handed to him. Enjoy yourself, he said with mock cheer. Sorry, you were a little too sharp-tongued for your own good. Ha ha ha. Frost and his crew stood off to the side, each donning gloves and sleek black motorcycle helmets, snapping the visors shut. In the next instant, the morning sun broke the horizon, its rays pouring down like molten fire upon fresh snow. The pure blood shrieked in agony, collapsing backward and writhing in torment as his skin began to rot and peel. A sickening, splitting sound filled the air as flesh and sinew tore apart, the pure blood's body decomposing before their eyes. His screams echoed, desperate and unending, as his body shriveled to a husk and erupted in flames. And then, with a shattering boom, his form exploded. The pure blood vampire vanished without a trace, leaving behind only wisps of smoke drifting in the wind and a pile of clothing scattered on the reef. Far off, the highway lay silent. An SUV sped past, while Frost and his companions stood atop the rocks, watching coldly as the high-ranking figure who once towered above them fell lifeless before their eyes. Pure bloods and blades alike. I will trample them all beneath my feet. Frost snorted disdainfully. A message just came in. Behind him, a half-blood subordinate held up a phone and spoke. Frost glanced over his shoulder at him. Another pureblood leader is still waiting at Mora's private clinic. It seems he's hoping to lure that Ignace into joining the vampires. Frost's brow furrowed tightly. That wily old corpse never knows when to quit. On the highway leading to New York, an SUV raced down the road with Ignace behind the wheel. In the passenger seat, Isteth cast a playful glance at the figures standing on the distant rocks behind them. Are those the feeble vampires? Isteth chuckled softly. Looks like a shakeup is coming in their ranks. Ignace replied with a nod. Truth be told, Isteth had little desire to fight the vampires. In her eyes, they were simply too weak. All it took was a silver weapon, or a bullet laced with garlic extract, to pierce a vampire's heart. Or perhaps a blast of ultraviolet light. Dealing with vampires was child's play. As for Ignace, he had no fear of these vampires either. All he wanted was to drive them out of his neighborhood as soon as possible. Queens, New York. Mora's private clinic. Ignace parked the SUV beside the clinic and glanced at the sleek black luxury car nearby. A first-rank cursed spirit approached Ignace with deference, its voice raspy and twisted, words coming in halting bursts. Someone inside is being watched by us. Listening to the spirit's clumsy report, Ignace understood. Someone had broken into the clinic, but they had no idea that spirits lurked in the shadows, keeping a close eye on them. With Isteth's hand in his, Ignace stepped into the clinic. He ascended the wooden stairs slowly to the second floor. A bald man sat by the window, the curtains drawn aside. Ignoring the man, Ignace turned away to rummage through the medical cabinet, busying himself with other tasks. Young man, aren't you curious who I am? The bald man cradled a coffee cup, eyes fixed on Ignace's back. I couldn't care less. Ignace shook his head. Allow me to make a formal introduction. This, sir, is none other than the legendary, long-lived Lord Vampire. The middle-aged man, standing behind the bald figure, announced with utmost respect. Drawing liquid into a syringe, Ignace shot the middle-aged man a cold, mocking smile. Which branch of the J Bureau do you run again? I believe we crossed paths at a gala some time ago. The middle-aged man's mouth twitched as he glared at Ignace in anger. Was this brat looking down on him? So you're kin-friendly, huh? Ignace shook his head. His reputation had spread far and wide. Every day, all sorts of strange creatures seemed to seek him out. First, it was the Serpent Shield Bureau. Then came the vampires and their human sympathizers. He had no doubt that in the future, both heroes and villains of every stripe would come knocking on his door. That's right. I am this great one's most loyal servant. The director replied, his face full of pride. So, what do you want to talk to me about? I don't see how you'd need my help. Ignace held a syringe in his hand as he sat across from the bald pureblood vampire. With a wave, he signaled, and a spellbound spirit escorted a battered, miserable half-blood vampire down from the third floor to the second. Mr. Ignace, we mean no offense by our visit. Please, there's no need for violence. The bald pureblood started, shrinking back in his seat. True, vampires boasted strength and speed far superior to humans. They could even regrow severed limbs. But in every way, he felt, vampires were still no match for the man before him. According to what he'd heard from the highest echelons of human society, Ignace's reverse technique had reached a level where he could regenerate lost limbs in the blink of an eye. And as for vampires, some of them needed days just to heal. We've come today to offer you a generous gift, Mr. Ignace. Would you like to live for 100, maybe 1,000 years? The bald man leaned forward, his tone tempting. Ignace regarded him with a measured look. Then, without warning, he plunged the syringe into the heart of the half-blood vampire he'd been experimenting on for ages. This is an anticoagulant, Ignace explained. In the next instant, Isteth conjured an ice wall, clear barriers on all sides, and a slab overhead, sealing the half-blood inside and isolating him. She was making sure the mess wouldn't dirty the place. The half-blood's body began to swell grotesquely, twisting into something monstrous, like a tumor run rampant, growing larger and more misshapen by the second. The half-blood wailed in agony, and the pureblood's scalp prickled at the sound. A moment later, a deafening bang. The half-blood's body exploded in an instant, leaving nothing but a pool of blood trapped within the ice. Isteth moved swiftly, freezing the blood to dispose of it. Ignace produced another syringe filled with anticoagulant and waved it in front of the pureblood. The pureblood recoiled, his neck shrinking back in terror. If Ignace could not be enticed by the allure of a vampire's long life, then truly, in every way, they were utterly outclassed before this man. I want shares, and other additional terms. But I will never accept turning myself, or the one I love, into a vampire. With those words, Ignace moved as if to jab the syringe into the pureblood's neck. Everything's negotiable. We can talk this out. Young man, don't do anything rash. The bald, pure-blooded vampire trembled, his voice quivering with terror as he pleaded for mercy. Just as he tried to scramble over the sofa to escape, Ignace slapped his shoulder with a heavy hand, pinning him firmly in place. Now, this pure-blooded elder could only regret his choices with every fiber of his being. He had thought that, upon meeting Ignace, even if the man was powerful and wouldn't fawn over them, he would at least yield to the lure of a long life, accept his offer with gratitude, and show him the respect he deserved. But never in his wildest imaginings did he expect to become nothing more than a helpless victim, laid out on the chopping block for Ignace to do with as he pleased. After all these years, have you learned nothing? Are you no better than stray dogs? Ignace let out a derisive snort. The pureblood's face darkened with anger, but he didn't dare utter a word in protest. 1% of the company's shares. The pureblood blurted out anxiously. Ignace struck him across the face with a resounding slap. Who do you take me for? 5%. That's the most I can possibly offer you. In America, we have our people embedded everywhere. In business, in politics, pulling the strings from behind the scenes. I only have control over this much. The pureblood cried out desperately. Ignace nodded, accepting his answer. Take me to your headquarters. I want to have a friendly chat with your friends about how humans and vampires can coexist peacefully, shall we say. He withdrew the anticoagulation agent. The pureblood vampire collapsed onto the floor with a heavy thud, his legs giving way in fright. It was over. He thought he was bringing in a powerhouse to keep the unruly half-bloods in check. Instead, he'd invited a rampaging beast straight into the heart of their lair. That night, clouds drifted sullenly across the sky, casting a pall over the city's chaotic streets, which buzzed with noise and confusion. In the dimly lit alleys, people from every walk of life gathered in uneasy clusters. A black SUV sped past, vanishing into the distance. They'll never willingly hand over their shares, you know. The bald pureblood muttered from the back seat. That's not your concern. Ignace shook his head. He pulled the car to the curb and glanced at the red mark painted on the wall nearby. A secret sign, signaling this neighborhood as a vampire gathering ground. On the sidewalk, women seeking business, parking attendants, sharp-dressed professionals, and streetwise punks. Everyone shot them hostile stares, eyes glinting with barely suppressed bloodlust. All of these people, they're vampires, Ignace said quietly to his death. The pureblood in the back seat stiffened. How did this human know so much about them? Out of the car, Ignace opened his door and stepped out, Isteth following suit from the other side. Hey there, baby. Looking for a good time? A black man swaggered over to Isteth, eyebrows raised suggestively. Get lost. Isteth shot him a cold glare and struck with a swift, decisive palm. In the next instant, a chill swept out in all directions, and that black mixed-blood vampire was instantly frozen, collapsing onto the street with a heavy thud. At the entrance, the bodyguard standing guard at the door reached for his gun, his expression dark as he stared at them. Stop. They are honored guests. From the car behind, a noble pureblood vampire hurriedly got out, and the bald pureblood strode forward. In a flash, the bodyguard vampires, as well as the surrounding vampires, all lowered their once proud heads. The mixed bloods quickly pushed open the glass door to welcome the distinguished guests inside. Ignace waved at the pureblood, who frowned at him, but, after glancing at the silver dagger hidden under his clothes and the large quantity of anticoagulant, reluctantly bowed his proud pureblood head in front of the mixed bloods. Staying close beside Ignace, he respectfully led them inside. The mixed bloods pretended not to see anything, turning their heads away. Inside the ballroom, the pounding music resonated with a strong rhythm, and the clear, vibrant voices of Japanese girls singing loudly filled the air. 2 Japanese girls stood on stage, dressed in school uniforms, singing and dancing with high energy. All around, people sat at tables, drinking, smoking, and watching the show. As Ignace and Esteth entered, the crowd's eyes turned toward them, their gazes strange and scrutinizing. If you keep looking at me like I'm food, don't blame me if I end them all, Ignace said with a cold snort. The pureblood next to him shuddered inwardly and quickly shot a glare at the lowly mixed bloods. The mixed bloods hurriedly lowered their heads and withdrew their gazes. They sure know how to have a good time, Ignace remarked, shaking his head at the 2 Japanese girls before following the pureblood toward the kitchen. The pureblood stopped in front of a refrigerator and pulled open the door. Behind the fridge door, a pitch-black passageway was revealed. Ignace and Esteth followed the pureblood into the corridor. At the far end, they reached an elevator. The door slid open automatically. The group stepped into the brightly lit elevator, and the doors closed behind them. Back at the ballroom entrance, the mixed-blood bodyguard stood there, glancing around. He glanced at the glass door. No one had come in just now, so why did the door move a little? Inside the ballroom, cursed spirits darted through the crowd, leaving a group of low-level spirits to linger in the ballroom, while the others, first-tier spirits, following Ignace's prior orders, surged toward the passage behind the refrigerator. At the American Vampire Council Hall, outside the doors, the bald pureblood led the way with deference. The bodyguard stationed outside the council hall looked on, puzzled by the strange scene. The exalted pureblood actually leading the way for a human? The bald pureblood entered the council hall and took a seat at the end of the long conference table. Ignace, holding Esteth by the hand, approached, heading straight for the seat at the head of the table. Human, you may have been invited here, but don't let it go to your head. One of the pureblood elders sneered coldly. Ignace seated himself at the head of the table as if it were his rightful place, pulling Isteth onto his lap. In public, Isteth would still grant him the dignity of being the head of the family. Human, that's not a seat meant for you. Get up now. The pureblood sneered again, his tone icy. Ignis turned his gaze toward the speaker. It was a black man with dreadlocks, his frame thin and wiry, a gaudy tie hanging from his neck. What exactly are you so proud of? Ignis replied coldly. With a snap of his death's fingers, the air in the room plummeted to a frigid chill. Crackling sounds filled the air as, in an instant, the pureblood's body was encased in ice. With a dull thud, the frozen figure toppled to the floor. So what are you all so proud of? Isteth's icy gaze swept over the assembled vampire elders, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. In her view, these people weren't even worth comparing to the dangerous beasts she had once hunted. You're hoping to invite me to join the vampire kin? Ignis swirled the wine in his glass, his eyes glinting with amusement as he regarded them. Vampires enjoy long lifespans. No matter how powerful you are, you can't escape the fate of aging, sickness, and death. Honored one, please join us, said a pure blood with slick back hair, bowing his head hurriedly. Respected sir, becoming a vampire would allow you to live for centuries. A female pure blood added, her head bowed in reverence. In the original story, not even a half-blood like Frost could be defeated by them, let alone someone like Ignis or Isteth. So, in the face of overwhelming power, they chose to bow their heads. I have no interest in being one of your kind. Ignis chuckled coldly, shaking his head. The purebloods stared at him in shock. They had lived for so long, rarely encountering anyone so powerful who would turn down the promise of immortality. Ignis absently played with Isteth's delicate hand. With pure gold in his possession, he had no need for anything the vampires could offer. Pure gold itself granted its own version of longevity. In the world of pirates, Olga had worn that pure gold ring for centuries without aging, forever retaining the appearance of a young girl. With pure gold, why would he ever choose to become a vampire, vulnerable and full of weaknesses? Now, then, gentlemen, I believe it's time we had a conversation. Since you intend to present me with a generous gift, allow me to decide what that gift will be. Ignis fixed his gaze on the pure blood elders gathered around him. First, I want you to hand over more than 40% of the shares from every vampire-owned corporation in America. Second, I want the full list of every vampire in the country. And from this day forward, all of you, every vampire and damper, must vacate Queens. Where I live, not a single vampire or damper is permitted to set foot. The purebloods looked at one another, their faces filled with dismay. Refusal hung on their lips, but they knew they stood no chance against Ignis and Isteth. Even blade strength was just within their tolerance. But Ignis and Isteth were already a little beyond the usual standards. After some discussion between them, they decided to agree. It's always better to get along than to spend eternity in a nuclear grave. But we have one condition. You need to help us deal with Frost. He's getting more and more unruly. The white pureblood with slick-back hair proposed. No way. What I mean is, let's keep to our own lanes. I won't get involved in your internal squabbles. Ignis shook his head in refusal. The purebloods felt a wave of disappointment. Though, if you'd sweeten the deal, I might consider it. The purebloods were speechless. This guy is so greedy. At the entrance of the ballroom, a car pulled up. The half-blood Frost got out, tossing his keys to the valet. With his date and his own entourage in tow, he strode into the ballroom. He made his way straight to the kitchen, opened a hidden door in the refrigerator, walked down a passageway, and stepped into an elevator as it opened automatically. A short while later, outside the High Council chamber of America's vampire elite, Frost gripped the fangs of pure-blood Guittaro as he walked toward the chamber. As soon as he entered, he fixed a hostile glare on the human seated at the head of the table. Then Frost glanced around at the assembled purebloods. What did you do to Guittaro? The bald pureblood stared daggers at Frost, his tone icy. With a casual flick, Frost tossed Guittaro's fangs onto the long conference table. His expression was one of arrogant disdain as he looked down on the purebloods before him. With a loud bang, the white pureblood with the slick-back hair slammed his palm on the table. Frost, you've got a death wish. He glared, furious, at the sight of his old friend's fangs lying before him. Let me hear it. What kind of business have you worthless fools been discussing behind my back with this human? Frost cast a glance at the black pureblood, now frozen solid, gave him a kick, then sat himself down in the vacant seat. The purebloods exchanged helpless looks, shaking their heads. Before Frost's return, they had already struck a new deal with Ignis. Ignis would help them get rid of Frost, and in return, they'd give him an extra 15% stake. Frost, you're too arrogant. The bald pureblood sighed, shaking his head. Then he handed the transfer agreement for the shares to someone, who passed it along to Ignis. Seeing this, Frost frowned deeply and quickly turned to Ignis. Listen, buddy, I know I'm no match for you, but I have a plan. If we join forces, the world could be ours. And if it's longevity you're after, I can help with that too. Ignis looked at Frost with a hint of amusement, while the purebloods burst into laughter. You really don't get the situation, do you, Frost? Ignis shook his head with a smile as he accepted the share transfer agreements from the purebloods. Here's the list. A pureblood stood respectfully by his side, bowing as he handed over a document. Ignis took it and glanced through the contents. He knew full well that this group of purebloods would never hand over a detailed list. But in truth, he had never intended to truly coexist peacefully with the vampires. A short while later, behind a ballroom, in a narrow street alley, Ignace's SUV had been driven here by a half-blood vampire valet. A half-blood bodyguard emerged from the back door, carrying a large burlap sack. He opened the car door and tossed the sack on the back seat. Ignace stepped outside. A dozen or so pure-blood elites quickly followed, seeing him off. "Safe travels," one of the pure-blood leaders said respectfully. Ignace gave a slight nod and got into the car with his death. He started the engine and drove away. Only after watching them leave did the pure-bloods finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Did we come here just for a contract?" Isteth asked from the passenger seat, a hint of doubt in her voice. "It wasn't only for the contract," Ignace replied, shaking his head. Blade would soon be launching his assault on the American vampire stronghold. Ignace simply wanted to take a portion of the vampire's assets ahead of time. Otherwise, once Blade wiped out the upper echelons of the American vampires, when they were all dead, all the wealth and vast business empires these vampires had accumulated over countless years would be carved up cleanly by the human financial oligarchs. By then, it would be too late for Ignace to make his move. He'd have to fight those old money families for scraps, which simply wasn't worth the trouble. A muffled, whimpering sound came from the back seat. Isteth glanced behind her, but paid it no mind. Not long after, in Queens, at the Mora Clinic, Ignace hauled the sack upstairs. Entering the second-floor laboratory, he dumped Frost out of the bag and tied him down onto a metal-framed bed laced with silver alloy. A sizzling sound filled the air, followed by muffled cries of pain. Bound by the special metal cords, Frost's body convulsed in agony, as though he were being seared alive. But the silver content in the metal was low, enough to torture, but not kill. "All right, let's begin tonight's experiment." Ignace pulled on a pair of surgical gloves, gripping a different scalpel in each hand, preparing to use Frost as his test subject. With vampires, there was no need for signed consent forms. After all, they weren't really human. No ethical boundaries would be crossed. With practiced precision, Ignace made his first incision, then methodically began to sabotage and study the vampire's body. At the same time, he used Frost to practice his reversal rituals. Regular vampires were still far inferior to the Blood God, resurrected in Blade 1, in both speed and regenerative power. The Blood God moved faster and healed at an astonishing rate. The opponent's severed limbs could swiftly regenerate, with new ones sprouting from the blood in an instant. 2 hours later, Frost had been locked away. On the verge of a mental breakdown from relentless psychological torment, he was escorted by cursed spirits and thrown into a cell with the Big Boss. Endlessly forced to listen to a tape recorder, he had to replay Ignace's praises for the Big Boss, an ordeal that left him utterly exhausted. The two exchanged weary glances. One, physically battered, his spirit utterly drained. The other, tormented mentally, closed his eyes in hopes of sleep, only to have the sound of the tape recorder echoing relentlessly in his mind. Third floor. Days later, Ignace wrapped his arm around his death, his thoughts preoccupied with the test subjects. Vampires are indeed more durable, he mused to himself. But compared to the Blood God, whether pure blood or hybrid, their recovery is just far too slow. Ignace found himself yearning for a superior lab rat. If he could swap out the vampires with a more resilient Blood God, he was certain that the development of reversal curse techniques would progress much faster. In truth, he had already disrupted the story's timeline. But disrupting the plot wasn't much of an issue. What Ignace truly wanted was a better experimental subject, like the Blood God. He harbored little fondness for vampires. Sooner or later, Blade would wipe out the American vampire clans one after another. So, he planned to make use of Frost. At the right moment, he would throw Frost back into the mix, let him undergo the transformation ritual, and become the Blood God. Then, when Blade annihilated the American vampires, Ignace would get his hands on high-grade Blood God experimental material. A win-win situation. With that in mind, Ignace picked up his tablet and began preparing his gear. Equipment required for capturing the Blood God. High-powered ultraviolet lamps, UV grenades, and a net woven from low-purity silver alloy. Of course, anticoagulants were essential as well. If the Blood God proved disobedient, he'd just finish him off. "These vampires are truly pathetic," Ignace muttered with a helpless shake of his head. The vampires in the Marvel world were a disgrace to their kind across the multiverse. Just a dose of anticoagulant was enough to take care of them. However, the source of the new breed in Blade 2 was still immune to anticoagulants. One day later, an abandoned factory somewhere in New York. Blade donned his combat gear, sword sheathed at his waist, shotgun in hand, loaded with silver bullets. Behind him, due to changes in the storyline, Old Man Whistler, who hadn't been bitten, stood at his side. Whistler gripped his gun, and Blade glanced at the doctor he had rescued. "All set. Let's move." Blade gave a faint nod, slipped on his sunglasses, and strode briskly toward the car, ready to storm the vampire stronghold. New York, the headquarters of the American vampires. The loyal Ghost Tribe mercenaries, clad in tactical helmets and combat uniforms, advanced swiftly in formation, submachine guns at the ready, eyes sharp and wary of their surroundings. The rumble of motorcycles echoed in their ears, a relentless sound. It was a warning. Blade was coming. In the next instant, from behind a pane of glass, a motorcycle suddenly burst onto the scene, shattering the glass as Blade rode in astride the bike. The motorcycle fishtailed, slamming into a pillar before coming to a stop. At that very moment, the pure-blood vampire mercenaries and Blade raised their weapons at the same time. Blade, still wearing his sunglasses, dismounted and opened fire with his submachine gun, sending a hail of bullets at the vampire mercenaries present. Bullets flew everywhere, tearing into the mercenaries. Bodies fell in droves, and the glass walls of the corridor shattered under the barrage. Blade advanced as he fired, emptying his magazine and gunning down every mercenary in sight. With a swift turn, he spun back to the motorcycle, drew out a shotgun, and racked the slide in one fluid motion. He aimed the shotgun at the mercenaries rushing around the corner. One thunderous blast, and another mercenary went down. Boom, boom, boom. Blade wielded the shotgun, clearing a path upstairs with ruthless efficiency. Across the street, on the rooftop of another building, Whistler was set up with his sniper rifle, keeping a vigilant eye on the events unfolding in the opposite building. Meanwhile, Dr. Karen Jensen, recently rescued by Blade, gripped a submachine gun of her own, aiming it at the door to the rooftop. Blade stormed the building head-on, while Whistler locked down the perimeter, picking off any vampires who tried to escape. As for Karen, a doctor with little combat experience, her role was to assist Whistler by watching the rooftop entrance, ensuring that no vampires could get close. The next day, morning, Mora's private clinic. Second floor. Ignace had no appointments today. Inside the laboratory. Damn it. Stop. I told you to stop. On the operating table, Frost, the half-blood, glared at Ignace, who was clad in surgical scrubs and wielding a scalpel, moving restlessly over his body. Frost's curses filled the room. Frost, calm down. Ignace replied with a smile and a shake of his head, then deftly sliced out one of Frost's kidneys. Frost was about to unleash a scream of pain, but his death released a wave of icy chill from her hand, instantly freezing his mouth shut. The real pain is yet to come, Ignace said, tossing the kidney into a waiting container, then peeling off his surgical gloves to begin sterilizing his tools. Isteth, have you started recording? Ignace asked. It's rolling. Isteth nodded in reply. Ignace prepared to study the regenerative abilities of the half-blood body, planning to inflict wounds and, at the same time, practice his reversal technique on Frost. Sitting nearby, Ignace observed Frost's healing process closely. His plan was to keep Frost captive for a few days, and, when the American vampires were on the brink of collapse, to send Frost back. This way, Frost would surely go mad, rally his former subordinates, capture the 12 purebloods, and immediately initiate the ritual of the 12 kings and the Blood God. By the time he became the Blood God, whether he was Blood God or still Frost, they would all be captured by Ignace and used as high-grade experimental subjects. He had already prepared a large number of high-powered ultraviolet searchlights, along with many silver lace nets. Afternoon, Ignace finished his various experiments on Frost, then used a reversal spell to heal him, and locked him up again with the big boss. Samuel glanced at Frost, sighed helplessly, and let out a yawn. He hadn't closed his eyes for days now. Every day, Ignace would place a tape recorder in front of him, bombarding him with noise. At first, it was bearable. Sometimes he'd drift off to sleep despite the racket. But recently, Ignace had switched tactics. He gave a spirit a wireless phone, put headphones on Samuel's ears, turned the volume all the way up, and played the audio on a loop. There was also a spirit watching him around the clock. If the phone's battery died, they simply swapped in another. The goal was 24 hours of nonstop torment. As long as the phone didn't break, Samuel's mental torture never stopped. Samuel desperately wanted to sleep, but couldn't. His greenish face now sported two huge, dark circles under his eyes. Frost glanced at his fellow sufferer, then closed his eyes to rest. One was tormented in spirit, the other in body. Both hovered on the edge of madness. Outside the entrance of Mora's private clinic, a Korean woman stepped out of a taxi as it drove away. She looked up at the sign, then picked up her bag and walked inside. Hello, I'm Dr. Zhao Hailuan, here at the invitation of Mr. Mora. May I ask if Mr. Mora is at the clinic right now? Zhao Hailuan stood at the front desk, addressing the nurse on duty. The nurse looked up at this beautiful, refined Asian woman and quickly stood up to respond politely. Mr. Mora is currently resting in the reception lounge on the second floor. He mentioned in advance that if you arrived, you could go straight up to the lounge to find him. Zhao Hailuan thanked her, then walked toward the staircase leading upstairs. Only then did the nurse sit back down. There was no helping it. Their boss was Chinese, and to them, all Asian faces looked similar, so the staff treated every Asian visitor with utmost respect. Ignace was powerful. He could take on the Iron Tyrant and go toe-to-toe with the Hulk. Now, no one in America dared to show him any disrespect. Zhao Hailuan climbed the stairs to the second floor, walked down the hallway for a while, and arrived at the reception hall. By the window, bathed in sunlight, a tall, slender figure sat sideways on the sofa, a thick book in his hand, turning its pages slowly. He was a strikingly handsome man, Zhao Hailuan thought to herself. Beside him, a beautiful, blue-haired woman sat on the sofa, her hands gently tending to the flowers in the windowsill planter. With a crisp snap, Ignace closed his book and set it on a glass table. He stood up, smiling, and looked at Zhao Hailuan. "Hello, Dr. Zhao Hailuan. Welcome to my clinic. Please have a seat." Zhao Hailuan stepped forward and shook his hand. "Hello, Mr. Ignace. I've admired you for a long time." "Hello, I'm his fiancée, Isteth." Isteth immediately reached out for a handshake, and at the same time, gave Zhao Hailuan's hand a little squeeze. Zhao Hailuan forced a polite smile. "Jealousy, huh? What a possessive woman. She wouldn't even let a man and a woman shake hands out of courtesy." Ignace could only smile helplessly, but he didn't try to stop her. After all, Isteth getting jealous just meant that he mattered a lot to her. And Isteth was, by nature, a fiercely assertive woman. A little jealousy now and then was no big deal. The three of them sat down together. "You flatter me far too much. I'm just a medical student who hasn't even graduated yet. I'll need your guidance and help in academic matters, Dr. Zhao," Ignace said with a gentle smile, pulling Isteth into his arms. In an instant, Isteth's jealousy melted away. She started rubbing his face with a bashful, girlish shyness. Zhao Hailuan's lips twitched. What a strange woman. "Of course. But ever since I heard about your talents, I've admired you too," she replied with a smile, choosing to ignore Isteth's odd behavior and get down to business with Ignace about their cooperation. Ignace had said he wanted to poach one of the few top minds from Korea in the Marvel Universe, and he meant it. Zhao Hailuan, the Korean scientist who appeared in Avengers: Age of Ultron. The cradle of regeneration that would appear in the future was her masterpiece. Similarly, in Avengers: Infinity War, it was thanks to a remark from Zhao Hailuan that Tony Stark created his nano armor. "Your old, clunky suit is going to be obsolete. The future belongs to nanotechnology." And so, Tony built the nano suit. From a scientific perspective, Zhao Hailuan was extremely capable and highly intelligent. If the big brain ever proved too dangerous or uncontrollable, Ignace would curse him into a cursed spirit instead. And Zhao Hailuan would become Ignace's preferred scientist. "I've heard from our people back home that you're a bit discriminatory," Zhao Hailuan said, bringing up the rumors some higher-ups in her country had spread about Ignace. As the most subordinate of America's little brothers, Korea never dared to protest when their top scientists were invited to the U.S. by major American figures. But talking behind someone's back? That they had no qualms about. Ignace, with his reversal technique, had treated leaders from all around the world, winning them over. He'd agreed to appointments with top officials from many countries, except for Korea and their neighbor, Japan. However, appeasement and fear of the strong is ingrained in the very bones of the Japanese, so they're always well aware of their standing, merely trying to curry favor with Star Corporation's shareholder, Ignace. The Korean upper echelons have no real power to act, and all they dare to do is slander him quietly behind his back. On Dr. Zhao Hailuan's side, they claim he holds some grudge against Koreans. But I don't believe that. Before Ignace could reply, Zhao Hailuan shook her head with a smile. "Oh, and why are you so sure, Dr. Zhao, that I'm not one of those people who discriminate against you?" Ignace's interest was piqued as he looked at her. "In my view, a true healer's compassion knows no borders. Those accusations are likely just one side of the story." Zhao Hailuan spoke up. "You've helped the highest ranks of so many countries, yet you've only refused to select few. The reason must lie with them. For example?" Ignace smiled as he asked. "For example, perhaps our own country's leaders have angered you in some way. Or perhaps Japan has an old enmity with your homeland." Zhao Hailuan answered with a smile. "Though doctors are always supposed to put saving lives first, the truth is that medicine has always been a highly valued profession everywhere. Lives must be saved, but the cost of treatment should never be overlooked." Zhao Hailuan understood this well. And, as a Korean herself, she was all too familiar with the shamelessness of her own country's upper echelons. From other nations' customs to the legacies of foreign heroes, her country's leaders had never hesitated to claim them as their own, so brazenly that even their own people were left speechless. "That's right." Ignace nodded with a smile. Others offered him exorbitant sums for treatment, but Korea's offer was laughably low. He shared the story of how Korea's upper ranks had tried to secure healing through the reversal technique at a bargain basement price, and Zhao Hailuan couldn't help but laugh. "Mr. Ignace, did you invite me here to propose a partnership, perhaps to open a major hospital and bring the world the latest advancements in medical technology?" Zhao Hailuan asked with a bright smile. "Exactly." Ignace nodded. However, it was Zhao Hailuan's own techniques he wished to develop and share, not his reversal technique. After all, scientific advances could be systematically spread, whereas the healing arts of sorcerers could only be passed down through his descendants. It would be unrealistic to expect the sorcerer ranks to grow significantly in just a few decades. With the misunderstanding cleared up, Ignace and Zhao Hailuan continued their discussion of collaboration. Zhao Hailuan would be responsible for teaching Ignace daily and leading research, while Ignace would provide funding and help her set up a new company. Once Zhao Hailuan succeeded in developing the regeneration cradle, they would open a hospital together. "I'll start by renting a building across the street. In the future, that building will be our company's headquarters, focused on research and development." Ignace explained. Disasters constantly strike New York, so he would never willingly buy a building there. Even Broadway, he had only purchased that street, using Stark's money, to acquire the disaster-stricken blocks and erase his negative image from the Hulk incident. All right, but what should our company be called? Zhao Hailuan suddenly asked. We'll call it the Cradle of Life. Ignace replied. His goal was to develop the reversal technique to its ultimate stage, reaching the level where Sukuna himself could bring people back to life. And with Zhao Hailuan's expertise, the regenerative cradle would one day be born. Both were tied to the healing of life, so Cradle of Life was a fitting name. Perfect. Zhao Hailuan nodded, agreeing to join. Ignace would provide the funding. She would bring the technology. A few days later, across from Mora's private clinic, he leased an office building. The Cradle of Life company was officially established. Hey, why didn't you let me have a stake in this? Are you afraid that the genius Mr. Stark's intellect would outshine your favorite lady scientist? On the day of the company's founding, Stark made a flashy entrance, soaring in on his Iron Man suit and landing on the scene with a resonant thud. With his usual swagger, he teased Ignace. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Dr. Zhao Hailuan, her graceful figure catching his eye. Stark, what do you think Pepper would do if she found out you're getting flirty again? Ignace slung an arm over Stark's shoulder, grinning as he spoke. Forget I said anything. Stark immediately backed down, no longer the playboy he once was. These days, Stark only had eyes for Pepper. So, threatening him with Pepper was always effective. But seriously, of all the scientists you could have recruited, you had to pick such a stunning beauty. Stark gave Ignace a knowing look, convinced that success had gone to the young man's head, making him a bit too eager to flirt. Careful. If his death finds out what you're up to, she'll freeze you into an ice sculpture. He laughed, poking fun at Ignace. Nonsense. My heart belongs to his death alone. Ignace denied it without hesitation. A champion of true love, unwavering and devoted. He only cared for one woman. As for Zhao Hailuan, he brought her into the company because he knew her abilities from the story, not out of any romantic interest. He had no such intentions toward Zhao Hailuan. While Ignace and Stark traded jabs. Inside Mora's private clinic. On the operating table, the half-blood vampire Frost glanced at the ropes binding him. One of them seemed to be loosening. His face lit up with hope, and he began squirming against the ropes, inching his way out like a determined insect. After what felt like ages, he finally slipped free, tumbling off the operating table. Damn it, Frost cursed, eyeing the angry red marks left all over his body by the low silver content metal ropes that had scorched him. Smoke was still rising from his body. In a panic, he scrambled out of the laboratory, all arms and legs. Just as he was about to escape the clinic, a new thought struck him. This wouldn't do. He needed to take revenge on Ignace. So he set off again, searching for the place where Samuel was being held. He looked for a long time, searching in vain until the company's founding event in the building across the street was nearly over. Damn it, where the hell did they hide him? Forget it, there's no more time. I'll get my revenge when I become the blood god. Frost hurriedly slipped out through the clinic's back door and dashed all the way toward the vampiric headquarters in the United States. He needed to rally his subordinates, capture 12 pure bloods for the sacrifice, and then ascend as the blood god. He would kill Blade, destroy Ignace and S-Death, eliminate everyone in his way, and let the vampires rule the world. Cradle of Life Corporation. On the rooftop, in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, Ignace stood watching the city with a cold sneer, while his cursed spirits kept vigil over several blocks. Frost had escaped, but only because Ignace had let him. Inside these cursed spirits, hidden away, were ultraviolet devices, UV grenades, and silver-laced metal nets. Now, all of them set out in silence, tailing Frost to the sacrificial site, preparing an ambush. Did the vampires think they could rule the world? In this Marvel universe, that was nothing more than a fool's fantasy. Days passed. The night was as black as ink, the cold wind howling through the city. In New York, beneath a half-finished building, a truck pulled to a slow stop. A group of people marched Blade, Whistler, and Karen Jensen forward, herding them toward the construction site. A sudden crackle, an electric baton jabbed Blade, sending a violent jolt through his body. The group kept their prisoners moving, leading them through a secret passage underground, deeper and deeper into the ancient subterranean lair of the American vampires. It was a vast space, deep beneath the earth, shaped like a giant cylinder. At its base lay a circular platform, while the surrounding walls were lined with dozens upon dozens of tightly packed trapezoidal stone tablets, each inscribed with the script of the vampire clans. Between these tablets, towering statues stood with arms crossed, silent sentinels in the gloom. Footsteps echoed. Frost's white companion, draped in a fur coat, descended the spiral staircase with a graceful, almost feline gait. A black woman with curls stood to one side of Frost, half-turned. She was Blade's mother, but her loyalty now belonged to Frost. Frost stood with his back to them, at the edge of the walkway, glancing down at the platform below. Not long ago, the upper ranks of the American vampires had nearly fallen to Blade's relentless pursuit. When Frost returned, most of his own men were already gone. But with a single move, he defeated Blade and reclaimed the support of most of the American vampires, even eclipsing the pureblood elders. That move was the woman behind him, Blade's own mother. He used Blade's mother to capture all of Blade's attention, leaving him emotionally unsettled. Then, without missing a beat, He sent a group of people charging in, catching Blade completely off guard and hitting him with a series of electric shocks. "Hey there, Blade, Karen, Whistler. Welcome to the party." Frost spoke with his back to Blade. "Thank for the sunglasses." Quinn, Frost's henchman, the long-haired, heavy-set vampire, wore Blade's sunglasses with smug satisfaction. "Our ancestors called this place the Hall of Eternal Night. Impressive, isn't it? These days, most have forgotten it even exists." Frost turned around, sneering coldly at the pure-blood elders. Frost was a lover of history, a dedicated scholar of vampire script and lore. He had spent countless hours using computers to decipher and study their past. In doing so, he uncovered a prophecy hidden deep within vampire history, one that spoke of the Hall of Eternal Night. 12 elders, each standing in a fixed position, each corresponding to an ancient vampire symbol. Through a sacrificial ritual, they would awaken the blood god. These 12 elders were none other than the 12 purebloods. Frost delighted in explaining all this to Blade and the pureblood leaders, then ordered his men to take Whistler and Karen Jensen away. At the same time, Blade was escorted to another chamber. For the ritual to work, they would need Blade's blood. The vampires gathered inside a vast, cylindrical chamber, waiting for the ritual to begin. Each pureblood elder was forced into position, made to stand precisely where the symbols demanded. Frost himself stood at the center platform, eagerly awaiting the ceremony's start. Meanwhile, in the unseen recesses of the hall, curses and spirits clung to the shadows, perched on walls, draped over pillars, watching silently. They had tracked Frost and his entourage here, drawn by his scent. One of these spirits quickly darted along the corridor, slipped out of the underground lair, and raced through the construction site, heading straight for Queens. Queens, Cradle of Life Corporation, top floor. Ignace sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, with Isdeth perched on his lap. He was reading a book. She was watching him. "Hey." Isdeth let out a gentle laugh, drawing a questioning glance from Ignace. She reached out and softly caressed his cheek, leaning in close to whisper, "It's getting late. Shouldn't we get some rest?" Ignace nodded. Yes, it was time to rest. Once again, it was that delightful hour when the two would battle for domestic dominance, each trying to turn the tables and be in charge for the night. "All right, then let's." Ignace had barely begun his sentence when a spirit slipped through the wall, crouched respectfully before him, and spoke in halting, broken words. "The ritual has begun." Ignace looked at the spirit and understood. The message was clear. Frost's sacrificial ritual had started. The blood god was about to be born. Isdeth's elegant brows knit together, a flicker of irritation passing through her heart. This wretched ritual, of all times, why'd it have to start now? It was intruding on their time as husband and wife. "Well then, take us there." Ignace spoke, and then pressed a deep kiss to Isdeth, offering her some comfort. Only then did her annoyance begin to fade, as Ignace and Isdeth followed the cursed spirit, drawing near the site of the sacrifice. The sky overhead was weighed down by black clouds, and thunder rumbled suddenly, shaking the air. Ignace swiftly descended, holding Isdeth close, and landed a safe distance from the construction building, ceasing the sorcery of the Crow Pavilion. A deafening crash split the sky. A bolt of lightning streaked down, striking the ancient vampire ruins of the moldy country. The trapezoidal stone tablets embedded in the surrounding walls instantly pulsed with energy, their ancient vampire script glowing blue. Each stone tablet corresponded to a pureblood vampire. The tablets cracked open, and tendrils of lightning followed the blood droplets above each pureblood's head, striking them directly. 12 tablets split apart, and 12 purebloods were struck by branching lightning. Frost wiped the blood trickling down his forehead, his face illuminated by the electric glow. He spun around, glancing warily at the other purebloods. In the next instant, the mouths of all 12 purebloods tore open. From within each maw, a skeletal figure emerged, white bones unfurling pale wings. In a flurry, they soared swiftly toward the platform where Frost stood. The original 12 purebloods disintegrated into dust, vanishing from existence. 12 skeletal creatures now whirled around Frost, their movements swift and fleeting, passing straight through his body. Frost's white-skinned companion, along with his subordinate Quinn, recoiled in terror, retreating to hide behind a pillar. At last, Frost's eyes were overtaken by a spreading blood-red hue, and the 12 skeletal monsters surged into his body in a single, blinding instant. He was flung backward by the force, and his companion rushed over, her voice quivering with worry. "Deacon, I'm no longer Deacon," the blood god answered coldly. At that moment, in the corridor above, Blade, who had been rescued by Karen and restored to his prime with Karen's blood, sprinted at full speed and leapt down, flipping midair before landing a crouch on the platform. Fury twisted his features as he glared at Frost, shouting, "Frost, kill him!" The blood god ordered with icy authority. Then, his expression turning grim, he looked down the passageway behind him. A greater enemy approaches. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. Two figures strode quickly into view. Ignace gripped a silver dagger in hand, while Isdeth's silver sword hung at her waist as she followed right behind him. "Frost, All that's changed is that your bloodline has become a little more refined. How could you claim you're not yourself anymore? Ignis teased, a hint of mockery in his tone. Ignis' rage burned in the blood god's eyes as he glared at him, his voice echoing with venom and fury. Quinn, clutching a dagger, charged straight at the blade warrior. At the same moment, the blood god moved with astonishing speed, almost vanishing and reappearing, darting toward Ignis and reaching out to grab him. Just then, a cold smirk curled at the corners of his death's lips as she watched the blood god with icy disdain. Her hands hovered in front of the bear's blood-red insignia, forming intricate gestures. Between her palms, a sapphire orb of light appeared, radiating a brilliant glow. Isteth's gaze dropped. Her eyes closed as she intoned in a deep, solemn voice. In my presence, all things in this world must freeze. With a single step forward, the blue orb expanded rapidly. Mahapatama! In the blink of an eye, the sapphire sphere surged out to fill the entire underground chamber. Instantly, everything was locked in place, motionless. Blade's hand, reaching for the silver wire to slice Quinn's throat, froze in midair. The charging blood god halted abruptly, completely immobilized. Ignis's blade, poised in the midst of a mighty swing, hung suspended. Every vampire present was frozen in the act of wielding their weapons. The cost of using this technique is immense. I can only use it once a day. With a swift motion, Isteth drew her silver sword and strode toward the blood god. But you interrupted our time as a couple. That's something I really can't forgive. In an instant, she swept her silver sword, tapping the blood god lightly. A chilling crackling echoed through the air. As the frozen seconds ticked by, a terrifying cold filled the chamber. The blood god was instantly encased in solid ice. Isteth gave him a sharp kick, sending the frozen figure crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. With a distinct snap, Isteth slid her sword back into its sheath and turned to her beloved, a sweet smile lighting her face. Hee, I've caught a high-level experimental subject for you. To her, sparring with the Iron Tyrant was mere amusement. Subduing Abomination was nothing more than a way to warm up with Ignis out of boredom. As for the blood god, to her, he was nothing more than a joke. With a sharp rush, the stilled world resumed its flow. Blade quickly spun and used the silver wire to sever Quinn's throat. Quinn instantly turned to ashes and vanished. Ignis, realizing the blood god had already been subdued, twirled his silver blade in a flourish before sliding it back into its sheath. He nodded, walked to Isteth's side, only for Isteth to sweep him up into her arms. Let's finish off these useless test subjects and head home, shall we? Of course. Isteth gave him a quick kiss before releasing him, allowing him a hint of dignity. A half-blood vampire, wielding an electric baton, charged toward Ignis with a wild scream, ready to strike. Out of my way! Ignis turned and landed a powerful punch, cursed energy flaring around his fist. A black flash streaked through the air. With a sharp, echoing blow, the vampire's head burst instantly, and the body collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. Ah, that wasn't even intentional on my part. Ignis shook his head helplessly. Black Flash was not something any sorcerer could deliberately unleash. However, he had acquired the template of Yuta Okatsu. As a prodigy second only to Satoru Gojo in the world of Jujutsu, Yuta naturally could use Black Flash, and of course, he had his own record of consecutive uses. The difference in mastery of cursed energy between those who have experienced Black Flash and those who haven't is like night and day. In other words, if Ignis's overall combat power, combining cursed energy and physical strength, was set at 50, then after triggering Black Flash, his power would skyrocket to a staggering 17,677. Blasting a vampire's head to pieces with a single punch was nothing out of the ordinary. Ignis looked down at the headless body, still twitching spasmodically on the ground, his lips twitching with a mix of surprise and discomfort. He swung his blade, bringing it down in a decisive arc. In an instant, the vampire crumbled into ash and vanished. Blade was left dumbfounded. A woman had just frozen a blood god in the blink of an eye, and now a young man had punched a vampire's head clean off. Were these people really human? Even vampires couldn't pull off feats like that. Ignis glanced back at the blood god, now encased in ice, and sighed inwardly. He had actually planned to use high-powered ultraviolet devices and a net laced with silver to capture the creature. The cursed spirits lurking nearby all gaped in astonishment. Even the UV devices hidden within their bodies were on the verge of being activated. But his fiancée had simply unleashed a Mokapatma, freezing even the flow of time and space. To handle a mere blood god, you didn't need to go that far, Ignis said with a gentle smile, taking her hand in his. And why did you have to use such a devastating punch against a measly vampire? Isteth huffed, a hint of playfulness in her voice. What's wrong with letting off a little steam now and then? It wasn't something I did on purpose, Ignis replied with a wry grin, shaking his head. He then turned to Blade. I'll leave the rest to you. From his backpack, Ignis pulled out a silver chain, wrapped it around the block of ice containing the blood god, and prepared to drag it away, hand in hand with Isteth. Wait, Blade called out urgently. At that moment, the surrounding vampires rushed toward both parties. A shot rang out. From the edge of the upper corridor, Whistler, having broken free, aimed the recovered gun, now loaded with silver bullets, at the vampires and fired. A vampire charging at Blade was struck by the silver bullet and instantly turned to ash. Blade, wielding his recovered silver sword, swung it in a wide arc, taking down another vampire in a flash of dust. He glanced at Ignace's retreating figure and shouted angrily, "I don't care who you are, Frost, you can't take him away." A horde of vampires surged toward Ignace and Isdeth. Isdeth calmly extended her palms. A surge of icy air swept forth, and two pillars of ice shot out to either side, freezing the advancing vampires in their tracks. "He's not going anywhere, don't worry," Ignace reassured Blade, casting a glance over his shoulder. Though Blade is black, Whistler has taught him well. He's a man of good character. All his life, Blade has fought to slay the vampires, battling to carve out a space for humanity to survive. Ignace holds little respect for most black men, but Blade is the exception. "I don't believe you," Blade roared and, with a powerful kick, sent a vampire flying. He then charged to the edge of the platform, leaping toward Ignace's side. With a heavy thud, Blade landed not far behind Ignace, his silver blade aimed straight at him. "Either you kill him, or I'll beat you and then finish him off myself." In a flash, Ignace drew his blade. Blade's sword came down fast. Both attacked at once. The clash of metal rang out mournfully. In the next instant, a broken piece of Blade's weapon clattered to the ground. Ignace's silver blade, wrapped in a spell's power, had sliced clean through Blade's weapon. Blade stared at him in shock. Both their weapons were made of silver, so why was his so much sharper? "We have to finish him off," Blade bellowed and threw a punch at Ignace, trying to seize the blood god. With swift reflexes, Ignace dodged the strike and countered with a sharp elbow, driving Blade back. "Isdeth, freeze all these vampires," Ignace commanded. Isdeth nodded faintly, then placed her hand on ground. A chilling wave of frost swept out, filling the entire underground chamber. In moments, sheets of ice spread rapidly, engulfing every vampire and transforming them into frozen statues where they stood. Ignace glanced over at Blade. "Rest assured, in our hands, the blood god won't cause even the slightest ripple. In time, I'll deal with him myself. Thank you for what you've done for humanity's survival." With that, Ignace tugged the chain and led Isdeth into the passageway. The next morning, as soon as he awoke, Ignace headed straight for his newly built private laboratory in Cradle of Life Corporation. The blood god was now securely strapped to the operating table. Silver weapons were useless against him now. A dozen mechanical arms hovered just a millimeter above the blood god, each holding a syringe. If he so much as tried to struggle, the arms would instantly inject him with a full dose of anticoagulant. Anticoagulant, one of the few things that could still harm the blood god. Blade. With a wet, squelching sound, Ignace drove his blade in and carved out the blood god's heart. Immediately, blood gushed from the blood god's chest, and a new heart reformed in seconds. "You can't kill me." The blood god glared at Ignace, his words dripping with provocation. "Go ahead, move if you want." Ignace gestured to the mechanical arms, their sensors primed and waiting. "Damn you," the blood god raged, helpless in his fury. "You call yourself the blood god, but all you do is curse. Why don't you teach me a bit of the vampire language instead?" Ignace teased as he sliced out another of the blood god's kidneys. The blood god started cursing again. Though he could revive endlessly, this guy was cutting him up way too often. Before long, the blood god grew weak. There was nothing he could do. No matter how powerful his resurrection ability was, it still required fresh blood. Being cut up and forced to regenerate over and over. He simply couldn't take it anymore. Isdeth froze the blood god in place, and Ignace stored him away in a freezer, firmly closing the heavy door behind them. In the next instant, a dozen high-powered ultraviolet lamps flickered on outside the door. If the blood god dared to escape, he'd find himself at the center of a vampire barbecue. A series of mechanical clicks echoed as a dozen automated gun turrets emerged from the walls, sensors activating, loaded with high doses of anticoagulant as ammunition. Only then did Ignace feel reassured enough to leave. Top floor. This was where Ignace and Isdeth now made their home. He lay in Isdeth's arms, watching the news and munching on a donut. On the TV, a beautiful reporter stood before the camera, the chaos of City Street unfolding behind her. "We interrupt with breaking news. I'm reporting live from a city in Frederick County, Maryland. Just last night, a black-green monster rampaged in from the outskirts, wreaking havoc and slaughter as it went. Even now, the local military base has yet to dispatch any units to contain the threat." No sooner had the reporter finished speaking than a massive black-green creature streaked by, making her cry out in terror. A moment later, with a thunderous crash, the monster landed behind her, seizing her in its grip. The cameraman, still filming, stumbled backward in panic. The footage wobbled, and then a huge hand slammed into the lens. The screen dissolved into static. At the same time, Frederick County, Maryland, FDBL military base. The place was in ruins, tanks and armored vehicles reduced to scrap, countless soldiers dead or wounded. Even high-ranking officials who'd come in secret the previous night to observe the experiments hadn't escaped disaster. The base's thick metal gates had been torn apart, the handiwork of that black-green monster. Not far from the base, a classic antique car rolled to a stop. Agent Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D., the agency's model employee, stepped out, pulling out his phone and bringing it to his ear. "Director, I'm on site. There's no question. The disaster was caused by FDBL's secret experiments." S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Director's office. Nick Fury rubbed his aching temples and nodded. They'd just gotten rid of Abomination. He thought that meant one less giant headache. But now, thanks to the damned U.S. military, they'd managed to create another one. Not long after. "Director, we've discovered something even more remarkable at the FDBL base." Inside the military base, Coulson, wearing a mask and a grave expression, studied the documents spread before him. Suddenly, his face changed dramatically. "What is it?" Fury asked urgently. "A virus," Coulson replied. Not long after, one of SHLD's hacker team members, visibly anxious, reported to the director. "The security network at the FDBL base has been breached. Before we even noticed, someone had already attacked the system and leaked the data online." "Who did this?" "No idea. Their skills are beyond ours." New York City, Queens, at the top floor of Life Cradle Corporation. Ignace lay in his death's arms, reading a book, when his phone rang. "Hey kid, turn on the TV. There's a surprise waiting for you." "Crap. What have you cooked up in the news this time?" "Hey, don't say that. I swear, this surprise has nothing to do with me. And it's Stark, not crap." Ignace put down his phone and turned on the television. In the newsroom, several anchors were gathered together, discussing today's headline. "They say today's Black Hulk rampage in Frederick County is connected to a certain military base, isn't it?" The female anchor smiled as she spoke. "That's right. The story's already gone viral online. Take a look. Here's a live photo from the FDBL military base, along with evidence of the many secret and sinister experiments they've been conducting behind closed doors. The birth of the Black Hulk and their virus research." Another host quickly gestured to the data displayed on the screen. As everyone knows, in America, the most untrustworthy thing is the government itself. "Folks, take a look. This is the kind of filth your tax dollars are funding every year." The female anchor's expression turned indignant. Of course, they have senators backing them, the ones pulling the strings behind these projects. Otherwise, no matter how much the media loves a scandal, they'd never dare go this far. "It really wasn't you?" Ignace glanced at the news, then asked Stark. "You think I'm the kind of guy? Come on, forget about it. How's your experiment going, anyway? Want to come out for some air? Maybe beat up that Black Hulk for a bit?" Stark hurriedly denied any involvement, then brought up the Black Hulk. "Give me a break. I'm no hero. Let the U.S. military take their lumps for once. Otherwise, after Black Hulk, there'll be yellow, green, blue, and even purple Hulks." Ignace refused outright. If America made this mess, let them learn their lesson. In the Marvel world, the most absurd thing is that the U.S. government's reputation somehow outshines that of the superheroes. What nonsense! In the real world, every American knows exactly what their government is truly like. Ignace felt that Marvel always painted the American government in too heroic a light. As the saying goes, you make up for what you lack. In a country where capital reigns supreme, isn't making superhero movies just compensating for a lack of real virtue? British Columbia, Bella Coola. Out in the wilderness, deep within the forest. Inside a wooden cabin, Bruce Banner was sitting cross-legged inside, trying over and over to keep his emotions under control. Currently, it had been 31 days without an incident. He'd heard from the news that the American military had obtained his blood and created a black and green monster from it. General Ross was dead, and that filled him with rage. Ross might have been a villain, but he was still his girlfriend's father, and now Banner couldn't help but worry about her safety. In the next instant, Banner's eyes snapped open, his pupils glowing green. Days without incident. 0. S.H.I.E.L.D. autopsy room. A forensic pathologist stood by the operating table, dissecting General Ross's body. At last, he gathered a report and made his way to the director's office. Fury took the file. Testing confirms that General Ross wasn't killed by the Black Hulk. He was mortally wounded, but died only after someone injected him with an unknown toxin, the pathologist reported. Fury's face darkened. This was a cleanup, a silencing. They were still investigating how the military got hold of Banner's blood, and now the key figure, General Ross, was dead. How Banner's blood wound up in military hands was never going to be found in any official logs. Fury grew more convinced that Hydra was behind all this. "I understand. You must not breathe a word of this to anyone," Fury said gravely, locking eyes with the pathologist. Meanwhile, the World Security Council. Secretary Pierce read the intelligence report with a stern face, then promptly deleted it. "It's failed. I knew it. Creatures like the Hulk can't be controlled so easily," Pierce muttered, shaking his head. Hydra had indeed played a part in creating the Black Hulk. But Pierce himself hadn't been involved. It was another Hydra faction's doing. He had to keep his own hands clean, free from Fury's suspicion. Months later, Cradle of Life Corporation, inside an operating theater. Stark was lying on the table, while Ignace prepared for surgery. With the Blood God's advanced biological experiments as reference, Ignace found astonishing progress in developing the reversal technique. Just days before, he'd succeeded in completing the most miraculous phase of the reversal process. Having seen the experiments Ignis performed on rabbits, Stark was completely at ease, trusting him with the operation. All right, let's talk about your medical bill, Ignis said with a playful snap of his surgical gloves. Hey, I gave you an entire street. Don't be so heartless, Stark retorted, his spirits lifted now that his hidden dangers were about to be removed. But the surgery fee has gone up. For me to use the final stage of the reversal technique, it takes a huge toll. Ignace spoke up. The toll truly was enormous. Each use nearly drained all of his spell energy. But it only took a few short breaths for his energy to surge back with wild abandon. Stark didn't believe in energy non-conservation, so he was more than happy to keep the secret that his spell energy was nearly limitless. You're not eyeing my Iron Man suit, are you? Ow, watch it. Stark had barely finished speaking when Ignace made his move, one hand deftly wielding the scalpel, to fish out shrapnel from around Stark's heart, while the other was poised to unleash the reversal technique, ready to channel positive energy at any moment. Heart surgery was the most perilous of all. Should anything go wrong, the positive energy would instantly repair the damage to Stark's heart. With a soft metallic clink, Ignace extracted a shard and dropped it into a tray off to the side. Piece by piece, he worked, and at one point, a sudden spray of red erupted. Thankfully, Ignace had already mastered the final stage of the reversal technique. Stark was teetering on the edge of death, but was pulled back to life once again. At last, every single shard was removed, the arc reactor was taken out as well, and Ignace healed the gaping hole in Stark's chest. Damn, now that's what I call healing. Stark sat up on the operating table, cursing under his breath. He had danced back and forth between life and death so many times, it was hard to say if he meant healing or heartbreak. At this point in time, Dr. Helen Zhao's procedure hadn't been invented yet. Stark had no choice but to rely on Ignace for help. Oh, by the way, I'm hosting a Stark Expo in Flushing a few days from now. Want to come? Stark asked as he slipped on his suit. Not interested. Ignace waved his hands emphatically. Just a month ago, taking advantage of the world's temporary calm, he had hurriedly married his death. He was planning to spend some real time enjoying newlywed bliss with her. Suddenly, Ignace glanced at Stark again. Flushing, the Stark Expo. Could this be the prelude to Congress demanding Stark hand over his Iron Man tech? Iron Man 2. Hey, don't be such a shut-in. I'm telling you, there'll be plenty of gorgeous women at the expo. Stark tried to throw an arm around Ignace's shoulder, only to find the air had turned chilly. What gorgeous women? His death appeared at the doorway, making Stark jump out of his skin. I meant spicy hot pot. Yes, hot pot. Your husband was just inviting me out for Chongqing hot pot, right, Ignace? Stark's mind raced, desperate to survive. His survival instincts were in overdrive. He still remembered vividly when his death snapped her fingers and conjured a block of ice the size of a meteorite. His death eyed the pair with deep suspicion. Did they really think she'd fall for that? As if she couldn't tell the difference between hot pot and gorgeous women. The two words couldn't be further apart. No, he really means gorgeous, fiery women. Ignace shook his head emphatically. He believed that the most important thing with his death was to be honest and clear with her. But I'm not interested. With that, Ignace brushed Stark's hand off his shoulder, took his death by the hand, and walked away. Hey, you traitor! Stark watched in annoyance as Ignace walked off with his wife, feeling as if the boat of their friendship had capsized in an instant. A few days later, night had fallen. New York, Flushing. Above the city, fireworks of every color lit up the sky in bursts, while a transport plane glided slowly overhead. Decked out in his iconic red and gold suit, Stark watched the cargo door slide open and leapt straight out of the plane. His thrusters roared to life, propelling him swiftly toward the expo grounds below. Clang! A firework, shooting skyward but not yet exploded, smacked into his suit. He steadied himself and continued his rapid flight to the expo. High above, within a twisted pocket of space, Ignace hovered, glancing down at the summons in his hand. He'd been called in. Now, he and Stark were in the same boat. Catching sight of Stark, who was gleefully speeding toward the ground, Ignace shot him the finger. The next instant, a firework came streaking toward him, ricocheted off the warped space with a sizzle, and by a stroke of coincidence, bounced off and collided with Stark's suit. Stark was already close to the ground. He barely managed to stabilize himself and landed, albeit awkwardly, on the expo platform. A cell phone ringtone chimed, and Ignace answered. Mr. Ignace, this is Senator Daniel. The Senate Armed Services Committee summons isn't our intention. It's... Senator Daniel hurriedly rattled off a list of names, and Ignace nodded in understanding. It was true that the world's elite, drawn by the healing power of his reversal technique, had been won over by him, offering him political shelter. But, naturally, there was no shortage of those ruled by greed. Even if the senators seemed above board, with no outward sign of trouble, Ignace couldn't shake the suspicion that S.H.I.E.L.D. was behind it all. After all, technology in someone else's hands could never compare to what you controlled yourself. And at the moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. was the one force at odds with him. The next day, 9 a.m. sharp, Washington, D.C. Bang, bang, bang. A senator rapped his knuckles on the table, clearly losing patience. Down below, Stark and Ignace, both summoned to the hearing, were present, one chatting away with Pepper, the other whispering sweet nothings to his death. The senator looked on, his head pounding from frustration. Senator Stan eyed the pair and spoke. Mr. Stark, please stop looking around. Okay. Stark turned his head, grinning cheekily at the chubby, big-eared man. Ignace paid Senator Stan no mind at all, while his death instead shot the senator a sharp, icy glare, as if she might kill him on the spot. Senator Stan shrank his neck in fright. The last thing he wanted was to end up as an ice sculpture. He decided it was best to focus on Stark for now. Do you possess a specialized weapon? Senator Stan turned to Stark. Stark looked back at the senator. No, I do not. The senator smiled slyly. No. Well, that depends on how you define the word weapon, Stark replied, glancing at Ignace and quietly discussing where they should go for fun afterward. A steel weapon, clarified Senator Stan. My equipment doesn't fit that description, Stark said. How would you describe it then? The senator pressed. I believe in calling things as they are. It is what it is, say, a high-tech prosthetic limb, Stark concluded, his words sending the room into a wave of laughter. Stark and the senator went back and forth, debating the line between weapon and non-weapon. Eventually, Stark even argued that handing over the weapon to America wouldn't benefit its people at all. It would be akin to indentured servitude or, worse yet, selling out for silver. The audience burst into laughter once again. An expert in selling out? Certainly not. You're the Senate, after all, come on, Stark said, slapping the table before turning to whisper something to Pepper. Now, I'd like to invite our weapons expert, Justin Hammer, our current primary defense contractor, the senator announced, and the camera quickly panned to Hammer, only for Stark to throw another jab at the so-called expert's qualifications. Hammer was on screen, but it was as if he wasn't there at all. Sitting next to Ignace, Hammer shot a disgruntled glance at the two. Of course, I'm hardly worthy of the title. I'll admit that much, Hammer said, grabbing the microphone, though he didn't get to finish. That's right, a third-rate arms dealer. I have to ask, has the U.S. military lost its mind, hiring a marvel like you as their contractor? Ignace cut in, ceasing his chat with this death, leaving Hammer fuming. With Stark and Ignace tag-teaming, there seemed to be no room for anyone else to speak. Let's see who this is. Not even a graduate yet, but already world-renowned for medical achievements at the highest levels, Hammer said to Ignace, reaching for his glass. Care for some ice? Isdeath offered, her tone playful. Hammer paused, surprised this frosty beauty was talking to him. Yes. Hammer arched an eyebrow at Ignace. Then, Isdeath reached out and tapped Hammer's glass. Instantly, the entire cup froze solid, leaving Hammer's hand aching from a cold. The room erupted with laughter. Hammer quickly dropped the glass, stood up, and strode toward the screen. I may not be an expert, but do you know who is? Your old man, Howard Stark. Hammer jabbed a finger at Stark, who turned away in irritation. He hated it when people brought up his father. What's it got to do with you? What? Are you calling Howard your granddad now? Ignatius shot back at Hammer, who scratched his head, wondering why on earth he was bickering with the Chinese guy. Damn it, there's just no winning. Tony Stark grinned and exchanged a high-five with Ignatius. Tony's a dad now, though his godson is a bit of a disappointment. Hammer took a moment to compose himself. Let's cut to the chase. He's no idealistic hippie, he's a lion. In the last 6 months, Stark has built a double-edged sword, and he's convinced everyone to trust him, hiding behind that shield. I like to breathe easy too, believe me. I'd love to live in a world where I can leave my doors unlocked. Hammer started gesticulating wildly, ranting about the state of America like a clown putting on a show. Ignatius took the microphone. In that case, how about you start by banning private gun sales in the U.S. and making it a criminal offense? Hammer was left speechless. In the end, he said nothing and slumped back in his seat. He simply couldn't out-talk these two. Next, the meeting called on Military Representative James, and a video was played. But Stark hacked the screen with his device and played a rather disastrous video instead. Scenes from North Korea and Iran flashed by, followed by the U.S., each showing failed attempts to replicate Iron Man's armor. One disaster after another. Some suits went haywire and attacked their own side, while others twisted and snapped in horrifying ways, sending a chill through the entire room. In the end, Stark's issue was quietly swept under the rug. Senator Stan turned to Ignatius, ready to make him the next target. Ignatius, as I understand it, you possess a rather miraculous form of medicine, yet you refuse to hand it over to the state? Come on, don't get so chummy with me. I'm getting goosebumps. Ignatius shot a sly look at the pudgy, big-eared senator, already planning to stage an exorcism at his house soon. Sorry, Mr. Mora. Senator Stan pressed on. I've heard your medical skills can even bring someone back from being cut in half. This is a technology that could benefit all of humanity. Why not hand it over to the government? Who told you that? Ignatius smiled at Senator Stan. Don't play coy, Mr. Mora. All the senators here know about it, said Stan, glancing around at his colleagues. I have no idea what you're talking about. Sorry, never heard of it. What nonsense are you spouting, Senator Stan? This is a serious and solemn meeting. Please don't make baseless claims about things that don't exist. A large number of senators shook their heads, betraying Stan with a single gesture. Stan looked at them in disbelief. Down below, Stark glanced at Ignace, raising an eyebrow. His look seemed to say, do you want me to erase the evidence Stan is holding? Ignace shook his head. There was no need. This is a video that a friend of mine secretly recorded when you treated him, Stan said. With that, he got up to plug in the monitor's power, then connected the storage device and hit play. Nothing showed up. Wait, maybe the device got knocked around a bit when Hammer hit it earlier. Must be acting up, Senator Stan said with a smile to the crowd, hurriedly fumbling with the equipment. Maybe your drive is broken? Stark teased. Senator, if you can't afford a decent hard drive, you could have borrowed one from us. No need to trick everyone with faulty gear, Ignace added with a grin. Senator Stan looked at the storage device, then glanced at the two of them. In a panic, he called for assistance and quickly swapped in a new player. Still nothing worked. Please hold on. I have a witness, Senator Stan declared. As he spoke, a senator who wasn't supposed to attend the meeting walked in. Ignace laughed quietly to himself. Now he knew who the traitor was. Time for Exorcism 2 to premiere at his house. Mr. Mora, thank you for curing my arm. May I ask, is your miraculous medical technique ready to be shared with us? The senator waved his hand, and the entire room erupted in astonishment. The technology for regenerating lost limbs was real. Sorry, I'm not from the United States, Ignace replied with a smile. He smacked his Chinese ID card onto the table with a crisp snap. Senator Stan and the turncoat senator stared in shock at the green Chinese residency card on the table. Mother, what? Senator Stan blurted out, feeling as if he'd made a terrible mistake. He'd just forced Stark Industries' second largest shareholder, one of the founders and developers of Life Cradle Corporation, to defect to a foreign country. His political career was as good as over. That single slap from Ignace sent the senator's hearts racing, made the cameras all focus on him, and sparked a nationwide uproar. Stark was delighted. He didn't care one bit which country Ignace was from. What made him happy was that Senator Stan was about to suffer a major downfall. As for the medical technique you mentioned, it's still under development. I believe one day it'll be released to benefit people all over the world, Ignace said, standing up. I also agree with Stark's views. If I were to hand over my work to you right now, how would that be any different from slavery or being bought and sold? Stark walked over to stand beside Ignace, the two of them facing the gathered media. I am your deterrent, and it works. We can rest easy. America's safety is in good hands. Stark finished speaking and threw his arm around Ignace's shoulders. He'll be everyone's safety net in the future. The senator wants to take our assets? Fat chance. The two of them exchanged a triumphant yes gesture, and at that moment, the entire press corps leapt to their feet, bursting into applause. Peace knows no borders. What more do you want a moment like this? Ignace and Stark spoke one after the other, prompting another round of enthusiastic clapping from all the reporters present. Do we really have to keep wasting time with this buffoon? Stark turned and jabbed a finger at Senator Stan. F***K Stark. F***K Mora. Senator Stan exploded, hurling curses at the pair in a fit of rage. Meanwhile, the other senators glared at Stan with clear hostility from their seats. Stan was now completely isolated, caught in the crossfire and out of favor with everyone. He glared at the two men, muttering curses under his breath. Below, the media and the crowd sent off Stark and Ignace with thunderous applause. Arm in arm, Stark and Ignace made their way through the crowd, shaking hands with people as they went. I think we deserve this year's Peace Prize, Stark joked with a grin. Absolutely. They should make it a team award, Ignace replied, laughing as he shook hands with friends from his hometown, promising to meet up soon. A few days later, after catching up with his hometown friends, Ignace decided that as soon as Zhao Hailuan's new cradle of regeneration technology was ready, he would build 23 specialized hospitals in his hometown equipped with the system. He eventually parted ways with his friends and headed to Stark Tower. What's that? Ignace asked, eyeing something half covered by a cloth in the corner of the office. A what? Stark walked over, puzzled, and lifted the cloth. The key to the future is right here, he announced. On the large model beneath, words in English spelled out just that. The key to the future. This is, Stark began, but then fell silent, stunned. Ignace pointed to the very center of the model. Doesn't this look a lot like an atom? Stark's eyes widened as he stared at the model, the resemblance becoming more obvious by the second. Without hesitation, Stark decided he had to take the model back to his villa for a thorough analysis. I got a few ideas. Let's talk later, Stark said, already looking for someone to help disassemble the model and load it into his sports car. Sure, we'll catch up next time, Ignace replied, turning to leave. Oh, by the way, I was thinking of buying some shares in your company. Stark finally remembered what he'd meant to say. Ignace was holding on to so much of Stark stock. If Stark didn't buy into Ignace's company now, he'd be at a loss. No way, not a chance. Ignace shot back with a mischievous grin, waving him off as he walked away. Stark could only shrug helplessly. This guy, why is he always so guarded around me? Forget it. It's only fair. After all, he did invent the anti-Ignace armor. Queens. On his way back, Ignace stopped by a roadside shop for a drink and just happened to meet a girl named Gwen Stacy. Gwen, what do you want to do when you grow up? Leaning against his SUV, Ignace handed Gwen an ice cream. I want to start a band and be the drummer. Gwen replied with a bright smile, leaving Ignace momentarily stunned. A band, a drummer, Gwen? Spider-Woman, Gwen. Wasn't she the Spider-Woman who sacrificed her friend Peter? He glanced at Gwen again. Did this mean that, in this universe, Spider-Man wasn't Tom Holland's version, but rather that unlucky lizard Peter? Oh dear. Ignis realized that this universe might be the movie universe, but mixed with certain elements from the comics. If that's the case, then Spider-Man, Into the Spider-Verse, must be on the horizon. He wondered if some of those outrageous things from the comics would suddenly show up in this world too. This universe just felt even more dangerous now. The Marvel Multiverse. A mysterious realm, somewhere beyond. A figure, dressed in black with raven hair, walked slowly, her gaze fixed on a peculiar universe. He's stealing lives from the hands of death, she said, her expression clouded with displeasure. Marvel Universe. Ignis's world. On a certain distant planet. Thanos sat high upon his throne, turning to look at his daughter. Who is Ignis Mora? Neither Thanos' daughter nor his minions had heard of Ignis. Thanos stared suspiciously at the heavens above, lost in thought. Was it possible that even he could not kill this Ignis? Earth, America, New York City. Life Cradle Corporation. As soon as Ignis returned to the company, a wave of dizziness swept over him, and he collapsed right there on the floor. Sir, Ignis speculated to himself. In the end, the goddess of death only scolded him harshly, instead of bestowing any so-called gift like a curse of immortality. A bit of pity. And then, he had another dream. This time, he saw an even stranger woman. Her presence filled every corner of space and time, as if she were infinite. But, not knowing much about the comics, he really couldn't recognize her. She said nothing, simply gave him a slight nod, and then vanished. Phew. In the next instant, Ignis woke up once more. He quickly wiped the cold sweat from his brow. For someone hailed as the champion of pure love, he'd just been visited in his dreams by two mysterious goddesses. Isdeth was sitting beside him, holding him tightly. What's wrong? Don't scare me. Ignis, sir, you just fainted. Do you need a physical exam? Came a woman's voice from not far away. No, I don't need a checkup. Ignis quickly shook his head. The truth was, those dreams had been sent by the two big shots of the Marvel Multiverse, and that was definitely not something he could tell them. He looked up, momentarily taken aback. Standing before him was a woman with long, wavy, wine-red hair, dressed in a sharp business suit. Her face looked strangely familiar. Natasha Romanoff, he mused silently. Good grief, Natasha had never shown up in front of him before, and now she wanted to join his company and start investigating him? Ignis was left speechless. So it seemed the Black Widow was juggling quite a few side gigs these days. What's your name? He asked, pretending not to recognize her. Natalie Rushman, Natasha answered smoothly. Ignis nodded, then pulled out his phone and brought up her profile in the company database. So, why do you want to work at my company? He asked. Are you sure you're all right? Maybe you should go get checked out first, Isdeth said with concern. I'm fine, Ignis replied, giving her a quick peck before turning his attention back to Natasha. Lifebringer's mission is truly inspiring. The company's work can help people heal from disabilities, and I really want to be a part of that, Natasha replied, offering a plausible excuse. But our technology still needs a lot of development. You're here as legal counsel, right? Ignis asked. Yes, sir, Natasha quickly confirmed. In that case, you can go now. We already have a professional legal team and don't need any additional counsel at the moment, Ignis said. Hearing this, Natasha hurriedly tried to persuade him, talking up her impressive legal expertise and skills. All right, I'll give you one more chance, Ignis relented, standing up and heading toward the room where he usually trained. Thank you very much, Natasha said gratefully. As they walked toward the training room, Isdeth shot Ignis a subtle wink. Ignis let out a quiet sigh of relief. It seemed Isdeth had already sensed something was off when Natasha slipped into the company. Natasha followed them into the training room. She wasn't surprised to see a place like this in the building. After all, Stark's company even had a boxing gym. Wealthy folks, she thought, they all have their little hobbies. Besides, Ignis himself was no slouch in terms of skill. Ignis walked over to a corner, pulled two bamboo swords from a wooden barrel, and tossed one to Natasha while keeping one for himself. Yuta Okatsu had been a master of kendo, and after inheriting his abilities, Ignis had kept up his own sword training. Let's make this interesting, Miss Rushman, Ignis said. We'll have a kendo match. If you win, you can stay. If you lose, pack your things and go. He tossed her the bamboo sword. Natasha caught it and looked straight at Ignis. I'm sorry, sir, but I'm not very skilled in kendo. That's all right. You don't need to worry about the formalities of kendo. Just focus on winning. Ignis spoke calmly. In the comics, Natasha is a master martial artist, an expert in karate, judo, ninjutsu, aikido, savate, and various other fighting styles. She's also an expert marksman, skilled with all sorts of weaponry. But at this moment, he couldn't be sure whether this Natasha was the comic version or the one from the movies. After all, his knowledge of the comics was limited to a surface understanding of the characters. He hadn't actually read them. Very well, I'll do my best. Natasha nodded. As soon as she finished speaking, she sprang forward, driving her bamboo sword straight at Ignis's vital point. With a swift, tricky movement, Ignis flicked his own bamboo sword, neatly deflecting Natasha's attack. Natasha's knee shot upward, aiming a vicious strike at Ignis's abdomen. There was a heavy thud as Ignis brought his leg up, colliding with Natasha's knee. Both of them stepped back at the same time. Natasha spun around and launched a powerful roundhouse kick at Ignace, who raised his sword to block. Natasha's reflexes were astonishing. She instantly pulled her leg back, dropped into a low crouch to dodge Ignace's punch, and swept her leg in a low arc, aiming to take him down. Ignace leapt into the air, twisting his body as he soared over Natasha, bringing his bamboo sword down in a sharp arc toward her head. A lock of red hair fluttered to the ground. Natasha stared in shock at the hair, then slowly stood up, her eyes settling on the bamboo sword in Ignace's hand, lost in thought. If a bamboo sword could be this deadly, if he hadn't been holding back, she might not have survived. "You may go, Miss Rushman," Ignace said with a smile. Natasha nodded, ready to hand over her tasks and leave the company. Now that the boss himself had dismissed her, she couldn't insist on staying. There would be no way to gather intel here any longer. Not long afterward, outside the Cradle of Life Corporation building, Natasha walked out, still shaken. She glanced back at the building before getting in her car and driving away. "Sir, I've failed," she said, slipping on her earpiece and contacting Nick Fury. A few days later, inside Stark's mansion, Stark removed his work goggles and took out the glowing triangular reactor, placing it into the core. "Congratulations, sir. You have created a new element." Jarvis's voice rang out. By sheer luck, Stark had discovered a hidden secret in the 1974 Stark Expo model. His analysis had led him to uncover a new element. No. Stark quickly shook his head. "I didn't create it. My father did." Stark hurriedly clarified the situation. His father had hidden the clues inside the Expo model, and it was Ignace who gave him the hint. But in the end, the analysis and hands-on work were all his own doing. "Get Ignace on the line for me," Stark said. "Yes, sir," Jarvis replied. Immediately, the sound of a ringing phone filled the air. In New York, at the Cradle of Life Corporation, Ignace was still practicing kendo in the training room. When the phone rang, Istef answered it for him and handed it over. "What's up, big chunk?" Ignace teased as he picked up. Thanks for the heads up. I've just created a new element." "Hey, aren't you excited? Our company's about to make a fortune again." Stark started bragging, his earlier humility nowhere to be found. "So, even if the miniature arc reactor now has a new element, are you actually going to use it for the company?" Ignace quipped. "You really get me. I'll only use the miniature version of my suits, but the large-scale arc reactor can definitely use the new element. That way, we can roll it out into the company's business," Stark replied. With a laugh, the miniature reactor was at the very heart of his suit's technology. If it ever went commercial, certain organizations would surely go to extraordinary lengths to get their hands on it. "Yeah, I get it. At this point, money is just numbers to us anyway. So, anything else you want to share?" Ignace asked. "There's a race coming up in Monaco in a few days. Want to come along? You really shouldn't spend all your time cooped up at the company," Stark said with a grin. "Sure." Ignace nodded, realizing this was right about when Ivan Vanko would attack Stark. Ivan Vanko! If only he could be turned into a high-tech sorcerer's spirit. Now, wouldn't that be something? New book recommendation. Marvel's String Fruit user. Author, Wei Jian Xianshangyu. Synopsis. After crossing into the Marvel Universe, Eustace awakens a system straight out of a pirate adventure. Smash local supernaturals, earn dream-fulfilling rewards. Initial reward, String Fruit. Sit around waiting for the purple potato fiend to snap his fingers and for superheroes to save the day? Why not strike first with a heavy blow? Sky Path lets him become a Spider-Man look-alike, swinging through the steel jungle. Hammer down Ironmonger. Reward, Armament Hockey. Use 16 sacred kill shots, Divine Execution, to thrash Abomination, while the Hulk can't tell friend from foe. Parasitic String makes the Hulk dance awkwardly on the spot, captured forever in photos. When the Chitauri invade Earth, endless waves of soldiers charge with wild cries. Eustace sweeps the field with Conqueror's Hockey, leaving everyone stunned. Tony Stark. Honestly, I'm not even that crazy. He's the real madman here. Spiderling declared. I'm the real Spider-Man. Black Panther countered. I believe Vibranium is truly the strongest. Just then, Eustace wrapped Conqueror's Hockey around his Vibranium blade, shattering Black Panther's armor with a single blow. Black Panther stared in bewilderment at his broken armor, looking up in confusion. By then, Eustace had already led his men away, transporting the Vibranium out of Wakanda. Behind him, smoke billowed. Wakanda itself was dissolving into a haze. Casting a calm glance back, Eustace thought, well, that certainly stirred things up. After accepting Stark's invitation, Ignace arrived at the top floor, stepping into a room that only he could enter. He glanced at the twisted space that imprisoned Samuel, then directed a Shikigami to enter. Not long after, the Shikigami emerged again. Ignace deactivated the power of the Black Heron Pavilion. Samuel had been killed by the Shikigami. Then, Ignace appeared before his adversary and began to lay a curse upon him. He had nurtured enough resentment. Over the past months, Samuel had grown to hate him intensely. Day and night, Samuel's ears were stuffed with headphones, endlessly replaying Ignace's words of praise. Tolerable for a short while, but over time, it wore away his sleep and sanity. Before long, a new Shikigami was born. A humanoid figure with an enormous green head knelt respectfully before him. Please, master, grant me a name. We'll call you Big Head, Ignace replied. The name remained unchanged, but it suited the moment perfectly. Thank you, Master. Big Head answered hastily, full of gratitude. What abilities do you have? Ignace inquired. Telepathy and gamma-ray projection. I possess powerful intuition, computational thinking, and information storage capabilities. My intelligence is high and my memory is excellent. Though I lack direct combat strength, I can rely on the fact that ordinary people can't see Shikigami, which gives me considerable lethality and makes me an expert assassin. Big Head began his report. Ignace nodded. In terms of cursed energy, Big Head was already a special grade Shikigami. His very first special grade Shikigami. If only he weren't so hideous. Tell me more about your combat skills, Ignace said. With telepathy, I can mentally control certain people, provided they have weak wills. As for gamma ray projection, I can convert cursed energy into gamma rays and release them. Both abilities are derived from my original form and have been transformed into jujitsu techniques. Big Head explained. Ignace nodded again. In fact, Samuel, as the original green Big Head, had already possessed gamma ray projection, but compared to telepathy, he hadn't noticed it before. All right, from now on, you'll lead all of my Shikigami, keeping watch over the streets around me and preventing any agents from sneaking in. At the same time, you'll be responsible for research, both scientific and jujitsu, from this moment forward. Ignace spoke up and gave his orders. Yes, Chief. At your command. The big chief hurriedly accepted the command, his eyes burning with fervor as he looked at his master. What is it? Ignace was just about to leave when he turned back, puzzled by the look. Am I your favorite cursed spirit, Master? The big chief asked excitedly. Although he had lost his original memories, his body's reactions and strong intuition told him that his former self had often been praised by the Master. That's right. You're the smartest cursed spirit under my command. Ignace said, a bit surprised that his twisted experiments had led this special grade cursed spirit to adore him with such fanatical devotion. Thank you for your praise, Master. The big chief replied, trembling with excitement. Ignace stepped out of the room and headed to another chamber, one that only he could enter. The big chief respectfully followed behind. He entered a code, and the cold storage opened. The freezer containing the blood god was pulled out. The big chief looked thoughtfully at the being encased in ice. What's this for, Master? He asked curiously. To make up for your shortcomings in direct combat. Ignace replied. Beyond this Marvel world, there existed the Marvel multiverse. So it was hardly surprising that the settings from the comics might exist in other universes as well. The multiverse was far too dangerous. He needed to find ways to grow stronger. Cursing more powerful beings was, without a doubt, essential. Ignace dragged out the block of ice, sealing the blood god, then quickly stepped back with the big chief. He entered a command on the screen, and a nozzle extended from the wall, blasting the ice with flames. With another command, a dozen injector devices emerged from the walls, each loaded with an anticoagulant dart. One more command, and a bulletproof glass chamber slid open. Ignace and the big chief stepped inside. The bulletproof glass was there just to block any nasty surprises. They waited as the ice melted and the blood god was released. The blood god had barely begun to surge forward in attack when, in an instant, a barrage of anticoagulant darts struck him. His body swelled and twisted grotesquely until, with a deafening burst, he exploded. The entire room was now covered in fragments of the blood god. Ignace began the curse. This curse took a bit longer than usual. But in the end, the blood god was successfully transformed into a cursed spirit. The blood god turned into a soft, puddle-like entity that oozed over, calling out, Master, behave a bit more normally, and while you're at it, clean up all this blood. Ignace instructed. Yes. In an instant, the blood god's cursed spirit reformed his body from blood, taking on the original appearance of frost. He then controlled every drop of blood in the room, absorbing it all. Ignace stepped out of the chamber and asked, What abilities do you have? Blood reformation, blood control, infecting others with a vampire bloodline, super speed. The blood god responded. Are you afraid of sunlight? Ignace asked the most crucial question. I'm not afraid. As a cursed spirit, I no longer possess the weaknesses of the vampire clan. Sunlight, silver weapons, garlic essence, anticoagulants, none of these can harm me anymore. The blood god replied. Ignace was thoroughly satisfied. He hadn't been particularly surprised by the blood god cursed spirit's abilities, but the disappearance of its weaknesses was truly a pleasant surprise. Ignace gave his orders. Yes, sir. The boss and the blood god once again knelt down, accepting their orders with utmost respect. The next day, at nightfall, at the headquarters of Life Cradle Corporation, on the top floor, by the floor-to-ceiling windows. Tonight, thick clouds gathered overhead. The darkness weighed heavily on the city, and serpents of lightning flickered through the sky as thunder rolled again and again. A shadowy figure slowly opened the office door and gazed at the person standing with his back to him, looking out the window. Blade, what brings you here? Ignace turned to face the man who had slipped quietly into the building. The moment Blade infiltrated the company, the boss had already reported it to Ignace. I came back to ask you, have you dealt with the blood god? Blade asked directly. It's handled. In fact, I even recorded a video for you. If you don't believe me, see for yourself. Ignace gestured toward the television. The moment when the blood god was killed had all been recorded. Although Blade, As a cursed spirit couldn't see the video, his voice would still be captured, so the part of the footage where Ignis spoke to the cursed spirit had been edited out. Blade watched the video and nodded. I want to ask you for help. Blade said. What's wrong? Ignis looked at him with curiosity. When we went abroad to hunt down foreign vampires, Whistler was captured by them. Blade said, his voice tinged with sorrow. Head to Europe. Ignis suggested. Europe is the birthplace of vampires. In the beginning of Blade 2, Blade found Whistler in the Czech Republic. So, he advised Blade to search for him in Europe. However, with the story's changes, there was no guarantee that Whistler was still hidden in the Czech Republic. Blade 2 made it clear that the vampires kept moving Whistler from place to place. I'm currently hunting down the scattered vampires left in New York. If I find Whistler in America, I'll let you know. Ignis replied, and Blade nodded. One would deal with the unorganized vampires in America, while the other would take on the vampires in Europe. Thank you, Blade said gratefully. It's nothing. Just be careful when you get to Europe. The vampires there are far more powerful, and I suspect they're already plotting against you. Ignis cautioned. Blade nodded, turned, and left. Just as he reached the door, Blade suddenly glanced back. What are you really? He was deeply curious. How had Ignis managed to smash a vampire's head with a single punch? Ordinary humans couldn't possibly do that, could they? I'm just human. Ignis was at a loss for words. Blade replied, giving a nod and walking off without another word. Late at night, in Brooklyn, New York. Heavy breaths echoed in the darkness as a shadowy figure ran desperately through a narrow alley, glancing back in terror every few steps. Suddenly, there was a loud crash. The panicked runner slammed into a garbage bin, startling a homeless man who had been dozing in his makeshift cardboard shelter. A splash rang out as something invisible landed in a puddle just ahead, scattering water in every direction. Before he could react, the fleeing man was seized by the throat, lifted off his feet by the unseen assailant. Yeah, asterisk, and Ewan, he screamed, his voice frantic as he blurted out a string of words in the ancient language of the vampires. Asterisk, and %. The invisible figure responded, a cold sneer in its tone, replying in the same sinister tone. The captive's pupils contracted in sheer horror as he stared at his captor. A moment later, the invisible being sank its fangs into him. From the homeless man's vantage point in his cardboard shelter, he watched, wide-eyed, as the victim dangled in midair, his body undergoing a grotesque transformation. His once pale skin turned a sickly blue, his eyes bulging out, lips shrinking away to reveal 2 rows of large, jagged teeth. At last, the man ceased to be human. He had become a monster, plain as day for any ordinary person to see. Blood needs blood, the creature shrieked, suddenly released by the invisible attacker. It scrambled across the ground, emitting sharp, stifled cries, and in the next instant, its gaze locked onto the homeless man. You may only drink the blood of vampires who are not in their cursed spirit form, the invisible figure commanded. Yes, the monster replied, receiving its orders. With a rush, it shot off into the distance. That night, throughout Brooklyn, more and more such monsters began to appear. The following morning, Ignis saw that the blood god cursed spirit had returned. Master, the number of vampires in Brooklyn is steadily dwindling, the blood god reported, kneeling before him. Good, Ignis said with a nod. The blood god's vampiric lineage did not turn people into ordinary vampires. Instead, any creature bitten by it would transform into a vampire cursed spirit, their strength corresponding to what they possessed in life. So far, none had reached the highest level. Vampire cursed spirits created by the blood god possessed only 2 abilities, blood recomposition and swift movement. These spirits were not infectious. That is, even if they bit other vampires, those vampires would simply be destroyed, not turned. For this reason, Ignis allowed the blood god to reshape the vampires. Create a sufficient number of vampire cursed spirits first. I want you to purge every last vampire from New York as quickly as possible, Ignis ordered. Yes, the blood god replied, ready to carry out his command. By the way, do the vampire jujitsu spirits still have their old weaknesses? Ignis asked. No, jujitsu spirits are a completely different form of existence now. The big boss approached and replied respectfully. When the blood god transformed the vampires into vampire jujitsu spirits, it had been observing from the rooftop. Go ahead, but when we head to Monaco, both you and the big boss need to come with me. Ignis instructed. Both the blood god and the big boss had their uses for him in Monaco. Yes, sir. The blood god and the big boss knelt down, accepting the order with deference. That night, Hell's Kitchen, dressed in a suit, wearing dark sunglasses, and tapping a cane in front of him, Matthew Murdoch made his way slowly down the street. Suddenly, a commotion erupted several blocks away. Murdoch spun around and rushed toward the noise, weaving through the streets until he reached the source of the cries. He paused in confusion, listening intently. There was a monster? And a vampire with fangs bared? With his heightened sense of hearing, he could make out sound from several blocks over. The city unfolded in his mind like a 3-dimensional map. Naturally, he had noticed the presence of vampires before. But tonight, the vampires weren't hunting humans. On the contrary, they had become the prey of another, even stranger creature. After a moment's thought, Murdoch resolved to eliminate this monster. Vampires were terrifying, but in his eyes, a creature capable of killing vampires posed an even greater threat to ordinary people. But before he could act, the monster had already bitten the vampire to death and darted away in an instant. Without hesitation, Murdoch took off in pursuit. Bronx. On a rooftop, Hawkeye, who had been dispatched on orders, stood gripping his longbow, arrow notched and string drawn, eyes fixed on a monster darting through the alley below. With a swift motion, whip, the arrow shot through the monster's head. The creature looked up at him in confusion, then scrambled away again. Hawkeye frowned as he watched the monster scurry out of sight. He loosed another arrow, this time an explosive. In a flash, boom, the monster's body was blown apart, but in the next moment, something shocking happened. The creature's form reassembled itself from blood, and with a wet, slithering sound, it vanished down the street. Sir, we've got a serious problem here. Hawkeye hurriedly reported in. Even explosive arrows couldn't kill this thing, and it seemed these creatures were deliberately moving through New York. Abort the pursuit for now. Nick Fury's voice sounded in his earpiece. S.H.I.E.L.D., Director's Office. Nick Fury reviewed the list of victims. All vampires. Just like the last Jiu-Jitsu spirit incident, the only ones dying were villains. Cease all attacks for now, but keep monitoring the situation. Fury ordered. Understood. Hell's Kitchen, near the Hudson River. Lester stood at the street corner, watching as the gray monster tore into a man. He didn't intervene. Only when the creature's movements halted did he grip his throwing dart, staying alert. The monster didn't spare him a glance. It scurried off in a flash. Lester cast a brief look at the corpse on the ground, then turned to leave. In the distance, the sound of running footsteps echoed. Dressed in his gear, Daredevil listened intently as he hurried over. Lester glanced at Daredevil and, with a flick of his wrist, sent a dart flying his way. Daredevil let out a startled gasp. That night, New York was alive with peculiar happenings. Kingpin discovered that a vampire had infiltrated his building because a monster had burst in, shredded the night shift vampire to pieces, and vanished without a trace. Hawkeye spent the entire night observing the monster hunting vampires. Daredevil, in hot pursuit of the creature, ended up running into Bullseye. The two immediately came to blows. The next day, at the airport, Ignace arrived at Stark's private jet, accompanied by his death. You finally made it, Stark said with a smile, watching Ignace. Pepper stood by his side. Hello, Mr. Mora. Natasha greeted Ignace warmly, standing next to Pepper. Hello, Miss Rushman. Ignace nodded in return. You two know each other? Stark looked at Ignace with curiosity. Wasn't this guy supposed to be loyal and focused? We do. I just fired her not long ago, Ignace replied with a grin. You've been juggling multiple jobs? Stark was genuinely surprised. The group boarded the plane. Ignace and Stark sat across from each other, chatting, while Pepper and Miss Death settled in at the bar, each sipping a drink. Hey, a flight attendant strolled over, tidying up as she went, and shot Ignace a flirtatious look. Suddenly, the air seemed to turn icy cold. The flight attendant glanced nervously at his Death and quickly hurried away. Would you like some sake? Another attendant asked politely as she approached. With Ignace's icy beauty of a wife nearby, and Pepper, Stark's beloved, also present, the attendants dared not tempt fate with either employer. No, I'll have some Baijio, Ignace replied. Of course, just a moment. The flight continued in an unusually proper fashion. Stark glanced regretfully at the flight attendants. He vaguely recalled that the last time he and James took this private jet, the atmosphere was electric, music thumping, lights flashing, drinks flowing. James was boasting drunkenly. The attendants danced. Laughter filled the cabin. Your party flights are over, Tony, Ignace teased with a smile. Maybe even my party Jeep days are gone, Stark replied with a laugh. Monaco. The roar of engines filled the air at the racetrack. Two luxury cars glided slowly down the road, flanked at the front by two motorcycles clearing the way. As Stark and Ignace stepped out of their vehicles, a wave of gasps and excited screams erupted from the crowd lining both sides of the street. The two walked together into the hotel, with Miss Death and Pepper following close behind. Inside the hotel, Natasha, having taken another car after landing and arriving ahead of the others, approached to greet them. Reporters quickly raised their cameras, snapping shots of the group of four. Ignace wrapped his arm around his Death. Stark and Pepper, still lingering in that ambiguous stage, simply moved a little closer to each other. Once the reporters finished their photos, they finally dispersed. I remember you used to be a blogger, didn't you? Stark joked. I haven't checked my social media in ages. Ignace replied with a laugh. Hey, Tony, is that really you? Hammer strolled over, drink in hand, eager for a chance to poke fun. But when he noticed Ignace standing beside Stark, his confidence wavered for a moment. After all, there was no way he could take on both of them together. Trying to regain his composure, Hammer called over someone who had once spent a wild night with Stark, Christine Everhart from Vanity Fair. Christine approached with a smile, exchanging greetings with Pepper. Let me introduce you, Hammer said with a teasing grin. This is Stark's assistant, though she practically runs the whole company. Tony might as well hand it over to her. With Stark's current troubles resolved, the plot line of him handing over the company to Pepper was no longer relevant. Oh, And this is his death, Ignace's bodyguard and wife, the Ice Queen herself, and even stronger than him. Hammer had barely finished before the temperature in the room seemed to drop. He turned quickly to see his death giving him an icy, mocking smile. Hammer, you'd do great on a late-night show. Just bring your ex-wife along. Ignace quipped, then led his death away. What does he mean by ex-wife? Christine asked, puzzled. He's complimenting my weapons, Hammer replied, momentarily caught off guard, then pointed at Ignace. At least you finally have some taste. I was saying your weapons are all for show. Ignace shot back with a sly glance over his shoulder, leaving Hammer at a loss for words. Unable to outdo Ignace, Hammer dragged Christine into another round of banter with Stark. After a while, Natasha called Stark away. As he was leaving, Stark tossed out a parting shot. Hammer, maybe you need a jolt from Christine. Hammer forced an awkward smile. Once again, he'd lost this round. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, Stark managed to slip away from Pepper for a moment and found Ignace. So, what do you say? Care for a little excitement? Racing? That's right. Isdeth watched the two wander off and made no move to stop them. If Pepper had seen them, she would have definitely stopped Stark, but she knew she'd never stop Ignace. This time, Stark wasn't racing to court death. It was simply for the fun of taking Ignace out for a spin. When it came to competitions like this, all they had to do was say a few words, and the event organizers would clear cars for them without hesitation. As the two of them strode onto the track in their racing suits, the crowd erupted in an instant. Screams and cheers echoed all around, and reporters swarmed in, snapping photos and jostling for interviews with the two tycoons. Inside the hotel, Hammer was still awkwardly trying to flirt with Christine, but her eyes were already glued to the screen, utterly captivated by the sight of Stark and Ignace together. Meanwhile, at the table Stark and Ignace had reserved, Pepper caught a glimpse of the broadcast and instantly panicked, her heart pounding. Don't worry. With Ignace there, nothing will happen to Stark, Isdeth said with a gentle laugh. Pepper, looking at Ignace on the screen, finally breathed a sigh of relief. On the racetrack, two drivers, furious, tossed their helmets aside and stormed off. Hey, don't be upset. For now, your dreams might have to wait, but you've just gained an extra lifetime, Ignace said, waving his hand and handing each racer a Life Cradle Company free treatment card. The two racers looked at him in astonishment. For race car drivers, nothing is more terrifying than an accident ending their careers in a single moment. But Ignace had just given them the chance to return to the track, even after disaster. Thank you, they exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude, before hurrying away. What they wanted wasn't Stark's compensation money. They wanted another chance to chase their dreams. Don't always talk about money. It gets boring fast, Ignace said, putting on his helmet. He and Stark slid into their respective cars at the same time. I hope if anything ever happens to me, you'll give me a second chance too, Stark joked, grinning. The engines roared to life, filling the air with thunderous energy as the two began their final checks. In the next instant, the race was on. Both cars launched forward, tearing down the track at breakneck speed. Huh, how's this? Beats your old SUV by a mile. Stark crowed over the headset to Ignace. But an SUV is more comfortable, Ignace replied, savoring the thrill of the race, while instructing Big Boss to keep an eye on the track and the stands. Near the audience seating, inside the fence, a man in a yellow work uniform strode quickly toward the track. A race car shot past, yet the man walked straight onto the track, blocking the way. At the edge of the track, atop a utility pole, the blood god stood there, eyes locked intently on the man. A metallic clatter sounded as the man tossed his work helmet to the ground. With a toothpick clenched between his teeth, Ivan Vanko strode purposefully down the track. With a sharp tug, he ripped open his work shirt, revealing a compact arc reactor at his chest. In the next moment, two electrified whips shot out, crackling with power. The orange work uniform began to ignite in the intense heat. He kept moving forward, and as a red race car sped toward him, his right hand suddenly swung back. Then, with a sharp flick of his electric whip, he lashed it forward. In an instant, the front right wheel of the red car was sliced clean off. The race car soared into the air, spinning and crashing violently as it tumbled down the track. Inside the hotel, even with his death as reassurance, Pepper couldn't help but grow anxious. Her heartbeat quickened, and she hurriedly contacted Happy, urging him to bring the suit. The media cameras caught a glimpse of the attacker, but quickly switched away, searching the racetrack for Stark and Ignace. It wasn't long before the cameras found both of their cars. With a whoosh, Ignace's car suddenly accelerated, overtaking Stark's car in a flash. The media relaxed, thinking there was nothing more to worry about. Hey, watch me overtake you again. Inside his car, Stark teased Ignace through his headset. At this point, he still had no idea about Ivan Vanko's ambush. Stark, cheerful and confident, began to speed up, determined to overtake Ignace. But before he could make his move, they rounded a corner, and in that instant, Ignace vaulted from his car, leaping out at breakneck speed. At the same time, Ivan Vanko, wielding a whip in each hand, lashed out at both of their cars. As Ignace soared through the air, he wrapped his hands in enchanted energy, reacting in a flash to grab both electrified whips. In a split second, he kicked Vanko squarely in the chest. Ivan Vanko's attack failed. His whole body was sent flying backward, crashing hard to the safety barrier with a thunderous impact. The next moment, Ignace's out-of-control car smashed directly into the fallen Vanko with bone-jarring force. A harsh gasp tore from Vanko as he sprawled across the car's hood, blood spurting from his mouth before he seemed to lose consciousness. Ignace landed nearby, rolling skillfully to absorb the impact. He dashed over and delivered a punch straight to Vanko's head. Vanko lifted his head, his eyes burning with malice as he glared at Ignace. With another heavy punch, Ignace struck, leaving Vanko's head ringing with a dull roar. Without hesitation, Ignace grabbed the arc reactor on Vanko's chest and yanked it free. Instantly, the electric whips lost all power. This Ivan Vanko, according to the original story, had survived being rammed by a speeding car once, and then being struck by accelerating cars 3 more times, all without serious harm. Ignace doubted a Formula One car would actually be enough to kill this guy. Moments later, the police rushed onto the scene, quickly subduing and arresting Vanko. Just as Vanko was about to spit blood at Ignace in rage, Ignace slapped him across the face, forcing him to swallow the blood back down. From a distance, Stark hurried over, concern written all over his face as he looked at Ignace. After all, the idea to race had been his, and in the end, it was Ignace who handled the fallout. Stark's heart was full of guilt. He seemed to finally understand what Ignace meant when he said, "I'm not a hero." The word hero carried too many burdens. It wasn't long before Pepper and his death arrived, with Happy close behind. Pepper rushed to Stark, pounding his chest with her small fists. "Are you out of your mind?" She scolded him sharply, her voice trembling with tears as she looked at Stark. I'm sorry," Stark replied, his eyes filled with remorse as he faced Pepper. He had dragged his friends into danger. This time, guilt weighed heavily on his heart, and he kept blaming himself, questioning how he could have made such a mistake. He kept wondering if he was truly fit to be a hero. Perhaps he didn't even measure up to Ignace. "What's on your mind?" "I have ways to keep myself alive." Ignace chuckled and patted Stark on the shoulder, but Stark simply shook his head. It was one thing for Ignace to have a way to resurrect himself, but what troubled Stark was his own attitude, and there was another thing gnawing at him. When Ignace used the final stage of his reversal technique to save someone, he had to channel energy. But if he died suddenly, how could that energy be released? How could he possibly save himself then? That, Stark realized, was at the root of his guilt. In the temporary prison, out in the corridor, Monaco's officials walked anxiously behind the two titans. Stark's face was grim, consumed by fury. Ignace, on the other hand, remained impassive, paying them no mind. This only made the Monaco officials more nervous. "Where are we going?" Stark asked in French. French was the official language of Monaco. "Right here." He doesn't speak English. Since he arrived, he hasn't said a single word. "Give us 5 minutes." With that, Stark and Ignace walked in together. Stark began discussing core technical issues with Ivan, who turned his head and spat out that Stark's family were thieves. Meanwhile, Ignace scrutinized Ivan, pondering whether to curse him into becoming a cursed spirit. Just as Stark was about to leave, Ivan, full of self-importance, blurted out, "Palladium in your body. It'll kill you, and it'll hurt." Stark glanced at Ivan, then at Ignace and grinned. "Yeah, you're absolutely right." With a sly smile, Stark left with Ignace at his side. As they closed the door, Ignace looked at Stark. "He's fishing." As an avid fisherman himself, Ignace instantly understood the point of Ivan's reckless behavior. After all, wasn't Hammer at the hotel already caught on his hook? Enough about that. I have a question for you. Stark turned to him. "If you die, how do you save yourself?" Ignace laughed and clapped Stark on the shoulder. "Tony, when I developed this stage, I'd already solved that problem." "How did you solve it?" Stark asked with curiosity. "It's just like when you try to explain the arc reactor's principles to me. I can't make sense of it. Likewise, if I were to tell you about spellcraft, you wouldn't understand either." Ignace finished speaking and walked away with a smile. "Come on, if you actually teach me, I swear I'll get it." Stark hurried after him. "This is something only my descendants are able to learn." With a mischievous grin, Ignace whispered in Stark's ear. Stark stared at him in shock, blurting out a classic American curse. On the flight back, Ignace had his arm around his death, while the Blood God and the Big Boss, both cursed spirits, followed at his side. The Blood God gave him a thumbs up. Ignace got the message instantly. This time, he'd sent the Blood God to Monaco to see if there were any vampires around. If there were, the plan was to turn a few into cursed spirits right away. During the race, the Blood God had managed to convert 10 vampires. He was deliberately making trouble for the European vampires. In the future, whenever he got the chance to visit Europe, he'd find a few more vampires, turn them into cursed spirits, and toss them back to their own kind, just to spite them. After all, Ignace was human, and he deeply loathed the vampires, a race that saw people as little more than livestock. The cursed spirit creations of the Blood God were somewhat similar in nature to those of Mojito. Both were transformed from beings that weren't originally cursed spirits, and after transformation, they could be seen by ordinary humans. "Ignace." At this moment, Stark turned to look at Ignace. "What is it?" Ignace looked at him, puzzled. "As a hero, do you think I'm just not cut out for it?" Stark spoke, gazing at the drifting clouds outside the window. "All I do is mingle with women. I'm arrogant, selfish, sensitive, suspicious, and impulsive." "Tony, Ignace looked at him and, with a helpless shrug, replied, "If you ask me, I think what you really need is a therapist." Sorry. Stark shrugged. Ignace studied him for a moment. Despite Stark's arrogance, he was always doing his best to protect his teammates. Stark rarely listened to advice, and on his path as a hero he'd made his share of mistakes. But in the Marvel world, he was the one who always tried to carry every burden on his own shoulders. "Hey, Tony, want to hear a piece of advice from a surgeon?" Ignace chuckled. "I'm all ears," Stark answered with a smile. He'd even spent some time learning Chinese. "We can only do our best to plan and act. In the end, success depends on fate. As long as we do everything we can, whether we succeed or not is up to destiny." With that, Ignace nodded toward a case nearby, the suitcase containing Stark's Mark V armor. "You want it? I could consider giving you a suitcase like that." Stark glanced at the case and replied. Ignace had once saved his life, and in his heart, this friend meant more to him than any suit of armor ever could. "Tony, what I'm trying to say is the future belongs to nanotechnology," Ignace said. The moment those words left Ignace's mouth, a new design idea erupted in Stark's mind. "I'm not good at giving psychological advice. This isn't my field, Tony. Instead of burdening yourself here, why not focus on upgrading your gear? The world is far bigger than you imagine. I don't want to see a hero die young and leave a regular guy like me to pick up the slack." With that, Ignace turned his gaze to the drifting clouds outside the window. Eternals slumbered somewhere on Earth, while extraterrestrial civilizations waited beyond, and dangers from the multiverse lurked outside this very universe. The world was proving to be far more perilous than anyone had guessed. Though Ignace had the power of resurrection, when faced with the titans of the Marvel Universe, his current strength was still lacking. Even if they couldn't kill him, they could still seal him away. Iron Man couldn't just die carelessly in this small corner of the universe. Their journey was never meant to end with just this world. America, New York. After landing at the airport, Ignace went straight back to his company, to the top floor where he lived. A bubbling sound rose from the table. "Wow, no wonder you didn't want to grab burgers with me. You had hot pot on your mind," Stark exclaimed. He took a bite, only to be overwhelmed by the spiciness, tears welling up in his eyes. "Between burgers and hot pot, I'll always choose hot pot," Ignace said with a laugh, savoring a slice of lamb dipped in the broth. "Yowza, now that's nice." Stark, though terrible at handling spicy food, couldn't resist the thrill. Despite the heat, he was loving it, quickly grabbing more slices of lamb and swirling them in the chili. Isteth tapped Ignace's glass lightly, and Ignace took a sip of icy cold beer. "Refreshing. Pour me a cold one too," Stark requested, only to get a glare from Isteth. "All right, I'll get it myself," he conceded. He got up to fetch a chilled beer from the fridge, his envy barely concealed. Once he'd taken his seat opposite Ignace, Stark looked at him with unusual seriousness. "Let me buy into your company. It'll also help speed up your and Helen Zhao's regeneration cradle project," he said. Stark understood that Ignace's reversal technique and Helen Zhao's regeneration cradle belonged to entirely different fields. He couldn't learn the technique, but when it came to the science side of things, he felt confident in his abilities. Beside Ignace, the boss spirit fixed Stark with a disapproving stare. Having already begun research on the regeneration cradle, the boss spirit resented this Iron Man interfering and stealing credit with their master. "Sure, but you're only getting 5%, Ignace replied with a smile. If it had been before he'd acquired the boss spirit curse, he might have given Stark a bigger share. But now, with the boss spirit's assistance, Stark's involvement wouldn't exactly work miracles. At best, it would just speed up the research a bit. The surge in intelligence following the big boss's mutation was no joke. I remember you also acquired a lot of shares from other companies. Why are you still so stingy?" Stark looked at him with a teasing smile. "I'm not stingy at all. When those company owners disappeared, I was the first to inform you, so you could take action." Ignace protested, shaking his head repeatedly. The next day, early in the morning, Ignace arrived across from the building at his old clinic. Standing at the entrance was a small, hesitant figure, shifting nervously on the spot. His hair was messy, and there was blood under his nose. "Kid, why aren't you going in?" Ignace walked over and asked, looking at him. "Hello, sir. I'm afraid I don't have enough money." The boy stammered, his voice uncertain. "Then you should just go home." Ignace replied with a gentle smile. "Sir, could you lend me some money to see the doctor? I'm worried Aunt May would be upset if I went back like this." The boy pleaded, looking up at him with pitiful eyes. "What's your name?" Ignace asked. "Did someone do this to you?" "Sir, my name is Peter Parker, and yes, it was my classmates who did this." Peter Parker answered, his eyes brimming with unshed tears. Ignace understood at once. This was the Peter who never became Spider-Man. The lizard Peter from Earth, 65. Just one word, tragic. He was genuinely curious. So many events in this universe seemed to follow the movie timeline. So why were beings from other universes mixed in? "Come on in. Pay me back when you're grown up and working," Ignace said, stepping inside the clinic. Peter hurried in after him. "Sir, you really are a good person. Not at all like the TV says. You know, I'm not a hero. By the way, do you live at the company across the street every day? Doesn't staying at work all the time get boring?" And Peter followed behind, gratitude and a hint of awe in his voice as he looked up at Ignace. "Sit down." Quiet, Ignace instructed, asking the nurse for some antiseptic and sitting in a chair, motioning for Peter to sit opposite. For all his hardships, Ignace thought it was probably better for everyone if Peter kept quiet. This Peter certainly talked a lot. Sorry. Ow. All right, I'll be quiet. Peter yelped as Ignace dabbed his wound with the antiseptic, pain flashing across his face. Fighting is not a good habit. Ignace admonished him. I'm sorry, it won't happen again. Peter apologized immediately. Why are you apologizing to me? You're a strange kid, Ignace said with a bemused shake of his head. But my advice is next time before you get into a fight, work on your fitness. That way, if you have to fight back, you'll make them think twice before picking on you. Ignace added. Huh? Peter gaped in surprise. Was this man being serious? I was only joking. What I meant was for you to learn how to protect yourself, not to become a bully like them. While treating Peter's wounds, Ignace casually used a reversal technique and healed him completely. His miraculous healing abilities had already been reported by the media, so Peter wasn't surprised. Of course, not just anyone could receive treatment from him. Peter, if you ever get the chance, come find me. I'll teach you how to defend yourself. But there's one thing. You must accept this condition. Ignace looked straight at Peter. He didn't know if this universe had the Peter Parker who was meant to appear in the original timeline, but he was determined to help this Peter Parker first. Turning into the lizard was bad enough, but dying in his girlfriend's arms was even worse. He didn't need a Peter Parker who lived by the motto, with great power comes great responsibility, just one with the right values, who wouldn't descend into darkness. Really? Peter looked at Ignace, his face alight with excitement. Ever since Ignace and Isdeath had appeared on the world's media, Peter had idolized them. A mere mortal, yet able to blow up Ironmonger and go toe-to-toe with the Hulk. Peter couldn't help but envy such power. Accept my guidance, let go of that typical American arrogance, and I will teach you the way of the sword, Ignace said. Understand, sir. Thank you so much. Peter nodded eagerly, gratitude shining in his eyes. With joy in his step, Peter left. Ignace stood by the window, watching his retreating figure, his mind already at work on a new plan. A vessel for cursed spirits. This Peter might never become Spider-Man, but Ignace could transform him into a vessel for curses. Once Peter became a vessel, he would be able to see curses and draw power from the spirits sealed inside him, gaining the ability to use that power himself. It was true, different world, different rules. But Ignace was like a tiny seed. His very presence, every act and idea, would gradually spread the concept of sorcerers and curses throughout this world. I still have too few special-grade spirits in my hands. I'll need to gather more. Once Peter grows older, I'll let him become a vessel. Ignace pondered silently. Meanwhile, Peter Parker walked down the street, beaming with happiness. Even though he'd been bullied by the school toughs again today, he had met the man he admired most, Mr. Ignace. In Mr. Ignace's homeland, this would probably be called becoming a disciple, right? Peter mused to himself. He'd have to look up the traditions of apprenticeship from across the ocean. After all, he was about to learn real skills from Mr. Ignace. A week later, Queens, Hammer Industries Military Expo. Ignace arrived with Isdeath and Peter, the ever-eager tag-along. Ignace and Stark had both been invited by Hammer. At the same time, they ran into Pepper and Natasha here. Hey, Pepper. Ignace greeted her with a warm smile. Hi, Tony will probably be a little late. Sorry about that. Pepper replied, smiling back at him. It's no problem, Ignace said, shaking his head with a laugh. Hammer just never learns. He always likes to make a fool of himself. Laughing together, the group made their way toward the venue. Peter kept glancing around, shaking his head in amazement. In the past few days, he had started learning Kendo under Ignace's guidance. At the main hall, on the center stage, lively music boomed through the speakers as Hammer made his entrance, awkwardly moonwalking onto the stage. The sight was so ridiculous it bordered on comedy. He grabbed the microphone and greeted the audience. Down below, among the spectators, Pepper shot Hammer a look that screamed, "Is he out of his mind?" She exchanged a glance with Natasha, who was equally unimpressed. Ignace watched Hammer with an amused smirk while Isdeath clung to his arm, completely ignoring the showman on stage. She was only here to be close to her beloved. As for Peter, he looked at Hammer with the same expression one might reserve for a circus clown. Thank you all for coming. Ladies and gentlemen, for so long, we've relied on brave men and women to fight on the front lines and defend our nation. Then came Iron Man. Hammer announced as he scanned the audience, searching for his arch-rival. Ignore speeches like that, Parker. If you pay attention to international news, you'll see. The West doesn't just defend itself these days. It's always meddling elsewhere. Ignace whispered quietly to Parker. I get it. Parker nodded earnestly. This was Ignace's first lesson to him, learning to tell the good guys from bad. The West was definitely not the good guy. It's a shame he refuses to share the technology with the world. Hammer lamented, feigning disappointment. It's so unfair, so wrong. It shouldn't be this way. He's an arms dealer. What a hypocrite. Ignace spoke up. If Stark made his tech public, Hammer would just weaponize it, then turn around and frame Stark so he could have it all to himself. Pepper found that argument very convincing. Peter looked up at his mentor, puzzled. The world was still too complicated for him to fully understand. Doing good should come from the heart, not because you're obligated to, Ignace added, turning to Peter again. He never intended to teach Peter that old line. With great power comes great responsibility. This Peter had suffered enough. There was no need to shackle him with moral guilt. Ignace had always believed that the classic saying got it wrong. After all, responsibility should be tied to power, not the other way around. Okay, I'll remember that, Peter said quickly, nodding his head. Ladies and gentlemen, today I present to you the new face of the American military, Hammer's unmanned Iron Warriors. With a dramatic flourish, Hammer pointed to the stage behind him, and all eyes turned in anticipation. 2 rows of Army drones, their backs loaded with cannon barrels, slowly rose from beneath the platform, coming into everyone's view. Army. Hammer strode up next to the armored suits, then pointed sharply to the other side. There, 2 rows of suits, shouldering miniature missiles rose up, appearing on the platform as well. Navy. The next moment, yet another 2 rows of unmanned armors appeared from the opposite side. Air Force. With great pride, Hammer swept his gaze over the crowd, arms spread wide, as 2 more rows of camouflaged unmanned armors emerged. Marine Corps. While Hammer was busy showing off his creations to the audience, Ivan, hidden away in one of Hammer Industries' rooms, was remotely controlling every suit present, preparing to exact his revenge on Stark. Finally, James Rhodes's armor stepped out front and center. It was obvious that Hammer had outfitted Rhodes's suit with a whole arsenal of Hammer Industries weapons. Though the past few days hadn't been quite as disastrous for Stark as in the original story, he had still found an opportunity to give Rhodey a suit, allowing Rhodey to answer to the military. A deep, thrumming sound filled the sky, the roar of jet propulsion. Stark, clad in his Iron Man suit, landed on the platform with a heavy thud. He headed straight for Rhodey, urgently discussing the possibility that Ivan Vanko was working with Hammer. Then he turned to confront Hammer, demanding to know where Ivan was. But before long, everything changed. A sudden, tense hush fell over the crowd. Rhodey immediately sensed something was wrong. In the blink of an eye, his own suit, along with every one of the Hammer drones present, all swung their weapons toward Stark. And toward Ignace, seated in the audience. Hey, let's take this somewhere else. Stark's suit shot up into the sky, his voice calling out as he rose. A swarm of Hammer drones, along with Rhodey in his armored suit, blasted off in pursuit, weapons locked onto Stark, firing as they gave chase. On the ground, dozens of combat drones raised their mechanical arms, aiming their weapons at Ignace. Gunfire erupted, intense, relentless. Estes slammed her hand to the ground, and instantly a towering wall of ice surged up to shield them. Bullets hammered into the ice, shards flying everywhere. Pepper, get out of here. All of you go. Get as far away as possible. Ignace shouted, then charged straight at the armor drones. The army drones braced themselves, deploying stabilizers to anchor to the ground. Cannons on their shoulders swiveled, targeting the ice wall. A barrage of explosions thundered across the arena, the cannon fire relentlessly pounding the ice barrier until it shattered. In the next instant, Ignace burst through the flying debris, charging straight at the armored suits, his fist wreathed in enchanted energy. Black flash. With a single, devastating blow, he punched straight through the shell of one army drone, smashing its internal controller to pieces. The remaining drones immediately swiveled their weapons, ready to concentrate their fire on Ignace. In the next moment, Isdeth let out a cold snort. Frost swept through the air, and all the battle armors that had been focusing their fire on Ignaz were instantly frozen solid. All right, it's over now. With a gentle chuckle, Isdeth strode forward, wrapped Ignaz in a tight embrace, and softly stroked his hair. We can have our world of 2 again. In the distance, Peter Parker stared blankly at the battle armors now trapped in icy prisons, then glanced in confusion at his master, who was nestled in his mistress's arms. Just when he thought his master was already insanely powerful, blasting apart battle armor with a single punch, his mistress had, with a wave of her hand, wiped out all the land armors in an instant. And there was something else that baffled him. Master, aren't you supposed to be a swordsman and a doctor? Peter asked, puzzled. How did you blow up that armor with your bare hands? Isdeth narrowed her eyes, noticing the unwelcome third while lingering in the distance. Peter couldn't help but sneeze, a chill running through him. Didn't you see everyone else has already fled in terror? Peter, you should hurry home, Ignaz said. All right. Peter quickly darted off toward the edge of the battlefield. From that day on, a clear image took shape in young Peter's mind regarding his master and mistress. His master, who seemed like an ordinary doctor, could shatter battle armor with a single punch. His mistress, who outwardly looked lovesick, could freeze even space itself. We can finally enjoy our time together. I doubt anyone will. Just as Isdeth finished her sentence, Ignaz's phone rang. Isdeth's expression darkened. With a squeeze of her hand, all the frozen battle armors shattered into fragments, the remnants clattering to the ground. It's Stark. Let me take this. Ignaz picked up the phone, giving Isdeth a gentle kiss of reassurance. Hello. Hey, how's it going on your end? Stark asked hurriedly, the relentless rattle of a Gatling gun echoing in the background. I blew up a suit of armor with a single punch. What the? Stark was stunned. He knew Ignaz was strong, but this was simply beyond belief. In his mind, Ignaz fought with blasts and shockwaves, more like a mage from a video game. But now he just punched a suit of armor to pieces? Did that mean his own armors could be torn apart just as easily? That is wow. You're incredible, Stark blurted out, dodging another attack mid-sentence. Hurry up and finish off your enemies over there. I could use your help, he added, piloting his armor through a tunnel as another pursuing suit crashed into a pillar behind him and exploded in a thunderous blast. My wife's already taken care of all the enemies on this side, Ignaz replied with a helpless sigh. All right, I'll find a spot. We'll meet up there and sort things out. Stark soared through the sky, scanning for a suitable battleground as he flew. Don't you dare go. Isteth shot Ignaz a glare, but Ignaz cut her off before she could say more. I'm not going anywhere. Tonight, let's just enjoy the fireworks together. With that, Ignaz picked up his phone. Sorry, Tony. I'm afraid I can't catch up. You guys are too fast. Goodbye. He ended the call without hesitation. High above, Stark could only shake his head in resignation. But in the next instant, James's armored suit barreled toward him, slamming him into an eco-dome with a resounding clang. Night had fallen. Two figures stood atop a skyscraper, surveying the cityscape, searching for something. Blood God, have you found Stark yet? The boss stood at the building's edge, eyes scanning the sky. I'm still looking. Blood God nodded, sending out all his vampire spirit minions to hunt for Stark's armor. Suddenly, one of the vampire spirits dashed up, pointing urgently toward a distant eco-dome. Blood God and the boss exchanged a glance, then leapt from the building, racing toward the eco-dome. Inside the eco-dome, thanks to Black Widow's infiltration of Hammer Industries and her use of Ivan's computer, James had regained control of his armored suit. Now, James and Stark were fighting side by side, facing off against a horde of enemy armors closing in on them. James unleashed a furious barrage of gunfire at the surrounding armors. Get down, Stark shouted suddenly. James ducked low just in time. Stark's mechanical arms began to glow with a fierce red light, and in the next moment, searing beams of energy shot out as Stark spun, the crimson light sweeping in a circle. In the blink of an eye, every enemy armor in the area was sliced in half and crashed to the ground. Suddenly, with a heavy thud, another armored suit dropped from the sky and landed in the eco-dome. Ivan opened his mask, a smug grin on his face as he looked at the two of them. On a small bridge within the eco-dome, Blood God and the boss arrived. He shouldn't have opened his mask, the boss muttered, unimpressed. Our only job is to capture him, Blood God replied with a shrug. Ivan whipped his arms forward, sending out two electrified whips that crackled with blinding energy from his armor. I've got a special weapon just for him, James declared. Time to knock him down with the ex-wife. The what? Stark blinked. Why did that name sound so familiar? In the next moment, a miniature missile ignited from James's armor, roaring toward Ivan. Ivan looked up at the two of them and sneered. With a metallic clang, the ex-wife missile struck Ivan's armor, bounced off, and fizzled out in a puddle of water. What? Blood God was stunned. He'd expected a much bigger explosion. Hammer Industries really ought to go out of business, the boss commented drily. Let me handle this. Tiny missiles emerged from the shoulders of Stark's armor, instantly locking on several of Ivan's weak points and launching in rapid succession. At the same moment, Ivan dropped his faceplate in a flash, blocking every single missile. With a crackling of energy, Ivan whipped his electrified whips, charging swiftly at the two of them. Stark and James kept up their attack on Ivan, but in the blink of an eye, one found his armor's neck ensnared by a whip, while the other was pinned under Ivan's boot. Stark yanked hard on the electric whip, pulling on Ivan's suit and giving James the chance to dodge away. Ivan immediately lashed out with his whip again, this time entangling James's armor. Rhodey, I've got an idea. Want to play the hero? What? Stark called out to James, even as the harsh crackle of electricity rang in James's ears. I need an assistant. Raise your arm. That's your big plan? Exactly. Stark raised his palm, and James did the same. The two faced each other, palms outstretched. In the next instant, both unleashed blasts of energy at one another. The beams collided in midair, erupting into a violent explosion of light. The brilliant flare of energy lit up the entire biodome, reducing the scene to ruins as sparks rained down. Stark and James maneuvered their armor to stand, looking down at the fallen Ivan. You've lost. Ivan sneered at Stark, as a red glow began to pulse on the energy core of his suit. Around them, the other armors also started flashing with ominous red lights. Suddenly, Blood God and the big boss leapt down, sending water splashing everywhere. What the? Stark exclaimed, raising his mechanical arm, while James scanned the area warily. Apologies, sir, I haven't detected any presence, Jarvis chimed in. Blood God ignored both Stark and James, striding quickly to Ivan's armor. As I instructed, take it apart, Big Boss said, standing by Blood God's side and explaining how to dismantle the suit. Blood God nodded in acknowledgement. These last few days, Big Boss had secretly shadowed Stark, stealing glances and picking up some knowledge about the armors, enough to know how to take them apart. Following Big Boss's instructions, Blood God tore through Ivan's armor in a matter of seconds, using brute force. Who are you? You, Ivan cried out, but before he could finish, an unseen force hauled him out of his suit and then struck him hard across the face. Ivan let out a gasp of pain, blood spilling from his mouth as he looked up in confusion. Blood God turned his head just in time to avoid the splatter. "All right, let's go," Blood God said, hoisting Ivan and heading for the exit of the biodome. "Hey, I said stop right there," Stark shouted, training his mechanical arm on the spot where water was still rippling. "Ivan Vanko is a criminal. You can't just take him," James shouted, aiming his weapon at the puddle as well. The Blood God handed Ivan over to the big boss, and in the next instant appeared behind the two of them. With one hand, he grabbed a suit of armor, and, clang, he smashed the two men together in a bone-jarring collision. Stark and James both felt their heads buzzing from the impact, dizziness overtaking them as they nearly collapsed. The Blood God seized them, one in each hand, then glanced at the armored wreckage around them, each suit entering its self-destruct countdown. With a sudden, forceful motion, he hurled them both away. The very next moment, the Blood God and the big boss dashed toward the exit at top speed. Pepper. Stark suddenly remembered Pepper. As he was flung through the air, he hurriedly regained control of his suit. The thrusters roared to life, stabilizing him midair, and he smashed through the glass of the conservatory on his way to find her. Meanwhile, in Queens, atop a high-rise building, Ignace and Isdeth sat at the edge of the rooftop, gazing at New York beneath the night sky. In the next moment, a series of deafening explosions erupted. Countless suits of armor detonated all at once, sending up dazzling bursts of fire and light. What a beautiful display of fireworks, Isdeth marveled, watching the armored suits explode against the night. Unfortunately, aside from the suits in the conservatory and the occasional one Stark dealt with along the way, the majority had already been frozen solid by her, rendered so useless they couldn't even self-destruct. At the same time, Stark, piloting his suit, flew rapidly toward the rooftop, clutching Pepper in his arms. He set her down gently on the roof. Pepper was still screaming, while Stark looked at her helplessly. Thanks to Ignace and Isdeth, Hammer Industries had lost a great number of their armored suits. As a result, there were no pieces of destroyed armor near Pepper. "I'm sorry for making you worry," Stark said, lifting off his helmet and tossing it aside. He pulled Pepper into a tight embrace. Pepper glared at him in exasperation. "I can't take this anymore." Ignace and Isdeth, still sitting at the edge of the rooftop, glanced back at the arguing couple, Stark and Pepper bickering nonstop. They turned away again, choosing to ignore the quarrel, and instead leaned into each other for support. "The night is truly beautiful," one murmured. "It really is, MMPH," replied the other, as Isdeth assertively silenced Ignace with a kiss. Stark, taken aback by the Queen's bold move, felt a spark of inspiration. This was definitely worth learning. He stared into Pepper's eyes and, following the example, planted a swift kiss on her lips. On another rooftop, the Blood God dragged Ivan upstairs, cradling the big boss in his arms. Although they'd both been caught in the blast, fortunately, they'd managed to capture Ivan for their master. Bad timing, the big boss remarked with a sigh. The Blood God glanced at the big boss, now reduced to just a head in his arms, and nodded in agreement. Hurriedly, the Blood God gathered up the big boss and Ivan, heading downstairs. Ivan would have perished in the explosion, but the big boss reasoned that, with their master absent, if Ivan died now and their master returned too late, even a curse on Ivan would likely fail. So the big boss used his own body to shield Ivan from the explosion. Physical attacks can actually hit cursed spirits, too. But the big boss still had his head left, and after a while, he'd be as good as new. Up on the building, James was thoroughly amused. He'd been here for quite a while now. Ignace and Isdeth, Stark and Pepper. These two couples had been smooching away, and neither pair had noticed a third wheel in their midst. "I find this all so bizarre." James shook his hands in exasperation. "Oh, so there really was someone else here." Ignace turned in surprise, and casually shone a flashlight right into James's eyes. "Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt." James quickly turned his head, squinting away from the beam. "You two couples look just like sea lions fighting over grapes." James pulled down his mask and kept teasing. "You can get lost now." Ignace pointed at James and laughed, half cursing, half joking. "What is it that lets you watch other people's romance and still be so happy?" Stark laughed and scolded him. "I was here first." James protested, waving his hands in mock grievance. Ignace shook his head emphatically. "You may have gotten here before Stark, but the two of us were here even earlier. Buddy, this is a rooftop for couples. Don't you feel a little out of place sitting here?" All right. By the way, Tony, my car just got blown up. I'll need to borrow your suit for a bit, okay?" James turned to Stark. "No way, absolutely not." Stark refused without hesitation. "No, your car's fine. It's still right over there." Ignace pointed to a car parked on the street in the distance. Plenty of Hammer Industries suits had been trashed by his death, but James's car had managed to escape unscathed. "I just wanted to let you know." James grinned, and in the next moment his suit soared skyward. He'd made a quick getaway. The next day, the Americans held a public press conference to present several people with awards for excellence. Stark and James stood on the stage, exchanging puzzled looks at Senator Stan. Senator Stan's face was wrapped in bandages, with thick dark circles under his eyes. He looked utterly exhausted. After the award ceremony, Stark found Ignace and told him what had happened. "Oh, maybe Senator Stan's just been running hot lately, burning the midnight oil with wild parties." "I don't buy it." Stark couldn't help but laugh at Ignace's joke. What Stark didn't know was that Senator Stan, along with the senator who had previously broken the news of Ignace's reverse curse technique, had been living through their own private horror show these past few days. Every day at home felt like a scene from The Exorcist. Unfortunately, they had no exorcist to help them, just endless scares and tricks. Queens. When Ignace returned to the company, he ran into SHALD's model employee. "Hey, Mr. Ignace, you're finally back." Carlson stood at the door, smiling as he spoke. "Why aren't you coming in?" Ignace asked with a friendly grin. "Ahem, I just wanted to wait for you out here, Mr. Ignace." Carlson glanced awkwardly inside. The lady of the house had made it clear he wasn't welcome. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't have cared. He'd just hack the system and walk right in. But his death really would freeze him to death. "Come in and let's talk." "All right." Carlson followed Ignace, stepping into the company building. They took the private elevator all the way to the top floor. Ignace headed over to the fridge, grabbed a bottle of room-temperature beer, and with a gentle tap from his death, who was seated nearby, the beer was instantly chilled. Carlson sat down across from Ignace and placed a photograph on the table. This picture was taken just outside Old Bridge, New Mexico. Ignace sipped his cold beer, glanced at the photo, and saw a hammer. So, the Thor storyline was about to begin. And Ignace prompted. Isteth brought over some snacks. Though she could be domineering, she was also thoughtful at times. Ignace nibbled on the snacks and drank his beer, making Carlson's mouth water with envy. "We'd like to hire you to come with me to New Mexico and check out what's going on." Carlson continued. "Also, after the New Mexico situation is over, we'd like your help investigating a recent monster sighting in New York." As he finished, Carlson placed a photo of a bluish-green creature on the table. "Carlson, I think you're misunderstanding something." Ignace shook his head. Carlson listened, confused, as Ignace crunched loudly on some peanuts. "You can't afford me anymore." Ignace took another swig of beer and spoke plainly. Carlson was left speechless. It was true. In the past, Ignace had always demanded billions, but now that he controlled Stark Industries and held major shares in many vampire-owned companies across America, S.H.I.E.L.D. genuinely couldn't afford his services. "To be honest, you guys really shouldn't have turned down Stark for the Avengers Initiative. Otherwise, you wouldn't be struggling to hire a consultant," Ignace said with a laugh, while Carlson could only shrug helplessly in embarrassment. "All right, I'll come take a look at this hammer. After all, if you guys are interested, it must be something special. By the way, if you can give me a Quinjet, I'll help you with 3 more cases in the future. If not, well, even if I see you being chased down in the street, I won't lift a finger." Ignace finished his beer and got up to put on his coat. Carlson paused, then asked, "May I ask what you need a Quinjet for?" "For getting around, of course. It's fast." Ignace spoke casually. Carlson was stunned. Was this really how the wealthy lived? They actually used a Quinjet as a private plane. Unbelievable. "I'll have to report this to Director Fury. I doubt he'll approve," Carlson said. They made their way to the garage, where Carlson opened the back door for Ignace and Isteth. Ignace glanced at the SUV Carlson had rented and shook his head. "Mr. Ignace?" Carlson asked, puzzled. "Carlson, the drive to New Mexico is going to take a while. My wife and I, well, so it's not exactly convenient to ride in your car." Ignace explained, then led Isteth to one of his own SUVs. Ever since he'd become wealthy, he'd picked up the habit of collecting cars. The garage was lined with an array of SUVs and sports cars. Ignace selected one that was spacious and comfortable, with tinted windows for privacy. Once inside, they could see out perfectly well. He lowered the window and looked at Carlson. "You lead the way." "All right," Carlson replied. Ignace pulled out his phone and sent a text to young Parker, telling him not to come by for the next few days. Then he turned on the car's sound system, filling the SUV with the opening chords of London Calling. The music blared, the engine roared to life, and the garage doors opened automatically. 2 black SUVs glided smoothly out onto the street. This was the very song that played during that unforgettable scene in The Boys when the car crashed into the Invisible Man. Out on the highway, sand swirled and dry grass danced in the wind. The cars sped along, the pounding music enveloping the interior. In this Marvel world, some things had changed from his previous life. The progress of technology, the evolution of entertainment. Ignace listened to Never Gonna Give You Up. Back in his old world, this song was released in 2019, but here, many songs either hadn't appeared yet or had debuted years ahead of schedule. Never Gonna Give You Up, Never Gonna Let You Down, Never Gonna Run Around and Desert You. The music played on, and Isteth was clearly enjoying every note. When the song ended, she simply pressed the button to replay it. As dusk settled in, Isteth remained tireless, looping the song again and again without a hint of boredom. "Hands off!" Isteth shot Ignace a glare as his hand drifted toward the skip button. He quickly pulled back. "It's such a beautiful song," she said, smiling. "It's the anthem of our love, never telling lies to hurt you, never abandoning each other, never straying for a moment." Isteth chuckled softly, resting her chin on one hand as she gazed out at the wilderness beyond the window. "Yes, it's very pleasant to listen to." Ignace nodded in agreement, though his ears were growing weary of hearing it over and over. "Mr. Ignace, there's a gas station up ahead. I suggest we stop and fill up." "All right, got it." Ignace answered the call, then tossed his phone aside. "Let's stop for gas and pick up some snacks and drinks while we're at it," Ignace suggested. Okay. Isteth nodded. The SUV pulled into the gas station. Ignace got out, and he and Carlson each fueled up their vehicles before heading toward the convenience store. She remained in the car, listening to the song playing. Oh, that's right. I needed to pick up something special for tonight. The thought suddenly struck Isteth. She quickly turned off the music and hurried after them into the store. Carlson was crouched in front of a shelf, torn between two kinds of cookies, one dark, one light, uncertain which to choose. Ignace grabbed a basket, swept both varieties off the shelf, and dropped them in. Carlson gave a helpless grin. They're both for you. If you like them, take both. No need to hesitate. Ignace handed Carlson the 2 bags of cookies with a smile, then continued to toss his favorite snacks into the basket as he went. Carlson stood up. With a basket full of food and drinks, Ignace and Carlson headed for the checkout. Hands up. Don't move. One wrong move, and I'll blow your head off. Just then, 2 robbers burst into the store, shotguns raised and aimed squarely at the shopkeeper's wife. Whose cars are those outside? One of them shouted angrily. They're ours. Ignace replied with a wave, and both robbers immediately turned their guns on him. No way, that's the guy. One of them exclaimed, staring in shock as Ignace stepped out from behind a shelf. Drop your weapon. The other robber shouted nervously at Ignace. Idiot, he doesn't need a weapon. His partner snapped, then turned to glare at Ignace. Don't you dare use your hair to fire shockwaves at us. I've got the shopkeeper's wife right here. Surely you don't want to harm an innocent person. Ignace exchanged a wordless glance with Carlson, both of them exasperated. One of the robbers even tried to snatch Ignace's basket. It's just a bit of food. If you want it, go ahead and take it, Ignace said with a cheerful shrug. Carlson looked at the two with a gaze full of pity. A crisp snap echoed through the air, and in the next instant, a wave of icy cold swept through the room. The 2 robbers were frozen solid, locked in place as ice sculptures. I suppose you won't be taking my things after all, Ignace said with a laugh, strolling over and reaching into his pocket to hand money to the shopkeeper's wife. Ignace, did you remember to buy that thing? Isteth called from the doorway. What thing? Ignace asked in confusion. It's for use at night. Isteth was just short of spelling it out for him. Oh, I didn't buy any. Forgot. Ignace turned around to grab some, then placed them on the counter. The shop owner and Carlson both stared in shock at the sheer number of condoms. Ignace paid, then walked out together with Isteth. The shop owner snapped out of her daze, glancing at the 2 robbers who had been frozen like specimens, and asked, Excuse me, how am I supposed to explain this to the police? Just tell them Ignace's wife was upholding justice. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Carlson offered reassurance, then turned and left the supermarket. Night had fallen. Thunderous music blared from the car, as 2 SUVs sped into the darkness, vanishing toward the horizon. An hour later, Carlson glanced in the rearview mirror, then at his phone, but gave up on trying to contact Ignace. No need to risk overhearing anything he really shouldn't. New Mexico, Old Bridge Town, on the border. The 2 SUVs passed through the small town. Ignace bought a pack of beer, then followed Carlson to the site where Thor's hammer had crashed, eager to watch the commotion. He wasn't here to help S.H.I.E.L.D., just to meet Thor, and then Loki. Turning Loki into a cursed spirit was something that intrigued him immensely. Of course, that would have to wait until after Odin's death. Soon after, the 2 vehicles pulled up outside the town and found the hammer. Carlson got out, glanced back at Ignace, who'd been driving the whole way, and not just driving. How could he still be this energetic? You all right? Carlson asked with concern. Never better, Ignace replied. Glad to hear it. Carlson nodded, took out his phone, and said, Chief, we found it. He was just about to report to S.H.I.E.L.D., preparing to seal off the site and set up a temporary base to observe the hammer. But when he turned back, Ignace had already returned to the car and locked the doors. Carlson was momentarily stunned. Were those 2 still not done? But strangely enough, there wasn't a sound or movement. Late at night, inside the temporary base surrounding Thor's hammer, in one of the rooms, Ignace held his death in his arms, just waking up from a nap. Of course, he hadn't done anything reckless the moment he arrived. He waited until the base was set up, then requested a room and caught up on some sleep with Isteth. Now dressed, he and Isteth stepped out together. Ignace took the beer Isteth handed him, popped it open, and took a swig. Want to give that hammer a try? Carlson teased with a smile. No thanks. Ignace shook his head adamantly. As they were walking down the plastic corridor, chaos suddenly erupted in the base. Carlson listened to the chatter in his earpiece, then looked at Ignace. We've got intruders. Oh. Ignace nodded, took the food Isteth handed him, and began eating while downing his drinks in big gulps. Carlson shook his head helplessly. It seemed that unless Ignace got his hands on a Quinjet, he wouldn't be lifting a finger to help. Mr. Ignace, approval for the Quinjet can be granted, but all weapon systems will have to be removed, Carlson said. That's fine. I'm not some villain. I don't need weapons. Ignace replied with a nod, signaling his acceptance of the deal. Carlson's mouth twitched. Ignace indeed didn't need weapons. He himself was more dangerous than any armament. As they walked to where Thor's hammer was resting, Ignace immediately spotted a big, burly black man who, with a single motion, sent Thor flying. A hearty drinking sound filled the air. By the way, Carlson, how about we have hot pot together in a bit? Ignace said with a grin. Carlson smiled wryly. Ignis had already packed all the hot pot essentials before leaving the house. Before long, Thor and the big man finished their brawl outside, rolling around in the mud. Victorious, Thor walked in and glanced at Ignis and the others. Thor's gaze dropped to the hammer at his feet. "Don't mind us, go ahead," Ignis said, chuckling, then grabbed another beer from the pack his death was carrying and continued drinking. "My friend, once I lift the hammer and reclaim my power as the god of thunder, pour me a drink too," Thor said with exuberant laughter. Coulson looked at the burly man, utterly perplexed. Was something wrong with this guy's head? "Sure, but you'll have to lift it first," Ignis replied with a nod. At this point, Thor had yet to learn that his strength came from within, not from the hammer. Thor looked at the hammer, smiled, and reached out to grab it. With a sudden burst of strength, Coulson and Hawkeye, who was watching from above with his bow drawn, both tensed up as they watched the mighty warrior. Thor let out a low, strained groan as he summoned all his strength, trying to lift the hammer. But the hammer refused to budge an inch. No matter how long he tried, Thor simply couldn't lift it. He looked up into the curtain of rain and let out a furious, guttural roar. Eoward! Thor, with all his warrior's might, charged at the hammer. But in the end, disappointment overtook him. He collapsed to his knees, letting the soldiers escort him away without resistance. "Hey, when you finally manage to lift it, drinks are on me," Ignis called out with a smile. Thor nodded numbly, led away by the soldiers. The rain stopped. In the corridor, Loki, dressed in a suit, made his way toward the room where his brother was being held. "What's that smell?" Loki sniffed the air, catching a whiff of something delicious and spicy, and couldn't help but glance toward where Thor's hammer lay. Not far from the hammer, right in the hallway, a man and a woman sat huddled over a bubbling hot pot, dipping slices of meat into the broth, which simmered merrily. Loki glanced around in confusion. Were all mortals this leisurely? He turned and walked away. At the same time, a tall, slender figure passed through the corridor. The blood god brushed past Loki, glancing curiously to the side, or just brushed against his clothes. Loki was invisible, and the blood god was a cursed spirit. The amusing part was that neither of them saw the other. A short while later, after meeting with his brother and delivering the news of their father's death, Loki turned to leave. "Goodbye. Farewell." As Loki walked out, Agent Coulson happened to walk in. Coulson gave Thor a puzzled look. "Goodbye? But I've just come in." At the spot where Thor's hammer had fallen, technicians were busy checking with their instruments. Invisible, Loki approached, grasped the hammer with one hand, and gave it a tug. It didn't budge. He tried again with both hands, pulling with all his might. Still nothing. He straightened his clothes, took a deep breath, and prepared to leave. Not far away, two people enjoying hot pot began to chat. "Why don't you try lifting that hammer?" Isdeth asked, slipping a piece of meat into Ignace's mouth. "I'm not about to embarrass myself," Ignace replied with a laugh, waving her off as he chewed his food. Loki's scalp tightened at the words, "embarrass himself." He glanced at the bubbling hot pot broth, then raised a foot, ready to give this mortal a lesson. Ignace and Isdeth both sensed something amiss. A rush of air. Reacting instantly, Ignace spun and kicked with a swift motion. A loud thud echoed. "Ah!" Loki's invisibility dropped in an instant as Ignace's kick sent him flying. "An intruder!" Ignace called out. In the next moment, ground troops quickly surrounded the area, raising their guns and taking aim. From above, Hawkeye spotted Loki fleeing awkwardly, clutching his leg. He drew his bow and let an arrow fly. An arrow whistled through the air. Loki's form flickered and vanished. The arrow struck the ground where he'd just been, his true body already scrambling back to Asgard with both legs in tow. Before long, Coulson found Ignace. "What on earth happened?" "Someone tried to attack us, so I just reacted on instinct and kicked out," Ignace explained, leaving Coulson speechless. An unknown enemy with the power of invisibility. Yet with just one kick, Nasi sensed the disturbance and immediately counterattacked. "I bet that guy's in a real mess now," Ignace said with a chuckle. "When I shot my arrow at him, he used some special trick to create a decoy. The real one had already escaped." Hawkeye reported from beside Coulson. "Would you gentlemen like some hot pot?" Ignace offered with a smile. Coulson eyed the mountain of chili peppers in the pot, wiped the sweat from his brow, and hurriedly excused himself. "I still need to keep an eye on the surroundings. Next time, for sure." Hawkeye would have liked to give it a try, but he truly was busy. The next day, on the rooftop of a house in the small town, Coulson stood on the roof, scanning the area around him. Nearby, Ignis and Isdeth sat together, enjoying lunch and sipping chilled beer. "Hey, boss, I just spotted 4 warriors dressed in medieval armor approaching," Coulson reported. Isdeth and Ignis glanced over, then promptly lost interest. "So where's my Quinjet?" Ignis asked. "It'll be delivered to you this afternoon," Coulson replied. "Just have it brought straight to the helipad on top of my company's building." "All right," Coulson nodded. A short while later, outside the small town, up in the sky, storm clouds began swirling, gathering in the heavens before plunging down to touch the ground. Once Coulson heard the news, he hurried over. "When will you get here?" Coulson asked into his phone. "I'll head out after I finish eating. No rush." Back on the rooftop in town, Ignis continued his meal. He needed to be well fed if he was going to have the strength for a fight. Yesterday, His kick had nearly sent little Loki to his grave. Today, with Loki sending the destroyer to retaliate, he knew payback was on its way. A little while later. All right, I'm full. Time to settle things. Ignis downed the rest of his beer in big gulps and stood up, striding off into the distance. Isdeath followed, leaping down from the rooftop alongside him, landing lightly before heading together toward the outskirts of town. A thunderous crash echoed as a towering figure clad in steel slammed down onto the earth, heavy footsteps reverberating as it marched forward. Coulson emerged from behind a car, picked up a loudspeaker, and strode toward the newcomer. Hello there. You're wielding unauthorized weaponry. Please identify yourself. The destroyer halted, its mask starting to open. All done. Coulson smiled at the person beside him. But in the next instant, a brilliant light flared within the destroyer's mask, radiating from the seams of its chest plate as well. The glow grew ever brighter, and Coulson felt a surge of dread. Get down! Shouting, Coulson and every agent around him whirled and sprinted away. A beam of light shot out in a flash, blasting a car into an explosion of fire and shrapnel. The destroyer fired again, sending another beam toward a different car, detonating it and flinging agents in every direction. Meanwhile, the four Asgardian warriors who had come in search of Thor gripped their weapons and headed for the edge of town. But the destroyer didn't even glance their way. Instead, it turned its gaze far into the distance. A blinding beam shot forth once more from its mask, targeting a tall, lean figure in the distance. A tremendous crash resounded as the destroyer's beam collided with an invisible shockwave. Ignis stood at a distance. Though his hair was uncurled, he wielded an even more powerful shockwave, clashing head-on with the destroyer. Behind him stood the Blood God and the Big Boss. Invisible to the naked eye, two orbs of light, one red, one green, gathered before him and blasted toward the destroyer with a thunderous force. The green beam collided with the destroyer's ray, while the red beam struck the destroyer directly, sending it flying. A coward hiding behind armor. Your actions are truly despicable. Ignis stepped forward, the Blood God and the Big Boss following close behind. Ignis never needed to imitate the Stone Dragon's spells. He possessed such powers innately. It was reminiscent of the time when Yuta and Rika fought Sugurigeto, combining their overwhelming cursed energy into a devastating shockwave. Ignis and the Big Boss joined forces, unleashing a shockwave to clash with the destroyer. At the same time, they coordinated with the Blood God to launch an attack against their foe. Meanwhile, Ivan Vanko still awaited his curse. Soon, Ignis would command yet another special grade cursed spirit. The destroyer lifted its head, preparing to strike at Ignis. In a flash, the Blood God charged forward, seized the destroyer's head, and slammed it into the ground before dragging it swiftly toward the outskirts of the town. A thunderous crash echoed. In the next instant, the destroyer fired a beam at the Blood God, whose body dissolved into blood, scattering to evade the attack. When the beam faded, the Blood God stood once again at Ignis' side. A red orb of cursed energy formed before Ignis, and in a blink, it exploded forward. A deafening roar resounded. Once again, Ignis and the Blood God combined their powers. Their wave of cursed energy met the destroyer's beam in a furious collision. The Big Boss joined in, launching a surge of green cursed energy that struck the destroyer yet again. A tremendous rumble shook the entire town, a vast cloud of dust rising, billowing like a mushroom cloud in the sky. From the perspective of Nasi and the other cursed spirits, they could see it clearly. Outside the town, a green mushroom cloud ignited in the air with a roar. The destroyer was sent flying once more, shards of URU metal scattering in all directions. My God, is that guy really immortal? The four Asgardian warriors exchanged shocked glances. They were supposed to be Asgard's mighty, battle-hardened warriors, beings above all others. So why did a Midgardian fight with such ferocity, outshining even themselves? My God! In the distance, Coulson stared in disbelief at the scene. When Ignis struck the destroyer, it felt as if a missile had detonated right there. The shockwave was overwhelming. Even though Ignis had shifted the battle outside the town, every pane of glass within shattered instantly. Furniture toppled, and people were nearly thrown off their feet. Is this really a Granita shockwave? Coulson harbored deep doubts. Oh my God, what a formidable man. Beside Jane Foster, her assistant, Darcy Lewis, stared at the scene in astonishment. Hurry up, what are you waiting for? It's dangerous here. Thor called out urgently, prompting Jane and the others to nod quickly and turn to leave. No, I have to stay with you. Jane hurriedly grabbed Thor's arm. Thor glanced back toward the edge of town, surprised that the person he met last night was, in fact, such a valiant warrior. Outside the small town, Ignace looked at himself in confusion. His cursed energy hadn't diminished in the slightest. How strange. He possessed an amount of cursed energy that was nearly infinite, but that didn't mean he actually owned boundless power. Usually, his cursed energy would be depleted, but each time, he would recover it rapidly in just a short while. But this time, his cursed energy seemed inexhaustible, untouched no matter how much he used. Don't question it or hesitate. This is my gift to you. A woman's voice echoed in Ignace's mind, and in the next instant, the voice vanished. No matter how he called out in his thoughts, there was no response. My cursed energy, it truly is unlimited. Ignace marveled. Marvel Multiverse. One of the 5 great cosmic creators of the Marvel Universe, the only other female among them, watched over that universe. Marvel Cinematic Universe. Earth, United States, New Mexico. The Destroyer had just gotten to its feet when Ignace, together with the Big Boss and the Blood God, unleashed 2 point-blank shockwaves right at it. A deafening crash erupted. Another thunderous explosion followed. 2 overlapping mushroom clouds soared skyward, and the Destroyer was blasted backward once again. Ignace, feeling the abundant cursed energy within him, unleashed another shockwave, striking the Destroyer directly. In the distance, Coulson clung to the railing. The previous shockwave had just subsided, only for an even stronger surge to sweep through in an instant. Cars on the street were tossed into the air. Coulson held on tightly. This storm was so fierce, he couldn't even open his eyes. Asgard. Loki sat on the throne, his face dark and brooding. Though his Destroyer wasn't seriously damaged, it had been battered about with overwhelming force, an indignity that left him fuming. What's more, the mortal who had humiliated the Destroyer was the same man who had, just last night, sent him flying with a single kick. That only fueled his fury. Damn you, mortal! Loki roared from his throne, his face dark with anger. He could not accept the fact that a lofty god like himself was powerless before such a lowly mortal. Earth. The Destroyer slowly got to its feet. Half its faceplate was gone, and an arm was nowhere to be seen. Brother. Thor walked out of the small town, looking at the Destroyer, knowing full well that Loki was watching. No matter what I've done to offend you, or whatever I did to make you act this way, I truly am sorry. Thor spoke as he walked closer to the Destroyer. But these people are innocent. Taking their lives serves you no purpose. Thor looked the Destroyer in the eye, sincerity shining through. If you must, kill me. End this now. The Destroyer turned away, then suddenly spun back and delivered a heavy slap to Thor. With a tremendous crash, Thor was sent flying, slamming into a house at the edge of the small town. Jane rushed over, cradling Thor in her arms. She shot an angry glare at the distant Destroyer, then turned to Ignace. How can you just stand there and do nothing? Why aren't you helping him? He ignored me completely when I crushed that iron monster earlier, and now he's over there telling it to kill me and end it all. What do you expect me to do? Ignace shrugged. Of course, I'm respecting his choice. Thor looked at him, mustering the strength to give a thumbs up. A true warrior fears not death. Ignace returned the gesture, then turned his gaze to the Destroyer. Behind the scenes, Loki felt a surge of indignation at this very moment. He couldn't help but recall last night's ruthless kick. The Destroyer instantly unleashed a beam of energy at Ignace. Behind Ignace, the Blood God and Big Boss joined him, channeling their powers. A sphere of green magical energy gathered in front of Ignace, transforming into a green wave that collided with the Destroyer's beam, while a red wave struck the Destroyer with explosive force. The ground shook with a thunderous roar. Jane and Thor braced themselves against the wall, battered by fierce winds and choking dust. Farther away, Isteth sat perched atop an ice wall, legs elegantly crossed, with another barrier of ice shielding her from storm. Resting her chin on her hand, she watched her beloved's fighting stance, thoroughly delighted. The stronger Ignace became, the happier she was. Gambat, my love, Isteth called out joyously in Japanese, waving her arms at Ignace. Another thunderous blast shook the outskirts of the town, a mushroom cloud rising into the sky. Gambat. The air rumbled once more. In the distance a while later, as the turbulence faded around Daisy, she suddenly heard the foreign phrase, Gambat, and, not understanding a word, instinctively clung to a nearby utility pole. Gambat. The earth shook again with another blast. Meanwhile in Asgard, from his hidden vantage, Loki heard the repeated cries of Gambat through the Destroyer's senses and clutched his forehead in exasperation. Controlling the Destroyer, he glanced at his brother, whose eyes were closed, then hurriedly directed the Destroyer to run toward the coordinates. He truly wished never to return to Earth. Too many painful memories haunted him here. And at that moment, another cry of Gambat echoed, sending a shiver down Loki's spine. Just as the Destroyer was about to return to Asgard, it was blasted away with a thunderous boom. On Earth, just outside the town of Old Bridge, New Mexico, another massive mushroom cloud soared into the sky. I'll make it stop. He's way too intense. Darcy shrieked, clinging to a lamppost for dear life, wondering how long this raging wind would last. As the gale from Ignace's attack finally subsided, something streaked through the sky in the distance. A hammer came hurtling towards them. Dr. Eric quickly pulled Jane aside to safety. In the blink of an eye, Thor caught the hammer, lightning crashing down as his armor reappeared, wrapping him in its celestial protection. Thor aimed at the Destroyer and hurled his hammer with all his might. An explosive crash rang out. One swing sent the Destroyer flying. Thor landed beside Ignace. How about you buy me a drink, brave warrior of Midgard? No problem, Ignace replied with a grin. In that moment, Thor caught the returning hammer, and both men turned to face the Destroyer, now struggling back to its feet. Back in Asgard, Loki began to panic. Meanwhile, Outside Old Bridge, New Mexico, Thor and Ignace stood shoulder to shoulder, one swinging his hammer with thunderous force, the other unleashing a barrage of magical attacks on the destroyer. The next instant, the destroyer exploded in a brilliant burst. Thor gazed off into the distance, toward the coordinates that would take him back to Asgard. Isteth tossed 2 bottles of beer to Ignace. Ignace handed one to Thor. "Go on, Thunder God. Go teach your brother a lesson. I'll invite you to Asgard for a drink next time," Thor said, grabbing the beer and tilting his head back to drink deeply. "Another time, maybe." Ignace nodded, a knowing look in his eyes. Let Odin pass away first, he thought. After all, he'd been fed up with Loki for a long time. Thor ran to Jane, ready to take her to see the Bifrost. "Come on, love, let's go home and watch the planes," Ignace said, turning to walk toward Isteth. She swept him into a fierce embrace. "Hey, give me a little dignity here," Ignace said with a wry smile, feeling all eyes on them. "You didn't ask my permission when you stole my fun," Isteth replied playfully, still holding him tight as they walked back toward town. "I didn't see anything." Coulson quickly turned away, ever the gentleman. "Wow, I'm so jealous of her," Darcy sighed, her voice tinged with admiration. Ignace and Isteth made their way to where they parked, behind a sturdy wall. By some stroke of luck, their car was perfectly fine, its bulletproof windows still intact. They got in and started the drive back. "Roll up the windows. I've got homework to collect," Isteth said. "Aye aye," Ignace replied, quickly shutting the door and starting the car. The drive back to New York left Ignace utterly exhausted. As soon as he reached the company's top floor and his private quarters, he collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep instantly. A month later, to all our viewers and listeners around the world, another spring festival has arrived, and here we are, together again. Nighttime, at the top floor of the Cradle of Life Corporation. Ignace and Isteth sat together at a small table, sharing dumplings and watching television. It was spring festival. Time for dumplings, family reunions, and of course tuning in to the spring festival gala from their distant homeland. Though this home consisted of just the two of them, it radiated a unique and profound happiness. Suddenly, the phone on the table lit up. A message from Peter Parker appeared. "Happy New Year, Master." Ignace glanced at it, then continued eating with Isteth. Later, the two of them sat by the window, wrapped in each other's arms, gazing at the fireworks blooming across the night sky. Midnight struck, 12 o'clock. In New York's Times Square, on the massive screens, and along the entire stretch of Broadway, and even on the screens at the Cradle of Life headquarters in Queens, the words "Happy Lunar New Year" flashed in bold celebration. A series of thunderous fireworks erupted, not just over the Hudson River, but all across New York, coordinated and spectacular. Ignace had gone all out, hosting a festive event for the city's Chinese community to celebrate the new year. Happy Lunar New Year. Happy Spring Festival. Ignace, happy Spring Festival. You may not be a superhero, but you're the hero in our hearts. Happy Spring Festival, my hero. Online, on countless social media platforms both at home and abroad, thousands of Chinese people flooded Ignace's accounts with heartfelt greetings and well wishes. In my heart, I once had a dream. To use my song to help you forget all your pain. Beneath the brilliant stars, who is the true hero? Suddenly, the phone rang. Ignace glanced at the caller ID. Big Poop. He picked up the phone. "Want to stay up and welcome the new year with me?" "Of course. You kidding?" Nash gave a little nod, about to hang up. "Wait, don't go yet. I have a New Year's gift for you." Star called out, quickly grabbing a pair of sunglasses and stepping back into the video frame. "Oh, thanks, brother." Ignace nodded as Star put on the sunglasses. In the next instant, the shades vanished, morphing and spreading across Stark's body, transforming into a sleek, lightweight suit of armor. "Please deliver this New Year's gift to me. Thank you." Ignace knew he couldn't refuse this present. To turn it down would be to disrespect Big Poop. "Then I'll give you a gift too, Big Poop. Our Cradle of Life's regenerative cradle technology is fully developed. It'll be officially launched next year," Ignace announced with a smile. He hung up on Stark, only to be swept back into Isteth's fierce embrace. Tonight is truly beautiful. Isteth gazed at the sky ablaze with fireworks, letting out a sigh of wonder. Ignace, nestled in her arms, looked up at his queen with wide eyes and blinked. "What's on your mind?" Isteth glanced at him, puzzled. "My queen, your little man would like to ask for something." Ignace blinked as he spoke, a hint of mischief in his voice. Without another word, Isteth lowered her head and showered him with gentle kisses. Above them, fireworks bloomed, painting the night. The two of them returned inside to rest. "You asked me how deep my love is. Why not give it a try and see?" The next morning, at the break of dawn, Ignace woke up yawning, then hurried off to boil some dumplings. "Don't go. There's no need for us to visit anyone for New Year's greetings." Isteth mumbled sleepily, her eyes still half closed, clearly wanting to test how deep is your love a bit more. "Oh, right." Ignace stared at her, at a loss for words. He had no excuse to escape now. He was promptly pulled back by Isteth's firm grip. Ignace felt the urge to burst into song. "I want to run, but there's nowhere to hide." By late morning, Ignace was finally free, though he was thoroughly spent. Little Peter was called over, dressed in an oversized adult apron, and promptly ushered into the kitchen to cook. Peter stared blankly at the kitchen tools, then glanced back at his master, who was sprawled across the sofa in a lazy, boneless pose. Master, how do I make dumplings? There are some fresh dumplings I made in the fridge. Just wait for the water to boil, then drop them in. Ignace yawned, pointing toward the fridge. Just then, Isteth, all tidied up, emerged from the bedroom, startling him awake. Peter wanted to ask more, but his master was already fast asleep. Peter looked at the dumplings in the fridge and, steeling himself, got to work. What are you running from? Isteth sat down on the sofa, tugging gently at Ignace's ear. I wasn't running. I just needed some nourishment. Pinned by the ear, Ignace ended up lying in his wife's embrace. Peter pretended not to notice and focused on boiling the dumplings. Soon after, Peter, still nervous, served up a plate of dumplings, many with broken skins. I feel like today's dumplings are a bit different from yesterday's, Isteth remarked, eyeing the plate. Out of 10, 4 had broken skins, and 1 was just an empty wrapper. No, Peter's just using a different cooking method. This way, the dumpling soup is even tastier, Ignace said diplomatically, while Peter managed a wry smile. Thanks for the compliment, master. Peter had thought making dumplings was easy, just wait for the water to boil, right? He hadn't realized he didn't know how to tell when they were done, and by the time he noticed, most had already burst. Still, the meal was satisfying. The wrappers were filling, the soup was delicious, and all the meat had ended up in the broth. That evening, Peter called his Aunt May and Uncle Ben, then stayed on to have dinner at Ignace's place. He finally got to taste proper dumplings and home-cooked dishes made by his master. At last, he knew what real dumplings should be like. On the night of the first day of the Lunar New Year, Cradle of Life Corporation held a press conference to announce its latest technological breakthroughs. At the same time, Ignace decided to begin manufacturing regenerative cradles and to open Cradle of Life hospitals in various regions. In the months that followed, the company busied itself with negotiating and collaborating with countries around the world. Among them, Ignace's homeland showed the greatest enthusiasm and was the most willing to cooperate. Ignace, in turn, was more than happy to help his homeland, allocating the largest number of regenerative cradle devices there. New York. Ignace strolled down the street with Isteth, enjoying the city together. Suddenly, a burly man came barreling down the street in a frenzy, eyes wide with alarm as he took in the unfamiliar surroundings, until a shield vehicle screeched to a halt, blocking his path. Cap, Ignace murmured, glancing at the elderly yet vigorous figure who had just awakened and was now darting down the street. Without further interest, he turned to lead his wife away. Not long after, the misunderstanding was cleared up, and Steve Rogers, now reassured, followed Director Fury back to a room where they sat down for coffee. Captain, it's time you caught up with the world as it is now, Fury said, handing over some documents. Iron Man Stark, Isteth, Ignace, the Hulk, Abomination, Black Hulk, Thor, Legends of the Cursed Spirits. Fury played videos and shared files with Captain America, his brows creased with growing concern. Hydra was pulling strings in the shadows, and new threats kept surfacing in broad daylight. The real challenge, though, came from those so-called superheroes, or as some insisted, not superheroes, each one either fabulously wealthy, impossibly powerful, eccentrically unique, or holding a status that soared far above earthly bounds. In any case, Fury couldn't hope to control a single one of them. He longed desperately for a charismatic leader to unite these extraordinary individuals. Of course, as for Ignace and Isteth, Fury had long since given up. Those two were far beyond the reach of any moral persuasion he could muster. Is he really human? Steve stared at the screen in disbelief. The footage showed Ignace shattering Iron Man's suit with a single punch. Steve looked at Fury, stunned. That's right, Captain. He's human. He's just mastered a way to become stronger. But like Stark, he's too proud to share it. Fury shrugged helplessly. Well, it's not like we have any right to demand anything of him. He's not even from our country. Fury sighed, resentment flashing in his eyes at the thought of that senator. Word had it the senator stepped down last year after some family troubles. A mental breakdown landed him in a psychiatric hospital. A few days later, Queens, the trail along Meadow Lake in Flushing Meadows, Corona Park. Ignace jogged by the lakeshore, the sound of footsteps quickening behind him. A fit and powerful Steve Rogers caught up, grinning as he glanced over at Ignace. You've got a lot of spirit, young man. And you're not doing too badly yourself, sir. Ignace teased, laughing as he dashed off into the distance. Steve stared in disbelief at Ignace running away, then hurried to catch up. The two of them ran laps around the lake, pushing their limits. Eventually, Ignace sat down on a bench to catch his breath, while Steve walked over and handed him a bottle of water. Sir, after all these years of sleeping, did you wake up and forget the way home? Ignace joked, grinning. I just needed a change of scenery, somewhere different to live for a while. Steve replied with a light-hearted smile. Steve lived in Brooklyn. Ignace was referring to that. Hello, I'm Steve Rogers, the old man you mentioned who's been asleep for ages. Steve said with a warm smile, extending his hand. Ignace Mora. Ignace replied, shaking Steve's hand with a smile of his own. I know you. I've seen you in videos. Steve said as he pulled out a brand new phone, fumbling a bit with the unfamiliar device. I know you as well, from the comics and the exhibits at the memorial. Ignace said, smiling. After all, Marvel really did have Captain America comics dating back to World War II. It was part of the superhero culture. Steve shrugged helplessly. There was always something strange about people saying they only knew him from museum exhibits. I've heard you have a special way to get stronger just by practicing. I'm curious. Why don't you share it with others? Steve asked, looking at Ignace with honest curiosity. Ignace glanced at him. Let me tell you something. After Ignace explained, Steve stared at him, utterly shocked. Do you want to learn? No way. Steve shook his head firmly, almost recoiling. He was completely resistant. This was something only passed down by blood. Steve couldn't learn it, even if he wanted to. So, how are you planning to report back to Nick Fury? Ignace asked with a knowing smile. From the moment Steve brought it up, Ignace could tell Fury was behind this. I'm not sure. Steve fell silent. He'd already decided not to tell Fury. Sorry, I didn't mean to pry into your secrets. Steve quickly apologized. I won't say a word to him. You have my word. It's nothing. You go on with your morning run, old man. I'm heading home to my wife. Ignace stood up, gave Steve one last look, then turned and walked away. He reached the roadside, got in his car, and drove off. Steve watched him leave, lost in thought. A man with a family. How envious he felt. Cradle of Life Corporation. The top floor. Ignace returned home, had breakfast with his death, and then made his way to the lab. 3 figures, invisible to ordinary eyes, stood in that special laboratory, hard at work on their research. So, Ivan, any progress? Ignace asked. Special grade cursed spirit, Ivan Vanko, turned to look at him, a pen spinning between his fingers. Not long ago, Ivan Vanko had been completely defeated by Ignace, turning his curse into a cursed spirit. Unlike other cursed spirits, Ivan's sorcery was not about iron armor, but rather a power that could manipulate both soul and flesh, allowing him to invent and create. It was similar to some of Mahito's abilities. However, Ivan's power was to forge both soul and body into the form of iron armor. As for ammunition, all it took was the consumption of cursed energy. Master, I've successfully replicated the nanosuit. I can even reshape my cursed spirit form directly into a nanosuit, Ivan reported. Casually, he flicked the pen aside, and a sleek, lightweight suit of armor appeared. At the same time, Ivan's body began to transform, turning into a steel-clad cursed spirit. A living suit of iron armor. Ivan moved about the lab in his armored form, then pointed to the lightweight suit next to him. That suit isn't made with sorcery. Instead, I built it using Stark's nanotechnology principles and real-world materials. I know. Ignace nodded, walking over and tapping the suit lightly. Instantly, the suit shrank down, becoming a pen once more. Ignace picked up the pen and slipped it into his pocket. At the moment, Ignace still wore a pair of sunglasses, another gift from Stark. Oh, by the way, I'll provide you with a first-grade cursed spirit later. Help me transform it directly into a permanent nano-suit. Ignace instructed Ivan after a moment's thought. Understood. Ivan quickly nodded in agreement. Make sure, in both soul and body, that it's permanently in suit form. Ignace continued, recalling a concern he once had. That concern was about the suit's energy and endurance. Iron armor was certainly useful, but the suits he'd made before always ran out of power too quickly. But if Ivan could transform a suit using his sorcery, then there was no need to worry about that anymore. As long as Ivan was around, the cursed armor could be used indefinitely. But the idea of having Ivan himself become the suit, and then climbing inside, that was honestly hard to accept. It just felt awkward. So, he figured it would be better to have Ivan transform another cursed spirit directly into a suit for him to use. As long as the cursed spirit was fundamentally changed in form, it wouldn't feel strange anymore. Not long after, Ignace handed a first-grade cursed spirit over to Ivan Vanko. A few months later, at the Life Cradle Corporation, Ignace looked at the suit before him and nodded in satisfaction. Let me give it a try. Ignace spoke, and his armor automatically unfolded, enveloping him completely. Interestingly, when Ignace stepped into the cursed spirit armor, it became invisible on video. Neither the armor nor Ignace himself could be seen. His armor was visible only to him and to other cursed spirits. To everyone else, it was utterly invisible. Begin the test. Clad in the cursed spirit armor, Ignace stepped onto the windowsill. Flames burst from the armor's limbs, propelling him swiftly into the sky. Now, there was no need to rely on the spells of the Crow Pavilion. He could turn invisible and fly at will. Beneath the night sky, between the glittering city streets, an unseen suit of armor streaked through the air. A child eating ice cream looked up in confusion, having just heard a rush of wind above. Did something just fly by overhead? Ignace piloted his armor, soaring rapidly higher. Above the city, a golden-red suit of iron flashed through the clouds. Stark was piloting his Iron Man suit, racing back toward Stark Tower. Passing over Manhattan, Ignace glanced at Stark's armor. Then, guiding his own cursed spirit armor, he made a circuit around New York before finally returning to the top floor of Cradle of Life Corporation. The armor quickly detached itself, settling to the side, ready for his next use. The cursed spirit armor no longer has its own will. I've installed a network device inside. It can help you hack into public networks at any moment or directly connect you to others by phone. Ivan Vanko stood respectfully at Ignaz's side, explaining the features. Impressive. Ignaz nodded in satisfaction. Of course, to keep you safe from detection, I've prepared another set without any network devices, Ivan continued. I'll choose which one to use as needed, Ignaz replied. Ivan Vanko withdrew, and Ignaz poured himself a glass of wine, strolling over to his death, who promptly pulled him into her arms. I want to discuss the origins of life with you. No refusals, she whispered. At your command. The curtains were drawn, the door locked. Ignaz prepared to fulfill his assignment. Sometime later, Agent Coulson, having left Stark Tower, got into his car, drove out of Manhattan, and arrived in Queens. He stepped out in front of the Cradle of Life Corporation. Hello, I'd like to see Mr. Ignaz, Coulson said to the security guard at the entrance. I'm sorry, Mr. Ignaz has instructed that he's not seeing anyone at the moment, the guard replied, shaking his head and gesturing politely. It's urgent, Coulson protested. I'm sorry, but even if it's urgent, I can't let you in, the guard refused firmly. Sir, please don't make things difficult for me. Coulson shook his head helplessly, got into the car, found the contact, and made the call. Unfortunately, Ignaz hung up on him without a second thought. S.H.I.E.L.D. had been researching the Tesseract, only to have it stolen by someone who emerged from the portal. To make matters worse, some of their people had been taken by the enemy. That's why Nick Fury kept sending people to recruit superheroes from around the world, hoping they'd join the Avengers and help him fix the mess. They'd reached out to the Hulk, to Captain America, and even brought in Tony Stark. But thinking about how terrifying their enemy was, the mother-loving Fury couldn't help but remember Ignaz Mora. The power Ignaz had shown in Old Bridge, New Mexico had left Nick Fury stunned for a long while. With such a powerhouse right in his backyard, Fury naturally wanted to see if he could persuade Ignaz to join them. Unfortunately, it seemed they just couldn't get him on board. Coulson approached the entrance, planning to use his badge to win over the security guard. He pulled out his usual FBI identification, aiming to intimidate. Go ahead in, but whether you can open the door is another question, the guard said, struggling to keep from laughing and stepping aside. Coulson reached out and gave the glass door a hard push. It didn't budge. He tried again, still nothing. You open it, Coulson said to the guard. Sorry, our company's main entrance is controlled by an intelligence system. My shift's almost over, so if you want in, you'll have to ask someone in the security room, the guard replied with a grin. But truth be told, he had no idea who was actually running the security room these days. Coulson pulled out his phone, ready to use S.H.I.E.L.D.'s resources to hack into the Life Cradle Company system. He'd done something similar back at Stark Tower. Once he finished hacking, he tried pushing the door again. Still nothing. Coulson stared at the glass door, questioning his very existence. Inside the security room, the blood god lounged in a chair, legs crossed, watching the man outside repeatedly push at the door, barely suppressing his laughter. The so-called intelligence system was just a front. In reality, the entire company was guarded by cursed spirits. Whether or not Coulson got in didn't depend on his hacking skills, but on whether the hulking cursed spirit behind the glass door received orders from Ignaz to let go. The master is spending quality time with the mistress right now. No way I'm letting you in, the blood god said with a chuckle, and shook his head. An hour later, on the top floor, Ignaz caught his breath and sat by the window for some fresh air. His phone rang, and he picked it up. Master, that Agent Coulson wants to see you. Coulson, Ignaz thought for a moment. Tell him to wait for me in the guest lounge. Understood. Back in the security room, the blood god nodded, then turned to the cursed spirit beside him and gave the order. That cursed spirit relayed the message to the one guarding the door. Only then did the hulking cursed spirit let go. Coulson, who had been reaching to open the door, lurched forward and almost lost his balance. The door slid open automatically. He glanced around in confusion before making his way toward the elevator. A short while later, on the 22nd floor in the lounge, Coulson spotted Ignaz. What did you want to see me about? Ignaz spoke, holding a glass of liquor in his hand. Upstairs, Isteth descended and wrapped her arms around him. I have some urgent files you need to see. Coulson handed over a laptop. Ignaz gave it a cursory glance, then gestured toward the table. Coulson placed the laptop on the glass table, opened it, and began to play the files. Ignaz only needed a few moments to understand the situation. Although much of the information on the laptop was purposely withheld, given that he already knew the bigger picture, he could still piece things together from what he saw. You make a mess, and now you want someone else to clean it up? Ignaz stared directly into Coulson's eyes. Coulson could only shake his head helplessly. Ignaz might not have Stark's formidable tech skills, but Coulson knew this man was not to be underestimated. Arguments that might sway other superheroes were meaningless to Ignaz. Coulson, you can go. You're not being honest. With a dismissive wave, Ignaz dismissed him, and Coulson shot him an anxious look. If anyone could rally the unruly superhumans, it was Captain America, he thought. But if anyone had the sheer force to bring these arrogant heroes to heel, Fury believed it was Ignaz. We can pay you, Coulson pleaded. Whatever you want, money, special privileges, technology, intelligence, just name it, and we'll do our best. Money won't buy me, Ignaz replied coolly. And even if I asked for your technology, I doubt you'd actually hand it over. As for anything else, there's nothing I'm interested in. With a subtle gesture, Ignaz dismissed the offer. Ignaz, is there really nothing you need? Coulson pressed on, unwilling to give up. This could be a catastrophe for the whole planet. I still hope you'll help us. You're the only one who can keep these people in check. As for compensation, we can work out the details along the way. What do you say? How about this? Ignace said, fixing Coulson with a steady gaze. I want a knife forged from vibranium. Coulson was left speechless. Vibranium. He couldn't believe Ignace dared to ask for that. I don't care how you get your hands on it. I just want a vibranium blade, Ignace said, meeting Coulson's eyes. He had no fondness for Wakanda, a tribe sitting atop a mountain of vibranium, yet still clinging to primitive methods of warfare. In his previous life, whenever he watched Black Panther, he could hardly keep himself from bursting out laughing. It was as if he were watching a group of guerrillas wielding automatic rifles, yet using them like firewood sticks in a brawl. Utterly comical. What's more, Wakanda even had its own network of spies, agents dispatched all over the globe year-round. But think about it, a nation depicted as hopelessly backward, surrounded by equally stagnant and complacent African countries. Where could they possibly have gotten their hands on such advanced technology? Ignace always felt that Wakanda's so-called spy network was really just a front for stealing the technological secrets of other nations and corporations. Otherwise, why would they send spies abroad every year? To go sightseeing and enjoy the scenery? In fact, just a month ago, someone with a suspicious background, disguised under a seemingly flawless identity, attempted to infiltrate his company. But in private, the person was shadowed by cursed spirit and ended up exposing himself as a Wakandan spy. Clearly, after learning about Cradle-of-Life technologies, Wakanda was now trying to steal their research. In the end, Ignace dismissed the guy for a reason as trivial as stepping in with your right foot first. Mr. Coulson, give it some thought. We'll meet again tomorrow, Ignace said. Wait, let me check with Director Fury first, Coulson replied hurriedly, pulling out his phone to contact Director Fury. We might be able to help you get some vibranium, but it probably won't be a lot, Coulson said. Fine. Just remember, you owe me a vibranium blade, Ignace replied, shrugging on his coat and getting ready to leave. He was deliberately shifting the trouble toward Wakanda. Whatever he mentioned wanting today, by tomorrow it would reach Hydra's ears. Hydra had been acting suspiciously docile lately, but in reality, it seemed more like they were trying to lure Ignace into their clutches. Even if S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't secure any vibranium, Hydra would surely turn to underhanded means, smuggling some out if necessary. Steal Ignace's technology? In their dreams. For now, Ignace was just taking pleasure in making life difficult for those Wakandan guerrillas. Are you flying your own Quinjet? Coulson asked. No, you go ahead. My fighter jet has already been shipped out, Ignace replied, leaving Coulson momentarily speechless. In truth, Ignace had offered the Quinjet to his hometown for a friendly price, temporarily lending it to them so they could analyze its technology. He was confident that his people, renowned for their knack for imitation, would have no trouble replicating it. Estes hurried over and wrapped her arm around Ignace's. When something big was about to happen, Estes was sure to stick close to her husband. There would be no end to her amusement. If America suffered, Estes would be delighted. At the base of the building, Ignace and Estes waited for a while. The blood god stayed behind at the company as a guard, while the big boss and Ivan Vanko followed Ignace, taking along 2 suits of cursed spirit battle armor for good measure. Before long, a Quinjet soared in and gently touched down by the roadside. Seated in the cabin, Captain America turned his head and, to his surprise, saw Ignace standing on the street nearby. My friend, we meet again. Steve hurried over, giving Ignace a warm, hearty hug. How did they manage to bring you in? Steve asked with genuine curiosity. Do you really want me to say it out loud? Ignace replied with a playful smile, taking Isteth's hand as they walked toward the cabin. What's the big deal? Steve shook his head with a laugh. They think you have more than enough charisma to lead the superhumans, Ignace said. Steve shot him a puzzled look, as if to say, what does that have to do with anything? But they don't think you're strong enough to keep them in line, Ignace added, making Steve fall silent. Coulson could only shrug helplessly. He was a fan of Captain America, but the truth was what it was. After all, if the Hulk went out of control, there was no way Cap could scare him back into submission. So far, only Ignace had managed to beat the Hulk into retreat, and Isteth was the one who had taken down Abomination for good. The Quinjet sped toward the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier, soaring through the clouds. Coulson found Steve Rogers and started talking about how much he admired him, even mentioning the captain's uniform. Captain Rogers, how about a little wager? Ignace said with a sly smile. Let's hear it, Rogers replied, clearly intrigued. I bet that where we're headed next will blow your mind, far beyond anything you could imagine. In what way? Rogers looked at him with growing curiosity. For instance, today's military vehicles are way beyond what you think is possible. Well, I'll have to see that for myself. Honestly, there's no way it could be as outrageous as you say, Cap replied, shaking his head. In his mind, no matter how far technology had advanced, it couldn't possibly surpass his imagination. At most, he expected a more advanced carrier or a faster aircraft. Not long after, the Quinjet landed smoothly atop the helicarrier. There, Cap met Black Widow, as well as Dr. Banner, whom she had invited. Coulson excused himself and left on other business. To tell the truth, this place feels oddly familiar to me. What's so surprising about it? Rogers said with a smile, watching the soldiers jogging past as he glanced over at Ignace. Gentlemen, you'd better head back inside. In a moment, it'll be hard to breathe out here, Black Widow said, offering a friendly warning. Deck crew, clear the deck, came the announcement over the intercom. The staff on deck immediately began to clear out. Rogers looked at Black Widow in confusion, while Banner's expression grew tense. A deep, thunderous rumble from the flying aircraft carrier's engines echoed in their ears. Is this a submarine? Rogers asked, a note of confusion in his voice. No way. Are you seriously going to make me stay in a pressurized metal can underwater? Banner replied, looking distinctly uneasy. The two of them walked together toward the edge. Outside, they saw the ship's massive propellers spinning faster and faster, whirring so rapidly that eventually the entire carrier started to rise, lifting up steadily into the sky. I admit defeat. This thing is beyond anything I could have imagined. Steve Rogers quickly turned, handing a dollar bill to Ignace. This is even worse. Banner shook his head with a wry smile. Care to keep going? Ignace took the bill, led his step farther inside, and glanced at Rogers. This time, it's my turn to make a call. How about we bet that everyone will actually work together smoothly? Rogers smiled back at Ignace, giving Dr. Banner a reassuring pat on the shoulder. I'm betting the exact opposite. Ignace grinned. Then you're going to lose. I think things will go well, and I'll do my best to keep everyone coordinated. Rogers replied, exchanging a friendly look with him as the group headed inside. They made their way to the main control room, where a host of staff members manned their stations, working at consoles or typing away at computers. Rogers walked ahead, hands in his pockets, taking in the bustling scene around him. Meanwhile, Ignace found Dr. Banner and struck up a conversation about their previous battle with the Hulk. It's nothing, really. Banner isn't me, and besides, things did spiral out of control back then. Honestly, I ought to thank you for helping beat some sense into the Hulk. Banner looked at Ignace, shaking his head with a rueful chuckle. Dr. Banner, haven't you always been searching for a way to calm yourself down? Ignace found a seat, gesturing for Banner to join him. That's right. It's brought me so much trouble. Banner shook his head with a sigh of resignation. He recalled that time he'd just wanted to have a heart-to-heart with his girlfriend, but his heartbeat kept racing. He'd nearly transformed. In my opinion, instead of chasing after all those gurus, maybe you should see a therapist, or... Ignace trailed off mid-sentence, prompting Banner to look at him expectantly. Or what? Or, I could suggest you read more Buddhist scriptures. Ignace managed to keep a straight face as he made the suggestion. Before crossing over to this world, he'd read a novel called Dream Master of the Myriad Worlds. The protagonist was full of wild ideas. One chapter in particular involved making a side character listen to the Great Compassion Mantra on repeat as a bizarre solution. I think it's worth a try. Banner nodded with a smile, immediately asking Ignace more about Buddhist texts. Of course, it's just a suggestion. I can't guarantee it'll work. Ignace quickly added. Who knows? Maybe it'll do the trick. He burst out laughing. Banner laughed heartily. Ignace felt even more anticipation stirring within him. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of peculiar scene would unfold when a moral monk Hulk appeared. Suddenly, the phone rang. Ignace picked up his mobile and answered a call from his old classmate, Franco. Hello. What is it? Are you all right over there? Well, here's the situation. Not long after, Ignace ended the call. Franco's small family business had gone under, and his father had gone bankrupt as well. Ignace decided he would send them a sum of money to help them get through this rough patch, and before hanging up, he suggested that Franco's family take a trip abroad. What happened? Banner asked, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. My old classmate's family has fallen on hard times and called to borrow some money from me. Ignace replied with a gentle shake of his head. He had advised Franco's family to travel abroad first. When they returned, Ignace planned to transfer them a few $1,000,000. It was all for their own good, urging them to seek refuge in advance, and then supporting them when they got back. By the way, I'll have to excuse myself. I need to call some other classmates and my university mentor, Ignace said to Banner with a smile. One by one, he began reaching out to his acquaintances. He offered financial help, and then invited them to travel overseas. In a way, this was his way of repaying old friends. Oh right, where's Dr. Zhao? Ignace turned to look at SDs. Without warning, SDs pulled him into a tight embrace. Some staff members, who were quietly sneaking in a bit of gaming, looked up in surprise at the scene. Ignace glanced in their direction. The staffer hurriedly switched screens, feigning work, and gave him an awkward smile. I've already given her a holiday. Zhao Hailuan should be on her way out of the country by now. SDs replied with a bright smile. Good, Ignace nodded. But before he could say more, SDs silenced him with a kiss. Not far away, a staff member was just about to switch back to his game, but was left dumbstruck by the sight. He couldn't help but feel that Ignace was more like the bashful bride, while SDs was the domineering lead. Hey, he's playing games. Ignace, freshly released from SD's embrace, quickly pointed at the staff member who had been enjoying the spectacle. The supervisor hurried over, startling the gaming staffer, who immediately shut down the game and threw himself into his work. Turn on the reflector panels, came a command from the main control console, where Nick Fury was issuing orders. In the next instant, the helicarrier soared into the sky and vanished from sight. Rogers watched as Nick Fury approached him, then pulled out another dollar bill and handed it over. He'd lost again. "Thank you for coming, Doctor," Fury said, quickly shaking hand with Banner. "Thank you for not using force," Banner replied with a glance. "Don't worry, Doctor. I was actually hoping to invite you to join my company. If anyone tries anything, I'll be the first to stand up for you." Ignis slung an arm around Dr. Banner's shoulders, grinning as he teased him. "Don't say that. We'd never wish any harm on Dr. Banner." Fury shrugged helplessly. "Mr. Ignis, I asked you here in hopes you'd help us recover the Tesseract. My payment isn't settled yet. For now, I'm just here to keep an eye on them and make sure nothing happens to them if I can help it." Ignis gave Fury an amused look, then turned and walked off with his death. "Well, what can I do?" Fury shrugged again, resigned. This one was simply beyond his command. Truth be told, among all these people, it was Ignis who gave Fury the biggest headache. But there was no way around it. Ignis was powerful, and in fact, the best candidate to keep everyone in line. "So, how long are we going to be stuck here?" Banner asked anxiously, that being his only concern. "As soon as we recover the Tesseract, you'll be free to go," Fury answered him directly. "How's your progress?" Banner pressed, walking further away. "We're scanning every wirelessly accessible camera worldwide. Phones, laptops, anything connected to a satellite becomes our eyes." Agent Coulson reported to Dr. Banner from below the platform, arms folded. Black Widow stopped at a computer, glanced through Hawkeye's file, and shook her head. "At this rate, we'll never make it in time." "You'll have to narrow the search," Banner replied, preparing to use the spectrometer, planning to calibrate it to search for gamma radiation and draft a tracking algorithm based on clustering analysis. "Agent Romanoff, please escort Dr. Banner to his lab," Fury instructed. Black Widow stepped forward and led Banner away toward the laboratory. "Mr. Ignis, I'd like to ask, once we track down the intruder and recover the Tesseract, could you help with medical support for the team?" Nick Fury approached Ignis, looking him in the eye. "Are you asking for my personal care, or do you want to use the regeneration cradle?" Ignis replied, scrutinizing the so-called mother. "Both would be ideal, of course," Fury answered with a smile. He never turned down having everything at his disposal. "If I treat them myself, that's the price." Ignis handed over a price list. "As for the regeneration cradle, it's only installed at certain hospitals and our company headquarters. If you want to use it, you'll have to come to my clinic." There was no way Fury could get the actual device for S.H.I.E.L.D. That was out of the question. Move it to S.H.I.E.L.D., and the next day, Hydra would have copied Zhao Helen's technology. Even if HYDRA didn't move that fast, S.H.I.E.L.D. would probably stoop to any means to get their hands on it. Don't give me the talk about the greater good. In this country, where capital reigns and entertainment is king, I'm not buying any of it. Ignace waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. Nick Fury muttered a low curse under his breath, then, resigned, walked away as well. It wasn't long before S.H.I.E.L.D. managed to track down Loki. Cross-match shows a 79% match. "Captain, you're up." Fury looked over at Rogers. Of everyone here, the captain was the only one who could still give him some peace of mind. "Oh, let me take a look at this alien." Ignace walked over, studying Loki's image on the screen. He nodded. "So this is the guy who robbed you? I'd like to see just how tough he really is." He said he wanted to check out Loki, but in truth, what he really wanted was to teach Loki a lesson. The Asgardians, always so high and mighty, called themselves gods and looked down on everyone else. Especially Loki. After causing chaos on Earth, leaving damage and casualties in his wake, he could just declare it was over, claim redemption, and that was that. To be honest, Ignace had no love for this bunch. "I thought you said you weren't going to help," Fury retorted, secretly hoping this would convince Ignace to join the Avengers. "You got it wrong. I just want to see for myself how useless you all are." Ignace shot back at Fury with a grin and walked away. Fury could only shake his head helplessly. Well, it seemed he'd gotten his hopes up too soon. Germany. Stuttgart, 28 Königstrasse. Loki blended into the evening gala. In the shadows, Hawkeye, whose mind was under Loki's control, led a group of people, silently taking out the guards one by one and slipping into the back to search for the metal needed to stabilize the portal. Dressed in a sharp suit, Loki descended the spiral staircase at a leisurely pace. With a swift blow, he felled the guard and then seized Dr. Heinrich Schaefer, lifting and flipping him onto the platform with sudden force. Next, he pulled out a projection device and pressed it roughly to Dr. Schaefer's face, beginning to copy the man's retinal image. At the same time, Hawkeye, waiting outside the storage room, took out a receiver and placed it against the security door's retinal scanner. The scanner completed its sweep, the heavy door slid open, and Hawkeye led his team inside to retrieve their target. Chaos erupted at the gala. Guests stumbled back in terror, panic sending everyone fleeing for the exits. Loki watched the chaos unfold with a certain relish. With his task complete, he gripped the scepter of the mind and strode swiftly for the exit. As he walked, his attire transformed. Magnificent Asgardian garments appeared, a golden-horned helmet crowning his head, gold armor covering his body, and a flowing green cloak draped over his shoulders. He emerged from a venue, stepping onto the red carpet outside. A beam of light shot from his scepter, blasting toward an approaching car and flipping it over. "Kneel before me." Loki stood before the panicked crowd, and in the next instant, countless illusions of himself materialized, surrounding the people on all sides. "Are you deaf?" Loki looked at these people with a displeased expression, his voice booming with anger. Kneel. Not until the frightened crowd dropped to their knees did Loki nod with satisfaction. Much better, he said, returning to your natural state. At the core, humans are born to serve. It's only that no one dares to speak the truth. Loki strode slowly into the midst of the people, clearly savoring the feeling of dominating them. Freedom may look dazzling, tempting you all to scramble for rights, to chase after individuality, but in reality, it robs life of its true joy. He surveyed the kneeling masses around him, feeling a surge of pleasure. You were born to be ruled. In the end, you will always bow to a master. As he spoke, a smile curled onto Loki's lips. But among the crowd, an elderly man stood up defiantly, looking at Loki with disdain. I will never bow to someone like you. You'll never find another like me. Loki shook his head repeatedly. Madmen like you are never in short supply. The old man saw right through him. Everyone, look at this old man. Loki leveled his scepter at the elder, its tip glowing ominously. I'll make an example of him for the rest of you. In the next instant, Captain America leapt down from above, his shield blocking the beam of light. The energy rebounded, knocking Loki to the ground. Captain America glared at him, his face dark with disapproval. Above, two more figures dropped onto the scene. Ignace and Isdeth landed side by side, both casting mocking glances at Loki. Well, look who it is. Last time, a single kick from me sent you flying. Now you're just a coward hiding behind the scenes? Ignace looked Loki up and down, his gaze taunting. It was as if he was mocking him outright. Loki glared back in fury. It was him. Foolish mortal. Loki's anger flared as he raised his scepter, firing a beam of energy at Ignace. Isdeth stepped in front of Ignace, swinging her palm outward. An icicle shot forth, colliding with the beam midair. Standing amidst the crowd, Loki unleashed another beam at Ignace, utterly unrestrained. He knew Ignace was strong, but he doubted someone with such principles would dare use the same devastating move from before, not with so many innocents nearby. Sorry, but seeing you all worked up like this, I guess my kick really did bruise little Loki, Ignace said with a chuckle. Looks like even the gods on high have their weak spots. As he spoke, he waved his hand, urging the people to leave quickly. Startled by Loki, the crowd scrambled to their feet and rushed away. He's no god at all. The elderly man who had just stood up threw Loki a contemptuous glare. You're absolutely right, sir, came the reply. He's just a slightly stronger alien, that's all. Ignace continued to laugh and tease, while Loki's expression grew increasingly grim. Loki had shown up this time for two reasons. First, to help Hawkeye draw attention away from himself, and second, to fish for opportunities, sow discord within the Avengers, and help Hawkeye pinpoint the location of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s current helicarrier. But the moment he laid eyes on Ignace, hatred welled up inside him. He could barely contain the fury surging through him. You miserable mortal, you'll pay for this. Loki shouted at Ignace, his eyes ablaze with anger. I don't think so. Ignace waited until everyone around them had left, with the blood god stepping up behind him. Together, they cast a spell, launching a blast of energy straight at Loki. In the blink of an eye, Loki was sent flying, rolling across the ground uncontrollably. Ignace watched him with a cold, mocking smile. Although Loki was under Odin's protection and Ignace couldn't truly harm him for now, Odin wouldn't interfere in a simple scuffle stemming from personal grievances. Loki struggled to his feet, his head spinning. He stared at Ignace in shock. He hadn't even seen how Ignace attacked. One moment he was standing there, and the next he was crashing to the ground, not even having time to use his decoy. Quickly recovering, Loki summoned his duplicates, swapping places with one of them as a precaution. Several of his illusions raised the Mind Scepter, all aiming at Ignace. Such petty tricks. Isdeth let out a cold snort, and in an instant, several ice spikes materialized around her, shooting out in every direction toward each of the Lokis. What? Loki gasped, his real body darting away just in time. He managed to dodge, but not completely. A long gash appeared across his face, blood trickling down. The ice spears pierced through his other illusions with ease. Up above, a Quinjet roared onto the scene, its weapons locked onto Loki. You know, the last time I was in Germany, I ran into someone else who liked to trample others underfoot. Things didn't end well between us. Captain America said, striding toward Loki with his shield in hand. Oh, it's the star-spangled soldier, forever left behind by time. Loki sneered, undaunted by the beating he'd taken. At least I still have time. You, however, are running out of yours. Captain America shot back with a cold smile. Just as Loki prepared to attack, Cap hurled his shield, striking Loki squarely. In a flash, he leapt forward, both feet slamming into Loki and sending him flying. Loki crashed into a flower bed by the roadside. In the next moment, Ignace and the Blood God unleashed another barrage of spells, bombarding Loki without mercy. Crimson shockwaves smashed into Loki, thunderous impacts filling the air. Smoke curled from his battered form, his armor shattered, cape torn, and he lay sprawled on the pavement. Don't underestimate Loki. He's no weakling in close combat. In the original story, he'd actually managed to overpower Captain America at this very moment. Ignace had no intention of engaging in close combat with Loki. Instead, he unleashed several powerful attacks right from the start. You lowly more? Ah. Just as Loki struggled to his feet, Nacy struck again with another devastating move, sending him flying once more. In the next instant, the sound of rock music blared from inside the Quinjet. High above, a figure clad in red and gold streaked across the sky. Stark, palm aimed at Loki, fired off a beam of energy without hesitation. Loki had barely gotten up before he was blasted away yet again. With a resounding crash, Loki slammed into the wall. He glanced at Stark, then at Captain America, then at Ignace and Isdeth, and finally at the Quinjet hovering above. It seemed Captain America was right. Surrounded by so many heavy hitters, Loki realized his day of reckoning had truly arrived. Come on, Bambi, show us what you've got. Stark trained every weapon in his suit on Loki, while Cap approached, shield at the ready. Isdeth radiated an icy aura as she drew near, and Ignace looked down at Loki, who was now crouched on the ground. With no other choice, Loki raised his hands in surrender. He was captured. The group returned to the Quinjet. Loki, now handcuffed, sat in the corner. As the jet sped through the sky, he'd occasionally glance out the window. Ignace sat on the opposite side, chatting intimately with Isdeth, paying no mind to anyone else. As for Loki's little ploys, Ignace had seen right through them. Why do you keep staring at us? Ignace finally turned to Loki, unable to stand the constant glances from this infamous Marvel trickster. I'm just curious. Are you two really Midgardians? Loki eyed them both, his curiosity piqued. Ignace's ability to unleash such powerful attacks seemed impossible for any human. As for Isdeth, she wielded formidable ice powers without any external aid, and she wasn't a frost giant either. To Loki, this was simply unbelievable. You don't need to doubt that. In fact, I'm more curious. Do you even still qualify as a man? Nacy replied with a laugh. No matter how composed Loki tried to be, that jab clearly irritated him. F***K, I'm fine. Loki cursed angrily. Then shut your mouth and quit plotting. Or I might just give you another taste of my chicken-flying, egg-smashing kick. Ignace threatened, lifting his foot slightly for emphasis. Loki instinctively shrank back. I've got a bad feeling about this. Captain America said, glancing between Ignace and Stark, then at Loki. What's wrong with a rock star surrendering without a fight? Stark quipped with a smirk. You're right to be suspicious. This guy definitely has another agenda. Ignace spoke up, revealing some of Loki's intentions. He wants to infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D. and stir up trouble. Loki stared at Ignace in shock. Had this guy really seen through him? Buddy, stop being so paranoid all the time. Once we lock him up, he can't do a thing. Stark laughed as he spoke. I think Ignace is right. He definitely means us harm. He's probably already scheming against us. Cap interjected hastily. Oh, come on, you're not getting any younger. Don't go jumping to conclusions, old man. Stark teased him. And by the way, after decades without seeing daylight, maybe you should consider seeing a therapist. Stark flashed a grin at Cap, who stared back in disbelief at his irreverent companion. Truth be told, Cap was starting to get annoyed. Outside the jet, thunderclouds raged, lightning split the sky, and the booming rumbles echoed all around. Loki heard the thunder and instinctively craned his neck, trying to see outside. What's wrong? Scared of a little thunder? Cap looked over at Loki, poking fun at him. It's not the thunder I dislike, but what follows close behind. Loki had barely finished a sentence when the Quinjet suddenly shuddered, as if something heavy had landed on top. Loki flinched. Stark quickly donned his helmet and faceplate, then opened the hatch, ready to go out and check the situation. Before he could step outside, Thor crashed into the cabin with a deep thud and strode swiftly toward Loki. Stark raised his arm, aiming at Thor. But Thor swung his hammer and sent Stark flying across the cabin. Without missing a beat, he grabbed Loki, spun his hammer in a blur, and leapt out of the jet with his brother in tow. Great, as if things weren't complicated enough. Stark muttered, preparing to give chase. Another one from Asgard? Natasha asked. Yes, I saw him in New Mexico. Ignace replied. Is he on our side? Cap asked quickly. Doesn't matter. Stark said dismissively, glancing back at the group. If he lets Loki go or kills him, we can kiss the Tesseract goodbye. Stark, we need a plan. Cap shouted as Stark reached the hatch. I've got a plan. Go. With that, Stark's suit roared to life, jets blazing from his arms and legs as he shot out after Thor and Loki. Rogers shook his head with a sigh, grabbed a parachute pack, and got ready to jump. Don't get mixed up in this mess, Cap. Natasha called back, keeping the jet steady. I can't just stand by. Cap shook his head resolutely. They're legends, practically gods. Natasha pleaded, trying to reason with him. Gods my ass. They're just a bunch of superpowered aliens. Ignace scoffed, shaking his head. Cap gave him a thumbs up. Finally, someone talking sense. There's only one god, and I'm pretty sure he doesn't dress like that. With those words, Cap leapt right out of the hatch. Natasha glanced at Ignace and Isdeth. Why are you looking at me? I'm not about to jump down there like they did. Ignace shook his head repeatedly, and Natasha let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness neither of them decided to get involved. Wait a minute. Natasha immediately realized that if Ignace went down, that would actually be the best move. Ignace knew Thor, and he was also a powerhouse, able to hold his own against these people. I really think you should go down there and either give that powerful alien a beating, or better yet, try talking to him nicely this time. Natasha turned back and urged him. Then perhaps you could fly this jet a bit faster, Ignace replied with a grin, waving his hand. Natasha could only pinch the bridge of her nose. In exasperation. Clearly, Ignace had no intention of parachuting down. She was starting to suspect he'd joined S.H.I.E.L.D. just to slack off. The Quinjet continued to speed toward the scene of the battle. Meanwhile, Thor had already clashed with Iron Man, Tony Stark. Thor raised his hammer high, unleashing a torrent of lightning at Stark. Stark brought up his armored arms to shield his face. When the barrage of lightning finally subsided, he listened to Jarvis's report, his voice filled with pleasant surprise. Power levels at 400%. Now that's what I'm talking about, Stark exclaimed in delight. The next moment, the arc reactor in his suit and both hands blazed with energy, unleashing a powerful beam straight at Thor. Thor was sent flying, but he righted himself in midair and landed nimbly on his feet. Without hesitation, Thor took to the skies again, hammer in hand. Stark's suit roared as flames shot from his limbs, and he grabbed hold of Thor, crashing them both through trees as they sped off into the distance. When they reached the edge of cliff, Stark kept slamming Thor against the rocky wall, but in the blink of an eye, Thor turned the tables. The two of them tumbled into the forest below, smashing through branches. Thor's hammer slipped from his grip, but he quickly got to his feet, continuing the fight, his bare hands gripping Stark's armor so hard it warped the metal. They battled fiercely among the trees until Captain America finally arrived on the scene, rushing in to stop them. I'm here to put an end to Loki's schemes, Thor declared urgently. Actions speak louder than words. Put down the hammer, Captain America demanded, stepping forward. At once, Thor's expression grew stormy. Oh no, that's not a good idea. He really loves that hammer, Stark warned quickly. In the next instant, Thor swung his hammer and sent Stark flying, then glared at Captain America, eyes blazing with anger. You want me to put down my hammer? With a leap, Thor swung his mighty hammer down toward Captain America. Just then, the Quinjet tore through the sky overhead. Ignace leapt from the aircraft, the blood god right behind him. Together, they wove a spell, a glowing orb of crimson magic forming before them. With a thunderous boom, a red beam shot forth. But to Thor, the magic remained invisible. He was sent flying in an instant, crashing through a thicket of trees before finally landing hard on the forest floor. Who's there? Show yourself. Thor scrambled to his feet, roaring with anger as he charged forward, until he saw a familiar face greeting him. Thor, it's been a long time. Yes, it's been a while. Thor eyed Ignace, then glanced warily around. Stop looking. I'm the one who hit you. Ignace smiled and nodded at him. Thor's fury lodged in his throat like a piece of food stuck halfway, neither rising nor falling, unbearably uncomfortable. What, you want to fight at the drop of a hat? Is that how little you think of us Earthlings? Ignace shot back. No, not at all. My apologies, my friend. Thor quickly apologized, feeling that his own rashness had upset his friend. No, as far as I can see, whether it's you or Loki, that Asgardian pride and arrogance is impossible to hide. Ignace shook his head emphatically. It was simply the truth. I really didn't mean it like that. Among the people of Midgard, you are the warrior I most admire. Thor rushed to pay him a compliment. So in other words, aside from me, you look down on all the rest of us Earthlings? Hey, don't say that. I didn't mean that at all. Thor shook his head vigorously. Wait a minute. Weren't you the one who attacked me first? It suddenly dawned on Thor that their conversation had gone off track. He'd been taken advantage of. Thor, if you didn't look down on us, if you just talked things over before taking Loki away, do you think I'd be angry? If you hadn't attacked my friend at the slightest disagreement, would I have attacked you? Come on, if none of that had happened, we'd all be happily celebrating a reunion in the cabin by now. When Ignace finished, Thor fell silent. He couldn't out-argue Ignace, and to his surprise, he felt a pang of guilt. Maybe his friend had a point. Wait, he was the one who aimed at me first. Thor snapped out of it, hurriedly pointing at Stark. My foolish brother, that was merely an attempted attack. Perhaps he was just aiming to keep watch. But you truly struck first. From a distance, Loki strolled over, teasing. Is that so? Thor asked, bewildered. Night had fallen. Beneath the oppressive clouds, a colossal aircraft carrier glided silently. A Quinjet touched down atop the flying carrier. Loki, now a captive, was being marched down a corridor. Two squads of armed guards kept their weapons trained on Loki, hustling him forward. As they passed the laboratory, Loki turned and shot Dr. Banner inside a mocking, twisted grin. Nick Fury locked Loki into the cell, then, without a word, opened the hatch beneath it. The wind howled as Loki strode to the edge of the glass enclosure, gazing down from the dizzying height. If you try to escape, or even so much as scratch the glass, this cage will drop straight from the sky. 9,000 meters down came the warning. You're the ant, and I'm the boot, Fury teased, pointing at Loki and gesturing toward the control panel. Loki retreated with a mocking sneer, waving his hand dismissively. This cage isn't half bad. But let me guess, it wasn't built for me, was it? It was built for something even more dangerous than you, Nick Fury admitted with candor. Oh, I've heard the stories, Loki replied, then glanced at the nearby security camera and sneered, a mindless beast pretending a humanity. How pitiful. Elsewhere, Black Widow watched Loki's image flickering on the virtual screen, concern furrowing her brow as she glanced at Dr. Banner. How desperate must you be to count on a monster like that as your hope of salvation? Inside the cell, Loki continued to taunt Fury, his jibes seeming aimed at Fury, but in reality, he was needling Banner. From the moment Loki had set foot on the helicarrier and caught sight of Banner, he'd begun chipping away at his composure. Ignace and Isdeth sat together, watching Banner. Loki's divisive words still echoed from the surveillance feed. Taking advantage of the conversation about Banner, Loki deftly steered the topic toward the Tesseract, dropping hints to the heroes about its potential as a weapon of war. Charming fellow, isn't he? Banner said, feigning calm as he struggled to suppress his rising anger. Hey man, don't let him get to you. Take a breath, stay cool. Ignace said, turning to Banner. Hulk's only just come into being. You need time to get to know each other. And Loki? You'd believe anything out of that snake's mouth? He's got his own agenda. Thanks, friend. Banner nodded, taking a deep breath. He felt a little steadier. He's my brother, not some villain. Thor interjected, bristling at Ignace's words. Loki stole the Tesseract, declared war on Earth, and is trying to spark chaos. He could tear apart countless families and leave a world in ruins. Even if he's your brother, what he's doing is monstrous. Are you really going to shield a criminal of this scale? Ignace shot back, fixing Thor with a stern look. Though he had no desire to play hero, Ignace's moral compass couldn't help but itch at the sight of Loki sitting there, unrepentant. Part of him wanted nothing more than to slap some sense into the trickster. He's been captured. Everything can still be set right. I can talk to him, take him back to Asgard, and see that he stands trial there. Thor insisted urgently. Although Loki had taken quite a few beatings from him since they were kids, although Loki was devious and cunning, willing to do anything for power, and even though Loki's actions sometimes made him furious, he was still his brother, after all. If he really has committed such atrocities and caused the deaths of countless people, would you still cover for him? Stark, now standing with Ignace, was beginning to dislike Thor. He's a prince of Asgard, too. How would you judge him? Lock him up in a warm, comfortable room and call it imprisonment? I told you, he's my brother. We as Guardians will judge him fairly. Thor, both angry and ashamed, reached out to grab Stark. When forced to choose between justice and family, he was clearly siding with family. All those people died for nothing then. Asgard is just supposed to stay noble above it all. Even Captain America, usually the most even-tempered, glared at Thor in anger. Through the dispute between Thor and Loki, he, too, could sense that subtle arrogance, that sense of superiority that his guardians carried. Though Thor kept insisting he held no disdain for Earth or its people, his attitude still betrayed a disregard for Earth's laws and an unwillingness to let Loki answer for the losses he'd caused here. As long as we get the Tesseract back, everything will be set right, okay? Thor glanced at Ignace, struggling to suppress his rage. With a heavy thud, he slammed his fist onto the table, then turned to leave. He couldn't bear to stay in that room another moment. Knowing he was in the wrong, but still wanting to defend his brother, made him feel wretched and frustrated. Worse, his old friends from Earth now stood on the side of justice against him. The guilt stung even more. He killed 80 people in 2 days. Black Widow spoke up quietly from his side. What had started as suspicion about Loki's crimes was now confirmed as fact. Thor was left speechless. I'm sorry. He's adopted. Thor reached the doorway, casting an apologetic glance back at the group before leaving. Oh right. Thor hurried back in, looking around at everyone. Loki has an army of Chitauri. I don't know where they come from, but he's planning to lead them in an invasion. You'd better speed up your search for the Tesseract. With that, he finally left for good. An army from outer space. Captain America called after him, but Thor was already gone. If he's bringing an alien army, he'll need to build a portal. Banner spoke up quickly, and Stark nodded in agreement. The two of them prepared to keep searching for the Tesseract. Mr. Ignace, what do you know about the Chitauri? Black Widow turned to Ignace at once. In her view, the more powerful someone was, the more likely they were to know hidden secrets that others didn't. Ignace always used to look like nothing was out of the ordinary, but later on, they discovered he was actually incredibly powerful. That's why Black Widow always felt Ignace was secretly a formidable figure, someone who knew many secrets about this world that they themselves had no clue about. Why are you all looking at me? I've never even left Earth. I've barely traveled abroad, to be honest. Ignace spread his hands helplessly. He didn't know about the Chitauri and Thanos, but honestly, he'd never set foot beyond Earth. If he said any more, it'd only make people more suspicious of him, or even start to see him as someone to be wary of. There was no need to say anything. Iridium. Why did they want to steal Iridium? Dr. Banner asked hurriedly. Iridium can be used as a stabilizer. It keeps the portal from collapsing in on itself, Stark explained. Halfway through his work, Stark strolled over to where everyone else was working, waving at the people outside as he teased. Raise the mizzen mast, trim the topsails. The staff looked at him in surprise, while Agent Hill cast Stark a disapproving glance. As for the other raw materials, Agent Barton could easily get his hands on those. The only thing he's missing is the main component, the power source. Stark reached out and touched Fury's screen, explaining as he turned to tap another screen, all the while discreetly attaching a small gadget to the console. A high-density energy source to activate the Tesseract. Stark looked around at everyone with a grin. When did you become such an expert in thermonuclear astrophysics? Hill asked, arms crossed, suspicion in her voice. Just last night, Stark replied with a smug shrug. The datasets, Selvig's notes, those papers on extraction theory. I went through them all, figured it out. Not that hard, right? Then Stark stopped beside Ignace, shaking his head with a sigh. Back then, I even spent a whole night learning some medicine, read through his Minner's notes and papers, and managed to pick up some medical skills myself. But still, I can't figure out the secret behind Ignace's miraculous healing techniques. Does Loki need a specific kind of energy source? Captain America, not in the mood for Stark's banter, quickly got to the key question. He'll need to heat up the Tesseract to over 100 million degrees, just to surpass the Coulomb barrier, Dr. Banner answered without missing a beat. Unless Selvig's already figured out how to stabilize the quantum tunneling effect, Stark said with a laugh, spreading his hands at Banner. Finally, he'd found a kindred spirit. Talking to Banner just felt right. That way, you could use any reactor to complete the heavy ion beam transformation, Banner said, pen in hand. Finally, someone who speaks plain English, Stark joked, shaking Banner's hand. That remark, however, made Rogers feel rather uncomfortable. So all this time, everyone else was just talking nonsense? Ignace didn't really understand much of the conversation either, but he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed by Stark's teasing as well. Your research on positron collisions is truly unparalleled. And honestly, when you lose control and turn into that raging green giant, it's just awesome. Stark gestured playfully as he spoke, while Banner looked utterly confused. Banner gazed at Stark in a mixture of puzzlement and frustration. The anger he had just managed to suppress flared up again in an instant, but he forced himself to respond through clenched teeth. Thank you for the compliment. Hey, big guy, how about we spar some time? I'd really love to see if your anti-Hulk armor could actually stand up to me, or if I just tear it apart. Ignace smiled at Stark as he spoke. If Stark had a suit designed to counter anything, Ignace was determined to be the first volunteer to put it to the test. Stark could only look at him helplessly. Come on, it's Stark. Not big guy, or whatever you just call me. Besides, I seriously doubt my anti-Ignace armor could hold up against you. After what you showed last year, I wouldn't be surprised if my suit got blasted to pieces. Dr. Banner couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that sometimes, only one strong-willed person could handle another. Dr. Banner is only here to track down the Tesseract. I hope you'll work with him to find it. Fury stepped in, quickly trying to smooth things over. Let's start with Loki's scepter, whether it's magical or not. Rogers suggested right away. At the same time, Fury shot Ignace a look, his eyes carrying a hint of reproach. Mr. Ignace, I brought you here to help and coordinate with Captain Rogers and the others. Please take this seriously. Fury sighed as he spoke. Director, you got it wrong. First, we struck a deal, but I still haven't received what I was promised. Second, unless something truly serious happens, I have no intention of playing the vigilante. Ignace replied, and Rogers was quick to object. Mr. Ignace, I've read a lot about you in the media. I really don't understand. Someone as kind as you, why wouldn't you want to do more good in the world? Rogers looked at Ignace, trying to appeal to his conscience. There's far too much crime in this world, and too many people in need to even begin to count. Am I supposed to save every single one of them? Don't hold me to your high moral standards. I'm just an ordinary guy who wants a happy life for my family. Ignace replied, and Rogers looked at him, visibly frustrated. Rogers finally realized that, in this makeshift team, aside from Dr. Banner, not a single person was willing to follow orders. Agent Hill stood quietly at the edge, not daring to interrupt. In truth, she wanted to say that Ignace had only been brought in by Fury to help keep the peace if the team ever fell into conflict or chaos. Ignace wasn't responsible for mediating disputes or coordinating the group at all. You possess such incredible power, yet you refuse to shoulder the corresponding responsibilities. That's a waste of your abilities. Rogers glared at Ignace in anger. No, you got it wrong. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. What you're doing is just moral coercion. Listen, Captain Rogers, I do respect you, but not everyone's a saint. Am I supposed to run out every day as a vigilante, sacrificing my family's happiness for the sake of others? Let's not kid ourselves. I'm selfish, not so selfless. If I were, my company would have stopped charging for medical services a long time ago. Ignace spoke with a helpless shrug, leaving Rogers at a loss for words. Ignace had started by placing Rogers on a pedestal, then immediately explained he didn't want to jeopardize his family's happiness. What more could Rogers say? Sorry, that was my fault. Rogers apologized quickly. Having spent so long as a hero, he'd grown used to holding others to his own standards. But as he thought it over, he realized that if he were in Ignace's shoes, facing an old friend, he might be just as inclined to cover for them out of personal feeling. It's nothing, Ignace said, reaching out a hand to Rogers. What? Rogers looked at him, puzzled. You've lost again. You can't even control yourself. How could our cooperation possibly go smoothly? Ignace said calmly, and Rogers fell silent. My apologies, Rogers replied, handing over a dollar bill, remembering the bet he'd made with Ignace when he'd first arrived. Off in the distance, Banner kept as far from him as possible. He could see now, this team would be tough to hold together. He only hoped that when the time came to look for the Cosmic Cube, he could avoid getting caught up in their drama. Mr. Ignace, may we have a word? Fury was genuinely intimidated by Ignace, In just a few words, this man could sow discord more effectively than Loki himself. No, not now. Until I see my things, the only one I want to whisper to is my wife. Ignace looked at Fury, who pressed a hand to his forehead in frustration. He realized now he made a huge mistake. With both Loki and Ignace around, there was no way he could count on Rogers to keep the team working together. Still, Ignace's abilities were beyond doubt. Should trouble arise, Fury was sure he could keep everyone in line. Excuse me, I'm going to find a room to rest for a while. Rogers stood up and left. He needed some quiet time to think things through. Fury let them air their grievances now, put everything on the table. Once they've sorted out their own issues, there won't be any major problems later on. Ignace smiled, wearing a look that said, I'm just trying to help, as he turned to Fury. Fury shot him a look of utter skepticism. He'd sooner believe in ghosts than trust Ignace. Captain America left the room and privately made his way to the secure warehouse, forcefully pushing open the heavy alloy doors. Stepping inside, he found the weapons that S.H.I.E.L.D. had created using the energy of the Tesseract. At this moment, Captain America was furious. He had almost let his own sense of justice be used by S.H.I.E.L.D. Meanwhile, Stark had already finished tracking down the Tesseract. The device beside him was scanning for its location, while he had officially hacked into the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier system. Agent Hill hurried over to a computer where red warning messages flashed relentlessly. Virus detected. Unauthorized access. Elsewhere, Thor was walking and chatting with Coulson. He admitted that they had indeed been arrogant and aloof, and began to blame himself for their reckless behavior, no better than a creature called the Bistheme. The Bistheme, a monstrous beast unknown to Earth, armored in scales and crowned with massive horns, destroying everything in its path. At the same time, in his cell, Loki was playing mind games with Black Widow. Suddenly, Loki slammed his fist against the cell wall, glaring fiercely at Black Widow and making her jump in fright. I'll keep Barton alive, force him to kill you, using the methods you fear most. He'll cut you down bit by bit with his own hands. When the moment comes, I'll wake him, so he has time to admire his handiwork. And when he's writhing in pain, I'll split open his skull. Loki's face twisted with malice. Black Widow quickly turned away, her back to Loki, clearly unsettled. That's the price you pay, you sniveling wretch, Loki sneered. You animal, Black Widow cried out in anguish. Loki flashed a wicked, icy grin. Oh no, the real animal is the one you brought with you. His words dripped with mockery. Black Widow's head snapped up, realization dawning on her face as her pain melted away. She turned back to Loki. Banner, that's your plan. She understood now, and hurried off to warn the lab to keep a close eye on Banner. Loki stood there, stunned, watching her leave, playing the part of someone outsmarted and wounded by her trickery. But after Black Widow left, he crouched in the corner, unable to hold back a quiet laugh. Though it seemed she had seen through his scheme, Loki's machinations ran deeper than she imagined. Ignace had already laid everyone's conflicts bare, giving them time to reflect and cool off. If Loki wanted to stir up discord among the heroes now, it would be far more difficult. After all, conflicts often require a sudden spark to ignite. By bringing everything out into the open in advance, their grievances could be digested over time, weakening his plot before it could begin. But the Black Widow's insistence on keeping Banner under close watch, refusing to let him leave the lab, only deepened everyone's wariness toward him, and stoked the anger simmering in Banner's heart. Foolish mortals, Tiska, Loki sneered, a cold smile playing on his lips. When it came to manipulating hearts and minds, he was second to none. In the lab, what exactly are you doing, Mr. Stark? Fury hurried over, his tone sharp as he confronted Stark. You should be tracking down the Tesseract. Fury's displeasure was obvious as he fixed Stark with a stern look. I'm searching. The search model is locked in. We're scanning for signals now. Once we pick something up, we can narrow the area down to within 800 meters, Banner explained, gesturing toward a distant monitor. Fury turned to look where he pointed. Then you can retrieve the Tesseract. Just be patient, Stark said, but as he glanced at the new data flashing on the screen, his expression shifted to one of shock. What's the Phase 2 project? Bang! Captain America strode in, slamming a heavy piece of high-tech weaponry down on the table with a forceful thud. Phase 2 means S.H.I.E.L.D. is using the Tesseract to build weapons, he said curtly. Sorry, I couldn't wait for the computer any longer. The captain shot Stark a look, his own eyes hard as he glared at Fury. Stark hurriedly turned the screen around to show everyone a blueprint for a powerful weapon. Director Fury, if you're building weapons like this in the name of peace, I could almost understand it. Ignace stood up, pointing directly at the design for the weapon of mass destruction, confronting the bald director. But with something this terrifying, how do you explain it? Peacekeeping organization? Are you sure you're using the right word? Truth be told, Ignace didn't object to developing weapons. After all, there were countless threats beyond Earth, and it was important to be armed. But SHLD's role was problematic, and its membership even more so. So on this matter, he sided with Stark and the others. If S.H.I.E.L.D. possessed such devastating weapons, that meant Hydra likely had access to them as well. Ignace had deliberately brought these tensions to the surface ahead of time, giving everyone a chance to cool off and avoid an explosion of conflict that could have torn the team apart. But truth be told, the discord among the heroes was just a minor issue. It was SHLD's shifty, underhanded actions that truly threatened to destroy their unity. It was like tossing a live grenade into a crowd, and Hawkeye's imminent arrival would only add fuel to the fire. "What's going on?" Thor asked, his earlier anger gone, now just confusion in his voice as he looked around at the others. At that moment, Black Widow strode in, fixing Banner with a piercing, unfriendly gaze. "Are you planning to leave, Doctor?" she asked. Banner could feel the intense suspicion radiating from her. The calm he just managed to regain shattered, and anger surged in him once more. Nick Fury's decision to hide the truth from them, and his use of the Tesseract to create weapons of mass destruction, made him furious. At the same time, the look Black Widow was giving him made him deeply uncomfortable. They were the ones who had begged for his help, yet now they were staring at him like he was some kind of monster. In fact, Ignace had never caused trouble. He simply used a special method to ease the tensions between everyone. The real source of the superhero's instability lay within SHLD's own problems. "Loki wants to manipulate you," Black Widow said with a grave expression, slowly moving toward Banner, crowding him with every step. "And aren't you doing the same?" Banner shot back. "Stop." Ignace stepped between Black Widow and Banner, forcing her to back away. "Loki is locked up. He can't control Dr. Banner directly. What's really pushing him over the edge is your distrust, your wariness, even those strange looks you keep giving him. Loki has only nudged you in that direction." With that, Ignace pointed at the blueprints. "And your own hidden agendas are exactly why everyone's angry and on edge." Black Widow stared at him in silence, then retreated. "Bald Fury, you've always thought they were unreliable, that they lacked a sense of responsibility, and you've even doubted me. You see yourself as some kind of parent, always worrying about how to unite them. But have you ever considered you never approach them with real sincerity?" Ignace fixed Nick Fury with a piercing gaze and pressed on with his relentless questioning. Dr. Banner let out a sigh of relief and glanced at him with gratitude. "You asked us here for help. We're not your employees. If you want genuine cooperation, then stop treating them like enemies." After Ignace finished, Fury didn't even have time to react to being called Bald Egg. He looked around at everyone in silence, unable to find a response. After all, from the very start, S.H.I.E.L.D. had considered developing these weapons as a safeguard against people like them. It's all because of him and him. Fury glanced at Banner, but decided not to provoke him further, then pointed at Ignace and Thor. "Last year, an alien visitor came to Earth, and one man stood up and tossed that terrifying invader around like a rag doll." Fury paused and looked at Ignace. "You make us uneasy. You're not a hero, yet you wield an unimaginable power. Don't try to guilt-trip me. At least I have a line I won't cross. You're the one being a hypocrite here." Ignace shot back, and Fury could only shake his head in response. "You trained as a medical student. I know you have principles. But that doesn't mean the people at the Security Council trust you. It doesn't mean the world's people trust you, either. You don't want to be a hero. That alone makes everyone fear you. They worry that one day, if you're pushed too far, you might choose a very different path." Fury looked at Ignace as he spoke, then picked up his phone and pulled up some of the online comments about Ignace. There were positive reviews, but just as many were filled with malice. Ignace let out a cold chuckle. To be a superhero was to be destined for endless grievances, but if you refused the role, you'd be accused of moral failings and envied by others. He had seen all this coming a long time ago. This is just another form of moral coercion. Ignace shrugged. "I'm not crazy. Since when does refusing to serve people I don't even know make me a villain? How is not being a hero suddenly a descent into darkness?" Nick Fury fell silent, unable to respond, then turned to Thor. "And as for you, we've suddenly realized just how far behind we are in terms of strength. Compared to you, we're utterly outmatched. And you're not the only beings from beyond our world. There are others out there who pose a threat to us. The universe is full of forces we can't possibly rival." Nick Fury quickly added, trying to justify their weapon development as nothing more than self-defense. "Hold on a minute, Nick Fury," Ignace interrupted. "Let me ask you this. Even now, Earth hasn't achieved internal peace. There are still plenty of people profiting from war, bullying other nations. So how can you guarantee that these weapons you're developing are truly for peace, and not just to become the next Hydra? We don't oppose developing weapons to defend Earth, but we refuse to support building them for unjust wars." With that, Ignace fell silent, leaving Nick Fury speechless once again. Fury knew there were traitors inside S.H.I.E.L.D., and not just a few. Ignace's question had hit home. If he were in charge, perhaps he could offer assurances. But what if, in the future, Hydra operatives hidden within the organization came out on top? No one could guarantee those weapons wouldn't be used in unjust wars. The next moment, Nick Fury launched into a heated argument with the assembled heroes. He started by criticizing Stark's rise to power, then questioned whether their own weapons research was meant to attack Thor's home. Captain America joined in, bringing up Stark again, while Black Widow accused Thor of being immature. Banner watched as the one-eyed director took on the entire group, the heated debate filling the room with a cacophony that made him increasingly uneasy. Enough! Ignace gripped an ice blade, its surface swirling with cursed energy, and with a single strike, split the steel table in front of Fury clean in two. Fury opened his mouth, but no words came out. You nearly pushed Dr. Banner to the brink, and still claim the problem isn't with any of you. With that, Ignace gave Banner a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Banner nodded, doing his best to steady his nerves. Sir, he does have a point. Coulson, standing quietly by the door, offered a hushed reminder. Nick Fury realized something was amiss. Why'd he lost his composure so suddenly? Loki might not be a telepath, but he does know how to wield this devastating weapon. Ignace finished speaking and pointed to the Mind Scepter. I've known for a while now, this thing has been messing with my sanity all along. The argument in the room came to an abrupt halt. Everyone tried to calm themselves, eyes wary as they focused on the scepter. I felt it too, Stark admitted, nodding. Now that Ignace had brought it up, he realized something was off as well. As an agent, letting an object mess with your mind, that's pretty much a failure. Ignace shot at Black Widow. A flash of anger rose in Black Widow's eyes. She was about to snap back, but caught herself just in time, realizing she was about to lose her composure again. She quickly fell silent. Please, lock this scepter away somewhere secure. And for everyone's sake, keep people away from it, Ignace said. Black Widow nodded and reached for the scepter. Wait, try not to touch it directly. Wrap it in something before you move it. Ignace quickly interjected, holding out a hand to stop her. Realizing he was right, Black Widow hurried to find something to wrap around the scepter, then sealed it inside a reinforced alloy case. For a moment, a heavy silence hung over the lab. Each person wrestled with their own agitation, forcing themselves to stay calm as they watched the scepter being carried away. I almost couldn't hold myself back, Isdeth exhaled softly. Just moments ago, for reasons she couldn't explain, a murderous urge had flooded her mind. She'd wanted to wipe out everyone in the room except Ignace. Even now, her gaze burned with intensity, a hunger for war, and perhaps for Ignace himself. It's nothing but Loki's scheming, Ignace said, reaching out to pat her hand. Isdeth pulled him into her arms and kissed him fiercely. In truth, both Isdeth and Banner were the powder kegs Loki had planted, ready to set the whole room ablaze. Isdeth thrived on conflict. Banner, once angered, could transform into the Hulk and wreak havoc at any moment. All Loki needed was a little manipulation, letting just a bit of the scepter's power seep through. That was enough to set his plan in motion. Even Ignace hadn't been entirely immune. They'd all nearly lost control. If Hawkeye hadn't been absent, they might have turned on each other right then. All right, everyone, let's gather ourselves. Once this crisis is over, we can sit down and talk things through, all right? Ignace suggested. Agree. Banner nodded emphatically. He felt himself growing inexplicably angry more than once just now, and the idea of letting the Hulk loose terrified him. Seconded, said Captain America, nodding. He'd realized his own shortcomings. The heart of the team had lost control more than once. That wasn't right. Fine, Black Widow agreed as well. She knew she'd lost her composure, and, as an agent, that was simply unacceptable. Sorry, this was my fault. I should have had a proper conversation with all of you, especially since I was the one who asked you here for help. My own attitude was out of line, too. Nick Fury hurriedly apologized, fully aware that when the superheroes were at odds, he was always the one left with a headache. He realized, with regret, that he'd just lost his temper and lashed out at everyone, which was truly inappropriate. If you don't give us a clear explanation when the time comes, I'll make all of SFLD's files public for the world to see. Stark warned Nick Fury. Though he had calmed down, his blunt, irreverent tone was unmistakably his own. In that instant, Loki's scheme was deftly unraveled by Ignace. Truth be told, Ignace was indifferent to America's misfortune. He might even have applauded it. But after the alien army finished ravaging America, the entire world would be next. America could suffer, but from the broader perspective of humanity, Ignace would not stoop to their level. Meanwhile, outside the helicarrier, a fighter jet soared toward it, beginning to decelerate. Hawkeye, fully armed and leading his team, was preparing to strike against S.H.I.E.L.D. What Hawkeye didn't know was that he and Loki were about to face a reunited team of superheroes and a formidable non-superhuman ally. An invasion? It was more likely they'd find themselves on the receiving end of a beating. The power's out. I'll update later. Please bear with me. The entire building's without electricity, and my drafts are all on the computer. Today's update will be delayed. Hope you understand. Outside the helicarrier, Hawkeye stood at the edge of the fighter jet's open hatch, bow in hand, drawing an arrow and aiming straight at the massive ship. Inside, in the laboratory, Banner hurried to his computer, watching as the compatibility percentage climbed rapidly. When it finally hit 100%, he cried out in surprise. The others, who had just managed to regain their composure, all turned to look. In the very next moment, from the jet, Hawkeye pressed a button. The explosive arrow he'd fired at the helicarrier detonated without warning. A deafening blast shook the helicarrier, flames and shockwaves erupting in a massive fireball. The explosion's heat and force raced through the ventilation shafts, triggering a secondary blast right inside the lab. Everyone was thrown backward by the force. At the same time, alarms blared throughout the helicarrier as soldiers rushed to grab their rifles, preparing for battle. Engine 3 is down. We're under attack. At the main console, Agent Hill studied the status display and quickly reported to Fury. Fury immediately asked Stark to help repair the engine. After all, repairing a jet engine mid-flight was nearly impossible for anyone but Stark. Meanwhile, Coulson received orders to initiate a defensive lockdown of the detention area, then headed for the armory. At the same time, Banner and Black Widow were thrown out of the lab. A heavy steel pipe pinned Black Widow's leg to the ground, leaving her completely unable to move. Nearby, Dr. Banner lay on the ground in agony, fists clenched tightly, his head bowed as he struggled to contain the fury burning inside him. Ignace had helped resolve the crisis caused by Loki's attempts to disrupt his mind, but the anger that surged in the face of danger was far harder to conquer. Oh no. Black Widow, seeing Banner beside her on the verge of transforming, desperately wanted to get away, but found herself unable to move. Banner, are you all right? She strained to crawl over to him, trying to grab hold of him and calm his emotions. I'm so sorry for what I did before, Banner. I really am, but I still hope. I beg you, please try to control yourself. No longer under the influence of the scepter, Black Widow clung to Banner with difficulty, her voice filled with concern. Banner groaned in pain, kneeling on the deck, fighting an internal battle to suppress his rage and keep the Hulk at bay. We're gonna be all right, okay? I promise I'll get you out of here. All my life. She tried to reassure him, gesturing for the approaching soldiers to back off. I'm fine. Banner managed to gasp, leaning against the wall in relief. After all, his life hadn't truly been threatened, and Ignace had given him enough time to regain his composure. Banner had managed just this once to prevent the Hulk from emerging. Get someone to carry you out, quick. Banner's no Hulk. He doesn't have that kind of strength. Banner joked, rubbing his forehead with a wry smile. Thank goodness. Black Widow silently thanked Ignace, for it was a sharp eye that uncovered the scepter's influence and bought Banner enough time to calm down. If Banner had been hit by one more crisis, he would have transformed for sure. Soldiers rushed over, trying to help Black Widow lift the heavy steel beam. The very next moment, from the shadowy corner ahead, a mercenary hire by Hawkeye burst out. With a few precise shots, he gunned down the rescuing soldiers and fired a bullet straight at Banner. Damn it! Black Widow cursed, her voice sharp. In that instant, Banner's life was in immediate danger. No anger needed. The Hulk erupted forth in a heartbeat. Banner's body swelled rapidly, his clothes splitting as he transformed into the Green Giant. With the last shred of self-control, he cast a quick glance at Black Widow, then bolted away. Suddenly, the Hulk slammed his fist into a nearby steel container, and Banner's remaining reason was lost. Roaring with rage, the Hulk whirled around, his furious gaze locking onto Black Widow, and charged at her with terrifying speed. Black Widow sprinted for her life, racing up the stairs as fast as she could. With a single effortless swipe, the Hulk tore the staircase apart as if it were made of paper. A series of thunderous crashes echoed through the air. The soldier hired by Hawkeye kept firing at Hulk, only to realize that the bullets couldn't even pierce Hulk's skin. In a panic, he turned and fled. With a furious roar, Hulk spun around and gave chase at incredible speed. He ripped up a steel plate from the floor as if it were nothing, hurled it like a spinning discus, and sent it hurtling toward the fleeing intruder. The steel plate cut through the air with a deadly whistle, spinning so fast that it sliced the intruder clean in half at the waist before embedding itself in the wall with a heavy, resounding thud. Ignace, Isdeth, I need your help, Black Widow called out on the upper deck, quickly contacting Ignace and Isdeth for assistance. Understood, came Ignace's crisp reply through her earpiece. Suddenly, Black Widow remembered something. Loki's people had infiltrated the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier, which likely meant Hawkeye was here as well. Without a moment to lose, she hurried off in the other direction, determined to find him. Meanwhile, Hulk had set his sights on another soldier. He barreled through the ship, smashing through steel pipes, relentless in his pursuit. Just as Hulk was about to bring his massive fist down, a blur shot across and knocked him aside at lightning speed. With a tremendous crash, both Hulk and Thor smashed through a steel wall, tumbling across the floor of the cargo bay. The workers in the bay caught sight of the hulking Green Giant and scattered in terror. Thor scrambled to his feet, eyeing Hulk warily. In just a few moves, Hulk had Thor pinned. Thor tried to reason with him, attempting to appeal with words. But Thor was no silver-tongued beauty. He was a rough, straightforward man. Unsurprisingly, his attempt failed, and Hulk sent him flying with a single punch. Footsteps echoed through the corridor as Ignace and Isdeth rounded the corner. Hulk turned, halfway through another furious roar, but his voice abruptly faltered. He tilted his head, eyeing the familiar figure. A wave of dread rose up from his memory. This was the one who had injured him before, the one who had overpowered him so thoroughly. Hulk, I'll count to 10. If you turn back now, I'll let you off the hook today, Ignace declared. Behind Ignace, Big Boss and Ivan Vanko stood ready, prepared to attack Hulk at any moment. At the same time, Ignace had also made ready 2 sets of cursed spirit armor. Hulk's anger surged, and he let out a furious bellow at Ignace. 1, 2, 3, Ignace began counting. Hulk only roared back, not daring to attack directly. He was wary of Ignace's abilities. 10. Without warning, Ignace skipped ahead, combining forces with 2 special-grade cursed spirits. In an instant, a red and a green orb of cursed energy gathered in front of him and hurtled toward Hulk in twin shockwaves. A deafening explosion rocked the ship. Hulk listened to the rush of wind and leapt aside in an instant, dodging the attack. But before he could bask in triumph and throw a punch, the next moment, his face was struck head-on by a second shockwave. His head twisted, he crashed straight through a steel wall and was sent flying into the next room. What about the Count, in the middle? Thor looked at him in surprise. This is a fight. Who's actually going to give him time to run? Ignis replied. As he spoke, Isdef unleashed her attack on Hulk, who was bursting through the hole in the wall. Just as Hulk charged out from the breach in the steel wall, a massive pillar of ice shot toward him. He hurriedly dodged with lightning speed. With a thunderous crash, the ice pillar slammed into the steel wall, denting it deeply. Hulk was about to roar in anger when Isdef, controlling her power, summoned 10 ice spikes, which shot toward Hulk at blinding speed, stabbing toward him with relentless force. Hulk quickly darted aside, dodging the barrage. The thunder of destruction echoed as wave after wave of sharp ice spikes crashed down, smashing one fighter jet after another that had been parked nearby. Come on, let's have a real fight. Isdef laughed heartily. In the next instant, she formed a hand gesture in front of her. Countless ice spikes materialized around her, densely packed, so many that they could not be counted. In a flash, they streaked toward Hulk with terrifying speed. Oh my god, she's not even a frost giant, but she can control ice with such overwhelming power? Are all Earthlings this terrifying? Thor exclaimed in awe. The god of thunder caught his returning hammer and sat down to the side, watching his death chase Hulk with Ignis at his side. To be honest, man, you people keep shattering my expectations of what Earthlings can do. Thor sighed in wonder. Ignis quickly shook his head. While Earth did have its share of outrageous individuals, the vast majority of people were still quite weak. Superheroes and supervillains were only a tiny fraction. It's not that wild. There are still plenty of weaklings among humans on Earth. Ignis explained. Thor pointed at Hulk, then at his death, and looked back at Ignis. This was supposed to be weakness? Last time he'd come to Earth, everything happened so quickly that he'd always assumed humans were frail, just a weak civilization protected by the proudest guardians. But Ignis had shown him what true power meant, blasting the Destroyer away in one single strike. Loki had thought the same way at first, believing Earthlings were nothing more than ants beneath his feet. But Ignis, with a kick laced with a curse, had almost left Loki unable to bear heirs. When Thor returned to Asgard and inquired about Earth from his father, he figured Ignis was just an exception. Yet now, arriving on Earth to foil Loki's schemes, he was seeing otherwise. There was once an Iron Man who fought him for a long time, and even a certain captain tried to go toe-to-toe with him, only to end up being sent flying by the Hulk with a single punch yet again. Is Ignis really just an exception? But then, someone's wife actually started chasing after the Hulk to fight. Thor always felt that Ignis had some misunderstanding about minorities. No, my friend, I'm actually the opposite. I believe Earth has even more powerful warriors than you think. Thor quickly interjected, suddenly realizing that his father had been right. Never act recklessly without good reason. Think what you want. Ignis shook his head helplessly. In the next instant, a sharp snap of fingers startled him. Was his death about to summon an ice meteorite here? Only after seeing what was happening in the distance did he finally let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, that snap wasn't to call down an ice meteorite. With a single snap, Isdef unleashed a terrifying wave of cold that swept through the entire logistics warehouse. The electrical equipment sparked and sputtered, freezing and breaking down in the frigid air. In an instant, Hulk was transformed into a massive ice sculpture, frozen right where he stood. His green skin gave the ice a faint, eerie emerald glow. A cracking sound echoed as Hulk struggled desperately, lines like spiderwebs spreading across the ice. The next moment, Isdef tightened her control, and even harder ice instantly encased the Hulk. Hulk, she could keep you frozen like this all day long. I suggest you calm down and let Banner take over. Ignis said with a mischievous smile, watching the Hulk with a hint of amusement. Inside the ice, the look Hulk gave Isdef was full of rage and disbelief. No way, surely not. Is Ignis not the only one who could defeat him? Hulk truly felt frustrated. It turned out he wasn't invincible after all. So many people could overpower him. It was just too much for the Green Giant to take. But Hulk would never admit defeat. If his death could freeze him for a whole day, then he had more than enough rage to resist her for just as long. The Hulk's anger was unstoppable. With a thunderous crash, Hulk suddenly shattered the ice, sending pieces flying as he roared furiously at his death. It was one thing for Ignis to beat him down, but now even some random woman could make him lose his temper? No way. But in the blink of an eye, his roar was cut short. His death instantly froze him again. Hulk, now trapped in ice, stared at her in stunned disbelief. How could she freeze him so quickly? The cracking sound returned as Hulk struggled with all his might. Seated comfortably on a throne made of ice, Isdef crossed her legs and watched him, waiting for him to break free. With another explosive crash, the ice shattered and a shivering Hulk burst forth, ready to grab this formidable woman. But before he could even take half a step forward, Isdef shot him a glance. Instantly, an ice wall surged up, and Hulk slammed right into it, forehead first. Isdef had deliberately made the ice wall extra thick. Hulk smashed a huge dent into it, but still couldn't break through. His whole body wobbled unsteadily, and with a heavy thud, he collapsed onto the deck. Hulk is angry. Hulk was so furious that he actually spoke. He had just managed to climb back to his feet when, in the next moment, still stuck in a rather awkward pose, his death froze him in place again. Thor gave Ignace a strange look, but Ignace could only shrug helplessly. Let's just sit back and enjoy the show. Compared to freezing space and time, freezing this big green brute is almost too easy, Isteth remarked with a yawn. Ignace shook his head, resigned. This was only the movie version of Hulk, after all. If it were another version, Hulk would have grown stronger and angrier with each blow, and the three of them would have been sent flying ages ago. But reality offered no such alternatives. Hulk kept struggling free from the ice, and Isteth, as if playing with a child, would simply freeze him again. Each time Hulk broke free, she'd yawn in boredom and trap him once more, over and over, caught in this endless loop. Meanwhile, when Black Widow managed to restore Hawkeye's senses through more practical means, and the two of them finally arrived, they were both utterly stunned by the sight before them. Hulk, looking utterly defeated, tried to escape, only to be frozen in place by Isteth yet again. He broke out of the ice, but Isteth, barely interested, just yawned and froze him once more. Truly, frozen. No escape allowed. Hulk, I really think you'd be better off letting Banner take over, Thor said, having watched long enough to nearly burst out laughing. He'd even heard Hulk speak just now, which only reinforced his belief that he could communicate with him. With a deafening roar, Hulk shattered the ice in an instant, bellowing, "No!" But in the very next second, he was frozen solid once again. Inside the block of ice, Hulk looked completely bewildered, like a giant green specimen on display. Meanwhile, at the prison cell where Loki was being held, Hawkeye's team opened restraints, and Loki stepped out. Suddenly, Coulson appeared out of nowhere, taking down one of Loki's men from behind. He raised a heavy weapon, aiming it squarely at Loki. "Get back inside," Coulson barked, brandishing the weapon threateningly. Loki turned to face Coulson with a grave expression, pretending to be frightened as he backed toward the cell door. "Impressive, isn't it?" Coulson said, giving the weapon a little flourish. "We developed this prototype because of your destroyer." "I don't even know how powerful it is," Coulson continued, powering up the weapon. A dangerous red glow gathered at the muzzle. "Care to find out?" Suddenly, a sharp sound, followed by a gasp. In an instant, the real Loki appeared behind Coulson, wielding the scepter he'd reclaimed from a fallen soldier. Without hesitation, he drove it straight through Coulson's body. "You foolish mortal, did you really think I was afraid of you?" Loki shook his head with a mocking smile. Coulson, half slumped against the wall, looked at him with a sneer, which only made Loki more annoyed. "You're bound to lose." Coulson taunted him, his eyes drifting to the open cell behind Loki. "Is that so?" Loki refused to believe him, staring back defiantly. "It's simply in your nature," Coulson went on, as Loki shook his head and walked closer, ready to return the mockery. Coulson glanced at the approaching Loki. In that instant, Loki, the weapon in Coulson's arms, and the cell door all aligned perfectly. Without another word, Coulson, on the brink of death, fired the weapon. A blazing beam shot out in a flash, blasting Loki backwards and slamming him hard into the barrier inside the cell. The tremendous force of Loki's impact instantly triggered the defense system. The cell door snapped shut automatically, the system recognizing an escape attempt. The entire cell dropped rapidly, and the hatch below opened wide. With a sharp whoosh, the cell plummeted away from the helicarrier, and inside, Loki was tossed about violently, crashing against the walls as the cell hurtled downward. Blood still at the corner of his mouth, Coulson watched the scene with a satisfied smile. He closed his eyes, ready to face death with acceptance. For Coulson, the passage from death to awakening felt almost instantaneous. He felt as if he had drifted into a dream, and then, suddenly, he woke up. With a gasp, Coulson shot upright, as if waking from a nightmare, staring in shock at the people around him. I thought I was dead." Coulson looked down at himself in disbelief. The bloody wound Loki had given him was gone. He patted himself all over. Everything was fine. Every sensation told him he was alive, and yet it all felt so unreal. Still reeling, Coulson looked around at the people nearby, then turned to Ignace. "I spent a tiny fraction of my power to bring you back," Ignace said with a gentle smile. Even Coulson began to question himself. Had he really died before? "Here's what happened," Fury began. Originally, Coulson's death was certain, and S.H.I.E.L.D. would have had to resort to some dubious methods to bring him back, methods with heavy side effects. But Ignace had arrived just in time. Seeing Coulson still clinging to life, he simply snatched him back from the jaws of death. Of course, Ignace wouldn't wait for Coulson to die before reviving him. He wasn't ready to reveal his resurrection spell to the world just yet. With such a power, the temptation would be overwhelming, enough to make those in high places lose all sense of reason. "Thank you, truly," Coulson said, deeply grateful. "It's nothing. I'm just hoping you'll bring me what I want a little sooner," Ignace said with a smile. "Hey, don't say that. We've already paid." Fury looked at Ignace helplessly. They'd already settled the bill. "For the money you gave me, let's just call a friend's discount." Ignace showed no mercy to Fury. After all, back then, Coulson had been on the brink of death, and if not for him, Even SLD's doctors wouldn't have helped much. At best, they could have used their own methods to revive him. What about Dr. Banner? Coulson asked, puzzled. The two of us tried everything to beat the Hulk into submission, but he still refused to go back. So, I blasted him off the ship. Ignace explained, leaving Coulson speechless. When it comes to subduing the Hulk, he's the only one for the job. And Loki? Thor hurriedly asked. I threw him off too, used that prototype machine. Coulson chuckled, then recounted how he'd tricked and blasted Loki, ultimately locking him up. Oh no. Thor was astonished. His cunning brother had finally been thoroughly fooled and taken for a ride. Oh no. Out in a desolate wilderness, deep inside a massive crater, a hand clawed its way out of the shattered remains of a prison cell. Loki let out a cry of pain. He certainly didn't have Thor's abilities. Before the cell hit the ground, he hadn't managed to escape. This time, he'd taken quite the fall. Loki reached behind himself, searching around until, with a sharp yank, he pulled the scepter out from where it had gotten stuck. This! Loki gasped, pain shooting through him. He tossed the scepter aside and glared at the hint of crimson smeared on its tip. His heart filled with fury. The red was as vivid as the pain in his body and spirit. Clambering out from the wreckage, Loki leaned on the scepter, trying to think of a way to get to New York. He limped along, looking utterly wretched. Come pick me up. Ow. Sometime later, in a back alley of a small town, Loki dispatched a local thug, took his phone, and called his mercenaries on Earth, instructing them to fly in with a fighter jet. Suddenly, a prickly weed brushed against his backside, sending a jolt of pain through him and making cold sweat bead at his brow. Damn it! His furious curse echoed across the wilderness. The sensation of falling from the sky. He'd never forget it for as long as he lived. You fell from the sky. A voice lingered in the air, echoing in his ears. Banner woke from his stupor, sitting up in confusion and looking around. He found himself in an abandoned factory, a gaping hole smashed through the roof above him. The stone floor and steel pipes around him were shattered and bent. He sat in a crater, with the ground outside buckled up from his impact. Holding his aching head, Banner looked up at the man beside him. Did I hurt anyone? There's no one around here, but you scared off all those pigeons. The security guard explained. Lucky me, Banner replied, awkwardly. Hulk makes a mess, Banner cleans it up. As the two continued talking, the guard picked up a pile of clothes. You crashed right through the roof. Huge, green, and while not wearing a thing. He tossed the clothes to Banner, making Banner even more embarrassed. Meanwhile, aboard the helicarrier, he wants people to throw flowers at him, to bask in attention, to have a monument that scrapes the sky, with his name engraved for all to see. Stark analyzed Loki's mentality, but suddenly sensed trouble. With a curse, Stark realized exactly where Loki was headed. Stark Tower. It had all the energy Loki could need, and it was the perfect stage for him to make his grand entrance, to let the victor show off to the world. Without another word, Stark rushed to suit up and head back at once. Loki might not be as strong as Thor, but make no mistake, he's still tough. Soon, Hulk would give Loki quite the pounding, but the fact that Loki didn't end up dead or crippled was impressive in itself. Based on Thor's description of Loki's condition, Stark and the others were sure Loki wouldn't die from a fall like that, which meant that the mercenaries who'd escaped with Loki would soon be back, ready to kick off the real battle. Shortly after, New York, the rooftop of Stark Tower. Dr. Selvig had set up all the instruments, making sure they could power themselves. From the horizon, the golden-red Iron Man suit streaked through the sky. Stark landed in front of Selvig and called out urgently. Shut it down, Dr. Selvig. It's too late. There's no way to stop it now. Selvig shook his head, turning to look at the device that was about to open the portal. He looked up at Stark, eyes ablaze with fanatic excitement. She's got something to show us. A brand new universe. Whatever. Stark sighed in resignation, raising both arms and blasting the portal device with twin energy beams. Instantly, a glowing shield shimmered around the machine, absorbing Stark's attack. A blue beam shot out, slamming Stark back. At that very moment, Loki's aircraft appeared above Stark Tower. Fire! Loki commanded, and the ship's weapons locked onto Stark, unleashing a hail of bullets. Damn it! Stark cursed, dodging rapidly in his suit. Up above, a silver beam lanced down from the sky, blasting through Loki's aircraft. A silver suit of armor descended, landing on the Stark Tower helipad, Ignace piloting his nanosuit. A moment later, the nanosuit transformed into a pair of sunglasses, which he pocketed with ease. Looks like you're enjoying the gift I gave you, he said. Stark landed on the helipad as well, retracting his nanosuit. Not too impressive, really, Ignace said with a smile, though Stark didn't buy it for a second. He couldn't believe there was anything on Earth more advanced than his own armor. Meanwhile, the jet Loki was riding in was trailing smoke and in a steep dive, spinning wildly through the air as Loki wailed in distress. With his constitution, being tossed around inside the aircraft normally wouldn't bother him much. But his injured backside hurt like hell. At the edge of the sky, a figure streaked toward them at incredible speed. The nanosuit dissolved as its death touched down on the helipad, took off her sunglasses, and strode over to wrap Ignace in a hug. Wait a minute, where did you get a second nanosuit? Stark looked at his death in shock, then turned to Ignace. It's not that difficult, really. Ignace replied with a grin. turning to head inside. Stark was dumbfounded. He was a genius, able to master an entire discipline in a single night. Could Ignace really be just as brilliant? Unbelievable. Stark found it hard to accept. Ignace walked into the living room, still smiling. With two super genius cursed spirits at his side, all he needed was a quick lesson, and he could easily discuss the principles behind Stark's armor as if he'd invented them himself. Damn, I'm not the only one who can build armor anymore. Stark grumbled, taking the drink Ignace handed him. Just before this exchange, Thor landed with a crash, Mjolnir in hand, descending from the sky at breakneck speed. Boom! With a single mighty blow, he smashed straight through the jet, sending Loki flying out of the wreckage. Loki plummeted rapidly toward the street, while Thor turned and unleashed a bolt of lightning at the falling jet. In an instant, the aircraft exploded midair, Thor's brute force averting a potential disaster on the ground. Bang! Loki crashed down from the sky, slamming hard onto the roof of an empty car. Damn it! As fate would have it, the car he landed on was a taxi, and he struck so awkwardly that his head hung down while his sore backside landed squarely on the protruding roof light. The physical damage was minor, but the pain to his injury and the blow to his dignity were immense. Loki was now certain, even if he wasn't Odin's adopted son, he and Thor could never have been true brothers. The pain was excruciating. Thor had just let him fall. Thud! Thor landed heavily on the ground, cracking the pavement beneath him. He glared furiously at Loki. Figure out a way to shut that thing down. Ha! My foolish brother, don't even think about it. Loki sneered at Thor. On his way down, he'd already cast a mirage, sending an illusion to hide the fallen mind scepter. Loki! Thor's rage boiled over, and he punched Loki, sending him flying. Ugh! Loki soared through the air, only to land painfully on the sharp metallic ornament atop a building, agony etched across his face. Oh shit! Loki cried out in pain, followed by a scream that echoed down the avenue. Striding over in anger, Thor yanked Loki down from where he was hanging, not the least bit gentle. Damn you, brother. You almost got me impaled on something else. Loki glared at Thor, furious. The sharp metal ornament from before had nearly grazed his precious parts. Tell me how to shut that thing down. Thor ignored Loki's miserable state and roared at him. The Chitauri army is coming. No one can stop them. Thor, I've won. I am the king of Earth. Gritting his teeth through the pain, Loki managed a twisted grin at Thor. Spreading his arms wide, he laughed madly. Bang! Thor's fist crashed down, trying to knock some sense into his crazed brother. Damn it! In the distance, beyond the sound of the blow, came Loki's anguished howl as his backside suffered yet again. A king who almost lost his crown jewels? Banner strolled over from afar, teasing with a smile. Honestly, seeing Loki get what he deserved did wonders for Banner's previously simmering anger. Ha ha ha, my time has come. Suddenly, Loki burst into manic laughter. Thor and Banner quickly followed his gaze up to the sky. A beam of light shot up from Star Tower, piercing the clouds. In the sky above, a portal began to form, swirling wider and wider. Beyond that swirling black and blue gateway lay the dark expanse of space. In the next instant, waves of Chitauri warriors on flying skiffs poured through like a swarm of locusts, descending upon New York. Oh my god! On the sidewalk, a little boy stared up in shock, his ice cream falling with a splat onto the ground. Following the child's stunned gaze, busy office workers and passers-by all looked up, necks craned. For a moment, the air was filled with a chorus of astonished exclamations. Chaos erupted as people saw the Chitauri soldiers charging towards them. Panic swept the crowd, and everyone scrambled to escape. Ah! Help! No, no, no! The Chitauri turned their weapons on the fleeing people, firing energy blasts that cut down anyone in their way. Meanwhile, inside the building, Ignace and Stark set their glasses down at the same time. Without hesitation, Stark donned his armor and shot out of the tower, rocketing skyward to meet the enemy. Ignace glanced at his death, and the two shared a smile. Do you like war? Then let's have it. They stood atop the helipad, eyes fixed on the Chitauri diving toward them, and moved as one. Countless ice spears materialized in an instant. Its death unleashed them, impaling the oncoming Chitauri in a deadly hail. Damn it! Stark, piloting his nanotech suit, streaked across the sky, a swarm of Chitauri skiffs in hot pursuit behind him. Stark looked up at Ignatius and Isdeth on top of the building and hurried over to ask for help. Guys, I need your help. Stark quickly contacted Ignatius. Up on the building, Ignatius glanced his way. Stark swerved sharply, just as a squadron of Chitauri flying units sped straight toward Ignatius. Standing behind Ignatius, the big boss joined him in casting a spell. A ball of green magical energy formed between their hands, then in a flash, erupted into a terrifying green shockwave that surged toward the attackers. A deafening rumble swept through the air. The shockwave instantly wiped out the Chitauri squad, and at the same moment, a mystical mushroom cloud, visible only to those attuned to magic, rose skyward, shattering every window in Stark Tower. Thanks, guys. Stark glanced at the now-ruined Stark Tower, then quickly sped away in his suit. Out on the street, Thor swung his hammer at Loki once more. Loki vanished, and the hammer smashed straight into a car behind him, destroying it in a spray of metal and glass. Foolish. Loki reappeared behind Thor, clutching the scepter. A beam of energy shot out, sending Thor flying. For these insignificant mortals, you, my own brother, stand in my way? Today I will conquer Earth. I'll make you watch. Loki roared. Thor was still struggling to his feet when Loki fired the scepter again, sending him hurtling backward. Just as Thor tried to rise, another blast struck him, knocking him down once more. God of Thunder? To hell with your thunder. Fury and resentment burning in his heart, Loki unleashed yet another beam at Thor, determined not to give him a chance to recover. Thor managed to raise Mjolnir just in time, blocking the blast, then retaliated, sending a bolt of lightning crashing toward Loki. A crack of thunder split the air, but Loki's form flickered and vanished. Thor had struck nothing but a phantom. My foolish brother. With a sudden, wet thud, Loki appeared behind Thor and stabbed at him with the scepter. Thor spun around and landed a powerful punch, sending Loki flying. Loki, you bastard! Look at what you've done! Thor, furious, advanced with his hammer ready to strike his brother. But in the next instant, a roar echoed down the avenue. Dr. Banner was transforming. The air trembled as his body swelled, and in moments he was the massive Hulk. With a single punch, he sent Loki hurtling into a wall. A tremendous crash shook the street. Loki's body crumpled into the wall, and Hulk spat in his direction, tossing out a line that cut deep into Loki's pride before charging off to confront a monstrous new foe. Loki, now embedded in the wall, let out a strangled cry. Hulk's punch was nearly as punishing as the time he'd been smashed into the floor, left dazed and helpless. Loki was utterly defeated, all will to resist drained from him. High above, a gigantic creature soared through the sky, gliding slowly overhead. When it collided with the statues lining the streets of New York, they shattered instantly, as fragile and brittle as toys in its path. From the massive creature's back, waves of Chitauri soldiers poured out, landing atop skyscrapers to attack the civilians inside, or dropping onto streets below to open fire on the scattering crowds. The Hulk let out a furious roar and charged toward the colossal beast. With a mighty leap, he swung his fist with all his strength at the monstrous invader. One punch. That single blow from Hulk brought the enormous creature to an abrupt halt. Its body twisted under the combined force of inertia and Hulk's fist. Then, with a thunderous crash, it collapsed, paralyzed, onto the city street. I think we're in serious trouble. Black Widow's voice crackled urgently through the comms as she looked up at the sky. More and more gigantic troop carriers were pouring through the portal, descending on New York in an unending stream. Oh my God! Down on the street, police officers helping to evacuate the crowd looked up in shock and disbelief. At Stark Tower, Ignis sent a Chitauri pilot flying with a single punch as the enemy swooped toward him. He snatched the fallen foe's weapon and, raising it, quickly took aim at the other incoming Chitauri soldiers. A beam of light shot out from the weapon, striking and destroying a Chitauri flyer in midair. Without hesitation, Ignis turned and fired at more enemies swarming in from different directions. This thing's pretty fun, though it's a bit on the weak side, he commented. Back to back with his death, he gathered a multitude of ice shards, while she summoned a glowing orb of sorcery. In the blink of an eye, 2 large squadrons of Chitauri flyers swooped in, surrounding them. Countless ice shards erupted, flying forward in a deadly barrage, while the orb of sorcery transformed into a devastating shockwave that blasted through the ranks ahead. A rain of Chitauri soldiers was impaled by the ice, tumbling down like dumplings dropping into a boiling pot. On Ignis's side, a terrifying sorcerous explosion erupted, forming a mushroom cloud that obliterated huge numbers of Chitauri flyers in an instant. Look up, big trouble incoming. Stark's voice came through the earpiece as Ignis and Isdeth both turned their gaze skyward. Dozens of giant troop carriers were converging on New York, with several heading toward the streets, and one massive beast making a beeline for Stark Tower, set on a collision course with Ignis and Isdeth. I see it. It's coming straight for us, Ignis replied, nodding. Get the word out. Evacuate the civilians as fast as possible. Stark, recalling Isdeth's devastating move against Abomination earlier, immediately understood. He quickly contacted the J-Team, who were still on site, urging them to help with the evacuation. A deafening rumble shook the air. High above the city, a tremendous boom swept across all of New York as Ignis once again joined forces with the Big Boss, unleashing their combined sorcery. In the very next instant, the transport creature struck by Ignis perished in a heartbeat, its massive, battered body plummeting rapidly toward the ground. With the Big Boss and Ignis working in tandem, the shockwave Ignis unleashed carried the unique trait of the Big Boss's abilities, namely, the terrifying power of gamma radiation. Any transport creature hit by this devastating move not only suffered immense physical trauma, but also had its body ravaged by the deadly gamma rays, meeting an instant and brutal end. A thunderous crash echoed as the colossal transport beast slammed onto the street below, and Ignis immediately set his sights on the next target. On the street, the personnel in charge of evacuating civilians stared in stunned disbelief. He suddenly realized that hiding inside buildings might not be the safest choice after all. Quick, everyone, get out of here. Leave this street now, he shouted urgently. If even one of those transport monsters barreled into a building, everyone taking shelter inside would be doomed. At that very moment, a massive spear of ice materialized atop Stark Tower, growing rapidly before piercing through another transport creature in a flash. Standing tall and proud on the rooftop was Isdeth, the architect of that formidable icicle. Ignis and Isdeth, both stationed atop Stark Tower, one unleashing thunderous blasts, the other wielding her power over ice, became a relentless force. With each attack, Isdeth conjured enormous icicles to impale the creatures, while Ignis battered them with raw energy. For a time, the two of them seemed unstoppable slayers of the transport beasts, cutting down their foes one after another. One by one, the gigantic transport creatures fell to Ignis's onslaught, their hulking forms crashing down onto the streets, flattening countless vehicles beneath them. Meanwhile, Isdeth's towering spears of ice skewered the monsters, but as each new icicle formed from Stark Tower, they struggled to bear the creature's immense weight. Both the fallen beasts and the shattered icicles rained down upon the neighboring buildings. People on the streets fled in a frenzy, racing desperately toward other neighborhoods. A deafening crash shattered the air. A building was struck, and several floors at the top collapsed instantly. The transport creature, skewered by ice, tumbled downward, shredding the structure into ruins as it fell. Another thunderous impact followed. A beast's corpse plummeted from above, the ice spear lodged within it, swinging wildly as it smashed straight through an entire building, puncturing it clean through. The explosions came one after another, each louder than the last. Ignis, wielding boundless arcane power, joined forces with either the Big Boss or Ivan Vanko, unleashing one devastating attack after another in a relentless assault upon the transport creatures. Terrifying shockwaves rippled through the sky again and again, as if missile after missile were exploding high above the city. One by one, buildings around Stark Tower had their windows shattered by the relentless blasts. The force of the shockwaves whipped up violent winds, which surged into the nearby skyscrapers. Chitauri soldiers leaping from their transport creatures to escape were instantly swept away the moment they landed. In the original Jujutsu Kaisen story, when Yuta Okatsu fought Sugurageto, the mushroom cloud that rose was frightening enough. But now, Ignis had received a little gift from a certain creator god, unlimited cursed energy. He wasn't about to hold back. From the perspective of the cursed spirits, mushroom clouds kept erupting in a frenzy over the skyline of the Big Apple. Ordinary people couldn't see the sorcery attacks, but the fierce winds and deafening explosions they caused were enough to send everyone into a panic. F***K. Isn't this New York? Why does it feel like I'm in some tiny country, with little boy going off over my head? A young man lagged behind, swearing furiously as he sprinted out of the block. Boom! A chunk of a transport creature's carcass hurtled toward him, only to be sent flying by a single punch from the Hulk. Thanks, huh? The young man turned to offer his thanks, but when he saw the massive green figure, he was petrified. With a thunderous roar, the Hulk bellowed at him. The young man trembled from head to toe and dashed away without a second glance. Ladies and gentlemen, my goodness, look at this. Are we finally seeing the true power of these two? A reporter huddled inside a shop far from Stark Tower, filming through the glass. Her cameraman had already fled in terror, but she remained, clinging to her professionalism. Are he and his wife really protecting us? It doesn't seem like they care about our safety at all. It's as if they're just indulging in the thrill of war, delighting in the chaos of battle with reckless abandon. As she zoomed in for a closer shot of the pair, her commentary grew increasingly biased. The next moment, a Chitauri soldier was blasted through the air by an explosion, crashing onto the street outside. Suddenly, a sharp weapon shot through the shattered storefront window with a crash and embedded itself in the wall right beside the reporter with a sickening thud. With a startled cry, the reporter collapsed to the floor, trembling, a puddle spreading out beneath her. Her camera fell with a clatter, and, as it rolled, it caught a live shot of her embarrassing accident. In the very next instant, another Chitauri soldier burst into the shop, raising its weapon and firing a beam of light. The screen went blindingly white, leaving viewers around the world stunned and bewildered. Did she just wet herself on live TV? Serve her right. While heroes risk their lives to save the world, she's busy smearing their names. God won't protect her. Buddha won't protect her, either. Jesus won't bless her. The Greek gods won't meddle in this. The Norse gods won't meddle in this. The Chinese gods won't meddle in this either. In an instant, a flood of netizens from around the world, fed up with this reporter, descended on the internet, leaving a barrage of sarcastic comments. Of course, there were also those who saw Ignace and Isdeth as nothing more than destructive maniacs, unworthy of being called heroes, spewing slander and curses, wishing they would die. But Ignace and Isdeth paid them no mind whatsoever. After all, they never set out to be heroes, so they felt no psychological burden. In the same vein, the reporter wasn't entirely wrong about one thing. Isdeth truly relished the exhilaration of war. She had absolutely no regard for the lives of others, unleashing her powers without restraint. In the next moment, a massive ice meteor began to form in the sky. Isdeth summoned the icy boulder and hurled it down in a heartbeat, smashing it onto one of the troop-transporting beasts. A thunderous crash echoed out. The ice meteor crashed into the creature, pinning it mercilessly to the ground and smashing it into the street below. The entire beast's body was crushed flat, its grotesque fluids spilling out and flowing down the street. Holy crap. Hey, you two, try to watch your surroundings a bit. While fending off the Chitauri soldiers, Stark hurriedly called out to Ignace. He knew his death couldn't care less about collateral damage, but he genuinely worried that Ignace would end up cancelled online, branded as a supervillain. To the nearby Ahura Ryu, Ignace and his death's actions were so reckless that he could have screamed himself hoarse. What exactly are you two protecting anyway? Have the people been evacuated? From atop the building, Ignace pressed his earpiece and asked. They're out, Stark replied. Then that's all that matters. Ignace nodded and resumed his assault on the transport beasts. We're only doing our best to defend the city. Let S.H.I.E.L.D. handle the fallout. They're the ones who should take the blame anyway. With that, Ignace ignored Stark and, together with his death, threw themselves into the chaotic joy of battle. Stark finally managed to bring down one of the transport beasts. He looked, astonished, toward the building. He could accept that Ignace was fighting to protect the city, but his death's gleeful laughter made it clear she was simply enjoying the thrill of war. Just as Stark was about to fly off, he glanced back at his tower. Did the building just shudder? He was sure he hadn't imagined it. A nagging feeling crept over him. Today, Stark Tower was destined to become a condemned ruin. Ignace's relentless bombardment of spells shook the ground like missile strikes with every blast. His death, meanwhile, kept creating icicles from the structure of Stark Tower itself, letting them form and launch at the transport beasts. Though the icicles often snapped and crashed down, the unending barrage, coupled with the falling ice meteors on the street, only intensified the pressure. Now, Stark Tower stood battered and broken, swaying dangerously on the verge of collapse. At that very moment, in Africa, a squad of elite tactical teams moved swiftly forward. Suddenly, the leader, Crossbones, received new orders from his superiors. There's no need to look for that country anymore. We no longer have to curry favor with that person. Meanwhile, high above America, aboard the Sky Carrier, Director Fury has been relieved of command. Codename Order 7A11. Order 7A11 confirmed. We're clear for takeoff. A fighter jet swiftly rose to the carrier deck on the elevator. Its engines roared to life, and it prepared to head straight for New York. Their mission, to drop a weapon capable of annihilating the entire city, a hardline solution to end the war. At the same time, some among them harbored darker intentions. They wanted to wipe out the superhumans along with everyone else. Nick Fury, alerted by Agent Hill, hurriedly shouldered a rocket launcher and dashed outside, aiming at one of the jets. The rocket whooshed out, slamming into the jet. Its right wing was torn apart. The aircraft skidded wildly, screeching across the deck before finally coming to a halt on the edge of the carrier. The next moment, another fighter shot forward from the distance, gathering speed and launching off the Sky Carrier into the open air. There was no time for Fury to reload his rocket launcher. He quickly drew his handgun, but in the end he didn't fire. A sidearm was useless against a jet speeding through the sky. He hurriedly pressed his earpiece, reaching out to Stark. Meanwhile, in New York, weaving between skyscrapers and relentlessly attacking Chitauri soldiers, Stark received Fury's urgent message. In the next instant, a barrage from numerous Chitauri flyers knocked him out of the sky. A swarm of Chitauri soldiers descended, pounding Iron Man with blow after blow. How long until it gets here? Stark shouted, struggling to raise his head and fire repulsor blasts at his attackers. But the onslaught never let up. 3 minutes at most. Fury's voice crackled over the comm. They're arming a nuclear missile. It'll flatten the entire downtown. Despite the combined might of formidable heroes, Isdeth and Ignis absorbing most of the enemy fire, and Hulk, Thor, Captain America, Stark, Hawkeye, Black Widow, and so many others battling the Chitauri. Even street-level heroes, never before seen, had rushed to the front lines to fight the alien invaders. Yet the higher-ups believed that as time dragged on, the alien army's assault would only grow fiercer, and with more extraterrestrial reinforcements on the way, even the superheroes might not be able to hold the line. And so, they decided to level the heart of the city, taking out a few troublesome individuals along the way. Jarvis, divert all remaining power to the thrusters. Stark shouted. Immediately, his armor surged to full capacity, rocketing him toward the sky. Catching sight of a suit of armor flying toward him from afar, Stark frowned in confusion. Ignis? He asked a question, then turned back to look at Stark Tower. Instantly, Jarvis zoomed the camera in, showing Ignace still up on the building, drawing enemy fire. Hey boss, that's a remotely operated suit. No one inside. Ignace's voice sounded in Stark's ear, and Stark nodded in acknowledgement. Listen, there's a jet heading straight for New York at top speed, carrying a nuclear missile. It's about to drop it right on us. You know what that means. It could wipe out the entire city center. Stark said anxiously. That's quite a headache, huh? Well, nothing to be done. Ignace replied, feigning surprise. How about we send this big baby as a little surprise to some world leader's doorstep? Great idea, but time's running short. We don't have the luxury to track down the mastermind now. I think there's somewhere even better to send it, Stark replied, hinting at the Chitauri base beyond the portal. Fine by me, but I'll need your help, Ignace said, and Stark quickly agreed. He was worried his suit might run out of power at the worst possible moment, so borrowing some from Ignace seemed like the perfect solution. I'm planning to broadcast a live feed of these top brass bombing New York. I need you to keep every hacker's attacks out of the live stream. Deal. Stark's face lit up. Ignace's idea was brilliant. Expose those bastards and resolve the crisis at the same time. Above the waters off New York, high in the sky, a jet roared toward the city, its pilot pressing a red button. In the next moment, a nuclear missile dropped from the bay, its engines flaring as it streaked toward Manhattan at terrifying speed. Moments earlier, a special live stream had suddenly gone live on every streaming platform across the globe. At the same time, Stark had hacked into countless media systems, so identical footage appeared everywhere. Two suits of armor streaked away from New York, one following the other. The rear suit was live streaming and providing cover for the one ahead. The nanotech suit's camera zoomed in, closing the distance until it caught the image of the jet approaching New York from over the water. The stream even included a segment explaining the jet's model for viewers unfamiliar with military hardware. Then, in the blink of an eye, the jet released its nuclear missile. Target: Manhattan, New York. The world exploded in outrage. F***K. Are they insane? To stop an alien invasion, they're willing to sacrifice everyone in the city center. In Europe, a user cursed furiously online. Those damned bastards. How could they just go ahead and do this? In Russia, a viewer watched the stream, questioning who the real madmen were. This is madness. Thank God